When the three sects heard this news, some rejoiced while others worried. Although they had not suffered heavy losses this time, some sects had secretly begun to consider breaking away from the Tiansong sect in the future. Yet once the news came that they were to be merged into the Tiansong sect, all such schemes were instantly reduced to nothing. As for resistance, although the Tiansong sect had been wounded, it still possessed enough strength to annihilate the three sects, and in any case the three sects were originally its subordinates. Most, upon hearing that they could enjoy the same treatment as disciples of the Tiansong sect, were overjoyed. After all, compared to disciples of the Tiansong sect, the name of a disciple from the three subordinate sects was far less prestigious. The merging of the 7 cities into a single one to forge Tiansong City shocked countless people. They were all astonished by the boldness and grand vision of the Tiansong sect. Many even began to feel that perhaps the Tiansong sect's destiny had not yet run dry. The Golden Core clans of the 7 cities were each persuaded in turn by Elder Yang, whom the Tiansong sect had dispatched. After all, he was a mighty expert at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. The plan to construct Tiansong City began quietly. The spiritual veins of the 7 cities were siphoned one after another and converged upon the former Fangsu City, now to become Tiansong City. The scale of the city was projected to be expanded to twice its original size. Once completed, it would undoubtedly become the largest city in the Tiansong prefecture. Upon learning this news, Mo Wenshang immediately went to report it to Mo Wentian. Merging 3 sects and uniting 7 cities, Tiansong sect truly has remarkable audacity. This must be the idea of true Lord Qingmo. His cultivation may be somewhat lacking, but in matters of strategy and handling affairs he is by no means inferior. Elder brother, shall we go and stir up trouble? No need. Mo Wentian raised a hand and smiled. The golden crow sinking in the western sky, no matter how slowly it advances, must eventually descend the mountain. Even if this allows them to regain some momentum, he likely has no idea that the merged Tiansong sect will only turn itself into a sieve with winds leaking through from all sides. Elder brother's foresight truly looks far ahead. You warned them in advance after all. No need for flattery. Have you managed to send the rogue cultivators into the Su family's inner ranks? Mo Wenshang shook his head. The Su family has no plans to recruit anyone recently. Even acquaintances find it difficult to become Su family guards. So I had them all help build Yunshi City, and I plan to seize the chance to cause them some trouble. What did you do? Isn't Yunshi town close to the Tiansong mountain range? And what the Tiansong mountains lack least are demonic beasts. You intend to lure demonic beasts to attack Yunshi City. That will likely be hard to make truly effective. Even if we cannot wound them to the bone, we can certainly cause some trouble. Elder brother, what do you think? Mo Wentian's gaze flickered slightly at these words before he said, forget it. Since it is already in motion, just make sure it is done secretly. You must not leave behind any evidence. I understand, elder brother. I will go handle it at once. At this time, Su Chuan still had no idea of the upheavals that had already shaken the Tiansong sect. Following the direction Song Fengheng had given him, he arrived at Qingya Peak. The peak was steep, shrouded in drifting mist, and rich in spiritual energy. Su Chuan spread out his spiritual sense like a receding tide, and in an instant discovered a cave residence halfway up the mountain concealed behind a simple barrier. His figure moved, transforming into a stream of light, as he flew toward the cave. Inside, an elderly man in a plain blue robe, hair slightly disheveled, sat before an array disc, deducing and calculating with furrowed brows. This was none other than real man Qingya. Sensing an unfamiliar aura, he jerked his head up, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Su Chuan landed before the cave and cupped his fists. Pardon my intrusion. May I ask if this is real man Qingya? I am Su Chuan of Yunshi, here at the recommendation of Elder Song Fengheng to pay my respects. So it is the famed true Lord Kurong who graces my humble abode. Real man Qingya was startled, yet he still did not open the protective formation to let Su Chuan in. After a slight pause, he asked, True Lord says you were sent by Song Fengheng's recommendation. Do you have any token? Su Chuan patted his storage pouch and took out a charred, somewhat damaged array disc. So Song Fengheng truly did ask True Lord to come. Since that is the case, please enter. Real man Qingya opened the formation barrier. As a swath of blank light appeared in front of him, Su Chuan stepped forward into it, and the door to the cave residence automatically swung open. In the main hall of the cave residence, real man Qingya was already waiting. Su Chuan did not bother with pleasantries and spoke directly. I intend to build Yunshi City and must set up a third-rank grand formation. I have heard that you are also a third-rank formation master, so I have come specifically to invite you to preside over the arrangement of the formation. Invite this old man to arrange the formation. Real man Qingya frowned slightly. Song Fengheng's attainments in the Tao of formations surpass my own. Since you are on familiar terms with him, why not ask for his aid? Would that not be better? Moreover, when he visited me a few years ago, he boasted that he had accepted a genius disciple whose formation realm was already not inferior to his own. It seems that disciple was from your Su family, was he not? Indeed, Su Chuan nodded slightly. However, for certain reasons the Song family is unable to act, and my son is currently away from Tiansong Prefecture. Thus I have come to ask fellow Taoist for your aid. However what? Originally, I only wished to invite you to arrange the formation. But seeing your sincere devotion to the Tao of formations cultivating here, in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs, I cannot help but feel deep admiration. Therefore I wish to invite fellow Taoists to leave seclusion and join my Su family as a guest elder. I wonder if you would be willing. Since true Lord knows I wish only to delve into formations here, why make such a proposal at all? Real man Xingya, do not be so hasty to refuse. Su Chuan observed his expression, then gave a faint smile and produced an ancient-looking jade slip. This is my token of sincerity. You may examine it first. Real man Xingya accepted the jade slip, half doubtful, and sank his spiritual sense into it. It was a copied jade slip of the formation notes. Su Chuan still had several such copies in hand, prepared specifically for recruiting formation masters in the future. Most of the formation notes consisted of foundational discourse, yet its analysis of formation principles and views on rune linkage were sharp and unorthodox, with lofty insights that pointed straight at the very essence of formations. Many of its viewpoints were things real man Xingya had never even heard of. For one who had immersed himself in the Tao of formations for hundreds of years, it was as though a blocked aperture suddenly opened. Before his eyes, a completely new door seemed to swing wide. As for the later sections involving third-rank formation Tao, they were sealed by a divine sense restriction personally set by Su Mingxian, though he had informed Su Chuan of the method to unlock it. Real man Xingya's face was filled with shock as he looked at Su Chuan with entirely different eyes. May I ask, true Lord, whence did these notes originate? They could not have been written by some ordinary person. Su Chuan replied calmly, this object comes from Ancestor Xianhua. Ancestor Xianhua. Real man Xingya drew in a sharp breath as waves of shock surged through his heart. The ancestor of the Xianhua sect was truly a colossal figure in the northwestern region. Yet what he revered even more was that this figure was also the foremost grandmaster of formations in the northwest, rumored to have reached the late stage of the 4th rank. In all of Tianan, his attainments in formations could rank within the top 10. True Lord has actually obtained Ancestor Xuanyue's formation notes. He now regarded Su Chuan with eyes full of reverence and incredulity. Not long ago, Ancestor Xianyue came to my Yunqi town. This matter is known to all. Had you then already been a guest elder of my Su family, you might have seen him in person and joined my son in asking him for guidance in formations. Su Chuan's lips curved slightly as he pressed the advantage. In fact, my son Su Mingxian recently became a disciple under Ancestor Xianyue and has now gone to Xianyue sect to specialize in formation studies. Otherwise, I would not have come to seek you out. Without boasting, my son Mingxian's attainments in formation Tao could rank among the top 3 in all of Tiansong Prefecture. Perhaps only Tsong family head Song Fengyan's formation skills can suppress him by a margin. After a brief pause, Su Chuan smiled again. If you are willing to enter my Su family and serve as a guest elder in formations, a copy of these formation notes can be gifted to you for study. I believe that if you study it earnestly, you will surely gain much. And when Mingxian returns in the future after mastering his studies, you may discuss formations with him as well. As Su Chuan spoke, real man Xingya stared at the jade slip in his hand, thoughts churning rapidly in his ancestor Xuanyue's formation notes, and a formation genius close to 3rd rank high grade. As a future fellow cultivator, such conditions were irresistibly alluring to someone so obsessed with the Tao of formations. They were far more compelling than mere payment for arranging a formation. He remained silent for a long time, his expression shifting repeatedly until it finally turned into a long sigh followed by relief and firm resolve. He rose to his feet and bowed solemnly to Su Chuan. Since true Lord Kurong has shown such sincerity, if this old man continues to decline, he would indeed be willfully stubborn. Honored by true Lord's regard, I Xingya am willing to enter the Su family and serve as a guest elder. A small formation master easily taken in hand. Su Chuan's face blossomed into a smile. Your joining my Su family is the Su family's good fortune. When the day comes, I shall sweep the mats to welcome you. No need to wait for another day. If true Lord will grant me half a cup of tea's time, I shall go with you to the Su family immediately. Su Chuan chuckled. I did not expect fellow Taoists to be so impatient. Very well, I shall wait outside the cave for a short while. in the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. Real man Xingyao walked out of the cave and bowed to Su Chuan. Thank you for waiting so long, true lord. Let us depart. Without so much as a backward glance, he left together with Su Chuan. Fellow Taoist feels no attachment to this place at all. I am but a wandering cultivator and make my home wherever I go. I merely found this place tranquil and rich in spiritual energy, so I opened a cave here to dwell and study formations. So that is how it is. Back in Yunxi town, Su Chuan gathered several core members of the Su family and gave a brief introduction to real man Xingya. Upon hearing that he would become a guest elder, real man Huiyun exclaimed in surprise, Patriarch, I had heard that Xingya is extremely reclusive. Aside from interacting with a few third-rank formation masters, he practically ignores everyone else. I did not expect that you actually managed to lure him into the Su family. Old freak Huiyun, do not single me out. When it comes to being reclusive, you are hardly any better. Real man Xingya countered, if you could join the Su family, why should I not? Both elders, there is no need to quarrel. Now that you have joined my Su family, you are one family. At present, Elder Huiyun's attainments in artifact Dao have advanced again. He can now refine mid-grade magical treasures. It is a joyous occasion. I hope that once Elder Xingya has comprehended the formation notes, his formation Dao will likewise advance to a new level. He then turned to a young cultivator. Feng Ming, from now on the formation hall shall be presided over by Elder Xingya. You are to assist him in handling its affairs. Yes, Patriarch. Su Chuan then gave real man Xingya a brief introduction to Feng Ming. He was Su Mingxian's disciple, originally only a registered disciple. Under the Su family's cultivation, his realm had advanced from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, and his formation attainments had reached the level of a second-rank low-grade formation master. The inheritances obtained within the Su family could not be casually passed on. All who learned them had to swear an oath. As for whether they stayed or left in the future, the Su family would not force anyone. When fate comes, one gathers, when fate departs, one scatters. For now, no one outside yet knew that real man Xingya had joined the Su family, but this could not be concealed for long. Su Chuan had no intention of hiding it. His purpose in recruiting grandmasters of alchemy artifacts, formations, and talismans was to foster the Su family's future development so that they would not find themselves constrained and short-handed, not to turn them into trump cards for founding a clan or contending for hegemony. Whether founding a clan or vying for dominance, one could ultimately rely only on one's own hard strength. As an old saying went, before absolute power, all schemes and plots are illusions. If one fell victim to machinations, it could only mean that one's strength was not hard enough. Su Chuan had originally wanted to recruit a talisman Dao Grandmaster as well, but unfortunately the two such masters in Tiansong Prefecture were already tied to the Tiansong sect and the Lei family, leaving him no opportunity. As for second-rank talisman masters, he already had 2 or 3, all at the level of second-rank low-grade or mid-grade. In alchemy, anything above third rank was covered well enough by Su Chuan himself, and the Su family had also recruited several second-rank alchemists, all now residing in the alchemy hall. After this, Su Chuan remained at home in secluded cultivation. The entire Tiansong Prefecture maintained a strange, eerie calm. From time to time, his spiritual sense swept past the patrol squad where Mei Yun served. When Mei Yun led the team on patrol, his gaze was calm as he followed the predetermined route step by step. He spoke little with his teammates, yet his assignment of duties was fair. He did not seem particularly diligent in his own cultivation. After changing shifts, he would usually return to his assigned small courtyard, set a reclining chair beneath a tree, and either flip through miscellanies of local customs and strange tales, or rest with his eyes closed until late into the night. He appeared unconcerned about pushing his cultivation realm, and yet strangely his progress was not slow. It had only been a few years since he entered foundation establishment, and he was already at the second level. His speed could rival that of some of the Su family's core members back when they were cultivating in Dongxi. Truly strange. Yet this 9-to-5 lying flat attitude gives one an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be due to some special constitution? Su Chuan had inquired into much of Mei Yun's past. He had held posts in several families, but without exception, every one of those families had perished, gathering fortune and diverting calamity, transferring disasters to others. Su Chuan could not tell what special physique this was, but to verify his guess, he deliberately arranged for Mei Yun to take on several missions into the Tiansong mountain range. Most of the time the teams returned with injuries. If others were lightly wounded, he was unhurt. If someone was grievously injured, he bore only minor wounds. From others' accounts, he had never acted excessively, and a few of his injuries had even been incurred while saving people. After summing it up, Chuan felt that Mei Yun's temperament was uncompetitive and somewhat lazy, yet he did his duty. He disliked socializing, yet he did not make enemies. Within the multitude of living beings, he was the sort of person who would vanish into a crowd without a single distinguishing feature at first glance. Yet his constitution was truly bizarre, similar to the cultivation art of the Liu family of Daliang in the prison land, where the more fortunate one gathered, the faster one cultivated, even breaking through bottlenecks. The difference was that the former relied on a special cultivation method, whereas in Mei Yun's case, it seemed to be an innate constitution. A few days later, Chuan instructed Wu Zhuqi to bring him to his own courtyard. This was Chuan's place of secluded cultivation. In such core areas of the Su family's ancestral grounds, even patrol guards were not permitted entry. Layers of formations and prohibitions overlapped here, making any human watch unnecessary. Patriarch Mei Yun has arrived. You may withdraw. After Wu Zhuqi left, Mei Yun felt uneasy. He lifted his head to look at the young man seated cross-legged on a bluestone beneath the tree of wither and flourish, and immediately bowed. Captain of the patrol guard, Mei Yun pays respects to the patriarch. Of all who went to Greedy Wolf Prefecture and managed to return to my Su family intact, you are the first. Yet I am very curious, since you were confident of surviving the last assault on Greedy Wolf Prefecture, why were you so determined to return to my Su family? Was it not good to remain in Greedy Wolf Prefecture? Mei Yun's heart lurched, and he answered at once, to speak frankly, Patriarch, I mainly felt that I was more at ease in the Su family, so I insisted on returning. Seeing that Chuan remained silent, he continued, in truth, before coming to the Su family, I served in quite a few clans. For example, the former Yuan family and Fong family of Yinshi Town. Yet none were as comfortable as my time in the Su family. One could say that in these years I have spent the longest stretch under the Su family's roof, and already a sense of belonging. Chuan chuckled softly at that. It's not that you've stayed here for long, he said. It's that every clan you served before has already been wiped out, hasn't it? Patriarch, you know about that already. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, so I never intended to conceal it. You are at least honest, Chuan said. Do you know the reason for all this? Perhaps I'm just unlucky, the young man replied. It can't possibly be because of me that those clans were destroyed. After all, I've been in the Su clan all this time, and everything has been fine. The corner of Chuan's mouth twitched. Blaming everything on you wouldn't be appropriate, he said, but I'm afraid you can't completely wash your hands of it either. Mei Yun's face was full of confusion. What cultivation art do you practice? A technique called Xianjin Chanqing Gong, Mei Yun replied. I obtained it by chance years ago. It allows one to cultivate up to the golden core stage. Would you be willing to copy the technique for me to examine? I can reward you with contribution points according to its grade. I am willing, the young man answered. With a flick of his sleeve, Chuan sent a blank jade slip flying to Mei Yun. Mei Yun pressed it to his brow and used his spiritual sense to imprint the technique. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a complete golden core stage cultivation art had been copied into the slip. Chuan took the jade slip back and probed it with his spiritual sense. An ordinary would attribute technique, he murmured. It is reasonably exquisite, but our Su clan has no shortage of arts far more profound. It seems we can rule out your cultivation art as the cause. This technique should only be a partial copy. It can only be cultivated to early golden core. I will grant you 100 contribution points for it. Is that acceptable? Many thanks, Patriarch. Let us move on to the main matter. Mei Yun said respectfully. Please give your orders, Patriarch. I, Mei Yun, will not hesitate even to tread blade mountains or cross oil cauldrons for you. The corner of Chuan's mouth twitched again. If I have not guessed wrongly, he said, you were likely born with a special constitution or fate. Something akin to a calamity star or bearer of misfortune. Patriarch, what do you mean by that? Such constitutions or fates can draw the fortune of others to themselves, Chuan explained. The stronger the surrounding fortune, the faster one's own cultivation progresses. In the earlier years, your cultivation progress should have been extremely slow, correct? It does seem that was indeed the case, Mei Yun admitted. Patriarch, you're not going to drive me out, are you? Calm yourself, Chuan said. The clans you served before could not sustain your talent for gathering fortune, so most of them ended up destroyed. My Su clan's fortune is robust and flourishing. That is why you feel so at ease here, and why your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. Then by staying in the Su clan, wouldn't I be harming the Su clan instead, eh? Could I truly be the reincarnation of a calamity star cursed with misfortune clinging to me? There is no need to worry, Chuan said. It is merely a special constitution or fate. You simply cannot control it yet. If you cultivate fortune-type arts, or when your realm reaches a certain height, you will be able to control it. For example, once you step into the golden core stage, you should be able to clearly sense what sets you apart and exert control over it. The golden core stage. I'm not even sure I'll ever reach it. To avoid diminishing the Su clan's fortune, I should probably leave the clan. Su Chuan waved his hand. It's fine. The Su clan's fortune is constantly growing stronger. We can withstand this degree of backlash. Otherwise, in the recent war between the two prefectures, our losses would already have been disastrous. Then what do you mean, Patriarch? Your constitution is truly unique, Su Chuan said. I am intrigued and wish to see just how far you can go in the future. After a brief pause, Su Chuan continued. Would you be willing to become my personal disciple? Become your disciple, Patriarch. Mei Yun was utterly astonished in his heart. Could it be that you're unwilling? No, it's just that I never dared give birth to such a wild thought, Mei Yun replied. If you become my disciple, Su Chuan said, your ties with the Su clan will become even closer. I imagine the fortune you can draw upon will thus be stronger, and your cultivation will advance all the faster. Besides that, I also wish for your bloodline to merge into my Su clan. In the future, our clan may very well produce more geniuses with a constitution like yours. You want me to marry into the Su clan like Elder Yi Fan did? Su Chuan laid all of his intentions bare before Mei Yun, leaving him stunned, yet he felt no aversion. You have neither father nor mother, Su Chuan said. From what I see, you are not fond of conflict, and have no desire to establish your own clan. In that case, you might as well join the Su clan. From then on, you will be one of us. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will never force you. I would naturally be overjoyed, but you wish to say that there is no suitable woman for you in my Su clan, is that it? You need not worry about that, Su Chuan said. The Su clan is blessed with many descendants. There is no shortage of women who would match you well. They simply are not in Tiansong Prefecture at the moment, so you may have to wait more than 10 years. As long as she wasn't unborn when we met, Mei Yun muttered. I really couldn't bring myself to marry someone I watched grow up. So you agree then? I am willing, Mei Yun said. Disciple Mei Yun pays respects to master. Mei Yun immediately knelt and kowtowed, performing the rites of taking a master. Under me there has only been Yi Fan as a disciple, Su Chuan said. From now on you will be the second. However, your identity is not to be publicized. Only the Su clan's core members may know of it. Seeing Mei Yun's concerns, Su Chuan added, I intend to send you to the Mo clan as an undercover agent. The Mo clan has ambitions to vie for the position of future Lord of Tiansong, and my Su clan harbors the same intention. You need not transmit information. You only have to become a guard of the Mo clan and stay there honestly. If you sense danger approaching, then follow your instincts and withdraw ahead of time. Do not worry, master. I am quite experienced in acting as an undercover, Mei Yun said. That night, Su Chuan informed Yi Fan and the others of his new disciple. Yi Fan was naturally delighted to gain another junior brother. Half a month later, Mei Yun was on the surface expelled from the Su clan for certain mistakes. Another half-month passed before he arrived at Yuzhou City. The Mo clan was frantically expanding. Their own core clansmen could not possibly multiply out of thin air, so they were all recruiting loose cultivators. Foundation establishment loose cultivators with any immortal skills were their top priority. As long as there were no major issues, they would accept them. Recruiting golden core cultivators, however, was far from easy. Important figures of the Mo clan had to personally seek them out and persuade them, yet most of the time, they returned empty-handed. For matters like this, coercion was pointless. Golden core cultivators held no low status, and were mostly still observing from the sidelines, waiting to see whether the old emperor would endure or a new one would rise. Mei Yun smoothly became a guard of the Mo clan and was assigned to patrol Yuzhou City. To prevent troublemakers, several patrol squads roamed Yuzhou City every day, rotating day and night, requiring a huge number of guards. Great Elder, a Foundation establishment cultivator named Mei Yun, has arrived recently. I found that he used to serve as a guard in the Su clan. He came from the Su clan. Mo Wenshang glanced over with interest. Normally he would not bother about a mere guard, but the Su clan was different. Mo Wentian's regard for the Su clan, along with Su Chuan's might and fame, made him immediately grow cautious. Is he a spy? It doesn't really seem so. He was expelled from the Su clan after committing an offense. Do you have any other concrete information? Not for now. He was very ordinary in the Su clan. There aren't many in Yunxi town who know him, so we have little useful information. After a pause, he added, Great Elder, although the Su clan's treatment is good, their rules are strict. Being expelled from the Su residence for mistakes is actually quite normal. We must not lower our guard. List him as a key observation target. Since we suspect him, why not simply expel him? Mo Wenshang gave him a glance. If he truly is a spy, our Mo clan can use him in reverse. Gain some information on the Su clan and even turn their plans against us into mistakes. The Great Elder is wise. Mo Wenshang stroked his beard, eyes full of self-satisfaction. He could never have imagined that Mei Yun himself was a weapon on the level of a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Mei Yun lived a very simple life within the Mo clan, patrolling when on duty and returning to his assigned courtyard to rest or cultivate when off duty. He occasionally chatted with colleagues, but never formed deep relationships. Soon the Mo clan's worries eased, though the surveillance on him never ceased. Half a year slipped by in a flash. Yuzhou City was the first to be fully constructed, and they even invited Song Fengyan to set up a third-tier upper-grade grand array. Next came the Lei clan's Baiyun City, where a third-tier lower-grade array was set. Tiansong City, divided into inner and outer city, involved by far the greatest amount of work and would likely require more than half a year to complete. As for Yunxi City, it covered a similarly large area bordering Yun Lake to the north, with the city wall only a few dozen zhang from the lakeshore and connecting with Tianling sect to the south. Its territory was vast, second only to Tiansong City. Seeing that the Su clan would complete construction in another month or two, Mo Wenshang activated his hidden agents and had them secretly smear a special liquid onto the eastern city wall of Yunxi City near the Tiansong mountain range. This liquid was almost undetectable to cultivators, yet it possessed an extremely strong allure for demonic beasts, driving them into a frenzy. However, within Yunxi City, the Su residents already housed several second-tier demonic beasts, and even Mo Yue, a third-tier peak flood dragon. Not long after Mo Wenshang's agents took action, Mo Yu sensed it and reported the matter to Su Chuan. Su Chuan calculated with his fingers, then smiled faintly. So it's the Mo clan's doing. They want to incite a small-scale beast tide, Mo Yu said, and take the chance before the grand array is set to destroy your Su clan's Yunxi City. It's more than that, Su Chuan replied. If the city falls into chaos and becomes unsuitable for living, the number of cultivators who choose to settle in Yunxi City in the future will decrease. For any city, cultivators are its very foundation. The more cultivators there are, the more prosperous it becomes, and the more talent it draws in turn. You humans are truly strange, Mo Yu commented. You love squeezing into crowded places. Su Chuan merely smiled faintly at that, and did not bother to refute him. What should we do next? Mo Yu asked. Since we know about it, we ought to make full use of it, Su Chuan said. After all, materials from demonic beasts are valuable for pills, artifacts, and arrays. Would you care to stretch your limbs as well? Su Chuan looked over at Mo Yu. Since you're inviting me so sincerely, Mo Yu said, eyes shining. This lord will accompany you for a trip. He looked as though he could hardly wait. Mo Yu slipped into Su Chuan's spirit beast pouch, and Su Chuan flew toward the east. It was deep into the night, and the bright moon bathed the land in silver. A few li east of Yunxi City's eastern gate, he set up the Cloud Heaven illusion formation, waiting for the demonic beasts to plunge into his net. Within the formation, Mo Yu's true body, a flood dragon more than 30 zhang long, swam through the clouds and mist, eager for battle. Over an hour later, the originally silent night was shattered by a low, distant humming from deep within the Tiansong mountain range. From faint to restless, the sound grew louder and louder, finally swelling into a roar that made the very earth tremble. On the eastern side of Yunxi City, countless bestial eyes, scarlet, ghastly green, deathly white, lit up in the darkness. Densely packed, they surged forth like a breached flood, mixed with dirt and shattered branches pouring out of the forest in a wild torrent. Jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, giant pythons, venomous insects, and even bizarre demonic beasts clad in cold, gleaming scales all gathered into a destructive black tide. Most of them were only first-tier demonic beasts with low intelligence. Yet at this moment, they had completely lost their minds, hot white breath snorting from their nostrils, drool streaming as they charged forward without regard for anything. Amidst them were many larger, more imposing second-tier beasts with denser demonic chi. Though they retained some intelligence, under the strange scent and the pressure of the beast tide, they too fell into a bloodthirsty madness. This terrifying beast tide charged with a single clear target, Yunxi City's eastern wall. If it struck, heat in the wall, no matter how sturdy, would collapse in an instant, and if the beasts poured into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the city was not yet fully completed, many residences inside were already built and inhabited. Yet, just as the forefront of the tide approached within a few li of the wall, an abrupt change occurred. The previously open ground ahead suddenly filled with thick, white mist, dense as milk, which spread in an instant, forming a massive ring-shaped wall of fog that swallowed the onrushing beasts whole. A majestic dragon's roar echoed from deep within the clouds, carrying the pressure of a third-tier peak demonic beast. Instantly, countless beasts flung themselves flat onto the ground. By now Mou was far stronger than when he had first recovered his third-tier peak cultivation. The power of demonic beasts lay in their bloodlines, and the Flood Dragon was a race that carried true dragon blood. Mou had first taken the dragon origin pill to refine his true dragon bloodline, then recently consumed a dragon blood fruit, further increasing the concentration of that blood. The stronger his true dragon bloodline, the more terrifying the power of his innate divine abilities, and the more formidable his body became. His enormous black shadow tens of Zhang Long loomed in and out of the mist. His massive tail covered in dark scales swept like a steel whip in an instant, breaking the bones of dozens of beasts at the forefront, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. With a swipe of his claws, he easily tore through the tough hides of second-tier beasts. With a single opening of his jaws, a frigid breath turned an entire region into a frozen hell. Beyond Mou's direct slaughter, the illusion formation itself was terrifying. Many beasts fell into illusions, mistaking their nearby companions for mortal enemies, and hurling themselves into a frenzied slaughter of one another. Claws and fangs flashed in the mist, blood and flesh constantly spraying, and shrill screams of agony rose and fell without end. In addition, countless pale spears condensed from pure cloud mist suddenly formed from all directions like a sudden downpour. With sharp whistling sounds, they shot precisely at the beasts trapped in the formation. These mist spears were incomparably sharp, easily piercing the bodies of first-tier beasts. Even second-tier beasts quickly fell under the continuous assault, ultimately nailed to the ground. That night, the land several li outside Yunshi City's eastern gate became a massive grinder of flesh and blood. Until dawn broke in the east, and the first light of morning appeared. Only then did the deafening roars of the beast tide finally die away. As for the special liquid on the city wall, Chuan had already washed it away several times with spells, completely erasing it. Chuan formed a hand seal and dispelled the cloud heaven illusion formation. Mou had already returned to the spirit beast pouch. In the sky above, countless cultivators flew over. Some were guards of the Su clan, others cultivators who had settled in the city, and even residents from Yunshi town. When they beheld the mountain-like heaps of demonic beast corpses, they were all stunned on the spot. Looking at the elegant young man standing in midair, one hand clasped behind his back, and his moon-white robe fluttering in the wind, their hearts were filled with reverence. With true Lord Korong here, Yunshi City would stand as firm as Mount Tai. Wu Zhuqi Huang Tianhu, take men and collect all usable materials from these demonic beast corpses. Blood, bones, scales, fangs, claws, hides, everything. Do not waste any of it, Chuan ordered. Even the soil soaked with beast blood can be purified of baleful qi and turned into spiritual earth for cultivating spirit herbs. Yes, Patriarch. Chuan had long since absorbed the qi of life and death. After giving his instructions, he did not linger and flew back toward the Su residence. What a great fortune. However, it is wealth that, if mishandled, could lead to disaster, and this beast tide has come quite suddenly. With Lord Korong in Yunshi City, who would dare cause trouble? This makes sense. They are merely delivering materials to the Lord. As the minor beast tide struck, Lord Korong swiftly slaughtered tens of thousands of beasts overnight, bringing unprecedented wealth to the Su family, and a series of news spread rapidly throughout Tiansong Prefecture. In less than half a day, Yuzhu City, Baiyun City, Tiansong City, and the forces behind them became aware of it. Mou was furious and vented his anger. Investigate. Find out for me. How could Chuan be guarding the East City Gate? Has someone leaked information? Just as he was enraged, a gentle breeze swept by, and Mo Wentian appeared silently, saying calmly, "You won't find anything." Chuan's thoughts are exceedingly meticulous. It's better to think about how to strengthen the foundational strength of Yuzhu City and my Mo family. We must cultivate the core descendants of my Mo family, selecting only the best, concentrating resources on the few with the highest potential. The younger generation can also showcase the strength of a faction. If my Mo family produces many geniuses and gains renown in Tiansong Prefecture, countless loose cultivator families would come to seek allegiance. Is it that easy to let the Su family successfully establish a city? What more do you want? Should we hire someone to assassinate him? Although Chuan is not yet comparable to the Golden Core Realm's Tianluo Demon Lord, he has gradually developed the aura of the strongest below the nascent soul. Unless we hire a nascent soul assassin from an assassin organization, there's no way to kill him. Do you know how much it costs to hire a nascent soul assassin? Even with my Mo family's current accumulation, it would take a significant portion. Mo Wen frowned at these words and looked towards Mo Wentian, asking, "Then what about you, big brother? Can't you make a move? You want me to boldly go to Yunshi City to kill Chuan? Are you crazy, or am I crazy?" Don't forget how the war between the two factions ended. Now the Su family has ties with both Tianzhu sect and Xianyu sect. If it's merely a power struggle in Tiansong Prefecture, they wouldn't intervene. However, if I use my power to bully the weak and openly kill Su Chuan, even if I succeed, my Mo family would face the risk of destruction due to their wrath. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't be angry. From now on, I will devote myself to developing Yuzhou City and nurturing the talents of my Mo family. Mo Wentian slightly nodded and vanished in a flash. In truth, he had considered this method. He was well aware of Su Chuan's threat, but could not take action. Besides, if he did take action, there would be no room for reconciliation between the two families. It would either be that his Mo family annihilated the Su family in the future, or that the Su family would grow strong enough to exterminate the Mo family. Such extremes were not the result he desired. Currently, the throne of the Lord of Tiansong seems most hopeful for the Mo family, with the Su family in a secondary position. But even if they fail, the Mo family should withdraw in time, allowing them to continue existing as a nascent soul family in Tiansong Prefecture. They could still maintain their status as the second largest power. As long as they have enough patience, there is still hope to become the Lord of Tiansong in the future. Why do I always have a feeling of impending crisis, as if it is coming from my Mo family, but from where? Mo Wentian felt flustered. Even his daily cultivation required more time than usual to focus and meditate. The 3 Golden Core members of the Su family are all prodigies of the divine ability Golden Core, brimming with luck. After Yunshi City is established, various clans flock to it, and the more prosperous it becomes, the more it enhances the Su family's fortune. Only then can there be room for Mei Yun, a being that others avoid. Additionally, the Su family possesses 3 third-tier demon beasts. Over at Dongxi, not only is the Su family developing rapidly, but several major demon beast families have also formed substantial scales, including the Tiger Clan, Eagle Clan, Spider Clan, and Silkworm Clan, all birthing numerous first-tier and second-tier demon beasts. The Tiger Clan excels in combat, the Eagle Clan is vigilant, while the silks of the Silkworm Clan and the threads of the Spider Clan are materials for magical robes, quite popular among cultivators. The little black snake remains solitary at the peak of the second tier. Its dragon bloodline has been entirely activated, showcasing extraordinary strength, and it is currently contemplating a breakthrough to the third tier. Su Mingshu has many second-tier peak demon beasts under her command, but aside from the already third-tier Su Bai and Su Ying, only Su He has the potential to break through to the third tier. The remaining bloodlines are still lacking. The second-tier peak is likely the limit. If any demon beast had the potential to enter the third tier, the entire southern region would have long been a domain of demon beasts. 2 months later, Yunshi City was finally completed. Master Qingya spent considerable effort to arrange a third-tier low-grade formation. Many loose cultivators and families came out of admiration for Su Chuan. These families are scattered across various small towns in Tiansong Prefecture or live in isolation due to the vastness and sparsity of the land. Su Chuan had long announced that within 3 years one could select a suitable site free of charge within the planned area of Yunshi City to build appropriate residences. Suitability meant the land area allocated would depend on the number of people. There would be a suitable range. It wouldn't be possible to allocate a large area for just a few households. If more land was needed, they would have to purchase it. Additionally, Yunshi City was also divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was the area of the original Yunshi town, reserved only for the Su clan members, Su family servants, guest elders, and Su family guardians above foundation establishment along with their families. The entire market district along with the original town's residents was relocated to the outer city. Yunshi City has a total of 4 city gates dividing into 4 main urban areas, east, southwest, and north, each having its own market district, residential area, dueling area, and cultivation area. The market district, dueling area, and cultivation area are relatively small, with the residential area being the main focus. The southern district is quite special as it houses the Tianling sect. The dueling area serves as a place for combat and sparring, and can also host gambling battles managed by the Su family. The cultivation area has a cultivation tower also managed by the Su family for a fee. The market district is the same. The dueling area and cultivation area are very close to each other and not far from the market district. In the future, a patrolling army of cultivators will be established to maintain public order in the outer city. Once the city is established, managing it requires a large workforce. The Su family began recruitment involving personnel from within the Su family or the city lord's office with strict selection criteria. However, the outer city patrol army is relatively loose. Currently, anyone above the late Qi refinement stage can register to participate. After all, the number is limited. Each urban area only recruits 200 people, one from late foundation establishment, 10 from mid-foundation establishment, 20 from early foundation establishment, and the rest must be in the chi refinement stage. Those who join the patrol army will be allocated residences, all located in the outer city, fixed in certain areas of that urban district. Additionally, there will be standard patrol army uniforms and corresponding magical tools. Of course, the ownership of these magical tools belongs to the Su family. If they leave their positions, they must return them, and if lost, they must be compensated. Naturally, if they are damaged in battle, they can apply for replacements. Within a few days, the 800-strong Outer City Defense Army was fully recruited and began their usual patrols. The market districts in the 4 urban areas are named Dongxifang, Nanxifang, Xixifang, and Beixifang. Over time, the number of shops gradually increased, and the area became lively. Before long, Chun Tianfang, the head of the Chun family, arrived at the city lord's office in Yunqi City. The current city lord is Yi Fan. Routine matters are generally handled by families like the Wu family and Huang family, with only important individuals needing to be received by the city lord. The head of the Chun family is visiting. Then bring him to the city lord's hall, who I will go over shortly. Yes, my lord. The Su family is now almost isolated from the world. Apart from a few who can visit the Su residence, others must go to the city lord's office. In the city lord's hall, Yi Fan sat in the main seat. Although he is young, his combat strength is considered invincible among Foundation Establishment cultivators, having slaughtered countless Foundation Establishment demon cultivators during the war between the two factions. He exuded an imposing aura that was not to be underestimated. Moments later, Chun Tianfang, dressed in brocade robes and with a refined appearance, was ushered in by the guards. The head of the Chun family graces us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please take a seat. Yi Fan stood up politely, cupping his hands in greeting. Chun Tianfang hurriedly returned the gesture, his attitude quite respectful. City Lord Yi is too kind. It is I, Chun, who intruded uninvited. He complied and took a seat at the lower end, and a maidservant served spiritual tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Tianfang set down his teacup, his expression turning serious as he stated his intention. City Lord Yi, I have come on behalf of my Chun family, earnestly requesting to settle in this new Yushi city. We seek a stable place to reside. I hope the city lord can grant this request. Joining Yunqi, Yi Fan sounded slightly puzzled. The Chun family is affiliated with the 3 sects. Now that they have merged into Tiansong sect, shouldn't your Chun family relocate closer to Tiansong sect or Tiansong city? Many families from the 3 sects have indeed made such a choice, but my Chun family's ancestor has decided to move us to Yunqi city. Having experienced the war between the 2 factions, Tiansong Prefecture appears somewhat dilapidated, and Tiansong sect has suffered unprecedented damage. Some places within the sect have yet to be fully repaired. The Daozong building and medicinal garden are both half destroyed, leaving the hearts of the people in turmoil. Although the ancestor has become an elder of Tiansong sect, he feels little sense of security. If it weren't for the fact that the Greed Wolf sect captured the Tian Luo demon lord due to the actions of the elder of Xian, who was severely wounding the leader of the Greed Wolf sect, they wouldn't have easily withdrawn. If another day or 2 passes, the 3 sects might face calamity. My Chen family also faces the risk of annihilation. After careful consideration, the ancestor ultimately made this decision. I implore City Lord Yi to grant it. Chen Tianfang stood up and respectfully bowed. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan pondered for a moment before a warm smile appeared on his face. Head of the Chen family, your honesty is greatly appreciated. Moreover, as Yunqi City is newly established, we need the cooperation of friends from all sides to seek mutual development. The Chun family's willingness to come here is a fortunate event for Yunqi City. Seeing Yi Fan respond so readily, Chen Tianfang felt assured. However, a hint of concern soon appeared on his face as he pondered. Thank you, City Lord, but I fear that our Chun family's presence may bring unnecessary trouble to Yunqi City. His words were tactful, but the meaning was clear. He worried that Tiansong sect might vent their anger on Yunqi City. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan laughed heartily, his tone filled with immense confidence. Head of the Chen family, you worry too much. Yunqi City dares to establish itself here at this time, and we have our own basis for doing so. If any trouble dares to come, my master would handle it personally. Once the Chun family enters the city, they will be under its protection. You can rest assured about this. Su Chuan, although several years later than his grandfather in reaching the Golden Core, is already renowned in both Tiansong and Greed Wolf as Lord Kurong. He is also known as the strongest below the nascent soul. His background is formidable, connected to both Tianzhu sect and Xianyu sect. Even if the nascent soul elder of Tian Song sect has recovered from his injuries, he would not dare to easily trouble Yunqi City. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the heavy stone in Chen Tianfang's heart finally fell to the ground. With your assurance, City Lord Yi, I have no further worries. Chen Tianfang's face broke into a genuine smile. Yi Fan nodded, then waved his hand, revealing the geographical map of Yunqi City in the air. Head of the Chen family, please take a look. Yunqi City is currently planned with 4 major urban areas: southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, each with its own characteristics. The red areas indicate those already occupied, while the green areas are available for settlement. Your Chen family can choose a suitable piece of land. Chen Tianfang examined the map closely. The northern side faces a lake, while the southern side has Tianling sect, which will inevitably flourish in the forging industry in the future. However, the Chuan family lacks skilled forgers. As for the east, it is close to Tiansong mountain range. Many loose cultivators enter the mountain to hunt demon beasts and search for spiritual herbs, all passing through the east city gate. Perhaps we could do some business here. Thinking this, Chen Tianfang pointed to the eastern urban area and said, City Lord Yi, my Chuan family wishes to select this area in the eastern city. Is that acceptable? Of course it is. Yi Fan readily agreed. As for the specific land deed taxes and other details, I will have the City Lord's office in charge of this matter discuss it with you later. Thank you, City Lord Yi. Chen Tianfang stood and bowed earnestly. The two then chatted amicably for a while about some specific matters regarding the Chuan family's relocation and the future planning of Yunqi City. After more than half an hour, Chen Tianfang left satisfied and at ease. Upon returning to the family, he immediately gathered the clansmen to initiate the plan concerning the family's relocation. The ancestor once said that Tiansong Prefecture will inevitably go through a period of open and covert struggles. Tiansong sect is in decline, the Mo family is on the rise, the Su family is a hidden dragon lurking in the abyss, while the Lei family is the least noticeable. Among the 4 major powers, Tiansong sect may still be the lord of Tiansong, but with the recent addition of a newly ascended nascent soul, the Mo family may also rise above. On the surface, others believe these 2 forces are the most likely. However, Chinchanga believes that the final victor will undoubtedly be the Su family. Ancestor, I hope you can bet correctly this time. A few days later, a large number of Chuan family disciples entered the eastern city, establishing residences at the agreed location. The number of Chuan family disciples was considerable, thus the area they occupied was also not small. Of course, it still could not compare with their original clan land. Many members of the Chuan family complained about this. However, Chen Tianfang did not indulge them, stating bluntly that if they were unwilling to stay here, they could leave and fend for themselves. Tiansong sect was aware and had indeed sent an elder to discuss this matter. Yet they returned empty-handed. The next time, in addition to the original elder, there was another person, Tiansong sect's Bingan Jinjuan. He was also renowned during the war between the 2 factions and is currently the strongest force below the nascent soul in Tiansong sect. Outside the east city gate of Yunqi City, the 2 stood in midair with Bingan Jinjuan previously attacking the city's defensive formation, causing quite a stir. Of course, he did this to demonstrate power and lure Su Chuan out. The news reached the city lord's office, and upon learning of it, Yi Fan notified Su Chuan. At that moment, Su Chuan was refining the 9-pattern magical treasure, the Yuan magnetic shield. The 9-pattern magical treasure is the limit of magical treasures with an enormous refining difficulty. Even a nascent soul would require several months, and Su Chuan's magical power and spiritual sense are insufficient, so he could only take his time. It would take about another 1 to 2 years to succeed. By then it would be the time to invoke the transformation lightning tribulation. Damn it, he's just looking for trouble, wasting my chance to break through to the 4th tier. I can't wait to rush out and tear that bastard Bingan apart. Calm down, and after all, the Yuan magnetic shield won't be refined so quickly. Su Chuan saw Mou's temper rising and spoke with a light smile. Fu said, moreover, the Ice Dry True Lord is not easy to deal with. Excluding the previous Tian Luo among the 2 factions, he should be considered the foremost in the Golden Core stage. And you? Su Chuan smiled lightly. Without using treasures, relying solely on spells in a duel, I might still fall slightly short of him. However, he cannot defeat me either. Of course, once the withering fruit matures, and I refine the withering pill to purify my mana and expand my dantian, he will no longer be my equal. Su Chuan looked at Mou and continued, stay here and be honest. I will go out and take a look. Mou waved his hand and then lay down to rest. Su Chuan understood that the Ice Dry True Lord had come this time to challenge him directly, using the Chun family's matter to probe his true combat strength. Although the Chuan family joining Yunshi City might embarrass the Tiansong sect, the ancestors of the Chen family and several disciples still belong to the Tiansong sect and do not count as betraying it. Chuan soared into the air, transforming into a beam of escape light and flying toward the eastern city gate. Soon he broke through the great formation, his figure revealing itself as he stood in midair, facing the ice-dry true lord from afar. As for the other Tiansong sect elder in the early golden core stage, he was completely ignored. Ice-dry friend, it's a pleasure to have you here. What advice do you have? Chuan's voice was calm, revealing no hint of joy or anger. The ice-dry true lord snorted coldly, his voice like the clash of cold iron. I do not dare to advise. I merely wish to ask why you Yunshi City have unilaterally accepted my Tiansong sect's affiliated family. Chen Chang'e is an elder of the Tiansong sect, but it is not surprising that his clan is an affiliated force of the Tiansong sect, right? Must it be that anyone who joins your Tiansong sect packages their entire clan as a vassal? If so, then your Tiansong sect indeed has a big appetite. Another elder pointed at Chuan and said, Withering true lord, do not speak carelessly. The Chuan family previously depended on the Qingmu sect, and the Qingmu sect is affiliated with our Tiansong sect, so naturally the Chuan family is as well. And today, what Qingmu sect does the Tiansong house have? The Chuan family should be free to come and go, especially since Chen Chang'e is still an elder of the Tiansong sect. If he were to leave the Tiansong sect now and become a guest elder of my Su family, it would be expected for the Tiansong sect to seek trouble. For now, it is merely his clan relocating to my Yunshi City. There are many families in my Yunshi City, but those truly affiliated with my Su family are few and far between. How can this be considered betrayal? I have heard that the withering true lord is sharp-tongued, and today I finally see it. Indeed, it is not undeserved. The ice-dry true lord's gaze slightly condensed. This matter has reason on both sides. How about we spar to settle it? The top 3 golden core powerhouses of the Tiansong house are going to battle. This should be a good show to watch. Among the onlookers, someone smirked, clearly interested. Some said Chuan could win. Others said that the ice-dry true lord backed by the Tiansong sect still had the advantage due to the sect's deep roots. Since you wish to spar, I am happy to oblige. There is no need to seek excuses. Chuan smiled faintly. The two had once sparred with divine powers where the ice-dry true lord had the upper hand over Chuan. Chuan was renowned as the foremost below the nascent soul among the two factions, which naturally left the ice-dry true lord feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Good. Refreshing. The ice-dry true lord's eyes flashed coldly as he no longer said more, mobilizing his mana, explosively pointing a finger. Dry blue ice flame go. In an instant, an extreme chill that seemed capable of freezing souls spread out as a stream of icy blue flame shot forth from his fingertips. Over the years, the ice-dry true lord had gained stronger control over the dry blue ice flame. He no longer confined it to a lotus shape. With a lift of his hand, he could unleash the essence of cold flames. If Chuan were to use his perfected divine power life and death seal, he could block the ice-dry true lord's divine power, but he did not want to expose it so easily. It was indeed frightening that a cultivator in the early golden core stage could comprehend a divine power to perfection. Even among the top sex prodigies, few in the early golden core stage could reach great mastery of divine powers, and achieving perfection was typically only possible in the late golden core stage. Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he waved his sleeve, and the azure dragon treasure umbrella spun out, emitting a brilliant blue-golden light, protecting his entire body. Boom! The dry blue ice flame violently collided with the light screen, producing a muffled roar. The extreme cold power frantically eroded, and the surface of the light screen began to visibly crystallize into a thick layer of icy blue ice, dimming the spiritual light slightly. The cold flame divine power was indeed tyrannical. Under the umbrella, Chuan's figure trembled slightly, but he suffered no injury. Seeing this, the ice-dry true lord flipped his palm, revealing a translucent flying sword seemingly carved from ice. It was indeed his top-grade treasure, the Xian Ice Slashing Sword. With a tremor of the sword body, a condensed long ice-blue sword, chi spanning 20 to 30 zhang, tore through the air and fiercely slashed towards Chuan. At the same time, a sharply angular mirror-smooth ice prism hovered above his head. Judging by the power of the treasure, it appeared to be a mid-grade defensive treasure. Chuan's gaze slightly tightened. He did not choose to meet that sword chi hidden, but instead swiftly dodged the sword chi's edge with his escape technique. Simultaneously, 24 flying swords darted out once more. However, they did not coalesce into the azure dragon, but transformed into streaks of flowing light, as if they had a life of their own, skillfully weaving, either thrusting, slicing, or blocking, continuously weakening and disrupting the power of the ice blue sword chi. In an instant the air was filled with sword energy, and the sounds of metal clashing rang incessantly. The ice dry true lord's offensive surged like a tide. One hand wielded the dry blue ice flame to freeze the void, while the other hand wielded the Xian ice sword chi, fierce and unmatched, complemented by the defense of the ice prism, truly embodying both offense and defense. Chuan, relying on the defense of the azure dragon treasure umbrella and the exquisite control of the 24 flying swords, along with his own agile movement techniques, maneuvered amidst the torrential ice and sword chi. Though it seemed he was at a disadvantage defending more than attacking, he never showed signs of defeat. The treasure flying swords could be divided or combined, flexible and ever-changing. No matter how the ice-dry true lord attacked, Chuan remained unscathed. Withering true lord, I have heard your sword formation is unmatched. Why not demonstrate it, so this true lord can witness it? Chuan smiled faintly. Since ice-dry true lord has said so, I shall fulfill your wish. Before his words fell, he suddenly changed his hand seal, and the 24 flying swords in the air emitted a clear and resonant sound, instantly abandoning the entanglement and gathering rapidly as if summoned. The sword chi interwove and tangle amidst the flashing spiritual light. A massive sword chi azure dragon covered in scales and with eyes like lightning had already taken shape. With its body twisting, it exuded a sharp sword intent capable of tearing the heavens, letting out a silent roar toward the ice-dry true lord. The ice-dry true lord felt the terrifying pressure of the sword dragon, and his expression changed. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He fully mobilized the golden core mana within him. The icy blue dry blue ice flame no longer dispersed its attacks, but instead coiled and surged into the Xian ice slashing sword in his hand. Cold Soul Strike Ice Extreme Slash. With the full support of the dry blue ice flame, the Xian ice slashing sword emitted a hum that seemed capable of freezing space, its sword body glowing brilliantly blue. A terrifying ice blue cold light condensed to the extreme and extending over 50 zhongs surged like a cascading glacier from the 9 heavens, fiercely meeting the attacking sword dragon. Boom! The sword dragon and the ice extreme cold light collided violently in the air. Blinding light and chaotic energy waves swept in all directions. The shockwave rippled outward like a tangible force, crashing heavily against the protective formation of Yunchi City, causing the entire formation's light screen to shake violently, resonating endlessly. After a brief stalemate, ultimately the sword dragon was superior, tearing through the cold light, and the residual sword energy left cracks in the defensive light screen of the ice prism. Its brilliance dimmed significantly in an instant, and the ice-dry true lord was also forced back. The sword dragon circled around before transforming back into 24 flying swords hovering behind Chuan, their tips pointing and humming endlessly. The ice-dry true lord took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood chi, and looked deeply at Chuan. A complex expression flashed in his eyes as he clasped his hands and said, "Indeed, the power of your azure dragon treasure umbrella is as renowned. This true lord has lost. This matter ends here. We shall take our leave." After saying this, he did not linger and transformed into a beam of ice blue light, flying toward the Tian Song mountain range. Another elder of the Tian Song sect followed closely behind. Chuan said little and flew back into the inner city of Yunchi. Meanwhile, the remaining onlookers were in endless discussion. I was right. The withering true lord is indeed stronger. He merely relied on the advantage of his treasure. Then what about the ice-dry true lord relying on his realm to bully others? Indeed, after all, the ice-dry true lord is 3 minor realms higher than the withering true lord. The quality and strength of his mana cannot be compared to that of the withering true lord. I wonder what kind of demeanor the withering true lord will have when he reaches the perfection of the golden core. Will he be able to fight against a nascent soul like the rumored Tian Luo demon lord? Soon news spread far and wide that the ice-dry true lord had challenged Chuan and had been defeated. The Tian Song sect, Mo family, Lei family, and others fell silent upon hearing this. This was an almost unsolvable dilemma. To crush the Su family, they could only look for weaknesses in other members or matters of the Su family. For instance, having too few core clan members meant that to truly grow and become an unshakable powerful force, they would need another 100 or 200 years of development. Not long after Lei family member Lei Wuji had mastered his divine powers, and was titled the Thunder Extreme True Lord. His thunder-based divine powers were exceedingly tyrannical, and even golden core perfected cultivators were no match for him. The Mo family had a foundation establishment genius who in the mid-foundation establishment stage could contend evenly with those at the perfected stage. There were also members of the Tiansong sect who had advanced to the golden core, demonstrating their enduring strength. As for the Su family, after the last battle they had become low-key, but mainly because the Su family had two. The development of Yunshi City was orderly, but it was not considered rapid compared to the four cities. The fastest to develop was naturally Yuzhou City, followed by Tiansong City, then Yunshi City, while Baiyun City developed the slowest. After all, although the Lei family had gained a powerful true lord with mastered divine powers, they remained the least favored among the factions. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since the end of the battle between the two factions. Chuan diligently polished the withering tree with the perfected essence of withering, and the heavenly Tao rewards diligence. The withering fruit finally matured. A strange fragrance wafted around. Mou emerged with his head from the pool, his light golden vertical pupils fixed on the withering tree, buzzing. Chuan, I give you an opportunity, let me help you taste whether this fruit is ripe. Sure, as long as you are not afraid of regressing in cultivation or aging instantly, feel free to eat one and taste it, Chuan replied. What is that? Mou was startled, his mouth almost dripping with dragon saliva retracting. This fruit is so fragrant it actually has poison. It's not poison, it's the inherent effect of the withering fruit, Chuan explained calmly. Because the power of withering can purify mana but also pollute it, can make one younger or cause one's spirit to decay. Such a sinister thing, and you still want to use it for alchemy. Precisely because of its uncertainty, alchemists must maximize the desired effects, Chuan replied. Of course, a single withering fruit is not enough. Corresponding auxiliary materials are needed to trigger specific medicinal properties. This is indeed troublesome. Mou was suddenly disinterested, his dragon head slowly sinking. Seeing this, Chuan shook his head and chuckled, then turned his gaze back to the withering fruit, murmuring softly, I have finally waited for your maturity. Chuan had already prepared 3 sets of other materials for the withering pill. As an ancient miraculous pill, its auxiliary materials were also quite rare, all high-grade spiritual herbs. The next day, Chuan entered seclusion to refine pills. Meanwhile, in Yuehu County at Dongxi, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, and over a dozen perfected foundation establishment cultivators headed to the Wan Snake Valley, working together to extract the second stage spiritual vein from this place, bringing it back to Dongxi. This was because Su Mingwei was about to break through to the Golden Core. He had self-created an archery divine power 9 stars in a row, which had already met the conditions for the Golden Core breakthrough, but lacked spiritual energy. Due to the low-tier star battle array, after decades of accumulation, the spiritual energy in Dongxi was comparable to that of a low-grade first-stage spiritual vein, but it was slightly insufficient for the Golden Core breakthrough. Thus, they had set their sights on the second-stage spiritual vein in Wan Snake Valley. After returning to Dongxi and setting up the spiritual vein, it wasn't long before Su Mingwei entered closed-door cultivation. In Dongxi, there were also several pure spirit pills which could refine the body, although they did not speed up the crystallization of mana like the heavenly spirit pill. However, Su Mingwei had an exceptionally deep foundation, it would just take him a bit longer. Chuan let out a long howl, jolting Mou from the pond. Initially annoyed by the disturbance to his sleep, Mou was about to curse Chuan when he sensed a shift in Chuan's aura. How come your aura has grown so much that it even puts some pressure on me? Chuan replied calmly. Once I fully accumulate my expanded Danshan's power, I will be considered a half Golden Core level cultivator, right? Half a Golden Core. Is there such a distinction? With a high-quality Ku Rong Dan, my power will be comparable to that of a Golden Core completion stage, and its intensity will also approach that level. Then wouldn't that be like reaching the heavens in one step? Mou's eyes shimmered with excitement, circling around Chuan and constantly assessing him. Chuan, I want to discuss something with you. No way. Damn, Chuan, I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already being rude to me. The Ku Rong Dan can only be taken by human cultivators, just like some pills that are only useful to demonic beasts or those with beast bloodlines. Never mind, I actually don't care for this thing. Even a small one wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Mou continued. By the way, how is the Yuan magnetic shield coming along? Because I've been occupied with practicing divine abilities, spells, and secret arts, it has been delayed. However, it should be completely refined within a year at most. Chuan had many classes each day. The cultivation of the origin life and death seal, the divine ability of the Jia Mu Xianling battle armor, the training of the Yi Mu Qing Guang escape technique, the practice of the Thousand Gods technique, and the secret arts of spiritual sense, as well as the training of the Xian Tian refining spirit technique and the Little Star divination technique, along with the 5 elements creation palm. Once the origin life and death seal is completed, it will be the most suitable treasure for Su Chuan, with power comparable to a high-quality treasure, not needing to wait for Su Deling to refine it. Currently, the battle armor divine ability has reached great success, while the escape technique still requires some fine-tuning. The Thousand Gods technique is already at the entry level, capable of instantly dividing into 32 strands of divine sense for extremely precise operations. Moreover, Su Chuan's power is no longer a weakness. Su Chuan can unleash the full potential of the Canglong treasure umbrella. Even the initial attacks from someone like Mo and Tian can be resisted for a while. The Little Star divination technique is not far from perfection. The Xian Tian refining spirit technique is likewise. As for the 5 elements creation palm, its true meaning has been comprehended to about 30%, with a long way to go. That night he invited a few of his sons to join the Su clan's cave heaven. Su Mingwei did not respond, but later Su Mingyuan informed him that he had already entered seclusion to break through to the golden core stage. Su Chuan was overjoyed. Su Mingxian also happily said, "As expected of my elder brother, but I will be there soon too." "Oh, how long until then?" "About half a year," Su Mingxian replied uncertainly. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. "In the next year or two, my Su family will have 3 golden core cultivators consecutively." "Who else?" Su Mingxian asked curiously. "Yi Fan, if he chooses the true Yang path to form his golden core, he is likely to break through within a month or two, but he has opted for the battle intent technique instead." "What's special about the battle intent technique?" Su Mingyuan asked. Battle intent itself is unique as it significantly enhances one's strength, akin to using blood explosion techniques or burning essence blood longevity secret arts without any side effects. However, this path is also difficult. If Yi Fan can condense the seed of the technique with battle intent, he will surely comprehend it to perfection in the future. Otherwise, subsequent minor successes, major successes, and perfection will be slow to understand. It would even be challenging to comprehend it fully during the golden core stage. Father, once elder brother forms his golden core, the resulting phenomenon will be hard to hide. The golden core ceremony must be held, but if you do not attend, many may speculate that you have perished. No worries, there's nothing wrong with being high profile. Su Chuan smiled faintly. With the divine ability of forming a golden core combined with the golden core secret arts, he can quickly pass through the weak phase, and the quality of his power will directly be comparable to the mid-golden core stage. With Ming Wei's combat power, he is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with mid-golden core cultivators. As long as he possesses absolute strength, others will not be able to stir up any trouble. Su Mingshu also affirmed. Su He entered the 3rd stage in the Qinghai Forest 6 months ago, taking Missouri Yu's place as the guardian of the Jinghu area. With such strength, along with the soul flag and blood corpse trump cards left by father, he need not fear even the combined forces of Da Wei, De Liang, and De Jing. Su Bai and Su He should not make appearances lightly. Let them guard the Qinghai Forest for now. In the future, they may enter the 100,000 Great Mountains to gather more intelligence. With the calamity approaching, the Chao Lu and Sima families will not allow us to suffer severe losses. Moreover, we also have the Lei and Zhao families as allies. Father makes a valid point. At Xian Yu sect on Xian Yu Peak, this peak is the spiritual mountain where the ancestor Zhang Fan cultivated in seclusion. Halfway up the mountain, there is a cave dwelling, which is Su Ming Xian's residence. Xian Yu Peak possesses the only 2 high-quality spirit veins in the entire Xian Yu sect. The other one is on the sect master peak Wang Yu Peak. The sect master of Xian Yu Zhang Dao Ran and the Tianshan master both cultivate in seclusion on this peak, and their disciples also reside in the peak. However, it is the first time a disciple has opened a cave dwelling on Xian Yu Peak. Even among his descendants, no one had ever shared a peak with him. This shows Zhang Fan's care for Su Mingxian. During Su Mingxian's 3 years in Xian Yu sect, he read vast amounts of array classics and studied formations, often consulting Zhang Fan when he encountered difficulties. In just a year and a half, his understanding of formations has reached the 3rd stage of high quality. There are no less than 8 3rd-stage high-quality formation masters within the Xian Yu sect, but among those at the foundation establishment stage, he is the only one with 3rd-stage high-quality formation mastery. The Yun-Tian illusion formation has also been advanced to the middle third stage, adding a restriction to block messages. The battle formations have been advanced to the second stage high quality, and if the true meaning of the formation path is integrated, it can rival top-tier second stage formations. All types of battle formations have been rapidly condensed, and Su Mingxian's path of battle formations can be said to be taking shape. Besides these, he has comprehended the teleportation formations the most. Both the middle third stage and third stage high-quality teleportation formations have been understood, with the third stage high-quality capable of teleporting 6.0 to 7 miles, barely allowing for inter-prefecture teleportation. Elder brother is breaking through to the golden core. I must accelerate my own pace as well. In the cave dwelling, Su Mingxian withdrew his divine sense and continued to comprehend the true meaning of formations. However, after half a month he had made no progress, which made him feel anxious. After thinking for a moment, Su Mingxian went to the great hall at the mountain peak. Su Mingxian clasped his hands in salute and said, "Master." "What is it?" Zhang Fan opened his eyes and said calmly, "Disciple has been comprehending the true meaning of formations, feeling that I am just a step away from entry, yet there has been no progress for half a month." "You are a bit anxious," Zhang Fan said, stroking his beard. "Comprehending the true meaning of divine abilities requires insight, and the concept of comprehension is quite profound. Some at the foundation establishment stage who comprehend until the end of their lifespan may not necessarily enter, thus forming divine abilities and golden cores. For most at the golden core stage, it can take hundreds of years to comprehend a divine ability to great success. This matter cannot be rushed. Let things take their natural course, and you will naturally enter. Moreover, if your heart is filled with distractions and your thoughts are not clear, forcing it at this time will be futile." "Distractions? Thoughts unclear?" Su Mingxian asked, confused. "What should I do, master?" "Ask your heart, think about what path you wish to take." Seeing that Zhang Fan did not wish to elaborate further, Su Mingxian once again clasped his hands and took his leave. With such talent and understanding, why is he so worried? Zhang Fan stroked his beard and pondered. Is he worried about the Su family situation, or about the clan members trapped in confinement? Zhang Fan sighed lightly and then closed his eyes again. That night, Su Chuan once again pulled him into the Su clan's cave heaven to briefly inquire about the situation. Su Mingxian shared his circumstances with him. Distractions and unclear thoughts. Is that what the ancestor of Xin Yu told you? Yes, father. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, then just throw everything aside and go into battle. Go into battle? What do you mean by that? What was your original intention in creating battle formations? I do not want to merely be a supporting figure behind the family. I wish to stand in front of the family, shielding them from the storm and slaying external enemies like elder brother. Su Mingxian immediately awakened. Battle formations are perfected in combat. Merely closing oneself off to comprehend will ultimately not lead to perfection. Thank you, father, I understand now. Su Mingxian hurriedly logged off and went to find Zhang Fan again, saying, Master, I wish to challenge all sect members, even the entire Xian Yu Mansion's foundation establishment stage. No matter if it's 3, 5, or even 10 people, I am willing to take it on. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with 2 beams of intense light, showing surprise. In just a day, he gained such insights. This understanding is truly remarkable. I underestimated you. It seems you have realized your own path. The path of formations is mostly auxiliary, but you have realized that the battle formations you created are paths of offense. Offense and battle are your true heart, your Dao heart. Formation masters are often studious and scholarly, but Su Mingxian has always favored conflict. It is only because Su Chuan bestowed such talent upon him that he embarked on the path of a formation master. 3 days later in Xian Yu City, I will have your senior brother set up a 7-day arena to allow countless foundation establishment geniuses to assist you in proving your Dao. Thank you, master. Mingxian, run forward with all your might, showcasing your brilliant talent. No matter what, I will protect you. This is also one of the reasons your father wanted you to join my sect. The next day, Zhang Daoran was summoned to the Great Hall of Xian Yu Peak. Upon hearing this, his pupils suddenly constricted. A 7-day arena challenging all foundation establishment members of the Xian Yu Mansion, regardless of whether they are new or old, and it doesn't matter if it's 1, 3, 5, or even 9 people who can go on stage. Wait a moment, your junior brother has quite the ambition. Shouldn't it be unknown? Multiple opponents seem a bit excessive. Just because you cannot do it doesn't mean your junior brother cannot. His talent is indeed somewhat frightening. Even I feel it is impressive, Zhang Fan said. Just go ahead, losing is not fearsome. If he becomes disheartened due to defeat, it would mean his future achievements are limited. True strong ones only become stronger through battle. This is his path to proving his Dao. Understood, I will release the news now. Since Zhang Fan had said thus, Zhang Dao Ran could only nod in agreement. Although he was not very optimistic in his heart, he was also curious about what Su Mingxian could achieve. After all, among the entire Xianyu mansion, there are only a few young talents who have comprehended 70 to 80% of the true meaning of divine abilities, while the older generation has more than dozens. There are even quite a few who are just one step away from forming their golden core. Once this news was released, it was like a giant stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples within the Xianyu sect. Within the Xianyu sect, whether among outer disciples, inner disciples, or core disciples, everyone was in an uproar upon hearing the news. Have you heard? That new junior uncle is going to set up an arena in Xianyu City for 7 days, challenging the entire Foundation establishment. Which junior uncle? The one the ancestor personally brought back to the sect, exceptionally accepting as a direct disciple, named Su Mingxian. It's him, challenging all the Foundation establishment members and allowing multiple participants on stage. Is he crazy? An inner disciple looked incredulous. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Some elite disciples showed displeasure. How many Foundation establishment cultivators does our Xianyu mansion have hiding dragons and crouching tigers? Among the elder generation, there are many who have comprehended the true meaning of divine abilities to 70 or 80%. As an outsider, no matter how gifted, how strong can he be? Su Mingxian ranked among the top talents in the last talent competition, so his combat power should be quite strong. Moreover, being accepted as a disciple by the ancestor means he has extraordinary qualities. Some more rational disciples maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Extraordinary qualities. I see it as overestimating oneself. Just wait and see. 3 days later, let's see how he ends. Many young and spirited disciples were eager to go and witness the event. News spread swiftly, flying through the entire Xianyu mansion. The other two major Golden Core forces, Yuan Miao sect and the Sun family, heard the news, and countless disciples all deemed it arrogant planning to head to Xianyu City to teach Su Mingxian a lesson. In Xianyu City, various discussions erupted loudly. Su Mingxian, I remember, he was a top talent in the last talent competition, ranking among the top-tier geniuses, right? Yes, he is a genius, but only among the younger generation. Now he boldly claims to challenge the entire Foundation establishment of Xianyu Mansion. He truly doesn't know how to write the character for foolishness. Among the elder generation, there are undoubtedly many with overwhelming combat power. He is truly a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger. The waters of Xianyu Mansion's Foundation establishment are much deeper than those of Tianzong Mansion. Now there will be a good show to watch. Those strong ones from the elder generation probably won't miss this chance to make a name for themselves. One person against multiple same-level opponents. He will probably suffer a crushing defeat on the first day. Amid the discussions, there were doubts and mockery, curiosity and anticipation, as well as indifference. But without a doubt, all eyes within the Xianyu Mansion were focused on Xianyu City. Countless cultivators surged in from all directions, eager to witness whether this arrogant figure is merely a flash in the pan or a prodigy emerging. Xianyu City was overcrowded, with the prices of all inns and cave dwellings skyrocketing, yet still hard to find accommodation. The major gambling houses in the city quickly moved in response, opening odds. If Su Mingxian successfully defends the arena on the first day, 2 to 1. If Su Mingxian wins 3 consecutive days, 3 to 1. If Su Mingxian loses in the first battle, 5 to 1. If Su Mingxian wins all 7 days, 20 to 1. These odds drew countless bets, pushing the upcoming arena battle to even greater heights of excitement. 3 days later, at the central square of Xianyu City, the noise of the crowd was deafening as a densely packed throng filled this vast square, which had previously hosted the preliminary rounds of the talent competition. Cultivators from all factions of the Xianyu Mansion, whether disciples from the 3 major Golden Core forces or children from various prominent families and rogue experts, gathered here, eagerly anticipating. 1:15 had passed, yet the arena remained empty. The growing impatience among the crowd spread like wildfire, and voices of doubt and dissatisfaction began to rise. Where is he? The time is up. Why is there still no sign of him? Could it be that he is too scared to show up at the critical moment? Making such a big fuss if he ends up backing out. The Xianyu sect's dignity had been utterly disgraced by him. I suspect it's mere bluster. The venerable patriarch of Xianyu has misjudged this matter. As the clamor swelled into a deafening tide, whoosh. A crisp azure streak of light, like a meteor cleaving the heavens, shot forth from the Xianyu sect's mountain gate and hurtled toward the plaza. It paused ever so slightly, then descended with serene grace onto the exact center of the vast arena, all beneath the gaze of countless onlookers. The radiance faded, revealing a young figure clad in moon-white robes, tall and upright. His bearing was ethereal, his features sharply defined, his eyes clear, yet profoundly deep, exuding quiet composure and unshakable calm. It was none other than Su Mingxian. His gaze swept calmly across the dense crowd below before he spoke aloud. "I am Su Mingxian. I hereby establish a 7-day martial challenge arena. From this moment onward, for 7 days, all Foundation establishment cultivators of the Xianyu Prefecture are welcome to ascend the platform and test their mettle. The rules are simple. Challengers may come alone or in groups. Whether newly ascended or seasoned elders, Su Mingxian shall meet each and every one." At these words, the plaza erupted in thunderous shock and fervent debate. Yet Su Mingxian stood motionless at the arena's heart, his azure robe stirring gently in the breeze. Above, Qing Xian, True Lord, and Zhang Xianqi hovered in midair, observing all from on high. "Xianqi, do you believe Su Mingxian might succeed? Though we've never crossed swords, his talent is extraordinary. He likely holds a solid chance." A faint smile played upon Qing Xian, True Lord's lips as he turned to him. "Should he prevail, your title as the Xianyu sect's foremost prodigy will surely be forfeit." "A mere title." Zhang Xianqi smiled lightly. He had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, empowered by the secret cultivation technique purchased from Su Chuan for the Xianyu sect. His Golden Core formation had propelled him directly into the second layer of the Golden Core realm. Now, after 6 or 7 years, he stood at the very apex of that tier. Armed with a top-grade magical artifact and possessing a Golden Core-born divine ability, his spiritual energy quality rivaled that of mid-tier Golden Core cultivators, making him a genius capable of contending even with latest-stage Golden Core masters. Victory over them remained improbable, for that his divine ability must reach full maturity. Yet he still fell just short of that threshold. Once he forms his Golden Core, our duel is inevitable. Only then shall we settle who truly deserves the title of Xianyu sect's supreme prodigy. I'll take the field." A young cultivator in azure robes leapt onto the arena. Chun Feng of the Xianyu sect's inner sect requests instruction from Senior Uncle Su. He bowed deeply, eyes blazing with fierce combat spirit. With a flick of his sword finger, the arena's temperature surged. 3 crimson serpentine flames lunged towards Su Mingxian like venomous vipers. A voice murmured below, "It's Brother Chun. His flowing fire sword art is formidable. He once bested 3 peers simultaneously without defeat." Su Mingxian remained unruffled, waiting until the flames were inches from his body before planting his right foot firmly upon the platform. The arena trembled faintly, intricate spirit wards flared to life, coalescing instantly around Su Mingxian into an arcane battle formation. Spiritual energy obeyed his will like an extension of his limbs. Before him, a whirling vortex of water manifested as a shimmering barrier. The 3 fiery serpents struck it and vanished without trace, swallowed as if into the depths of the sea. What manner of technique is this? Chun Feng's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, Su Mingxian tapped his finger lightly, and several azure chains woven from pure spiritual energy erupted from the void, swift as lightning. Chun Feng swung his flying sword, unleashing waves of crimson sword light to intercept the chains. Yet more appeared, each unyielding, each resisting even the blows of his first-tier magical artifact, ringing hollowly upon impact. Within half a teacup's time, Chun Feng lay tightly bound, a glacial blue sword formed of condensed spiritual energy, hovering precisely 7 inches from his brow. "I yield." His face paled, stunned that defeat had come so swiftly, so effortlessly. "Well fought," Su Mingxian replied, dispelling the chains and dissolving the ice sword with a wave of his hand. Chun Feng descended the platform dejected. A stunned silence rippled through the crowd. Then a steady, composed, middle-aged cultivator leapt up. "Zhao Qian of the Yunmiao sect. I seek your guidance, thou friend Su." He dared not underestimate his opponent. Immediately unleashing his full power, golden yellow light surging about him like mountain and peak, his fist striking forward with crushing, earth-shaking force. It's him, the Yunmiao sect's senior steward, famed for impenetrable defense. Even against masters who had grasped 90% of foundational Dao principles, he held firm for hours. Su Mingxian merely stomped again. The new formation bloomed instantly. This time sword energy filled the air. Countless golden sword lights, fine as feathers, materialized out of thin air and rained down upon Zhao Qian like a typhoon. His thick yellow earth aura dimmed rapidly under the ceaseless cutting, then shattered. Zhao Qian lasted less than a teacup's time before a concentrated sword finger halted 3 inches from his throat, cold sweat streaming down his temples. What kind of divine ability is this? First water, now metal. Someone asked, puzzled. It doesn't resemble a divine ability, more like a formation. A formation? Could he have pre-installed one upon the arena? That would be dishonorable. Where lies fairness in such a contest? Just as indignation surged, an elder golden core cultivator stroked his beard. Beyond the protective barrier, no formation exists upon the arena itself. Rather, that formation manifests spontaneously, using spiritual energy as its medium. Spontaneous formation. What method is this? Utterly inconceivable. How can formations coalesce so instantaneously? Awe blanketed every face, not only among the Foundation establishment cultivators, but even among the watching Golden Core masters. I cannot fathom this youth's artistry, sighed a Yun Miao sect Golden Core elder. Another from the Sun family concurred, to be taken as disciple by the venerable patriarch of Xianyu. He truly possesses extraordinary prowess. Half an hour later, a white-haired elder slowly ascended the platform. His aura veiled his cultivation, poised precariously on the cusp of divine ability formation. I am Mu Nanshan of the Yun Miao sect. Please instruct me. Before his words fully settled, his fingers slashed like blades, releasing a razor-thin golden-tinged slash so condensed it seemed to rend space itself, tearing towards Su Mingxian's face. This strike brushed against the threshold of Golden Core mastery. Su Mingxian raised his hand, summoning a crimson phoenix 10 feet wide whose power was only marginally inferior. At the moment of collision between phoenix and golden/azure and crimson, chains spiraled forth from the void, serpentines swift converging upon Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan recoiled instantly, drawing a second-tier magical battle blade from empty air, slashing furiously. Boom. The golden slash and fire phoenix annihilated each other, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward like concentric rings. Mu Nanshan's assault was overwhelming. He cleaved through the chains with ease. Even their combined assault failed to breach his defenses. Condense. With a single word, the azure and crimson chains transformed into twin dragons, one of water, one of fire, lashing left and right to entangle Mu Nanshan. Yet his blade cleaved them apart. Illusion. Su Mingxian raised his hand, sword finger aimed at Mu Nanshan's brow. Instantly, drowsiness flooded the elder's senses, pulling him towards slumber, dragging him into illusion. Break free. A sharp command snapped Mu Nanshan awake. Having cultivated for over 2 centuries, he had perfected Foundation establishment. Yet, without breakthrough to Golden Core, his lifespan would soon expire. His will and Tao heart had been tempered across ages, unshakable though not invincible. He resisted easy submersion, but lacked the insight to pierce illusion. Su Mingxian formed seals with one hand. The water-fire dragons were formed, surging toward Mu Nanshan. Futile. Elder Mu's strength is peerless. Few among Foundation establishment dare oppose him. Someone scoffed. Su Mingxian ignored them entirely. To Mu Nanshan, however, the arena was no longer home to 2 dragons, but dozens, perhaps hundreds. No, these cannot be real. Such an attack, even Golden Core masters would hesitate to withstand it. Illusions. Yet even recognizing the truth, he could not see through them. A top-tier second-rank illusion formation, its phantoms imperceptible to any but Golden Core-level divine sense, or those wielding rare IR techniques. Realizing he could not pierce the veil, Mu Nanshan attacked blindly. To others, he merely swung his blade wildly, wasting strength pointlessly. His elder Mu deliberately holding back. Impossible. Perhaps a Xianyu sect member might do so for face's sake, but elder Mu serves the Yun Miao sect, bearing no kinship or obligation to Su Mingxian. Why conceal anything? Su Mingxian must wield some technique beyond our perception. Strike the head to seize the dragon. Like lightning, Mu Nanshan closed the distance, swinging his blade downward in a devastating overhead strike. Su Mingxian split cleanly in 2. An illusion still. His heart sank. Somehow Su Mingxian had vanished completely. Even his divine sense detected nothing. He could no longer discern truth from falsehood upon the arena. Fear seeped into his heart. If this continues, my Tao heart may fracture, forever sealing my path to Golden Core formation. Mu Nanshan declared aloud, Tao friend Su, please halt. I concede. Su Mingxian waved his hand. The illusions dissolved. There he stood, Tenjong above Mu Nanshan, gazing down upon him. Among all formations, illusion formations are most perilous, for they prey upon the mind itself. With a top-tier second-rank illusion formation anchored, Su Mingxian stood invincible from the outset. Coupled with his other battle formations, whose destructive power matched 70 to 80% of entry-level Tao principles. Su Mingxian saw no path to his own defeat. Mu Nanshan looked upward, bowed, and sighed softly. I yield, wholeheartedly. Then he departed the arena crestfallen. After more than an hour of eerie stillness, a scorching aura descended abruptly. Sun family, Sun Jiantian here to test my skill. His voice boomed like temple bells as a broad-shouldered youth with wild crimson hair leapt onto the arena. His eyes flickered with smoldering crimson flame, the legendary flame demon battle physique of the Sun family. Sun Jiantian, he's emerged from seclusion. His talent rivals Zhang Xuanqi's. Yet last time the celestial prodigy assembly convened, he exceeded the 2-century age limit by mere days. A true pity. Rumors say he bears the flame demon battle physique, possessing unmatched physical fortitude and raw power. He should long since have entered the golden core realm, yet persists in cultivating the crimson demon true divine ability from the great flame demon scripture. Of course, he knows well that I-based divine abilities rank among the most arduous to master in the entire cultivation world. Su Mingxian appears doomed. See that dark red staff in his hand. A third-tier magical artifact. Combined with his family's Stafford, its might is boundless. The crowd voiced widespread doubt. Sun Jiantian's renown across the Xinyu prefecture was simply Sun Jiantian possessed extraordinary resolve. He insisted on mastering this divine ability during Foundation establishment because it was one of the core techniques required to form the flame demon Dharma image described in the great flame demon scripture. Achieving perfection in this ability before golden core formation would ease his subsequent cultivation immensely, whereas pursuing it afterward would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, no one in the entire Sun family had yet mastered the flame demon true to perfection. The highest attainment remained merely great completion. How do you judge this match? High above Qingxian True, Lord asked again. Sun Jiantian is formidable. I may not have bested him during my own Foundation establishment days, Zhang Xianqi admitted frankly. Of course, he also cultivated longer than I did. Combat prowess matters, but cultivation speed matters more. No matter how strong he grows, I hold one realm above him. I could subdue him with a single hand. And so long as I advance swiftly enough, he shall forever remain behind me. Qingxian True Lord smiled faintly at Zhang Xuanqi's confidence, offering no comment. Upon the arena, Sun Jiantian uttered no words, merely roared low, his eyes blazing with dark red light, so intense none dared meet his gaze. He struck first, swinging his staff horizontally. Its runes ignited, summoning a scorching gale, and he slammed it not at Su Mingxian, but at seemingly empty space. Boom. The illusion formation Su Mingxian had just erected shattered outright, revealing the bare arena floor beneath. True eyes dispel illusions, indeed. Su Mingxian's brows lifted slightly in genuine surprise. He shifted his stance, stomped again, and a thick yellow earth aura arose instantly, a defensive battle formation. Sun Jiantian's fighting spirit surged. He bellowed, raising his staff like a celestial pillar before crashing it down with titanic force. Break. Crack. That barrier, capable of enduring relentless assaults from peak Foundation establishment cultivators, shattered in under 3 breaths beneath his divinity ability-infused strike. A terrifying blow. It felt as though a golden core master had struck. Gasps echoed across. Su Mingxian's expression remained tranquil. Such power was no novelty to him. He had witnessed it before in Su Delying, Su Diyue, and Yifan. The first two owed their might to innate physiques, the latter cultivated both body and Tao, a rare and exceptional path. Now, however, Su Mingxian's gaze sharpened, truly focused. His hands wove seals as he moved fluidly across the arena, each step releasing pulses of spirit light that fused seamlessly into the platform's formation matrix. 5 elements revolve, arise. Instantly, the arena transformed. Metal element energy coalesced into torrents of flying swords, blotting out the sky as they surged towards Sun Jiantian. Wood element energy sprouted unbreakable vines from the ground, snaking up to bind his legs. Water element energy forged icy chains and roaring ice jade dragons, sealing escape routes and lunging to tear. Fire element energy summoned a storm of blazing flames and a soaring fire phoenix, striking Hedon. Earth element energy raised jagged stone spires and towering walls, constricting his movement. 5 elements nourished each other, cycling endlessly. Waves of elemental assault crashed upon Sun Jiantian with flawless coordination, burying him utterly. Spectators stood frozen in awe. They had never beheld such intricate, multifaceted, yet perfectly unified combat. This transcended mere formation. It was a sovereign domain where the 5 elements bent to his will, where spiritual energy danced at his command. This is formation mastery elevated to divinity. The power of the 5 elements is at my fingertips, ever-changing. How can one withstand it? A spectator murmured. Sun Jiantian felt an inexplicable shock within. His flame demon battle body possesses immense strength, and the scarlet demon true, I can see through the reality of formations, while his staff techniques are unmatched in ferocity. However, facing this incessant, ever-changing 5 elements battle array, he felt as if he were mired in a quagmire with brute force at his disposal, yet nowhere to unleash it. Had these attacks been weakened by 70 to 80%, he could easily sweep them away with a single strike. Yet these attacks were far from weak, continuously coming forth, terrifyingly relentless. His pair of true eyes could discern that the formations I was Su Mingxian himself. Unless he killed Su Mingxian, or exhausted his magical power and divine sense, or perhaps cut off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, otherwise the array's attacks would be endless. Sun Jiantian roared repeatedly, his long staff dancing in an impenetrable manner, the dark red staff shadows, shattering the incoming golden flying swords, ice serpents, and fire phoenixes. He exerted force with his legs, stomping down fiercely, snapping the entwining vines. The protective chi on his body resisted the impact of flames and stone spikes. Each strike drained considerable magical power and focus. In contrast, Su Mingxian appeared to maneuver effortlessly, merely using his divine sense to control the formation. With a golden core level divine sense, he could split it into multiple strands, precisely controlling 5 or 6 different formations simultaneously. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, the arena was in disarray, the sounds of spiritual light shattering incessantly. Although Sun Jiantian was valiant, he bore several wounds, his breath becoming erratic, and his offensive was no longer as fierce as at the beginning. In contrast, Su Mingxian remained calm and unruffled. Fortunately, he possessed a golden core level divine sense. Had it been anyone else, even if they could gather formations, they would struggle to control them, as Su Mingxian did, making it difficult to unleash such power. Finally, as Sun Jiantian smashed the ice serpent with his staff at the moment when his old strength had just gone and new strength had yet to form, a glint of sharp light flashed in Su Mingxian's eyes as he seized upon the fleeting opening. He clasped his hands fiercely. The 5 elements battle array suddenly contracted. The 5-colored spiritual light of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged together, transforming into an extraordinarily condensed 5-colored giant sword, its power not in the slightest less than Sun Jiantian's strongest attack. The 5-colored giant sword slashed down at Sun Jiantian. His pupils constricted, summoning his remaining strength to hold the staff above his head, his flame demon battle Bodis blood boiling dark red, chi soaring into the sky. Open for me. Boom. In the thunderous roar, the 5-colored giant sword slowly pressed down. The arena's ground beneath Sun Jiantian cracked inch by inch, his arms trembling violently, his palms split, blood staining the staff. He roared and struggled. After a stalemate of about 10 breaths, Sun Jiantian finally exhausted his strength, the long staff slipping from his grasp, his magical shield shattering, and he let out a muffled groan of unwillingness. Su Mingxian waved his hand to disperse the formation, breathing slightly heavier, and cupped his hands toward the struggling Sun Jiantian. Sun, Dao, I concede. Sun Jiantian looked at Su Mingxian with a complex expression, finally taking a deep breath, picking up the long staff, and cupping his fists in return. Su Dao, your abilities are remarkable. I, Sun, am impressed. Your strength ranks among the top 10 of the Foundation establishment stage that I've seen. Top 10? Is that among the top 10 of the previous Hero Conference? Roughly so. Su Mingxian smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Sun Jiantian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I thought that had it not been for my age limit, even if I couldn't win the Hero Conference, I might have placed in the top 5. It seems I underestimated the talents of the world. My father once said to cultivate one must be single-minded with a clear Tao heart. Geniuses in the world are as numerous as the fish in the river. How many there are? Even if you surpass someone, there will still be those stronger than you. The only comparisons and surpassing that matter are with oneself. When you continually surpass yourself, you will find that behind you there is already no one left. Focusing on others alone can easily give rise to inner demons. Thus words end here. Sun Dao, you take care of yourself. Sun Jiantian pondered Su Mingxian's words, reflecting for a moment, then suddenly his eyes shone brightly, bowing deeply. I have learned. I shall return home today and devote myself to closed-door cultivation, awaiting the day I reach the Golden Core realm so we may battle again. With that he turned and leaped off the arena. The Golden Core Elder of the Sun family witnessed this scene, stroking his beard with a faint smile. Truly admirable demeanor. No wonder he is valued by the Elder of Xian Yue. Sun Zanshan's defeat was not unjust. Elder of Yun Miao sect also congratulated. Brother Sun, it seems that it won't be long before your Sun family produces another Golden Core genius. Dao Yuqin is joking. Your Sun family cannot be compared to the Yun Miao sect. Although Sun Zhantian lost, hearing Su Mingxian's words instead made his heart clearer, further strengthening his resolve. All he needs is to calm his mind. The breakthrough of the bottleneck is right before him. Thus the Elder of Yun Miao sect would evaluate him as such. With Sun Zanshan's defeat, the entire venue fell into silence once more. Soon after, even more fervent discussions erupted. Originally most had come to see the joke of Su Mingxian and Xian Yu sect, but now they truly saw an invincible presence in him. Perhaps Su Mingxian can truly complete the 7-day arena battle, making it so that no one from Xianyu Prefecture dares to mount the stage again. A thought arose in everyone's mind: if he establishes himself in the Foundation establishment realm, who would dare to claim kingship again? After waiting for an hour, no one mounted the stage. Su Mingxian then gracefully left, preparing to return the following day at noon. The next day at noon, Su Mingxian appeared on time. Not long after, he settled 5 figures signaled to each other and simultaneously leaped onto the stage. These 5 were all perfected Foundation establishment loose cultivators who had long adventured together, their coordination extremely harmonious. This time, they clearly aimed to use this battle to make a name for themselves. We admire your strength, Su Daoyu, but in an unknown fight we know we are no match for you. Would you mind if a few of us join forces? The arena rules are such, even if there are a few more people it is permissible, Su Mingxian replied calmly. Arena battles are different from ordinary fights. The arena is limited in size, and sometimes too many people can lead to conflicts among themselves. If dozens or hundreds of perfected Foundation establishment cultivators attack together from a distance, even a third-tier formation might be broken in one blow. Then we shall offend. The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened. We 4 will take action to buy time for Dao Yu Luo to set up the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly swordsman with a ghost-headed big knife and the stern sword cultivator attacked Su Mingxian from left and right. The blade light and sword light were both extremely fierce. The old man formed hand seals, almost instantly casting his spell. Countless ice spikes gathered in the air, falling like a torrential downpour. As for the old man Luo, he was a formation master. He patted his storage bag and took out 5 formation flags, immediately beginning to form the array. The last middle-aged man, slightly plump, held a bronze shield standing in front of the old man Luo. The aura emitted by that large shield was immediately recognizable to Su Mingxian as a 2-pattern defensive magical artifact. In addition, he also manipulated a dark sharp spike, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. A good combination, but a bit lacking in strength. Su Mingxian instantly formed a formation, a water curtain blocking in front of him, easily repelling the attacks of the swordsman and swordsman, as well as the countless ice spikes. Their attacks were comparable to the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, who comprehended 4 to 5% of the true meaning of their techniques. Yet Su Mingxian's defensive formation easily blocked their assaults, preventing them from breaking through. He lightly moved his feet, his hands gesturing. Trap. The spiritual energy gathered around the arena, surpassing the slightly plump middle-aged man, transforming into a yellow light curtain that directly enveloped the old man Luo. On the 100-foot arena, Su Mingxian's battle formations could manifest anywhere and attack anyone at will. How can this be? The slightly plump middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. How am I supposed to defend against this? He was about to attack the yellow light curtain when the old man Luo said, "Do not strike. This is a trapping array, only allowing entry, but not exit. If one enters, unless the array is broken, they cannot get out. Then what should we do? You need not guard me anymore. Instead, join the others to attack him directly. If I am not mistaken, he is using himself as the array to set up the formation. As long as we defeat him, that will suffice." Although the old man Luo had discerned the truth, he was nonetheless awed by Su Mingxian's techniques, realizing that his array skills were far superior to his own. But now they were still in battle, so he could only temporarily suppress the stirring in his heart to break the array with the array. On the other side, under the frenzied attacks of the others, the water curtain showed numerous cracks about to shatter. In the blink of an eye, Su Mingxian formed hand seals again, instantly condensing other 5 elements battle arrays. In an instant, golden flying swords surged like a torrent of sword Dao, sweeping through the sword cultivator, while countless sharp stones materialized out of thin air, piercing the swordsman and a fiery phoenix screeched as it pounced toward the old man in Taoist robes. The slightly plump middle-aged man charged in, and countless vines sprouted from the ground, entangling him. About half a cup of tea later, just as the old man Luo broke the array, he saw the other for spewing blood and flying to the ground, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Do you still wish to fight?" Su Mingxian looked over indifferently. The old man Luo glanced at the others, ultimately sighing and shaking his head. "No, we have overestimated ourselves." Then he cupped his fists. "May I ask Su Dao Yu what kind of technique was that?" "Battle formation." The old man Luo saw that Su Mingxian did not intend to explain further, understanding it was his secret, thus he did not ask further and promptly left the arena with the others. Battle formations. The array moves with the heart. Within this limited arena, he alone is equivalent to many, and with united strength, no wonder he dared to claim that even with many people it is permissible. As Su Mingxian continued battling, some of the nuances of the battle array gradually became apparent to others. However, this was not something that could be understood simply by observation. Even someone like Zhang Fan, a master of fourth-tier formations, would not be able to easily learn about battle formations without guidance. In the following days, several people from Xian, Yu sect, Yun Miao sect, and the Sun family teamed up to challenge Su Mingxian. But the longest anyone could persist was just a stick of incense. Thus passed the second day. On the third, fourth, and even fifth days, many came to the stage, but they were not truly intent on defeating Su Mingxian. Rather, it was a form of honor. In the future, when Su Mingxian rises to greatness, this would be the capital for them to boast. Back in the day, my father once debated with Senior Su on the same stage. That battle was remarkable. Others also mounted the stage to test their own combat strength or to bet how long they could last against Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian's momentum had become unstoppable. On the seventh day, for some reason, Xian, Yu sect, Yun Miao sect, and the Sun family united, jointly dispatching 5 senior disciples who were on the verge of achieving golden core along with Sun Zhantian. "Su brother, I originally lost and should not have come here shamelessly, but my elders in the clan demanded it, so I have to join forces with them to resist." Sun Zhantian laughed heartily as he cupped his fists. "Of course, I also want to see how powerful your battle formations are, Su Daoyu." When the onlookers saw 6 figures led by Sun Zhantian simultaneously leap onto the stage, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Are they treating Su Mingxian as their ultimate enemy to confront? Each of them is a renowned genius of our Xianyu prefecture, and with Sun Zhantian, this combination should be able to contend with an early golden core cultivator, right? Definitely. As long as they are not the kind of geniuses who have achieved golden core, they should be sufficient to deal with ordinary early golden core cultivators. Amidst the excited discussions of the crowd, Su Mingxian's expression was also serious, but his eyes sparkled with unprecedented fighting spirit. "Please." As his voice fell, Su Mingxian took the initiative to attack, intending to divide the battlefield. He stepped forward. The Earth Element Binding Array and Wood Element Entanglement Array instantly activated. Heavy light walls and countless vine chains surged towards Sun Zhantian and the others. However, this time his methods failed. "Break!" Sun Zhantian roared. The flame demon battle Bodis blood boiling, the long staff radiating dark red demonic light. A simple vertical strike contained the might to split mountains and seas. Boom! The binding array's light wall shattered with a sound like paper tearing. The other 5 also displayed their abilities, wielding 2 pattern magical artifacts, sword energies, and blade lights, tearing through the vines and 5 element chains. Though the 5 of them were not as powerful as Sun Zhantian, they managed to break through all of Su Mingxian's battle array attacks in just 2 or 3 exchanges. The 6 formidable auras surged towards him like waves crashing. Sun Zhantian's staff shadow covered the sky and blocked out the sun, while the flying swords, spells, and techniques of the 5 senior disciples attacked from all directions, attempting to seal off all retreat routes. Su Mingxian's pupils contracted slightly, his figure moving rapidly. Layers of defensive light curtains appeared, trying to block the attacks, but were instantly shattered. He was forced into a full defensive stance. The next moment, mist rose on the arena. Su Mingxian condensed the mist array, his figure disappearing into the white mist. Moreover, the illusion array unfolded repeatedly, creating layers of false images to confuse the senses. In this place, he also formed hand seals, silently laying down a divine sense restriction to affect the perception of the 6. Flame demon true eye break. The light from his eyes soared into the sky, illuminating all directions. 30 feet to the east. 35 feet to the southeast. 8 feet above to the south. The other 5 all followed Sun Zhantian's instructions, attacking the places he pointed out. The mist array and illusion array were completely ineffective before his eye techniques. However, this also granted Su Mingxian enough time to unleash stronger means. The five-colored spiritual energy surged together, condensing into massive five-colored spiritual swords, slashing through and sweeping the five. Only Sun Jiantian could withstand them. Then the others filled in. The five-colored giant sword dissipated into countless spiritual lights within 2 or 3 breaths, vanishing into the air. Faced with their frenzied attacks, Su Mingxian continuously condensed defensive battle arrays with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth five-element defensive battle arrays appearing in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously on the arena's spiritual light, shattering repeatedly. Su Mingxian's figure appeared somewhat disheveled amidst the dense attacks, beads of sweat continually dripping from his forehead. His defensive array flickered under the joint bombardment of the six, as if in the next moment their attacks would break through everything, all landing on him. However, under immense pressure, Su Mingxian remained surprisingly calm. A fierce battle intent erupted in his eyes like never before. He understood that if he could not withstand their attacks, he would undoubtedly perish under the onslaught of 6 strikes. At this moment, Su Mingxian's divine sense accelerated in speed, enhancing his perception of spiritual energy and understanding of the formation, rapidly improving under the pressure of life and death. Congeal, congeal, congeal. He chanted softly, his hands moving like phantoms. The speed of formation assembly accelerated, reaching an extraordinary pace. Initially, he concentrated on 2 defensive formations simultaneously, then reached 3. Eventually, the 5 elements defensive formation manifested all at once. They continually shattered and reformed, shattering again. Like the cyclical movement of the 5 elements, endlessly alive, they completely blocked the fierce attacks of the 6, which surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, Su Mingxian immersed himself entirely, forgetting about victory or defeat, oblivious to everything around him, his heart filled solely with the flow of formations, experiencing unprecedented exhilaration. He became one with the formation, feeling that within the confines of this arena, he was the master of the spiritual energy of this realm. With a thought the formation would materialize, everything fell into place as if it were meant to be. Without even consciously realizing it, the originally distinct single formations began to naturally merge and reorganize. The single formations of water and fire transformed into a water-fire defensive formation. He could no longer see the figures of Sun Jiantian and the others. He simply moved with his heart, continuously consolidating and reorganizing the formations. The forces of earth, fire, water, and wind converged faintly, forming the phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, roaring in all directions. The combined attacks of Sun Jiantian and the others struck the 4 symbols' defensive formation, yet they couldn't break through with a single strike, merely causing violent tremors. Bang, bang, bang. The booming sounds echoed in all directions. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Su Mingxian's defensive formation had remarkably reached a level in such a short time that it required 5 or 6 combined strikes from the 6 to create a single crack. And just as they exerted their utmost efforts to attack, the 5 elements' spiritual energy surged violently, enveloping the entire arena in the radiance of the 5 elements' fusion formation. Yet this was not a defensive formation, but a killing formation. The 5 elements' killing formation, with attacks from each element, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, was no less formidable than those of the other 5, excluding Sun Jiantian. Moreover, as long as the formation I remained intact, and the spiritual energy did not cease, the attacks would be endless. In an instant, the battle's tide reversed. The others could only muster a feeble defense against the onslaught of the 5 elements' killing formation, destined for defeat in no time. Sun Jiantian was left to fight alone. With a thunderous roar, he brought down a tremendous strike, yet Su Mingxian had already formed the 4 spirits' defensive formation with ease. Then a 12-zhang tall, substantial 5-colored giant sword materialized once more. 5 elements, heavenly punishment. Su Mingxian said calmly, then with a wave of his hand, the 5-colored giant sword crashed down towards Sun Jiantian. The terrifying might caused even the golden core cultivators present to change their expressions slightly. While human strength has its limits, the power of formations is boundless. Su Mingxian's strike genuinely reached the full force of someone just entering the golden core stage. In a life-and-death struggle, he could even slay a golden core cultivator in a heated confrontation. Boom. Sun Jiantian and his 5 companions were sent flying, crashing into the arena's protective barrier, their faces pale. Su Mingxian also suffered significant exhaustion, his magical power reduced to almost 20%, yet his posture remained upright and majestic. In the hearts of the Foundation establishment cultivators at this moment, he stood like an unshakable mountain. The array Immortal in white Su Mingxian, someone murmured. Immediately countless voices began to chant this title. On the arena, as Sun Zhantian and the others stood up hearing the thunderous cheers, their expressions revealed bitterness. I have lost again. Daoist Su, I am utterly convinced this time. The others also bowed their heads and clasped their fists. Su Mingxian nodded slightly, and it was at this moment that he realized he had shattered his bottleneck in the path of formations. He was now ready to prepare for the golden core. Then he swept his gaze around and said lightly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to step onto the arena and compete with Su?" As his words fell, the entire square fell silent. After a short while with no one responding, Su Mingxian sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, swallowing pills to recover his magical power. Zhang Xuanji glanced at him silently, turning away as he flew towards the Xianyue sect. It seems the pressure has been felt. Qing Xianxin's lips curled slightly, as he also cast a glance at Su Mingxian on the arena before departing. Until the sun set in the west, the sky ignited with a splendid tapestry of colors, illuminating the entire Xianyue city in brilliance. On the arena, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Su Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze serene and clear as water, then rose to his feet, his white robes fluttering in the evening breeze, making his figure appear even more tall and straight. He did not say much, only casting one last glance at the arena where he had battled for 7 days, and the crowd below that still refused to disperse before stepping forward. His figure floated like a flawless white cloud rising amidst the colorful twilight, gradually moving farther away, ultimately disappearing into the horizon. After 7 days on the arena, dominating all Foundation establishment cultivators of Xianyue Mansion, he earned the title of Array Immortal in white, and news of this battle gradually spread throughout the northwestern regions. Array Immortal in white, a title respected among peers. More than a decade ago, during the talented gathering, he barely entered the ranks of the Heavenly Gang talents, yet now he has achieved such renown. Do you think that if Su Mingxian had this strength back then, he could have claimed the title of the #1 talent? Hard to say, but it's not impossible. Indeed, the more top-tier talents there are, the smaller the gaps between them become. Zhang Daren, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but sigh, murmuring, "Master's vision is truly sharp. Junior brother's future achievements might surpass mine." However, the #1 talent Feng Ling, the Immortal Su Delying Array Immortal in white Su Mingxian, the first among the Yuan Ying under the Su family, Su Chuan Cold Moon Immortal Su Diyue, and the dual cultivation of Law and Body Yifan. The Su family has only a few members, yet their potential is remarkably terrifying. Su Mingxian will likely achieve a breakthrough to the golden core soon, and Su Diyue reportedly succeeded a few years ago. Presumably Yifan is also in the same boat. In this family of 6, apart from one junior, yet to shine, the rest are all exceptional talents. No wonder Master sent someone to deliver generous gifts. When Su Chuan entered the golden core, would a golden core talent be looked down upon by Master? Could it be that they were already acquainted? Whatever the case, the Su family has allowed Su Mingxian to enter Master's tutelage. Naturally, the two families will have a good relationship in the future. Xianyue Peak. On the peak in the Great Hall, Su Mingxian clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Disciple is grateful for Master's guidance in this newfound understanding. Go and break into the golden core. You have little room for progress in the Foundation establishment stage. The golden core stage is where the real battlefield begins. Some may not match you during the Foundation establishment stage, but they could gain various opportunities in the golden core stage and surge ahead, overtaking you. Do you understand?" Su Mingxian nodded, saying, "Disciple will not be negligent. The path of formation's disciple has merely begun to tread. All the necessities for your golden core will be delivered within 3 days. Afterward, you may focus entirely on closed-door cultivation and push towards the golden core." "Yes, Master." 3 days later, following Su Mingwei, Su Mingxian began his pursuit of the golden core. Due to the conditions for breaking into the golden core, he might even succeed before anyone else. Zhang Fan swept his divine sense over and saw that Su Mingxian's cave dwelling's formation restrictions were all opened. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. "Su Chuan, you truly have brought me a good disciple." A few days later, Su Chuan's invitation to Su Mingxian was declined. Su Mingyuan and others did not find Su Mingxian in Su clan's cave heavens, and they curiously inquired. Su Chuan speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, Mingxian should be breaking through his bottleneck and pushing towards the golden core. Xianyue sect certainly possesses a high-grade spiritual vein of the 4th rank, with rich spiritual energy, far surpassing Dongxi Creek. Coupled with pills like the Heavenly Spirit Pill and Pure Spirit Pill, he should succeed in forming the golden core within a month. I truly envy the conditions in Tiannan, Su Mingxian said with a hint of jealousy. Su Chuan shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Once you all arrive, you will find everything. Even if you cannot form the golden core, I will still have ways to ensure your success." Su Mingxian crystallized his magical power in half a month, then took the Pure Spirit Pill to purify his body, followed by condensing the seed of his divine ability. To him, formations are his divine ability. However, formations are unique, accommodating myriad elements, and no matter how much Su Mingxian excels, it is impossible for a golden core to accommodate myriad formations. Therefore, he chose to use the self-derived Yun Tian illusion formation as his life formation. However, formations are unique, accommodating myriad elements, and no matter how much Su Mingxian excels, it is impossible for a golden core to accommodate myriad formations. Therefore, he chose to use the self-derived Yun Tian illusion formation. As his own strength increased, he could gradually elevate this great formation to the third-tier peak level. By then, he could also claim the title of Golden Core. The second-tier top-level Yun Tian illusion formation was exceedingly complex, and it took Su Mingxian half a month to successfully condense the seed of his divine ability. It could even be referred to as the life formation seed. With this as the core of his golden core, Su Mingxian successfully broke through to the golden core after 7 days. A profound and magnificent aura erupted, stirring the heavens and earth. Within a radius of 200 miles, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to respond to an invisible command, wildly converging to form a visibly massive spiritual energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, facing Xianyue Peak, radiant lights filled the sky, vibrant colors surged, and the spiritual energy river flowed endlessly, the extraordinary phenomena covering an extensive area and displaying a grandeur far surpassing ordinary golden core cultivators. This showcased the depth of his foundation and the extraordinary nature of his heritage. At this moment, Su Mingxian's magical power, soul, and divine sense were undergoing a complete transformation and sublimation, becoming increasingly refined, pure, and vast. The destiny talent of his sea of consciousness, swallowing mountains and rivers, shook violently. His talent was sublimating. It transformed into a divine ability akin to a talent. Su Mingxian realized in his heart, forming hand seals and exhaling. A golden core transformed into a stream of light, flying out from his mouth, hovering 3 feet in front of him. As soon as the golden core left his body, it immediately connected with the heavens and earth. The pure 5 elements spiritual energy above continuously washed over and refined the golden core. Then he activated swallowing mountains and rivers, maximizing the absorption of the converging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This scene was several times more terrifying than when Su Chuan formed his golden core. Without this divine ability, relying solely on the 4th-tier high-grade spiritual vein, Su Mingxian would only have reached the early stage of the 2nd layer of the golden core. However, due to the sublimation of his talent, it transformed from a supporting cultivation destiny talent into a divine ability-like capacity. Each use requires considerable divine sense consumption, but a full-powered activation can directly replenish half of his magical power. This was highly compatible with his formation path. During regular cultivation, it would also automatically absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth at a speed 7 to 8 times faster than before. Although Su Mingxian possesses a true spiritual root during the foundation establishment stage, due to this destiny talent, his cultivation speed is no less than those with Earth's spiritual root qualities, and at this moment, he is not inferior to those with heavenly spiritual roots. Su Mingxian's cultivation rapidly advanced until he reached the late stage of the 2nd layer of the golden core, at which point his essence, spirit, and divine sense merged into the golden core, completing the final step of life connection. Late stage of the 2nd layer of the golden core. Su Mingxian's breakthrough could not escape Zhang Fan's notice, but to achieve such a level still surprised him. However, he soon eased up, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, exceptional talent, catching up to Su Ji. Su Mingxian continued stabilizing his realm within the cave dwelling after the breakthrough, familiarizing himself with golden core magical power, soul, and divine sense. However, news of his successful breakthrough to the golden core spread throughout Xianyue City and the entire Xianyue mansion. Half a month later, when he exited his closed-door cultivation, many golden core cultivators from Xianyue sect, including Zhang Xuanji and Qing Xianjinjuan, came to congratulate him. Su Mingxian was not one for ostentation, so he did not plan to hold a grand ceremony for the golden core. However, he accepted all the gifts sent by his fellow disciples without exception. Afterward, he entered closed-door cultivation, delving deep into the study of formations, determined to comprehend the positioning teleportation formation. Once successful, it would be his route back to Yushi. Meanwhile, far away in Dongxi, signs of a golden core breakthrough also appeared. Xinjiang City. This city is the closest to the Dongxi Su clan, where various forces' hidden agents gathered constantly relaying news about the Su family's movements. The signs of the golden core breakthrough were grand, and even extended here, attracting countless people's attention. "Dad, why has the sky turned dark?" a child asked innocently. "Is it about to rain? Should we go home to collect the laundry?" The middle-aged man stroked his head, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at the sky. Many in the city felt the same way, with people discussing fervently in various places. Some chi refining cultivators exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a sign of a golden core breakthrough. Someone has formed the golden core." That direction? It's the Dongxi Su clan. Quick, relay the news to the main family. Someone from the Dongxi Su clan has formed the golden core. Several shops in the city, such as taverns, rouge shops, and spirit herb shops, urgently sent out messages. After all these years, someone from the Su family has finally formed the golden core. It's a pity that the last time the Guangling branch's elder Rin Xiaoyao failed at the last moment. Otherwise, there would have been 2 golden core cultivators. I wonder which elder from the Su family has formed the golden core today. The great elder or the second elder? It's hard to say. There are certainly no fewer than 10 individuals from the Su family who have completed their foundation establishment, but the most likely candidate is the ancestral elder himself, considering he has been in seclusion for over 20 years to form the golden core. It's possible. Such signs of heavenly and earthly changes caused panic among the people in Dongxi. It was only after the Su family's guards calmed and explained that they felt slightly reassured. Then everyone became excited. The main family has someone who formed the golden core. I've heard that golden core cultivators are the top-tier existences throughout Dawei, capable of shattering mountain peaks with a single palm. From now on, the main family will truly be a golden core family. An old man hunched over with teary eyes spoke in a hoarse voice. Our Dongxi Su clan has risen from the time of ancestor Chuan, starting from humble beginnings, cutting through thorns and brambles, united as one. Drawing upon the legacy of 6 generations, we have finally become a golden core family. This speech moved many, moistening their eyes. The main family is mighty. May our Su clan endure for 10,000 years, coexisting with the heavens. The main family is mighty. May our Su clan endure for 10,000 years, coexisting with the heavens. The main family is mighty. May our Su clan endure for 10,000 years, coexisting with the heavens. More than an hour later, the manifestation of the golden core began to dissipate. Su Mingwei successfully stepped into golden core and reached the later stage of the first layer. Given the conditions of Dongxi, it was indeed somewhat of a fluke. Half an hour later, the heavy stone door of the secluded hall slowly opened with a deep rumble. A figure clad in a dark robe surrounded by swirling spiritual light stepped forward steadily. It was Su Mingwei. He appeared middle-aged with a gaze that contained inner brilliance. Although the pressure belonging to a golden core true person was intentionally restrained, it still made the onlookers outside the hall feel an invisible weight. Outside in the square, the area was already filled with people standing in neat rows. All the members of the Su clan and the guards were standing respectfully with their hands at their sides, silent, and still, their gazes fixed on the figure emerging from the hall. At the very front of the crowd stood Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshuan, and several other siblings. Elder brother, congratulations on successfully forming your golden core and finally achieving the golden core path. Su Mingyuan and the others spoke in unison, their voices filled with genuine joy and excitement. Su Mingwei smiled faintly, saying, "Thank you, second brother, for waiting here." As he finished speaking, the dozens of clan members behind him immediately bowed in unison, their voices loud like a tide. Congratulations to the second elder for successfully forming the golden core. Following that, a much larger number of Su family guards echoed with an even more powerful roar, like the sound of a mountain crashing into the sea. Congratulations to the second elder for successfully forming the golden core. This roar did not cease, but rather spread like ripples from the mountain peak to the mountainside, the foot of the mountain, and even further to Dongxi town. Countless cultivators and commoners affiliated with the Su family spontaneously shouted towards the mountain peak. Congratulations to the second elder for successfully forming the golden core. The multitude of voices converged, rumbling through the valley. You have all shown your hearts. Now please go about your business. Su Mingwei waved his hand and said, "Yes, second elder." Everyone responded in unison before respectfully withdrawing in order. Soon the vast square was left with only Su Mingyuan and 3 others along with Su Detzio and Su Chonghui. Su Mingwei looked at Su Chonghui and said, Chonghui, recall all Su family disciples who are out training and doing business. At the same time, notify all affiliated families to gather at Dongxi in half a month to open the ancestral hall and pay homage to heaven and earth. Grandson understands grandfather, he replied. Elder brother, now that you have formed your golden core according to custom, the golden core ceremony cannot be missed. When and where do you plan to hold it? After the ancestor worship, half a month later, let's hold it at the headquarters of the Xianwu Alliance. This side of Dongxi is the ancestral land of our Su family. We should avoid any disturbances here, especially at this juncture. Su Mingwei pondered slightly, clearly having given it some thought. Su Mingyuan nodded and said, All right, we will do as you say, elder brother. In Guangling County, at the headquarters of the Xianwu Alliance, news regarding the Su family of Dongxi began to arrive. The second elder has successfully formed his golden core. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This news immediately created a stir at the headquarters. The Alchemy Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, and other pavilions responded vigorously. After all, while the Xianwu Alliance was powerful overall, there had not been a true golden core cultivator stationed there before. They only had the golden core combat power of the Su family to deter the Chao and Sima families and other forces. Su Mingwei, the second elder of the Xianwu Alliance, though a member of the Su family, was also part of the Xianwu Alliance. His entry into the golden core signified that the Xianwu Alliance finally had its own golden core cultivator stationed. Wonderful. The second elder has formed his golden core. Our Xianwu Alliance finally has its own golden core cultivator. Countless cheers erupted everywhere. In the martial hall, Su Jingwu was surprised by the news, yet it felt reasonable. Given grandfather's foundation, it is indeed time to break through to golden core. Days later, news that Dongxi would open the ancestral hall to pay homage to heaven and earth reached all the affiliated families. The Li family, Qin family, Bai family, Wu family of Qingjiang City, the Zhou family of Yuehu County, the Yang family of the county seat, the Chang family, and the Gu family of Guangling County all began to take action. Additionally, those Su family disciples who received the news while outside also prepared to rush to Dongxi at the appropriate time. Behind the scenes, the Li family of Taiyuan, the Wang family of Langjia, and the Qin family of Tangshan were also involved. However, the relationships between these 3 families and the Su family were not publicly known, so they did not come for the time being. During a gathering of the Su family cave heaven, Su Delying learned that both Su Mingxian and Su Mingwei had broken through to golden core and immediately expressed a desire to craft suitable treasures for them. Su Mingwei thought for a moment and said, just like the past, let's go with the Mo Jiao Bao set, 1 precious bow, 9 arrows, and a defensive treasure similar to the Dingyuan bell. No problem, father. Once completed, I'll have grandfather bring the treasures into the cave heaven for you to see. If you're not satisfied, we can refine them again. The materials below the high-grade treasures are abundant in Yunxi City and Tianling sect. Moreover, there is plenty of time. That's fine, Su Mingwei replied. Fifth uncle, what about you? What kind of treasure do you want Linger to craft? Su Mingxian thought for a moment and said, for my battle formation, I need a treasure with extremely strong defense to counter the enemy's assault right away. As for the offensive treasure, a metal flying sword will suffice. It's generally not needed, but it's better to be prepared. That's fine, Su Chuan said. Now that Mingxian and Mingwei have formed their golden cores, the foundation of our Su family has strengthened considerably, and our luck is rising steadily. The others should also work hard. Those who can rely on their own divine abilities to form golden cores should do so. Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, and Su Mingqing all nodded. All 3 had comprehended the true meaning of divine abilities, and their levels were not low. They had all reached over 70% comprehension of the entry-level true meaning. Within a decade or 2, they all had hopes of achieving divine ability golden cores. As for Su Mingshu, she lagged behind somewhat simply because her primary cultivation method was unique with no records of divine abilities of the spirit control lineage. However, although she had not comprehended divine abilities, her strength was still the strongest in Dongxi. After all, she had 3-tier spiritual beasts as her spirit pets, along with swarms of iron-eating ants and red-spotted worms that could make golden cores retreat. Father, please remember to help your daughter find the legacy of the beast control lineage. This matter is better entrusted to Mingxian. Xianyu City is the largest city in the northwest, and all news from Tiannan flows through there. Yes, father, I will find time to ask my master. A moment later, Su Chuan looked at Su Jingwu and smiled slightly. Jingwu, when do you plan to fake your death and return to the Su family? I plan to wait until both elders have passed 100 years. That's fine. Su Chuan then looked at Su Mingyuan and asked, "How is the development of martial arts in the Xianwu alliance?" Su Mingyuan replied, "This matter is better discussed by Jingwu, he knows best." Currently in the various regions of the Xianwu alliance, including a batch of the most promising candidates from the Su family to advance to Yuanwu, they are all concentrated in the Xianwu headquarters and martial hall. Although I frequently provide guidance, it is likely that a new Yuanwu will not emerge within a year or two. Su Chuan sighed lightly. The martial arts foundation is still too shallow, and the resources in the Lingyu area are inherently scarce. If it were in Tian, Nan, perhaps a great cultivator could forcibly pinpoint the divine apertures and break through the mud pill palace. Half a month later in Yuehu County, Dongxi, all Su family disciples were dressed in solemn dark robes, standing according to their branches and generations in the vast square in front of the ancestral hall. In the center of the square stood a bronze altar 3 zhang high, engraved with ancient runes and historical murals, exuding a sense of solemnity. Behind it were members of various affiliated families, each family sending only a core group of 10 to 20 people. It was a rare gathering, and at this moment they were asking each other about their respective circumstances. All those who were familiar with Su Chuan and Su Mingwei's generation had already passed away. Only their grandchildren or great-grandchildren were in charge now. An hour later, Su Mingwei and others approached along with Bai Jing and Yang Ronghua. Among them, the second eldest, Su Minjuan's wife Wu Rushan, had already passed away, leaving him with no one by his side. Bai Jing and Yang Ronghua had both consumed Qinghua pills and were both grandmasters with lifespans reaching over 100 years, and they could extend their lives for another 60 years. In theory, they could live to over 150 years. However, both were ordinary people before taking Qinghua pills and only started practicing martial arts later. Thus, it was difficult for them to reach 150. Bai Jing had at most 10 more years to live, while Yang Ronghua would only have 20 to 30 more years. This ancestral worship was presided over by the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Qingfang. Silence. Zhou Qingfang declared solemnly. Now the Su family ancestral worship ceremony begins. Open the ancestral hall. With a loud voice that resonated throughout the square, everyone stood silently, their expressions solemn, not daring to show any hint of frivolity. The ancestral hall's doors slowly opened. All Su family disciples entered while the affiliated families remained outside. Heaven above, earth below, may the deities of the 4 directions witness this. Today, Su Mingwei, as a descendant of the Su family, inherits the spiritual lineage of the ancestors, upholding the sincerity of the sun and moon, diligently cultivating, without rest, ultimately condensing the golden core and illuminating our family, enhancing our clan's prestige. Remembering our Dongxi Su family, since our ancestor Chuan Gong established the foundation, we have endured hardships to open the mountains and expand territory. Through 6 generations we have passed down the flame, enduring the trials of 100 years, uniting as one, diligent and without rest. Now we have finally become a golden core family, with our celestial foundation solidified. Truly, the virtue of our ancestors rains down, and heaven rewards diligence. With a sincere heart, I announce this before the spirits of our ancestors. Everyone knelt down and performed a bow. We humbly beseech heaven and earth, may our hearts be clearly observed. Bless our Su family, may our bloodline endure, and may talents continue to emerge. Bless our Su family, may the weather be favorable, and may evil spirits not invade. Bless our Su family, may the flame of our legacy pass on, and may it never extinguish. May the deities grant us eternal blessings. May it be so. Afterward, there was a grand banquet where the younger generation sparred, and the main family rewarded resources. By the evening, all affiliated families left. The next day, members of the branches returned, and others with various affairs also returned to their posts. Shortly thereafter, news spread from the Su family that a golden core ceremony would be held at the headquarters of the Xianwu Alliance in half a month. The decision to hold Su Mingwei's golden core ceremony at the headquarters excited the elders of the alliance, who began preparations in full swing. Another half-month passed. At Su Mingwei's golden core ceremony, various factions of the Xianwu Alliance offered gifts, as did many foundation-building families, including the Chao family of the Great Wei, the Lei family, the Zhao family of the Great Liang, the Lu family, and the Sima family of the Great Jing. Except for the various counties of the Xianwu Alliance, other places only saw the attendance of golden core families. During the ceremony, Chao Jai, the elder of the Chao family, indeed stirred up trouble and asked Su Mingwei, "Daoist Su, where is your father Su Chuan? It is unusual for him not to appear at such an important event. Could it be that he has already fallen?" Upon this remark, the elder of the Zhao family, the elder of the Sima family, the emperor of the Great Liang, and the newly promoted Golden Core, Lei Yunzhao, all showed expressions of surprise. Chao Daoist, my father is fine, and is currently in seclusion at Dongxi. Why do you curse him for no reason? Isn't that a bit excessive? Are you intentionally trying to cause trouble at Zhus Golden Core ceremony? Chao Daoist, I'm merely inquiring about your father. Why are you so angry? Am I not correct? Chao Jiai showed a mocking expression. Chao Daoist, you repeatedly provoke me thinking that I have just ascended to the Golden Core stage. Su Mingwei's expression darkened, his voice cold. Why not have a duel, and let me experience the means of an old senior who has been in the early Golden Core stage for hundreds of years? You dare. Chao Jiai felt enraged after being publicly exposed, and the pressure of the peak early Golden Core erupted with a bang. Su Mingwei, don't think that just because you formed your Golden Core you are qualified to stand on equal footing with me. Without even a treasure you cannot be considered a true Golden Core cultivator. Let's fight in the air. Su Mingwei said no more, and his figure flickered, shooting up like a sharp golden ray into the sky. Chao Jiai snorted coldly, flames flashing around him, transforming into a red streak of light that followed closely behind. In an instant he appeared in the void 100 zhang away from Su Mingwei. The two stood facing each other from a distance. Below in the square, all guests, whether foundation building cultivators or various golden cores, held their breath and focused their gazes on the high sky. The emperor of the Great Liang, being the highest cultivation present, shifted his gaze slightly, but did not immediately intervene. Clearly he also wanted to see the caliber of the newly promoted Golden Core of the Su family. Young one, today you shall know the true means of a Golden Core cultivator. Chao Jiai took the initiative to attack. With a flick of his sleeve, a flying sword entirely red engulfed in roaring flames shot out. It was his long-cultivated low-grade offensive treasure, the Liang sword. The sword trembled, transforming into a 10-zhang-long torrent of flames, the scorching heat distorting the air, carrying the momentum to incinerate, all directly slashing towards Su Mingwei. At the same time, a shield engraved with a three-legged golden crow pattern flew out, swiftly hovering above his head and casting down solid fiery red light curtains, forming a scorching barrier. Facing this fiery onslaught that could burn heaven and boil the sea, Su Mingwei's expression remained unchanged. He reached out his right hand into the void, and the top-grade bow and artifact set, Silver Ray, appeared in his hand with a Mo Jiao arrow knocked on the bowstring. Although the Su family had passed down some inheritance of artifact crafting, no one among the Su family and its affiliated families had comprehended artifact patterns. As for this Silver Ray, it was crafted by Su Deliang back then. Su Mingwei's dark golden mana surged around him, and with a low shout he drew the bow like a full moon. Dark golden mana frantically infused into the arrow, causing it to hum and burst forth with dazzling golden light. With a twang, the arrow left the bowstring, not burning but transforming into an extremely condensed, piercing golden flow, ruthlessly shooting toward the center of that torrent of flames. Boom! The golden flow collided violently with the torrent of flames in midair. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The golden arrow pierced through the raging flames like a red-hot iron rod thrust into ice and snow, forcefully creating a passage. It landed precisely on the blade of the Liang sword. Clang! A piercing sound of collision rang out, and the flames on the Liang sword dimmed abruptly. The sword trembled violently, letting out a reluctant wail as it was knocked off course by the force of this arrow. The arrow also exhausted its strength, drawn back to Su Mingwei's side by some unseen force. What a... Chao Jiai's pupils constricted, and for the first time a look of horror appeared on his face. Its refinement was astonishingly pure, its edge laid bare. The might of a magical treasure is immense. A Golden Core cultivator who wields such a treasure is virtually unstoppable against peers who possess none. Yet Su Mingwei, relying on a top-tier artifact bow and arrows, mid-Golden Core quality mana, and a rudimentary arrow intent, made attacks that astonishingly rivaled the level of a treasure. This is not something anyone can accomplish. It stems chiefly from the harmony between his arrow intent, his artifact, and his cultivation method. Let us see how many swords you can break. Chao Ji roared in fury. The Liang sword flared with searing light, splitting into dozens of scorching sword phantoms that poured down like a rain of flame. At the same time, he formed hand seals, and several condensed Qi, Yin Sua divine techniques, shrieked as they lunged from different directions towards Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei became a golden afterimage, darting through the air with blazing agility. What astonishing speed! Even the Deliang Emperor turned his gaze at such swiftness. Su Mingwei moved while loosing arrows, his hands steady as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. One arrow flew forth heavy and forceful like a golden meteor, scattering several flaming sword phantoms. Another arrow spun, raising countless razor wind blades that sliced and shredded the approaching fire shuttles. Beneath his pale golden hawk-like eyes, Su Mingwei's arrows unfailingly discerned the weak points in Chao Ji's assault, striking precise seams and multiplying their effect. The audience below murmured among themselves. The second elder can actually hold his own against the veteran Golden Core patriarch of the Chao family. No wonder he bears the title Arrow Demon. A Foundation Establishment elder of the Xinwu Alliance spoke with excitement. Second elder is magnificent. The disciples of the Xinwu Alliance shouted in approval. He is by no means an ordinary Golden Core. Lei Yun Chaos pupils contracted. The Daoliang Emperor and the Sima family progenitor exchanged a glance, both wearing contemplative expressions. High above, golden radiance and crimson flame intertwined, collided, and consumed one another in wild tumult. Su Mingwei, with his bow and arrow artifact set, and Chao Ji, who possessed a fire element offensive-defensive treasure, fought to an indecisive stalemate. Those supremely condensed golden arrows subtly restrained him. Damn, he truly only stepped into the Golden Core a little over a month ago. Chao Ji grew more and more stifled. He had only meant to teach the rival newcomer a lesson. Why was it so difficult? Chao Dao, friend, receive another of my moves. Su Mingwei unleashed 9 arrows at once. Arrow intent erupted from his body, their keen radiance seeming to pierce the very vault of heaven. 9 stars in succession, arrow that breaks the firmament. 9 golden meteors aligned into a single line, each shot stacking upon the last. With every fusion, the arrow radiance condensed further until it became one concentrated bolt. It seemed an ordinary arrow, yet its radiance had been refined to an extreme. So much so that even the Daoliang Emperor amid Golden Core perceived a sense of imminent danger. Su Mingwei's arrow pierced through Chao Ji's divine technique, shredding the defensive light veil of his treasure. Cracks snaked outward in an instant, nearly covering the entire barrier. In the next moment, the residual arrow force struck the Qi Yang shield. The astonishing impact sent Chao Ji hurtling along with it. Chao Ji's body convulsed as if struck by a mighty blow. His face went deathly white. He spat a mouthful of burning blood, and his breath immediately became chaotic and feeble. Had he not had the Qi Yang shield raised in time, the arrow would likely have pierced his body. The shield gave a mournful cry as its spiritual light dimmed, a white scar marking its surface. The Chao family patriarch defeated. Silence blanketed the plaza below. Every Golden Core cultivator wore shock on their faces. Su Mingwei moved to press forward when, enough. The Daoliang Emperor's voice arrived at that moment. His form stood between the two, and with a sweep of his sleeve, a gentle force restrained Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei frowned slightly and looked over. Su Dao, friend, today is your Golden Core ceremony. For Liu Sake, perhaps it is best to end it here. Chao Ji's face was ashen. His chest heaved as he stared fixedly at Su Mingwei, his eyes filled with dread, malice, and a hint of disbelief. Is he truly newly entered into the Golden Core? What novice could be so extraordinary? Chao Ji's duel with Su Mingwei was like a frog seeing the moon in a well, but facing Su Chuan, an early Golden Core, he would be like a speck before the vast heavens. To claim that an early Golden Core is the foremost beneath the nascent soul would sound like nonsense to Chao Ji. You have enough glory already, Su Mingjiwan's voice echoed into his spiritual sea. Su Mingwei cast a glance at Chao Ji and inclined his head. For Lu Dao, friend Sake, I will not press this matter today, but if you dare act up before the Su family again, I would not mind emulating my father once. Let us see how much territory your great Wei has left to cede. You? Chao Ji boiled with rage, but found himself outmatched. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the humiliation, waving his sleeve. Let us go. The Chao family members had no face to remain and followed Chao Ji away. Su Mingwei and the Daoliang Emperor returned to their seats. The ceremony continued. Music played and dancers resumed. Lei Yunxiao laughed and raised his cup. Su Dao, friend, has just formed his Golden Core and already displays such divine technique. His combat power is astonishing. To make it plain, let us all toast Su Dao, friend. What say you? The Daoliang Emperor and the Sima progenitor lifted their cups as well indeed. Others followed suit. Thank you all. Su Mingwei clasped his fists. It is not that I possess extraordinary technique. It is merely that Chao Dao, friend, highlighted it. Were Chao Ji present to hear this, he would likely be so enraged he might sprout another mouthful of blood. After a while, the Daoliang Emperor asked, Su Dao, friend, unless Lu is mistaken, you did not follow the ordinary path to forming the Golden Core. Lei Yun Chaos face showed doubt. Are there truly several methods to form the golden core? The Lei clan through 1,000 years had lost some traditions and knew only the pill-assisted method. If that is so, then today, I will explain these methods of forming the golden core. The methods are diverse, especially among the demonic path where countless strange ways exist, but orthodox golden core formation commonly falls into 3 methods. First, divine technique-based golden core. Second, spirit item-based golden core. Third, pill-assisted golden core. Su Mingwei explained each in turn, and the listeners were enraptured. Only then did they learn that there were ways to form the golden core through one's own effort. Yet the divine technique school, apart from a few ancient families, was seldom even heard of in ordinary foundation establishment lineages, let alone witnessed in heritage. The Sima family progenitor asked, "Then Su Dao friend, which path did you follow?" At his words, everyone turned their gaze to Su Mingwei. They were all intensely curious. Su Mingwei did not hide it, and replied calmly, "I followed the divine technique path to form my golden core. Though arduous, if mastered, this path grants formidable combat power even at early golden core. Su Dao friend truly has great perseverance. In my youth, I once pondered divine techniques as well, but my talent and comprehension were lacking. Knowing I could not traverse that road, I relied on pill formation to assist my golden core." "So did I," the Deliang Emperor said in like manner. "I fear it will not be long before my mid-golden core strength is outpaced by yours." "You flatter me, Lu Dao friend." The ceremony proved bountiful for all, and only when it concluded did people take their leave. 2 months later, in a market of the Great Jin, father formed his golden core. The Su family ancestral rites, golden core ceremony. A black-haired middle-aged man heard the news and felt as if he might cry. Without tears, he forced a self-mocking smile. "My father, have you forgotten that you have a son out here? I failed my foundation establishment and left home, turning to the demonic path for over 30 years, enduring countless battles until I achieved a solid foundation. It is time to return and see." Separated for so many years, he wondered whether his mother still lived. Homesickness surged like an unstoppable flood. Golden core opportunities in Great Jin are nearly impossible to find. Staying here is useless. Better to go home. The black-haired man kept his murderous aura restrained, a keen glint hidden beneath his eyes. He appeared harmless, yet he was the notorious Wen Daoist of the Great Jin capital. He had once provoked several families to unite in pursuit. In revenge, he slaughtered one clan utterly, leaving nothing alive, an atrocity that caused a great stir in Great Jin. Among demonic practitioners, might commands respect. From then on, no one dared lightly provoke the Wen Daoist. This Wen Daoist was the Su family's sole demonic path figure, Su Duan. A month passed in a blink. While Su Chuan cultivated in seclusion, he sensed a change in the clan genealogy. With a thought, he understood all. A smile crossed his face as he murmured, "The 7th generation of the Su family has finally been born." Soon after, the genealogy condensed 3 fate talents. Su Chuan looked at them and frowned. 2 of these relate to the demonic path. Are we to produce a demonic powerhouse in the Su family? The 3 fate talents were Tianji Yinswan, Tianji Calculation, Zhima Shadi True Demon Sha Body, and Tiansha Shurhan Heavenly Doom Soul Devourer. Tianji Yinswan, a divine technique type talent for deducing and obscuring cosmic patterns, required the host to deduce it personally to elevate their Dao. Su Chuan kept Tianji Yinswan for himself. Zhima Shadi, akin to Tong Pai Tai, Gu Bronze Skin, and Iron Bones, once granted, would gradually bestow such a physique upon its bearer. Clearly, one endowed with Zhima Shadi would be an excellent candidate to pursue the demonic path. Tiansha Shurhan was also a divine technique talent fused with the spirit soul. It could devour lingering souls and spiritual senses that entered the body, preventing others from usurping the host. It would gradually alter the host's soul nature, granting the active ability to consume others' souls to bolster itself, and enabling the host to glean the memories of those it absorbed. If these 2 demonic talents gather in one person, they would likely forge a fearsome demonic sovereign. The malignant aura corrodes the soul and easily drives one to lose reason. After a pause, Su Chuan suddenly remembered his eldest grandson. Duan cultivates Malignanki demonic arts. How fares he? If he proves suitable, I will bestow Zhima Shadi and Tiansha Shurhan upon him. If the ancient battlefield opens, we might seize demonic fortune and place an agent into the black waters. Thinking this, Su Chuan first conferred Tianji Yinswan upon himself. At that moment, he sensed the possibility of merging Mary Igua Daily Hexagram with Tianji Yinswan. It can be combined thus. Then merge them. Similar talents need not be duplicated. and Su Chuan could not bestow such gifts lightly. Several hours later, a new fate talent was born named Tianji Daoyan. Like Tianji Yinswan, it calculated celestial mechanisms, but it added premonitory warnings and the ability to forego one mechanism backlash per day. Whenever a deduction would provoke backlash, Tianji Daoyan would generate a warning. If one felt unable to endure it, one could interrupt the process or claim exemption from that instance of backlash. Beyond that, its divinatory power was stronger. Let us test it. Su Chuan immediately began to calculate Su Duan's situation. He is in Xinjiang City. Away for over 30 years now, returning with the trepidation of a man nearing his hometown. As for his realm foundation establishment complete, his root is solid. Su Chuan smiled slightly. It seems he plundered no small quantity of resources, otherwise it would not be so easy to reach a complete foundation in just over 30 years. He will need a push. That night, Su Chuan drew Su Mingwei alone into the Su family grotto and informed him of Su Duan's affairs. Duan has returned to Xinjiang City. That brat. He came back without visiting the family. Ronghua speaks of him often. Perhaps he fears the clan will not accept him. Su Chuan sighed softly. The demonic path easily corrupts the heart. After 30 years of demonic cultivation, even as his father, I cannot know what manner of man he has become. After a pause, Su Chuan said, Mingwei, help me test his temperament. If he proves suitable, I have an important assignment for him. What is it? Is it dangerous? Su Chuan hesitated, but then told Su Mingwei some truths about the prison grounds. So the truth of the prison grounds is this. Sacrificing billions of lives merely to open the ancient battlefield. How can they be so cold? A raging fury surged within Su Mingwei. The contest of fate between the two regions is a continuation of ancient conflicts. If I am not mistaken, should Tiannan fall, the entire region along with the Black Waters would descend into a demonic domain. The passage between the true demon realm and this world would reopen, and then no human force could stop it. Su Mingwei was silent. But then he thought of something and asked, Father, the tasks you set for Duan, could they be related to this? At this juncture, I will not conceal it from you. Each generation of the Su family produces certain special talents. I believe you brothers have noticed this. The phantom formed by Su Mingwei's spiritual sense nodded. We suspected this was the Su family's deepest secret and tacitly agreed not to pry. This shows you remembered my teachings. Now that the Su family has reached its 7th generation, among the 7th generation talents too are top-tier demonic gifts. The struggle between the two regions, the clash of righteous and demonic forces, the ancient wars, all circle back to the demonic path. If I bestow these two talents upon one person in our family and allow him to mature, he could become a demonic colossus of his age. Su Mingwei understood fully. Father, you are laying plans for a distant future. Human effort has limits. Even with my means, I cannot greatly influence the demonic path or the Black Waters. But should one grow within the Black Waters and become a demonic titan, he would absorb a portion of demonic fortune. If our Su family advances in Tian, then while he advances in the Black Waters at a decisive moment, they may determine the outcome. But this, Su Mingwei frowned. Merely hearing it revealed how perilous it was, and Su Duan was after all his kin, the child who had endured most hardship among his sons. He felt a reluctance in his heart. Duan is only one of my candidates. After you observe and test his disposition, I will make the final judgment. I understand, Father, but I have one request. What is it? This matter must have Duan's own consent. If he is unwilling, please do not force him. Do not compel him. Your father understands. Su Mingwei then withdrew from the Su family grotto. He has learned to resist his father when needed. Su Chuan seemed quite pleased by this. He shook his head and smiled lightly before departing as well. The moonlight was like frost soaking the city of Xinjiang. A sharp golden light tore through the night, arriving in an instant, hovering above the city. Su Mingwei stood in the air, his dark robe motionless in the night wind, his vast divine sense flowing like an invisible tide, instantly sweeping over the streets and houses of the entire city. Found it. His gaze sharpened, directed towards an inconspicuous inn in the eastern part of the city. With a slight movement, he dove down like a golden rock. Bang! The window of the street-facing guest room opened by itself. Su Mingwei stepped inside only to find a candle still burning with a figure sitting cross-legged on the bed. The moment he entered, boom! A monstrous killing aura erupted from him like a volcanic. The killing aura was thick as if solid, with a hint of blood-red light swirling within, cold, brutal, and deadened, instantly filling the entire room, causing the candlelight on the table to dim suddenly, turning a ghostly green. Su Mingwei's pupils constricted, and the dark golden energy naturally flowed around him, pushing the approaching killing aura back 3 feet. Yet his heart trembled, such a ferocious killing aura, condensed like mercury, carrying a sense of blood and resentment. What has Winter experienced over the years? Su Dun trembled violently the moment he turned to see the face of the visitor. The eyes that were originally filled with coldness and vigilance were instantly replaced with disbelief, panic, and a trace of hidden affection. As if the tide had suddenly receded, the monstrous killing aura vanished without a trace, in an instant, not a hint escaping. The finesse of the control added to Su Mingwei's awe. Su Dun stood frozen, as if turned into a clay statue, with only his trembling fingers revealing the storm of emotions within him. Father, how could you be here? How did he know I was here? Did something happen at home? Or, countless chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. What's wrong? Su Mingwei looked at his son's dazed expression and said in a deep voice, after so many years you don't even recognize your father. Father, father. Su Dun seemed to awaken from a dream, immediately cupping his hands and bowing deeply. Unfilial son, Dun pays respects to father. His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Rise. Su Mingwei took a step forward, gently supporting him, and his gaze swept over his son. He appeared much more mature and resolute than Su Mingwei remembered. His features were similar, both middle-aged. You come back without even going home. Don't you know your mother is most worried about you? Mother. Su Dun slowly raised his head, his eyes already reddening. It's my fault. It's my unfilial behavior that has made father and mother worry. His voice was hoarse, devoid of the previous demonic aura, revealing only a child lost for a long time, returning home with anxiety and longing, fearing to disappoint his loved ones. Come back with me first. Su Mingwei extended his hand. Yes, father. Su Dun stood with his head bowed, respectful and obedient. In this moment, everything, whether it was the literary Taoist who made cultivators tremble in fear across the Great Gene, or the monstrous killing aura of a mysterious demonic cultivator, was cast aside. He was merely Su Mingwei's son, a wayward son returning to his hometown carrying unease and nostalgia in his heart. Su Mingwei asked no further questions. With a wave of his sleeve, he led Su Dun away in a gentle golden light, quietly leaving Qingjiang City, heading towards Dongxi, merging into the vast night. Dongxi. In Su Mingwei's bedroom. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yang Ronghua lifted the soft gauze curtain that separated the inner room. There were 2 people standing in the hall. Her gaze first fell on Su Mingwei, then involuntarily slid towards the other person. He was a middle-aged man, both strange and familiar, with a hint of almost timid tension in his brows and eyes. Yang Ronghua froze in place. She looked at that face, overlapping and merging with the visage from the depths of her memory. Countless nights of worry and the fear of waking from nightmares surged into her heart in that moment. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. She just stared, as if afraid that a blink would cause this figure to vanish like so many in her dreams. Winter. Yang Ronghua's hand rose, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Su Dun's eyes instantly turned red, tears quickly welling up as he looked at that trembling hand. All his forced composure, all the coldness of the demonic cultivator crumbled in that moment. Mother. His knees buckled, and he knelt heavily before Yang Ronghua. When are you finally returned? I thought I would never see you again in this life. It's my fault, mother. Su Mingwei's lips curled slightly. After a moment he said, let's all get up and talk. Yang Ronghua happily wiped her eyes and looked at Su Mingwei, saying, Husband, how did you know Winter was back? Father, I'm also curious. Although you have entered the golden core stage, it's not like you can foresee the future. I indeed do not know, but your grandfather can. Where is grandfather? I heard he has been in seclusion for over 30 years. I miss him very much. We can talk about grandfather later. For now, just stay home and spend time with your mother. Understood, father. Then Yang Ronghua began to ask Su Dun about his experiences over the years. Su Dun naturally spoke of good news and omitted the bad, sharing lighthearted tales. Yang Ronghua listened, alternating between surprise and laughter at his exaggerated descriptions, her autumn-like eyes always smiling. But Su Mingwei understood the hardships of surviving in the Great Gene. There the Su family had no influence. Su Dun could rely only on himself. Su Deling was also away, but he was with Su Chuan and Su Mingxian, so Su Mingwei need not worry. Now the Su family possessed the Su clan's cave heaven, and they often met in divine sense within the cave. The news of Su Dun's return was known only within the Su family, and he stayed in Su Mingwei's courtyard, hardly going out. It was others who came to see him. His descendants were the most numerous among all of the Su family. But unfortunately he had married only ordinary women, and those wives had all passed away. Su Mingxian heard the news and returned from the Guangling branch to visit Su Duan. Well done, Duan, to be able to cultivate to foundation establishment perfection all on your own. You are even more outstanding than your elder brother. Thank you, third uncle, for your praise. Compared to elder brother, I still fall slightly short, but I am stronger than second brother. Su Duan replied bitterly, second brother, you just came back and are already putting me down. Ha ha, everyone laughed lightly at this. I didn't know until I returned I didn't expect to have so many descendants, but few of them I can name. I recall the scene yesterday when all my children came to pay respects to me. They filled the room. There wasn't enough space to kneel. In this regard, you have indeed contributed greatly. Su Mingyuan said, second uncle, please don't tease me. It was all due to my youth and ignorance. Days quickly passed by in their joyful reunion. Everyone returned to their tasks, whether it was cultivation, managing family affairs, or dealing with matters of the Immortal Martial Alliance. A few days later, Su Mingwei expressed his desire to see Su Duan's strength, and Su Daizhao volunteered to spar with him. Under the broken tooth peak, there was a tranquil little lake. The water was like a mirror reflecting the mountains and flowing clouds. This place was secluded with only the gentle breeze and intermittent bird calls. Su Duan and Su Daizhao stood dozens of zhang apart on the lake. In the high sky, Su Mingwei's gaze was like lightning watching the two as they competed. This was not only to test Su Duan's strength, but also to observe his performance in battle. Second, Su Daizhao spoke, pointing his finger, and the fire sword transformed into a streak of crimson flame tearing through the air, leaving a white trail on the lake's surface directly piercing towards Su Duan's face. Only when the sword light was closing in did Su Duan raise his heavy blade in a seemingly slow, yet rapid manner to block it. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the red sword light was deflected, but its scorching intent caused Su Duan's arm to tingle and the surrounding temperature soared. Indeed, a solid foundation. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Dazhou's eyes, and with a change in his sword technique, the fire sword's onslaught became ferocious. The sword energy spread like a raging fire and enveloped Su Duan within several zhang. The scorching sword energy sent up white mist from the lake's surface, and the water below gurgled loudly. Su Duan's movements were steady as he navigated through the gaps in the sword's pressure. The black battle blade was wielded with precision, chopping, slashing, lifting, and blocking. Each strike was powerful, the condensed killing intent swirling around him, shattering or diverting the incoming sword pressure. The blade edge seemed to carry a low rumble of thunder. The two brothers' figures intertwined by the lake, the glint of the blade and the flash of the sword skimmed across the lake's surface, sending splashes up and leaving scorching marks on the shore. After dozens of exchanges, Su Dazhao was also startled by his killing intent. The ferocity of that killing aura could even resonate with his soul, making him exercise caution. Second brother, take this move. Su Dazhao stepped back a few paces, raising the fire sword high. His hands formed a rapid seal, and flames surged around him, quickly scorching the grass beneath. Crimson Phoenix, 9 heavens. A massive fire phoenix 5 to 6 zhang in size coalesced, shrieking as it soared towards Su Duan. Feeling its power, Su Duan's gaze hardened, and he shouted, heavenly killing body, condense. The pure and heavy dark killing aura erupted with a thunderous roar, condensing, without dispersing, instantly enveloping his body, forming a dark-colored armor that felt almost solid. The armor was ancient and heavy with fierce joints and a ghostly light flowing. The Xiangui iron shield also blazed with light, forming a giant shield's phantom overlapping in front. Boom! This strike from Su Duan was a divine ability, immensely powerful, and he had comprehended it to a fifth of its true intent. At the claws of the fire phoenix pressed against the giant shield's phantom. In a moment, a series of crackling sounds echoed. The giant shield's phantom shattered, and the Xiangui iron shield was sent flying. Su Duan gathered a terrifying killing aura, slashing out an astonishing blow, seemingly carrying the might of a divine ability, but he had yet to fully comprehend the true intent of the divine ability. The killing aura's blade pressure was also shattered, but fortunately it consumed a lot of the fire phoenix's power and was ultimately blocked by the dark killing aura armor on him. However, the killing aura armor's glow dimmed, covered in fine cracks that soon made a light sound and dissolved into killing aura in the air. Su Duan was knocked back dozens of zhang, and when he stood up, his face was pale with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his insides shaken. Second brother, are you all right? Su Dazhao asked with concern. I'm fine, elder brother, Su Duan replied. Su Mingwei watched everything from the sky, murmuring softly, Winter's killing aura technique is indeed remarkable. It should not be the original 3 kill techniques. The final blade pressure and armor were both divine abilities. However, Wenner had yet to comprehend the true intent of the divine ability, which is why he could not unleash its power. I see. Su Duan took a healing pill and sat cross-legged by the lake, beginning to regulate his breath. Su Mingwei descended near the two. Duan, what technique are you currently practicing? Responding to father, it's an ancient technique obtained from a certain cave, called Heavenly Killing Bright King Scripture, which can cultivate to golden core perfection. I see. I observed that what you just demonstrated were all divine abilities, but you haven't comprehended their true intent. You can practice in this direction moving forward. Su Duan didn't quite understand divine abilities. Su Daizhao explained it to him, and he finally realized I thought I had already mastered these two secret techniques, but their power is not as formidable as described in the techniques. And one more thing, the killing aura condensed in this technique is quite astonishing. How do you keep your mind clear? Upon hearing this, Su Duan chuckled lightly, his thoughts stirring as a pearl the size of a longan round and flawless flew out from his dantian hovering before him. At first glance, this pearl seemed inconspicuous, exuding an ancient pale golden color resembling jade, yet also some kind of rare wood with a misty light slowly flowing within. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the pearl naturally formed 6 extremely fine, seemingly containing boundless Tao patterns. The pearl hovered quietly, lacking a powerful, overwhelming spiritual pressure, yet it exuded a sense of tranquility and harmonious Tao rhythm. This is Su Mingwei's golden core. Divine sense was sharp. He immediately sensed the pearl's extraordinary nature. This item is called 6 Divine Bodhi Pearl, obtained from the same cave as the Heavenly Killing Bright King Scripture. Hearing this, Su Mingwei understood immediately. It seems your fortunes are extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, this should be a remnant of a magical treasure, and a very special one that can defend against spiritual soul attacks. Only thus can it resist the erosion of killing aura on the soul, also having the effect of calming the mind and awakening the spirit. Let's return today. Su Mingwei paused before continuing. Yes, father. 2 days later, Su Mingwei called Su Duan and said, what are your future plans? Will you stay in the clan, or? Su Duan was silent. To be honest, Dongxi was peaceful, making him reluctant to leave. But he had long grown accustomed to a life of danger, even enjoying the thrill of being pursued and then striking back. Just as Su Chuan once said, once you step onto the demonic path, it becomes difficult to turn back. You must walk down this path with single-minded determination. Otherwise, you will only become an aberration. But feel free to speak. I will not blame you. As your grandfather said, everyone should have their own life. Su Duan nodded slightly at this, but hesitated for a moment before saying, I will not stay long in the family, for I have already grown accustomed to the life of a demonic cultivator. Dongxi is a land of bliss, a homeland, and a sanctuary, a tie in his heart. But it is not the path he wishes to take. Su Duan's gaze gradually firmed. Su Mingwei looked into his son's eyes and sighed lightly. I understand now. If I were to suggest that you establish a branch of the Su family in the demonic path, would you be willing? If the clan needs it, I will brave fire and water without hesitation. I understand. You may go for now. If tonight some strange force reaches through the void to tug at your spiritual sense, do not resist it. Yes, father. Su Duan cupped his fist and left with a puzzled look. Children grow up and must learn to spread their wings, Su Mingwei murmured with sudden feeling. I am beginning to understand some of my father's designs. A few days later, Su Duan indeed perceived such a force, one that sent a chill through him. In the end, however, he chose to trust Su Mingwei. Duan, welcome to the Su clan cavern paradise. A familiar voice, Su Duan's spiritual sense quickly detected Su Chuan, and beside him a spectral remnant of Su Mingwei's spiritual sense. Father, grandfather, where is this? The Su clan cavern paradise, a verdant grotto belonging solely to our Su family. Su Duan was stunned. How many family secrets had lain hidden from him? Su Mingwei said, beyond your uncles and aunts, only Delying and Jingwu have entered here. Among the younger generation, you are the third. Second sister. To outsiders, she is said to be secluded in closed cultivation, but in truth she, along with your grandfather, fifth uncle, and Due, has gone to the broader Tianan cultivation realm. Su Duan looked baffled. Su Mingwei thus briefly explained various matters to him. So Jingwu is the eldest brother's legitimate eldest grandson, the famed warrior who now brings renown to the Xianwu alliance, pioneering new paths in martial doctrine, reshaping martial ways. Jingwu, he exclaimed, then could not help but add in a rueful tone, my goodness, in all these years away from home, what have I missed? Many things. Most clan members remain unaware. Jingwu's matter, for instance, is known only to a handful of core clansmen even now. The progenitor of the martial way indeed matters greatly. He will feign death at the right moment, and returned secretly to the Su family, shifting from light to shadow, Su Chuan said. Grandfather is wise. Su Duan hurriedly asked, Grandfather, you summoned me today for an important matter. Is it the branch of the Su family in the demonic path Father mentioned earlier? Perhaps not. That depends on you. Do you know why so many in our Su family are unusually gifted? Why in only 7 generations we reached such scale? Another Su family secret I did not know. Su Chuan smiled faintly and told Su Duan of the gift of talent bestowed by their line. It can be so. Could it be that our Su family is a clan favored by heaven's Daowei? Do not concern yourself with that yet, Su Chuan said with a gentle smile. Right now, Grandfather holds 2 demonic path talents. You are the only suitable candidate. It would be wasteful to restart others from scratch and lead them into the demonic path. Besides, your father says you have grown accustomed to the life of a demonic cultivator and possess the rare 6 God Bodhi beads, shielding you temporarily from malignant chi. After much consideration, Grandfather settled on you. Accepting this talent will make you one of the true cores of the Su family, though you must shoulder corresponding burdens. Duan, will you accept? Su Duan did not hesitate. Grandfather, your grandson accepts. At last I may begin a genius life, like third sisters. To be honest, I used to envy her, he confessed. Su Chuan shook his head with a light laugh. After all these years, some things remain unpredictable. Heh. I only dare be like this before you, Grandfather. Father is far more stern. Very well, I will tell you Grandfather's plan. After half an incense's time, Su Duan exclaimed, So the world is so vast, to our place is but a cage, a site of blood offerings. Su Duan felt deeply moved. The Tianen cultivation realm, the Heishui cultivation realm, demonic invasions, the ancient war that endures to this day. He paused, then resolved. I will seize a portion of fortune for the Su family within the demonic path. Whether you develop the Su family branch in the demonic path is your choice, but do not use your true name. I hear you go by the sobriquet Wendao Run in Dajin. You may continue that title. If the branch truly thrives, that name could even become your surname. Su Duan considered and said, Understood, Grandfather. The great calamity will arrive soon. You may stay within the clan or return to Dajin. If you do not intend to remain when you leave, have the clan's soul banner and blood corpse acknowledge you as master before departing. Grandfather, will that not expose my link to the Su family? I am not asking you to use it now. Su Chuan snapped. At the time of the calamity, whether you face third-tier beasts or golden core demonic cultivators is unpredictable. If you are outside, the Su family cannot protect you. You must rely on your own fortune. Thank you, Grandfather, Su Duan replied. Go now. The talent has already been bestowed upon you, but Wendao Rin, even if you leave, learn and grow familiar with these 2 talents before you go. With them you may grasp the true meaning of supernatural skills far faster. Su Mingwei and Su Duan then withdrew from the Su clan cavern paradise. Su Duan investigated himself with spiritual sense, but at first felt no trace of the bestowed talent. Why do I feel as if Grandfather is deceiving me? 7 or 8 days passed. At last Su Duan perceived changes in his body and spirit. Is this how Father and the others felt when— No, Su Mingwei and the others did not feel like this. They had received their gifts in childhood before they possessed full spiritual sense, and so could not probe their own condition. Their advancement had crept upon them, subtly taken for a natural-born gift. Only later did they detect Su Chuan's handiwork. Within 2 months, Su Duan felt his physique grow alarmingly potent, unknowingly approaching parity with second-tier practitioners. He even felt as if malignant chi and himself were intimately blended. He grasped the true meaning of the heavenly malice. The 2 great supernatural arts, heavenly malice Mingwang Slash and heavenly malice battle armor, began to enter his repertoire, capable of unleashing genuine supernatural might. Afterwards, he spent more than half a month refining the soul banner and taking as master the mysterious blood corpse. Soon he left Dongxi again. In Yunxi City, affairs were quiet. Thus, Su Chuan calmly cultivated, refining the primordial magnetic shield. Not long after, Su Deliang successfully forged the treasures desired by Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian and presented them to Su Chuan. One night at the hour of Qin, Su Chuan pulled Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian into the Su clan cavern paradise. Father, you only called me and 5th brother. Could this be about the treasures? As Su Mingwei finished speaking, Su Deliang's spiritual echo appeared. Indeed, Father, she smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce them. This is the treasure Jia Bao and the 9-origin heavenly star arrow. The treasure Jia Bao is a 4-pattern treasure. Its string is woven from the sinew of a 3rd-tier flood dragon bloodline beast, and the body forged from 1,000-year Qinxing ironwood, fused with Tai by refined gold. Each 9-origin Heavenly Star arrowhead is based on abyssal cold iron mixed with a trace of Heavenly Star stone powder. Each arrow bears a different attribute: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, poison, and demonic. 9 paths in all. With Father's arrow techniques matched to them, they should unleash the might of high-grade treasures. And this bronze small bell, called the Stabilizing Origin Bell, is primarily defensive, capable also of emitting sonic attacks. An admirable mid-grade defensive treasure. Father, what do you think? I am very pleased, Su Mingwei smiled faintly. Delying, what did you make for fifth uncle? I won't accept anything too ordinary. Su Mingxian teased. Su Delying pointed to a dark cyan pearl. This is a Xianxing pearl, an unusual defensive treasure I attempted. At present it functions as an ordinary mid-grade defensive treasure, but it can store Sun and Moon essences. When not in use, you may place it somewhere to let it absorb essence on its own. The more Sun and Moon essence it gathers, the more it can, in a critical battle, erupt into a high-grade defensive light barrier, sustaining protection until the stored essences are exhausted. Hearing this, Su Mingxian showed surprise. There exist such treasures? Delying, your mastery of artifact craft has advanced again. Su Chuan likewise felt astonished. Even if one conceived such an idea, forging it would be difficult. The materials required are special and must possess the capacity to absorb Sun and Moon essence. This flying sword is named Tai Bai, a mid-grade metal path flying sword treasure, and it pairs well with fifth uncle's Tai Bai sword technique. The sword is fine, though my sword technique only reaches foundation establishment. It's somewhat wasted, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Use it for now. The sword techniques can be gathered in time. With the Su family's current resources, obtaining metal path techniques up to golden core is not difficult. Su Mingxian nodded. A pity the cavern paradise cannot yet transmit items, otherwise we would send these to you immediately. Father, how could the cavern paradise have such a function? Su Mingxian said. At most you could craft it into a portable cavern treasure. Who can be sure of anything? Su Chuan smiled mysteriously. These treasures will stay here with me for now. When you come or return to Dongxi, I will give them to you. All as Father decides, Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian said together. This was the fruit of balanced development. Although the Su family is a golden core lineage, having artifact and formation masters like Su Delying and Su Mingxian means they are self-sufficient and need not beg favors. Others must pay dearly for a mid-grade treasure or a formation above third tier, often indebting themselves. The Su family, once forming a core, can commission suitable mid-grade treasures at will, perhaps even high-grade or top-tier treasures in time. In alchemy too, with a grandmaster like Su Chuan, the clan's young can be given a foundation rivaling core disciples of nascent soul sects. Paired with the 5 elements fortune scripture and corresponding spiritual sense mysteries, they can surpass most nascent soul sect core disciples. The golden core family's depth and nascent soul power can conceal itself and buy ample time for development. Soon Su Chuan's minor star physiognomy art reached completion. After years of laying low, Tiansong's sect, merging 3 sects and 7 cities, gradually recovered its strength from the prior devastation inflicted by Tanlang's sect. Tiansong's sect, Feng Juchen's grotto. One day an astonishing ripple of magical power erupted within the grotto, causing the surrounding stone walls to tremble. Feng Juechen opened his eyes, a tangible gleam of spirit bursting forth, breaking through the late stage of the 3rd layer of golden core at last. Indeed, Tiankang's spiritual energy and alchemical resources surpass what 3 sects could offer. Yet had we not sought to bind the 3 sects and steady hearts, Tiansong would not have been so magnanimous. Such opportunities may not present themselves again. After the 3 sects merged, Feng Juechen ceased to be a sect master and became an ordinary golden core elder of Tiansong. Fortunately, he was still young and valued by the sect. In light of recent changes, the Hua family should let my line of Feng Juechen return to their ancestral surname. 10 or so days later in Yunxi City, the Hua family underwent seismic upheaval. Hua Qingxue led dozens of core Hua disciples out of the Hua family, reverting to the Feng surname and relocating to the Feng household in Tiansong City. Feng Juechen personally received them. The remaining Hua kin dared not act rashly. Clearly, with their departure, the Hua family's fortunes had collapsed by more than half. Hua Qingxue had taken 7 or 8 foundation establishment practitioners, only 3 or 4 early foundation establishment, and 1 late foundation establishment remained. With Feng Juchen's golden core backing, the Hua family could not protest. In those days, the Hua family descended into chaos. Soon a foundation establishment elder fled Yunxi City with vast spirit stone resources and disappeared. The Hua clan collapsed like a crumbling wall, splitting apart like a snowball. Remaining foundation establishment folks scrambled for wealth and sought their own paths. Most Hua servants scattered, only scattered cultivators remained, no longer the family of old. It was likely only a matter of time before even the Hua mansion could not be held. Yi Fan heard of these events with a sigh and told Su Chuan. Su Chuan sneered. When those in power are not wholly loyal to their own household, how can such a family endure? Master speaks truly. In the past year, many things happened within the Su family. Su Chongfei possessed a profoundly deep root. Without taking any pills, he easily completed foundation establishment. Thereafter, he consummated his marriage with Chun Yulian. Yi Fan personally taught the Yin-Yang harmonizing great joy secret art. Through their first union, their strength leapt. Chun Yulian broke from first layer to early second layer of foundation establishment. Su Chongfei gifted and bearing the Yanhan's spiritual body advanced to the peak of the second layer of foundation establishment. Through several further secret art unions, they pushed past the third layer of foundation establishment. Though the secret art's power diminished with repetition combined with daily cultivation, it still outstripped others. For the family, such a secret art was a perfect match. Not long after the couple, true soulmates, left Yunxi City to travel Tiansong Prefecture. Of course, they concealed their faces with special artifacts to avoid being recognized. Otherwise, other powers might act with malice, or everywhere they went they'd be flattered and fawned over. Given the Su family's present standing in Tiansong Prefecture, and Su Chongfei, as the only current heir, countless opportunists would seek to bind themselves to the Su family. Yi Fan, provoked by Su Mingxian and Su Mingwei's consecutive formations, also felt stirred. His true Yang supernatural technique could already form a pill through supernatural means, but he insisted on tempering it by war-intent technique to form the pill. He also heard Su Mingxian establish a 7-day arena in Xianyue City to claim supremacy at foundation establishment and planned to emulate him. Unfortunately, Tiankang's average foundation establishment standard lagged behind other prefectures. The most talented of previous generations, Shi Tianqing of the Shi family, had been secretly slain by Su Chuan, the surviving young, who had glimpsed even a shred of supernatural art, numbered only 20 or 30. The older foundation establishment disciples retained decent strength, but after 2 prefecture wars and several upheavals, Yi Fan's prowess was well known. Even if he set up an arena, few would attend, and none would pose him any pressure. In the end, Yi Fan chose to venture into the Tiansong mountain range to battle beasts, hoping that in combat his war intent might reach perfection. Tianling sect. In the meditation chamber, Su Daling sat cross-legged on a mat, her body surrounded by a faint golden glow. She was comprehending the divine ability Fire Emperor's true eyes. She had recently mastered this divine ability to great success, while the others were merely at the introduction. Practicing other divine abilities adds diversity to her methods. However, Fire Emperor's true eyes was her main focus. Perfecting it would be far more beneficial for her foundation establishment than comprehending 2 or 3 other abilities to a great success. Su Chuan and the true monarch of the fiery sun had both advised her similarly. She had reached great success with her divine ability at the early stage of Golden Core, which greatly pleased the true monarch. At least Tianju sect had never seen such talent. Now Su Daling had broken through the bottleneck of the early Golden Core stage and advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage. Of course, it was also thanks to the Golden Yuan pill refined by Su Chuan which assisted in breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Core stage. Due to material constraints, he currently only had 2 or 3 bottles. But it was enough for the Su family to use for a while. Suddenly, the spirit beast pouch tied to her waist began to shake violently, without warning. The pouch's mouth emitted brilliant spiritual light, and a wave of heat, vigor, and an ancient wild aura surged through the pouch, filling the entire meditation chamber. Su Daling suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise and anticipation flashing in her gaze. Before she could react, a fierce lava-like red light shot out, spreading in the air of the meditation chamber. As the red light gradually receded, its true form was revealed. It was her contracted life spirit beast, the 4-winged radiant bird. At this moment, it was noticeably larger than before its slumber, with a wingspan nearing 2 zhang. Its once bright crimson feathers now flowed with a glaze-like texture with faint golden edges. Most remarkably, its 2 pairs of wings featured main wings that were broad and heavy, while the secondary wings were smaller, yet agile, with mysterious flame patterns naturally formed on all 4 wings. With a slight flutter, sparks of red flame scattered, illuminating the meditation chamber brilliantly. It raised its head and let out a long cry, the sound not sharp, yet it carried a clarity and majesty that pierced the soul. Its aura surged powerfully, having reached the peak of the 2nd tier. Moreover, its aura was solid and heavy, containing the pressure of an ancient bloodline far stronger than an ordinary peak second-tier beast. For a demon beast to advance from the second tier to the third tier, it must be supported by a powerful bloodline. This is akin to the qualifications spoken of by cultivators. Without corresponding innate talent, one would remain stuck at the peak of the second tier for life. However, it was evident that the four-winged radiant bird had significant potential. Advancing to the third tier was not a problem, and it might even reach the fourth tier, becoming a shape-shifting great demon. After all, this was an ancient great demon's reincarnation, reborn with a drop of refined blood from the flame phoenix left by its predecessor. Following Su Daling, it also received a trace of true flame phoenix blood. With the amalgamation of the flame phoenix bloodline, the radiant bird bloodline, and the fire phoenix bloodline, it undoubtedly had the potential to break into the fourth tier. Thus, Su Daling was also investing heavily in its growth. Xiaohong. Su Daling's face instantly blossomed into a smile. The four-winged radiant bird heard her voice, gathering the scattered sparks and shrinking to the size of a sparrow, landing gently on her outstretched arm. Affectionately rubbing its beak against her finger, its eyes sparkled with brilliance. Master, that's right, you finally reached the peak of the second tier. The next step is to break through to the third tier, and from now on you can help me. Master, I just broke through to the peak of the second tier. Transitioning to the third tier will take at least several years of accumulation. Don't worry, I have my ways. Su Daling thought of the demon spirit pill. Su Chuan had refined the demon spirit pill in Dongxi to help the two demon beasts in their family Su Bai and Suing break through to the third tier. She did not delay any longer, letting the radiant bird return to the spirit beast pouch for proper nurturing. Then she tidied up briefly, sent a message to the true monarch of the fiery sun, and then rode a golden escape light straight out of Tianling's sect, heading swiftly towards Yunqi City. Su Daling flew directly into the city from the air. Yunqi City had a large formation. Others could only enter through the city gates, while only the Su family's core members and a few guest elders could directly rush into the grand formation. Su Daling rushed into the Su residence, landing in Su Chuan's courtyard. Within the Su residence, guest elders had to behave properly, moving only under the guidance of the steward. However, it was clear that Su Daling was an exception. What brings you here? Under the withered tree, Su Chuan slowly opened his eyes, looking over with a gentle smile. Xiaohong has reached the peak of the second tier. Your granddaughter comes to ask grandfather to refine a fire-type demon spirit pill. Let me see it. Upon hearing this, Su Daling lightly patted the spirit beast pouch, letting the four-winged radiant bird out. Its powerful bloodline aura awakened the nearby Mou from his sleep. The water in the pond splashed up in 7 layers of waves as a figure about a zhang tall surged out, examining the spirit bird in the air. Not bad bloodline power, but unfortunately it is still far inferior to me. A faint draconic pressure radiated from Mou. Although thin, it indicated that he had reached the level to release true draconic pressure after enhancing his bloodline with dragon yuan pills and dragon blood fruits. In the future, he would only be able to release the pressure of a flood dragon. Under true draconic pressure, all beasts bowed their heads. The four-winged radiant bird felt as if its wings were heavy as 1,000 gene stone. This damned reptile, when I restore my strength in the future, I will definitely grind it into the ground. The four-winged radiant bird vowed silently. At this moment, Su Daling said, Uncle Mo, how can you lower yourself to argue with a junior? Besides, you are about to transform. Elders should have the demeanor of their station. Learn from my grandfather, remain calm in all matters. What the girl says makes some sense. Mou immediately withdrew his true draconic pressure, grinning. Su Chuan chuckled, stop flattering me. I don't have materials for a fire-type third-tier demon beast. You must hunt one yourself. Your granddaughter intends to do just that. Derua is at home. I want to take her with me. Together we might be able to hunt a mid-30-year demon beast. Just go find her then. Thank you, grandfather. I will be off now. Xiaohong, let's go. The four-winged radiant bird glared at Mou, shrinking in size and flying to Su Daling's shoulder, accompanying her as they flew towards Su Daling's courtyard. Hey little bird, how dare you glare at me? It does have some temper. Su Chuan waved his hand with a smile. All right, you should rest. The refining of my Yuan magnetic shield is nearing completion. I will succeed in 2 or 3 months. Indeed, my transformation is the most important. With that, Mou dove into the pond. Hearing they were going to hunt a demon beast in the Tiansong mountain range, Su Derua immediately agreed, and the two girls set off. They returned half a month later. Originally, Su Derua wanted to look for Yi Fan, but unfortunately the Tiansong mountain range was too vast, and they had not managed to meet. Derua, Yi Fan will be fine. I just worry he might act recklessly in his quest for a breakthrough. Although he barely has the strength to fight an early Golden Core, a mid-30er demon beast is not something an early Golden Core can compare to. That's true. Su Daling pondered for a moment. Let's ask grandfather, he might know Yifan's situation. The two of them went to Su Chuan's courtyard. Su Daling first offered some of the blood essence, soul crystal, and demon pill from the mid-30er fire-type demon beast, then brought up Yifan. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan frowned slightly. As he calculated, it seems he has encountered some trouble, a sign of being trapped in one place. Grandfather, where is my husband now? I want to find him. No need, although I don't know the specifics, he should be in no danger. He must have his own opportunities. Just wait at home. If you do too much, it might backfire. After all, he is the talented one from our Su family, possessing his pride and unwilling to lose to others. Su Daling patted Su De Rua's shoulder and said to Rua, listen to grandfather. He has never been wrong. I understand, granddaughter. Su De Rua slightly bowed. I trust grandfather and believe my husband will return as a king. Su Chuan nodded slightly and added to Su Daling, just stay at home for the next few days. Yes, grandfather. Su Chuan took several days to refine the demon spirit pill and handed one high-grade pill to Su Daling. She then returned to Tianling's sect. 3 months later, a massive gathering of spiritual energy occurred in Tianling's sect, accompanied by the sound of phoenix cries, attracting countless onlookers and discussions. A few days later, Su Chuan successfully refined the Yuan magnetic shield. Just activating it consumed 2 to 3% of his mana, but once the Yuan magnetic light screen was formed, no matter how Su Chuan attacked, it only caused the light screen to tremble slightly. Mou joyfully revealed his true form, soaring above the courtyard. I am close to transformation. After a moment, his pale golden dragon eyes looked at Su Chuan. Su Chuan, when do you think is the best time for me to undergo tribulation? Let me calculate. Su Chuan smiled faintly, moving his fingers, and after a moment said, in half a year, on the 9th day of the 9th month, it's suitable for you to undergo tribulation. They'll listen to you. Mou didn't complain, agreeing immediately. I will conserve my strength well in the next 6 months. With that, he returned to the deep pond. The 9th day of the 9th month. It seems some events will unfold during this half year. This date was determined using the heavenly mechanism Tao evolution while avoiding backlash, so it was undoubtedly correct. Missing this opportunity might lead to some changes. Tiansong sect. The true monarch of the green would emerge from seclusion, having broken through to Golden Core perfection. Bai Yin Shifengyue and other Golden Core cultivators from Tiansong sect came to congratulate him at his cave. Shifengyue smiled and said, Elder Qingmu has broken through. This is a joyous event for our sect in recent years. I think we should invite many people to celebrate and bolster our Tiansong sect's prestige. What do the elders think about this? After a pause, some agreed, saying it should be so. Indeed, now the Mo family, Lei family, and Su family are all taking advantage of our Tiansong sect's weakened state to expand, and their intentions are clear. But our Tiansong sect has deep foundations. How could they be compared to those 3 families? With 2 Golden Core perfection true monarchs stationed, which power in the entire Tiansong prefecture could compare? We should make some fence-sitters realize who the true masters of Tiansong prefecture are. The crowd quickly decided on this matter. Soon all Golden Core forces in Tiansong prefecture received invitations from Tiansong sect. Su family. Wu Zhuqi sent a message to Su Chuan informing him of the invitation from Tiansong sect, mentioning that true monarch Qingmu had broken through to Golden Core perfection. Reached Golden Core perfection. Su Chuan murmured to himself, Tiansong sect is celebrating lavishly. They aim to intimidate the other family forces. He chuckled softly, adding, after all, they are a bit beneath the surface. Tiansong sect's foundation relies on the nascent soul elder. Now their priority is naturally to restore his injuries at all costs. Only then will they have the power to intimidate others. How much lifespan does he have left? After some contemplation, Su Chuan calculated not even a full cycle. If his injuries continue to linger and are hard to heal, the time, maybe even shorter, perhaps just a decade or 2. This is the last glimmer of light for Tiansong sect. Without a nascent soul to guard it, Tiansong sect is destined to be divided and shattered. This is akin to a family of Golden Core cultivators in a city. If one day they lose their Golden Core cultivator to guard them, they will inevitably be coveted by various forces. Until they cut off enough flesh to satiate those covetous beings, otherwise their family's foundation will be hard to preserve. Deruel. What is it, grandfather? True monarch Qingmu has reached Golden Core perfection. Tiansong sect is celebrating in 3 days. You go to the storeroom, pick some gifts, and go on my behalf. Understood, grandfather. After refining the Yuan magnetic shield, Chuan devoted himself to cultivating the mystical sky, refining spirit technique, striving to complete the second layer as soon as possible. Compared to the breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage, it was evident that reaching the limit of golden core for spiritual sense and breaking through to the nascent soul level would be easier for him. I truly hope the next generation of the family tree produces someone with a top-tier wood-type body talent. That way I won't have to grind through it bit by bit. 3 days later. Tiansong sect. The various peaks and halls within the sect remained unchanged, with spiritual light faintly visible and the destruction from years ago during the two sects' battle no longer evident. The main hall square was repaved with white jade spiritual rock, smooth as a mirror. Tiansong sect still had the appearance of being the dominant force, and naturally the various factions in Tiansong prefecture would give them face. Representatives from various forces arrived as scheduled, including Imo family's elder Imo Wenshang, Lei family's Lei Wuji, and the Cold Moon Fairy from Yunshi Su family, along with the ancestors of the Yin family, Tang family, and Shangwan family from the 7 cities of Tiansong. Inside the hall, the spiritual fragrance was elegant, delicacies were laid out, and exquisite wine emitted an enticing spiritual aura. Everyone took their seats and engaged in pleasantries. Imo Wenshang looked at Su De and said, "Fairy Cold Moon, your grandfather is good friends with true monarch Qingmu. Why is he not here to celebrate his breakthrough to golden core perfection this time?" "Grandfather is in seclusion. The steward in the mansion did not dare to disturb him, so he reported to me." Su De replied, "Because of grandfather's friendship with true monarch Qingmu, I am here on his behalf. I didn't want our Yunshi city to end up with no one here affecting the relationship between the two families." "I see." Imo Wenshang smiled and nodded, no longer speaking further. On the other hand, Lei Wuji spoke up, "What a pity. Oh, I have long heard of the name of true monarch Ku Rong, yet I have not had the chance to battle with him. It is truly a regretful matter. I thought this time I could fulfill my wish, but it seems there is no chance." The ancestor of the Yin family stroked his beard and smiled. Although true monarch Wuji is accomplished in divine abilities, true monarch Ku Rong's achievements are evident, and he should not be inferior. Indeed. Another ancestor from a golden core family flattered Yunshi city, saying last time true monarch Ku Rong fought, with true monarch Bing Qian, many witnessed it. Even true monarch Bing Qian, who is golden core perfection, was slightly inferior. Beneath the nascent soul in Tiansong prefecture, no one should be true monarch Ku Rong's match. Not necessarily. A golden core elder from Tiansong sect said, if not for the aid of treasures, true monarch Ku Rong might not be able to maintain his position as the number 1 in golden core. Which golden core present doesn't have treasures on them? Indeed. For cultivators, magical artifacts are also part of their strength. Obtaining a high-grade magical artifact is a testament to the skill of Jinjuan Kuro. Some of the people earlier might have genuinely wanted to befriend the Su family, but others harbored ulterior motives, perhaps to gauge how many forces from Tiansong prefecture were close to Yunshi city. What a hassle! Su Diyue could not discern easily, so she chose to ignore it. After all, as long as the nascent soul did not appear, no one dared to provoke Yunshi city. The ancestor of the Imo family was unable to act against the Su family, and the elder of the Tiansong sect, who was of the nascent soul stage, was heavily injured and could not make a move. Su Chuan had discussed some basic situation with Su Diyue and Su Diyun. This was also the reason why the Su family dared to develop boldly in recent years. Shortly after, Jinjuan Qingmu walked in from outside the main hall, accompanied by Jinjuan Bingqian. Jinjuan Qingmu smiled lightly and clasped his fists to the people on both sides, saying, "Thank you all for coming to support. I extend my gratitude here first." Jinjuan Qingmu and Jinjuan Bingqian took their seats. He continued, 5 years ago, when the greedy wolf mansion attacked our Tiansong prefecture, suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, ancestor Xianyu passed by. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Over the years, various families have gradually regained their vitality with the establishment of Yuzhou City, Yunshi City, and Baiyun City, providing more refuge for cultivators of Tiansong prefecture. I, on behalf of Tiansong sect, wish to express my gratitude to the 3 families. Jinjuan Qingmu, you are too polite. Imo Wenshang replied with a faint smile. Jinjuan Qingmu continued, today Tiansong prefecture can be said to be in a flourishing state. It is for this reason that I, taking advantage of my cultivation reaching perfection, invited everyone here to deepen our connections. Everyone, let us raise our cups and toast to the prosperity of Tiansong prefecture, the emergence of talented individuals, and the end of oppression. Everyone complied and drank together. Soon after, various families began to present gifts. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually reached a climax with laughter and joy all around. Suddenly Lei Wuji expressed a desire to spar with Jinju and Qingmu. No need for my senior brother to act. If Lei Ji Jinjuan wishes to spar, he can find me directly. Jinjuan Bingxian said indifferently. Jinjuan Qingmu smiled lightly upon hearing this, gestured for Bingxian to calm down, and looked towards Lei Wuji. In these years it seems that friend Lei has sparred with quite a number of latest-stage golden core practitioners. I have heard of the name frenzied cultivator somewhat. Since you have this interest, let us engage in techniques and divine abilities without using magical artifacts, keeping it light. How does that sound? Perfect. The two stood up and exited the main hall, flying into the sky. The others stood before the main hall, gathering in small groups, looking up in anticipation. Jinju and Qingmu, I must apologize. Lei Wuji wasted no time and unleashed the essence of thunder magic immediately. Thunder summon. He pointed and gestured, the sound tearing through the air. In the bright sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and several bolts of thunder, as thick as water buckets and shining with blinding silver light, seemed to be conjured from the void. With a mighty celestial might and a soul-shaking roar, they intertwined into a net, descending upon Jinju and Qingmu, with great force and speed far exceeding ordinary golden core techniques. Jinju and Qingmu maintained a calm expression, forming an ancient seal with his hands in front of his chest. 10,000 trees touching the sky, Qinghua, covers the top. A vast and pure wood-based spiritual energy surged from his surroundings, swiftly evolving into a gigantic canopy above his head. This canopy was neither real nor illusory, composed of countless flickering blue runes slowly rotating and emanating a long-lasting, flexible, and ever-renewing Tao rhythm. Boom. Crack. Several terrifying bolts of heavenly thunder struck fiercely against the canopy, erupting with earth-shattering sounds and blinding brilliance. The blue canopy vibrated violently, the spiritual leaf runes flickering unpredictably, but it remained unbroken. Thunder strike 1,000 times. Lei Wuji's figure suddenly blurred, transforming into dozens or even hundreds of indistinguishable electric light afterimages, simultaneously rushing towards Jinju and Qingmu from all directions. Each afterimage extended a hand or fist wrapped in thunder, light, real and illusory, moving faster than one could imagine. Jinju and Qingmu's gaze sharpened slightly, but he remained calm, gently stepping forward. At his center, the surrounding void expanded, and countless thick blue spiritual vines shot up from the ground, growing wildly and intertwining, attacking Lei Wuji's afterimages. Countless electric light afterimages were ensnared, delayed, and strangled. His true form was forced to reveal itself. Break for me. Lei Wuji unleashed a punch, erupting with countless bolts of thunder light, shattering several vines, before forcibly breaking through, escaping the range of the vines. He then continuously formed hand seals and unleashed thunder magic. Thunder serpents danced wildly, crashing down, and bolts of violet lightning pierced the air. The thunder roared, and the lightning shone brightly. His offensive displayed the ferocity and swiftness of thunder techniques to the fullest. Jinju and Qingmu stood firm in the void, relying on the enduring characteristics of wood spells and divine abilities, remaining immovable amidst the storm of thunder and lightning. After nearly 100 exchanges, the lightning and azure light in the sky intertwined and extinguished, creating a grand spectacle without affecting the ground below. However, despite Lei Wuji's frenzied assault being fine for a short time, over prolonged periods gaps inevitably appeared, and Jinju and Qingmu patiently awaited the opportunity. A flying sword condensed from wood-based spiritual light pierced through his defensive shield like lightning, stopping just before his neck. I concede, friend Lei. Jinju and Qingmu's understanding of spells and control of the battlefield surpasses mine. I admit defeat. Friend Lei's thunder techniques are indeed domineering. If they were any stronger, I too would not be able to hold my ground. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. They then flew down, and everyone returned to the main hall, continuing the banquet. Su Due pondered quietly. Indeed, a Zinjin-level powerhouse with perfected divine abilities is formidable. Although I possess the Taiyin flying sword, I too must reach the pinnacle of divine abilities to have a fighting chance. My master knows of a secret realm that may aid your cultivation of divine abilities and even enhance your physique. However, it is a bit far. A trip may take several years. So long. Several years is but a short retreat for a golden core. Most golden cores travel for at least a decade or more, appreciating the mountains and rivers and comprehending the natural world, which is beneficial for cultivation. Murwa Yun said. Su Due hesitated for a moment and said, even if I must travel, I must wait until the Su family is completely stable. Then we will wait for the dragon to transcend its tribulation, With a transformed great demon stationed, the Su family will be safe in Tiansong Prefecture. Perhaps by then your husband Yi Fan will also return, having succeeded in forming his core. Su Due responded inwardly. More than an hour later, everyone left Tiansong sect. Only Jinju and Xingmu, and Jinju and Bingxian, remained in the main hall. Senior brother, what does Lei Wuji's challenge mean? A test as well as a display of strength to attract certain individuals present. The Lei family has the shallowest foundation, but unlike the Su family, they do not have Su Chuan, the strongest below the nascent soul, to hold them up. If in the future Lei Wuji gains such a reputation, he will naturally attract many forces to him. Jinju and Kingmis' gaze flickered slightly. The Lei family poses no threat to our Tiansong sect, but this time Su Chuan's absence surprised me a bit. I see him as having grown wings, hence he is not taking it seriously, Jinju and Bingxian said. Not at all, junior brother, you have not dealt with him, but I know Su Chuan is not that kind of person. The Su family's ambitions have already been exposed, yet he is also well aware that the Su family's current strength is not sufficient to contend for the position of the Tiansong Lord. Thus, the Su family has remained steady without making any major moves, unlike the Mo family, who would probably love nothing more than to replace us at Tiansong sect. The Mo family. Jinju and Bingxian snorted coldly. What is the Mo family? They rely solely on Mo Winnie. Their golden core level is only slightly stronger than the Lei family. In fact, they may even be inferior to the Su family. After all, several members of the Su family are all prodigies, while they only have a few, yet they are comparable to over 10 golden cores. Indeed, on the surface, the Mo family seems to be our greatest rival at Tiansong sect, but the Su family is the real hidden dragon. If not nipped in the bud, once they soar to the heavens, it will no longer be possible to suppress them. After a pause, Jinju and Xingmu looked at Jinju and Bingxian and said, of course, it would be best if one of us could successfully form our baby before the lifespan of the elder approaches its end. This way, even if the Mo family and Su family rise in the future, our Tiansong sect will still be one of the strongest forces and will not fall into a situation of being divided. Jinju and Xingmu gazed into the distant sky, murmuring to himself, Su Chuan, what are you secretly planning? 7 days passed. Yi Fan had been trapped underground in a certain area of Tiansong Mountain for quite a while. There was a golden magma lake here teeming with many second-grade demon beasts. In the center of the magma lake, there was a black rock approximately a yard wide rising about a foot above the lake's surface, and on that black rock lay a piece of red spiritual marrow known as 10,000 years of earth flame marrow. This is a top-tier spiritual material of the fire attribute, and also a precious medicine for body tempering. Beside it, there was also a flower of red marrow that had blossomed for several thousand years, which is also a top-tier spiritual herb of the fire attribute. Yi Fan wanted to obtain it, but he could hardly withstand the high temperature of the golden magma. Moreover, there were numerous second-grade demon beasts in the lake. As soon as Yi Fan attempted to pluck the flower, they would all surface. With over 100 second-grade demon beasts attacking, Yi Fan was unable to approach. However, he was unwilling to give up, and after much contemplation chose to use high-grade golden body liquid to temper his flesh in the golden magma. After more than a month of arduous training, his flesh broke through to the third stage, swimming freely in the golden magma lake. Strangely, the demon beasts in the lake did not attack him. In the end, Yi Fan obtained the 10,000 years of earth flame marrow and the red marrow flower. He forcefully carved a path for himself with his third stage physique, and shortly after he left, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the magma lake. In just a moment, the magma lake vanished, leaving only a dry lake bed. Returning to the surface, Yi Fan sought revenge against the third-grade demon beasts that had forced him into the cave. With his third-stage physique, true sun divine ability, and battle intent divine ability, he brutally pummeled the early-stage third-grade demon beasts, and during the battle his battle intent broke through. Watching the demon beasts flee in panic, Yi Fan did not pursue them, saying, "Enough this time. I have gained from adversity, and it has helped me break through smoothly, so I will spare your life." Yi Fan looked up at the distant sky, his upper body exposed with a strong physique, murmuring, "Finally, I have the face to return and see my wife and master." He slightly raised the corners of his lips, and with a flick of his figure a set of dark robes was neatly donned, highlighting his heroic demeanor. He then soared into the sky, flying towards Yunshi City. Su Chuan sensed something and calculated with his fingers, knowing Yi Fan had successfully returned. He then notified Su Due. Su Due rose into the air and waited for a long time above the Su residence, finally spotting Yi Fan. Yi Fan asked in surprise, "Madam, were you waiting here for me? But how did you know when I would return, eh?" Naturally, it was grandfather who informed me. He calculated that you were trapped outside, but would have opportunities, thus he didn't let us search for you. Su Dus smiled sweetly and said, let's go see grandfather. Disciple greets master. Yi Fan bowed respectfully. Have you broken through? Yes, and I also used golden body liquid to break through to the third stage. Yi Fan smiled and patted his storage bag, taking out a warm jade-crafted porcelain bottle and a spiritual herb, saying disciple also brought a gift for master. Chuan looked at it and nodded in satisfaction, saying, a bottle of 10,000 years of earth flame marrow, which is immensely useful for golden core cultivators practicing fire techniques, and it also has body tempering effects. The red marrow flower is also a top-tier spiritual herb of the 4th grade and is quite rare after several thousand years. You've gained quite a bit from this trip. All thanks to master's protection. Flatterer. Chuan laughed heartily. All right, go back and rest for a few days. After a while, enter seclusion to break through to golden core. Yes, master, we shall take our leave then. Chuan slightly nodded. What an overwhelming aura. You popped up again. This kid's foundation in the foundation establishment stage would likely be top tier, even in ancient times. Indeed, with a 3rd stage physique, dual cultivation of magic and body golden core, divine sense battle, intent divine ability, and true sun divine ability, all thoroughly mastered, even the foundation establishment version of me would not stand a chance against him. His talent can only be considered good. To achieve this, it is largely thanks to your cultivation as his master, you said. What you say holds some truth. Chuan laughed heartily again, then continued, however, growth slows after the golden core stage, but fortunately Yi Fan's foundation is strong enough to compete with latest stage golden cores. People like Su Due and Su Diyun can only contend with latest stage golden cores because they possess high-grade magical artifacts. After all, they are not like me, who I formed my core not long ago, and have already achieved mastery in divine abilities. With powerful divine, since they can manipulate high-grade magical artifacts that contain sword formations, allowing them to challenge Xinjiang-level powerhouses and make a name for themselves even in the early stages of golden core. Don't you have that Kuro Romdan? Even just forming your core, taking a high-grade pill would allow you to possess power equivalent to that of latest stage golden core cultivators, right? I want easily grant that pill not even to members of the Su family. Chuan said indifferently. Once you reach the golden core stage, the effects of aptitude and physique will gradually diminish, while the role of Tao heart and willpower will gradually increase. Cultivation is a process of tempering oneself and seeking truth. If I prepare everything for them at each stage, it will ultimately lead to their downfall. Having been accustomed to practicing Qi and foundation establishment, they must endure some hardship in the golden core stage. I plan to let them all go out and experience once the situation in Tiansong Prefecture stabilizes completely. Going out for experiences only in the golden core stage, your demands are quite high. You scoffed, but your clan members, your disciples, you can decide for yourself. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had enjoyed a few days of warmth and then began his retreat to form his core. A month and a half later, in the city of Yunxi above the area of the Su residence, an unusual change suddenly occurred. The originally clear sky was abruptly stirred by strong winds and dark clouds, and vast spiritual energy from all directions converged, forming a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy spanning several miles. Immediately after, an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the sky. It seemed like 1,000 armies, the intent of battle breaking through the heavens. A golden core phenomenon. Someone has formed a golden core. In the inner city, it's the core area of the Su family. This phenomenon, so peculiar. There's even the sound of clashing weapons never seen before. Who is it? The Cold Moon Fairy of the Su family has already formed a golden core. With Su Mingxian absent from Tiansong Mansion, that only leaves. All around the outer city, whether it was wandering cultivators setting up stalls, patrolling guards, or patrons in the inns and tea houses, all were startled by this sudden grand phenomenon. They all stopped to gaze upwards. Discussions began to arise filled with shock and curiosity. Countless divine senses cautiously probed toward the direction of the phenomenon, yet were blocked by the powerful formations of the inner city, finding it difficult to glimpse the truth. Quick report. A peculiar golden core phenomenon has appeared in the inner city of Yunxi, suspected to be Su family's Yi Fan. Almost as soon as the golden core phenomenon appeared, several seemingly ordinary inn shops, and even residential courtyards in the outer city, saw subtle transmissions of spiritual light quietly rising. They fled rapidly in different directions and manners. They were spies placed in Yunxi by various factions tasked with monitoring every move of the Su family. Such a significant event naturally had to send information out immediately. The news spread like the wind, swiftly reaching all corners. Tiansong sect. The Qingmu true monarch who had received the message was savoring tea when he slightly paused, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Someone from the Su family has formed a golden core. It must be Yi Fan. He had originally thought Yi Fan would take some more time. This is truly too fast. The Su family. Could it be this fortunate? He set down his teacup, his tone filled with deep emotion and a hint of indescribable complexity. He had originally thought Yi Fan would take some more time. This is truly too fast. The Su family. Could it be this fortunate? He set down his teacup, his tone filled with deep emotion and a hint of indescribable complexity. Who else could it be other than him? Could it be his son instead? Mo Wenshang sighed softly, passing the news to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian opened his eyes, gazing out towards the ink-black bamboo forest. Friend Su, your Su family is indeed remarkable. With his talent and foundation, he is likely to have formed a golden core of divine power. Truly envious of this old man. However, the strength of your Su family will only evoke fear. Fear so profound that one would wish to extinguish your Su family before it truly grows. 3 favors remain, one still owed. Friend Su, did you foresee today's situation back then? Mo Wentian had indeed not expected the Su family to rise so swiftly that they had already reached the level to contend with the Mo family. However, as long as the Su family does not produce a nascent soul, they cannot truly compete for the position of the master of Tiansong. But with your nature, you would never sit idly by. Oh, what is your trump card? Mo Wentian had been waiting for the Su family to make a move so he could truly retaliate. But the Su family was too patient, harboring ambitions, yet holding back, veiling their intentions, making it difficult to fathom. The Lei family. Lei Wujia was instructing the younger generation in his family on lightning techniques. When he received the news, his brows knitting together. The Su family has yet again had someone form a golden core. Is it Yi Fan? Indeed, who else could it be? Developing in Tiansong Mansion for over 30 years, from a weak foundation establishment family to now a top golden core force, 4 people have formed golden cores within just over a decade. I wonder if Su Mingxian has formed a golden core in the Xinhua sect. If she has 2, that would mean 5 prodigies, all golden cores. Truly enviable. Tiansong City and other forces paying attention to the Su family in Yunxi also received the news soon after. Awe, envy, wariness, vigilance. Various emotions spread in the hearts of the leaders of different factions. No matter how they viewed the Su family, one undeniable fact stood before them. The Su family of Yunxi, a family that had risen in just a few decades, had already reached a height that ordinary golden core families could only look up to. Though they have only 5 golden cores, their combat power likely rivals that of top golden core families. The only thing lacking is the foundation of Qi training and foundation establishment. And with the number of golden cores in place, what remains is merely a matter of procreation and time. Perhaps in just a few decades, the Su family will truly possess the foundation of a top golden core family. Before long, the golden core phenomenon disappeared. Utilizing ancient secret techniques, Yi Fan broke through to reach the peak of the first layer of golden core, saving 7 to 8 years of arduous cultivation. At the Su residence, after breaking through, Yi Fan came to pay respects to Su Chuan. Su Delying also hurried back from Tianling's sect to celebrate. Yi Fan, congratulations. You finally formed your golden core. Forming it before 50 years old, your cultivation speed is likely to remain at the top of the Su family ranking for a long time. I merely benefited from some good fortune. If you, Sister Ling, had also cultivated after the Su family became stronger, you probably wouldn't be much slower than me. Indeed, still not overly proud. Su Delying grinned. Then Yi Fan turned to Su Chuan and cupped his hands, saying, Disciple has not let down master's expectations, finally forming a golden core. With your strength, you are already the number 1 in the Chao family. Do you plan to seek revenge? When the Chao family was mentioned, Yi Fan's fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed. Disciple will seek revenge, but I also do not wish to disrupt master's plans. Everything will follow master's arrangements. Su Chuan smiled reassuringly. No rush. Before the demonic tribulation arrives, I will help you resolve the grievances in your heart. Thank you, master. Su Delying said. By the way, grandfather, since Yi Fan has formed a golden core, should we hold a golden core ceremony in Yunxi? Yi Fan, what do you think? Since Master Mu Yu is about to undergo tribulation, let's forego it. That works. Su Chuan said, there's something I need to discuss with you. Since you all have formed golden cores, those who need to go out for training should go out and experience the world, visit other mansions. The time is set for 3 months after Mu Yu's tribulation. What do you all think? This Yi Fan and Su Delying were silent, but Su Due said, "Actually, I was just about to mention this. Master informed me of a secret realm that would be beneficial for me to comprehend divine powers and transform my physique. I plan to seek it out." Yi Fan looked at her in surprise and immediately said, "Then I'll go too." "What about you, Delying?" Su Chuan looked at her. "I have traveled to many places with Master Huiyun, so I'm not too concerned about training. I've been quite busy with weapon forging and divine power cultivation already. Of course, if there's really a similar opportunity in the secret realm, I might go take a look. If that works, then it's up to you. After forming golden cores, remember to focus on honing your will temperament and Dao heart. Relying solely on natural talent will ultimately have its limits." "Yes, Grandfather Master." The three of them bowed in unison. After a moment, Sudiua added, "Grandfather, the couple has been traveling for months. I wonder how they are doing. Can we check on them? Rest assured I will keep an eye on them. As long as they don't die, I can bring them back." Su Chuan's words were quite clear. The two might encounter danger, but it would not lead to death. "Then I have to trouble Grandfather." But you and Yi Fan must also work hard. Strive to have a few more offspring. Such a good bloodline should not be wasted and should be expanded for the family." Yi Fan, upon hearing the suggestion to procreate, chuckled awkwardly, instinctively scratching the back of his head, revealing a somewhat innocent and helpless smile, quietly glancing at Su Diu beside him. Su Diu's originally cool face suddenly flushed a rosy hue like the evening glow spreading all the way to her ears. Immediately she turned towards Su Chuan with a rarely seen childish tone, protesting, "Grandfather, you're being unfair. Why are you focusing only on us couples? Sister Ling still does not have a partner. Why not urge her first? Her talent is among the best in the Su family. Diu, why are you bringing the fire to me? I only seek the Dao with no intention for a partner." Su Delying chuckled. "If you had firmly rejected Grandfather back, then perhaps you would be like me, single now, or—" She revealed a mischievous expression. "You could divorce Yi Fan and be like me." "Sister Ling, you're too mischievous. Don't try to sow discord between us." "Hee, I won't tease you anymore." Su Delying said, "Matters of partners are also about fate. I'll just go with the flow." Indeed, in all of Tian, Nan, there are few who can match you, Sister Ling. A fortnight later, at Tian Song sect outside the mountain gate. As dusk approached, the setting sun was blood red. A dim flow of light staggered from the horizon, slowing down, increasingly, finally crashing down like a bird with broken wings, landing 100 feet away from the mountain gate and kicking up a cloud of dust. "What is that?" The disciples guarding the mountain gate were startled by the commotion and cautiously armed themselves to check. Once the dust settled and they saw the person on the ground, they gasped in horror. It's Elder Chuan. Quick, report. Elder Chuan is severely injured." The person on the ground was Elder Chinchanga of Tian Song sect. His current state was tragically pitiful, his elder robe tattered, stained with dark red blood and unknown charred marks. A gruesome wound on his chest nearly penetrated his body, with the edges of the flesh rolled back, faintly revealing shattered bones and damaged organs. Though he no longer bled profusely, a cold and dead black aura lingered around the wound, constantly eroding his life force. His complexion was pale as paper, his breath faint, having entirely fallen into a deep coma. The disciples did not dare delay, and quickly sent two of their members to carefully lift Chinchanga and rush him back to the grand hall of the sect, while reporting the news at the fastest speed. Not long after, Sect Master Feng Yu arrived at the grand hall, casting a casual glance, his divine sense sweeping over. He deeply felt puzzled upon seeing the severity of the injuries. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Go summon the Grand Elder to take a look." "Yes, Sect Master." The disciple immediately cupped his fists and then turned to leave. Shortly after, Qingmu True Monarch arrived at the hall, quickly stepping forward, extending 2 fingers to press on Chun Change's wrist pulse, while a powerful divine sense meticulously scanned his entire body, especially focusing on his sea of consciousness. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and began to form seals. A stream of blue spiritual power entering Chun Change's body, helping stabilize his vital signs. After some time, Qingmu True Monarch exhaled deeply, retracting his seals. "I have temporarily saved his life, but his injuries are too severe. His body is poisoned. If it were just that, it could be healed. But his Dantian is also damaged. A cold and dead aura is lingering, and even if the dead aura is expelled, his realm will gradually decline, dropping to foundation establishment or even chi training. Of course, this is assuming he can wake up. Apart from his Dantian, his divine soul is severely injured, with almost cracks appearing, falling into a deep slumber." How serious is this? What exactly did he encounter? Feng Yu furrowed his brows tightly. Qingmu True Monarch looked at Feng Yu and said, How could Elder Chen be so severely injured? I didn't see him when I came out last time. Oh, where has he been? Feng Yu hesitated for a moment before replying. He went to the Black Wind Mountains to search for the extreme star flower. Did you send him? Yes. Feng Yu's voice was flat, yet carried a hint of coldness. Chen Chang'e wants to withdraw from Tian-Song sect. Hearing this, Qingmu, true monarch's gaze sharpened. Feng Yu continued, the sect rules are strict. How could he just leave? Therefore I gave him a choice: go to the Black Wind Mountains and find an extreme star flower to bring back. If he can do so, it counts as fulfilling his obligations to the sect, and I will allow him to leave. After all, the extreme star flower concerns the Grand Ancestor's soul injury. As long as the Grand Ancestor's soul injury is healed, the plight of Tian-Song sect can be resolved significantly. The Mo family, Lei family, Su family, how could they dare to be arrogant again? After listening, Qingmu, true monarch, pondered for a moment and said, what you did wasn't bad, but I don't know what he encountered in the Black Wind Mountains to be so severely injured. Grand Elder, do you think it's possible that Chen Chang'e discovered the whereabouts of the extreme star flower? Who knows? Qingmu, true monarch, glanced at Chen Chang'e, sighed softly. The remaining medicinal pills for treating soul injuries in our sect have all been provided to the Grand Ancestor. To wake him up, at least a high-grade, nourishing spirit pill would be needed to stimulate his soul. To heal it, it would require only the extreme star pill. Moreover, even if healed, the injury to his dantian is something this elder has no way to resolve. Grand Elder, what should we do now? Send him back to his cave abode and let the disciples of the Chun family in the sect take care of him. There's no other choice. In Chen Chang'e's cave abode, 2 disciples sent to check on him, Chen Yusong and Chen Yubai, stood stiffly a few feet away from the bed as if struck by lightning. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with shock, staring fixedly at their ancestor, who was as pale as gold paper and breathing faintly. They felt a chill surge from their feet straight to the crown of their heads, their limbs numb and cold. Ancestor. Chen Yusong's voice trembled. Ancestor, how could he be injured like this? Chen Yubai, slightly older, also trembled, his lips quivering, hands tightly clenched into fists, eyes filled with disbelief. The Chen family only had Chen Chang'e as a golden core. If he were to die, the Chun family would crumble like a house of cards, experiencing oppression once again as it did over 200 years ago. Back then, the Chun family also had an ancestor who formed a golden core, but he fell during travels after just a few dozen years, and now Chen Chang'e was in a similar predicament. Could this be the curse of the Chen family? Chen Yubai gritted his teeth. Cousin. Chen Yusong looked at Chen Yubai in panic. What should we do now? First, find out the specific situation of our ancestor. Cousin, you stay here to watch over him. I'll be back soon. Understood, cousin. There is no hope left. The physical body is poisoned, the dantian is damaged, and most critically the soul is injured, rendering him unable to awaken. I learned from the other disciples that this was the conclusion drawn by the Grand Elder Qingmu Jinjuan after his personal inspection. The sect has likely given up on our ancestor. What should my Chen family do? Chen Yusong muttered to him. Chen Yubai sighed and said, our Chen family has already incurred the displeasure of the sect due to our relocation to Yunqi City. Now with the ancestor in such a state, they will care even less. Oh, and there's Yunqi City. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening, as if he saw a glimmer of. The ancestor has a good relationship with Jinju and Korong, and my cousin Yulian has married the only heir of the Su family, Su Chongfei. Perhaps the family head could seek the Su family's assistance. Cousin, you stay here to look after the ancestor. I'll return to the clan. Outside Yunqi City in the Eastern District, the Chen family mansion. A streak of light flew swiftly and landed before the mansion's entrance. The copper nails on the red lacquered door glinted coldly in the dusk. 2 guards stationed at the entrance stood tall, their breaths steady, both practitioners at the late stage of qi cultivation. One guard recognized the visitor and immediately cupped his fists in greeting, saying, Young Master Yubai, why have you returned so suddenly? Where is the family head? I need to see him. At this moment, Chen Yubai had no time for pleasantries, urgently asking. The family head should be in the council hall, the guard replied, not daring to ask further. The council hall. Chen Yubai repeated, his figure already darting like a gust of wind between the 2 guards and rushing straight into the mansion. What's wrong with young Master Yubai? The other guard scratched his head in confusion. It's best we don't interfere in matters that don't concern us, the first guard said coldly. Chen Yubai did not even pause to announce himself before barging in. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Tianfang looked up and seeing the visitor frowned, saying, Yubai, what are you doing here? The ancestor has been heavily injured and is unconscious. How is that possible? Upon hearing this bad news, Chen Tianfang did not want to believe it and sternly rebuked, Don't speak nonsense and curse the ancestor. Do you wish to be punished by the family rules? Family head, what I said is true. The ancestor is currently lying unconscious in the cave dwelling of the Tiansong sect, unaware of life or death. Yusong is taking care of him. Chun Tianfang's face turned pale, and he suddenly stood up, knocking the chair behind him to the ground with a loud crash. Then Chen Yubai informed him of the details. Only then did Chen Tianfang recall what Chen Chang'e had told him months ago. His expression was mournful, and his eyes flickered as he said, "I will go visit the ancestor at the Tiansong sect. Even if I go, it may be of no use." After a pause, he added, "Yubai, come with me to the city lord's mansion." "Yes, family head." Chen Yubai had also wanted to suggest this to Chen Tianfang, but it was clear that he too was thinking of the only lifeline for the Chen family at present. The city lord's mansion is in the inner city and cannot be entered casually. One must report before they can be led by the soldiers of the inner city to visit the city lord. Generally, the city lord's mansion only deals with tax collection or security issues and does not concern itself with matters of the outer city, allowing it to develop freely. The Chun family and the Su family are in-laws, so it's quite easy to request an audience. City lord's mansion. In the main hall. Seventh manager is the city lord present. The city lord is in seclusion, and unless it's an important matter, it's best not to disturb him, family head Chuan. "I understand, but this matter concerns the safety of my ancestor. I ask that you inform the city lord on account of the relationship with Jinju and Kuro. I wish to see Jinju and Kuro." After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zhuqi sent a message to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, not wanting anyone to disturb Su Chuan personally, came from the Su mansion to meet Chen Tianfang. "Family head Chen, please tell me what's going on, and I will decide whether to inform my master after weighing it out." Chen Tianfang helplessly let Chen Yubai disclose the whole situation. Friend Chun is on the verge of life and death. Yi Fan was taken aback and said, "For no reason, how could he suffer such serious injuries?" Chen Yubai cupped his fists and replied, "I do not know. I might have some idea." Chen Tianfang said, "Months ago the ancestor told me he wanted to leave the Tiansong sect, but needed to go to the Haifeng mountain range to handle something. It seems he was injured in the Haifeng mountain range. The ancestor wants to leave the Tiansong sect." Chen Yubai exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. "Why so suddenly? I do not know the specifics of the ancestor's thoughts." Chen Tianfang bowed solemnly to Yi Fan and said, "Please inform the city lord to notify Jinju and Kurong to take action and save him. My Chen family is willing to repay this kindness with everything we have." Yi Fan stroked his chin, considered for a moment, and then said, "I understand this matter. You two wait here while I ask my master." After he left the hall, he sent a message to Su Chuan informing him of all the details. Su Mansion, under the Kurong tree. Su Chuan received the message and showed a look of surprise, saying, "Chen Chang'e wants to leave the Tiansong sect, go to the Haifeng mountain range to handle something, and now he's heavily injured. So he was looking for the extreme starflower." Su Chuan smiled faintly to himself. "That is a very precious spiritual herb, even rarer than the crimson sap flower that Yi Fan brought back. The extreme starflower is a spirit medicine for the soul, and the extreme star pill refined from it can heal 90 of the soul injuries of golden core stage practitioners, and it also has good effects on those at the nascent soul stage. If Shi Dao Yun obtains the extreme star pill, it should help significantly heal the soul injury, and the rest can rely on recovery over time." Su Chuan had just calculated, and in addition to deducing that Chen Chang'e had gone to the Haifeng mountain range to seek the extreme starflower, he also found hints of the extreme starflower's whereabouts. Then he calculated the location of the extreme starflower. However, he did not obtain specific news, only determining that there were indeed traces of the extreme starflower in the Haifeng mountain range. If we plant the extreme starflower in the Su family cave heaven, then in the future, if any of our Su family members suffer soul devastation as golden core practitioners, we won't be completely helpless. Su Chuan was beginning to grasp the true meaning of life and death, capable of treating some simple soul injuries. As for physical injuries, as long as the Dantian isn't damaged or limbs are not missing, he could basically heal them. However, for severe soul injuries, he had no way to treat them and could only rely on corresponding pills. Considering past friendships and the matter of the extreme starflower, I'll go take a look. Su Chuan had already made up his mind and no longer hesitated. With a slight thought, a faint green light circulated around him, and then he shot off a streak of light toward the city lord's mansion. At the city lord's mansion hall, "You two, my master has agreed and will return immediately. Please wait here for a moment," Yi Fan said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianfang was overjoyed and immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Fan, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Yi, for your efforts. This kindness will be remembered by the Qin family. Chen Yubai also deeply bowed. Moments later light flickered and Su Chuan appeared at the entrance of the hall walking in calmly. Master, Yi Fan greeted with cupped fists. The two members of the Qin family also respectfully bowed saying, "We have met Jinju and Kuro." Su Chuan's gaze swept over the two and nodded slightly saying, "I have learned about the matter concerning friend Chun. Time is of the essence. Let's go to the Tiansong sect and see how serious friend Chen's injuries are." "Thank you, Jinjuan." Chen Tianfong bowed again. "You two are moving too slowly. Let me take you along." With that, Su Chuan waved his sleeve and a green spiritual light enveloped Chen Tianfong, and Chen Yubai immediately, using his escape technique, to fly toward the Tiansong sect. In less than half a stick of incense, the escape light descended at the mountain gate of the Tiansong sect. Two disciples of the Foundation establishment stage on duty immediately became alert upon seeing the sudden descent of the escape light. One of the older disciples recognized Chen Yubai and cupped his fists, saying, "Senior Brother Chun." He glanced at the other two, noting that Su Chuan's aura was retracted and unreadable, so he curiously asked, "Senior Brother Chun, who are these two?" "This is the head of my Qin family, and this is Jinju and Kuro." Jinju and Kuro. The two disciples immediately bowed reverently saying, "We have met Jinju and Kuro. What brings you here?" "I've heard that Taoist Chinchanga is severely injured, and I have come to check on him." "Understood, please come in." Su Chuan nodded slightly and entered the Tiansong sect with the other two, then flew towards Chun Change's cave dwelling. The two disciples subsequently reported the matter. In a moment the news reached Qingmu Jinjuan. As for Bingan Jinjuan, while powerful, he rarely managed sect affairs, focusing solely on cultivation and would not be disturbed unless it was a major issue. "Su Chuan has arrived," Qingmu Jinjuan murmured. It makes sense he and Chinchanga have a good relationship. With the intent of discovering Su Chuan's current level, Qingmu Jinjuan hurried to Chun Change's cave dwelling. The four met at the entrance of the cave dwelling. "Taoist Kurong." Qingmu Jinjuan smiled and clasped his fists. "Taoist Qingmu." Su Chuan returned the greeting. Chen Yubai and Chen Tianfong also cupped their hands saying, "We have met the Grand Elder Qingmu Jinjuan." "No need for formalities, let's go in and see Elder Chun," Qingmu Jinjuan said. He scanned Su Chuan with his divine sense and thought, "Golden core third layer. This cultivation speed is indeed not slow." At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it will take a long time for him to fully mature. The foremost issue our Tiansong sect must deal with now is still the Mo family. Arriving at the bedside, Su Chuan began to examine Chen Change's injuries. Qingmu Jinjuan briefly explained his findings. After a moment, Su Chuan withdrew his divine sense and sighed, saying, "Taoist Qingmu, your judgment is correct. Friend Chun is indeed severely injured this time. It's a pity, for Elder Chun. His talent is quite good among the elders of the Tiansong sect, and he has a great chance of reaching the golden core completion stage in the future, becoming a pillar of our sect." Su Chuan looked at Qingmu Jinjuan and said lightly, "Given the current state of friend Chen, what does your sect plan to do?" "What do you mean by that, Taoist Kurong?" Qingmu Jinjuan raised an eyebrow. "I heard that friend Chun wanted to leave your sect, and that's why he was sent to the Haifeng mountain range to seek a certain precious spiritual herb, but now he's this injured. If left untreated, he will surely die within half a year." Qingmu Jinjuan was slightly taken aback, surprised at how Su Chuan knew so much, but after pondering for a moment he said, "There are sect rules. If one wants to leave the sect, they must naturally pay a price. Otherwise everyone would follow suit, and wouldn't that lead to chaos? In the future, which sect would still dare to recruit disciples, and which family would be willing to accept guest cultivators or retainers? In this matter, no matter the circumstances, what our Tiansong sect has done is beyond reproach." He continued, "The Chun family is not affiliated with the Tiansong sect. Their relocation to Yunshi City can be overlooked by my sect. However, Elder Chun is a registered golden core elder of our sect, and has monthly resources and spirit stones provided for him, never lacking in any way." "Taoist Qingmu, I have not said anything you need not explain so clearly. I only wanted to ask, does your sect intend to save friend Chun or not?" Qingmu Jinjuan frowned, saying, "We are indeed powerless to help. If that is the case, why not let me take him back to have a try? Would you be willing, Taoist Qingmu?" "Take him back to your Yunshi City." Su Chuan nodded. "This?" Qingmu Jinjuan pondered, secretly thinking, could it be that Su Chuan really has a way to heal him? With injuries to the body, dantian, and soul, it should be a situation close to certain death. Su Chuan said, "Taoist Qingmu, do you not wish to let him go slowly die before your eyes? Are you unwilling to let me try to heal him?" Chen Tianfong immediately bowed to Qingmu Jinjuan, saying, "Please, Jinjuan Qingmu, have mercy, and allow Jinjuan Korong to take my grandfather away for treatment. All right. Qingmu Jinjuan waved his hand and said, since Jinjuan Korong is willing to give it a try, then take Elder Chen away. However, regardless of life or death, he must be returned to us. Thank you. They did not linger and immediately left the Tiansong sect. Chen Yubai and Chen Yusong also followed them out. Qingmu Jinjuan stroked his beard, his gaze rippling. What exactly is Su Chuan plotting? They have some friendship, but it shouldn't be deep enough for this. He primarily cultivates wood-type techniques and has means of healing, so he can accurately judge that healing Chen Chang'e will require a great deal of resources. Even ordinary nascent soul sects might not have the medicines to heal injuries to the Dantian or severe soul injuries. He remains as unpredictable as ever. With a light sigh, he watched as the few figures disappeared into the sky, and Qingmu Jinjuan returned to his cave dwelling. In Yunxi City, Su Chuan formed a protective shield, with his mana carrying Chen Chang'e back. He suddenly spoke. You three go back to the Chen mansion. I will take friend Chen to where I reside. It's not a suitable place for guests. However, regardless of whether he is healed or not, I will have someone inform you. Thank you, Jinjuan Korong. The three bowed. They parted ways at that location. In the inner city of Yunxi City, at the Su mansion. In Su Chuan's courtyard, Mo suddenly emerged from the deep pool and stared at Chen Chang'e beside Su Chuan, saying, why did you bring him here? His aura seems very weak, close to death. Pretty much, Su Chuan replied. Are you going to save him? Su Chuan nodded slightly. He's just an outsider we have a good relationship with. He's not one of your Su family members. Why go through so much effort? Saving him will certainly cost quite a bit, right? Su Chuan smiled lightly and said, he is poisoned by a demon beast. His organs are being eroded. His Dantian foundation is damaged, and he has a severe soul injury, leading him into a coma. He can live at most for half a year. Mou replied. Then you're still saving him. He's practically a dead. However, he has clues about the Extreme Star Flower, which is a third-tier pill that repairs the soul, with very significant effects, good for fourth-tier, transforming demon beasts and nascent soul cultivators alike. Make sure to treat him well, and then ask about the whereabouts of the Extreme Star Flower. Mou's eyes lit up. Who knows if he would also suffer severe soul injuries when he becomes a transforming demon beast in the future. Such spiritual herbs are better to have in abundance, so they must be collected and planted early to be prepared for the future. Su Chuan smiled faintly upon hearing this. He knew it would be this way. Having followed Su Chuan for a long time, Mou was increasingly adopting his style of action. Immediately, Su Chuan took Chen Chang'e to a private room to treat his injuries. Within the Su residence, aside from the areas designated for different factions, there were also common guest rooms and courtyards. The private room was simply and elegantly arranged, and Su Chuan placed Chen Chang'e on a bed covered with a serene jade mat. The true Lord Qingmu had once determined that in order for Chen Chang'e to awaken, he required a high-grade spirit-nourishing pill to stimulate his soul. This statement is indeed accurate. However, Su Chuan had his own methods. His comprehension of the Tao of decay and regeneration was already perfected, touching upon life and death. The derived powers of life and death were remarkably profound, effective for healing both physical injuries and soul wounds. Su Chuan stood quietly at the bedside for a moment, his eyes slightly closed, and his aura suddenly became ethereal and profound. He slowly raised his hand with his fingertips surrounded by a peculiar luminescence intertwining gray-white and green. The light was not dazzling, but it seemed to contain the profound truth of the cyclical nature of life and death, where all things undergo growth and decay. He pointed with his fingers, and the light flowed like a gentle stream, slowly entering Chun Change's brow. Time trickled by. Half an hour later, the tightly shut eyelids of Chen Chang'e trembled slightly, emitting an extremely faint groan from his throat. His eyelashes quivered as he finally struggled to open a narrow slit. Su, fellow Taoist. Chun Change's voice was hoarse and dry, and he was quite surprised to see the person before him. Where am I? You are in the guest room of the Su residence. I brought you back from the Tiansong sect. Although I have awakened you your injuries. Su Chuan said little. Chen Chang'e was also well aware of his own injuries. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su. May I ask how you ended up in such a dire situation? Chen Chang'e briefly recounted the events, mentioning the Extreme Star Flower. Although I fortuitously discovered the location of the Extreme Star Flower, there were peak third-tier demonic beasts present. I used all my trump cards, even self-destructing my life-bound treasure to escape with my life. Escaping from a peak third-tier demonic beast is indeed a rare feat, Chen Chang'e said, clasping his fists. Fellow Taoist Su, do you have a way to heal me? Su Chuan remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Chang'e guessed that Su Chuan might have a method, but the cost would be significant, leading him to hesitate. A resolute look flashed in his eyes as he said, "If fellow Taoist Su is willing to save me, I am willing to reveal the location of the extreme star flower. There are a total of 5 extreme star flowers, but only 2 are mature, while the others appear quite unripe." Su Chuan remained silent. Chun Changa continued, "In addition, I am willing to be bound by a soul restriction, and my life shall belong to you from now on." Su Chuan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you saying this, Chen Daoist?" He forced a bitter smile. "In fact, I had intended to withdraw from the Tiansong sect and come to rely on you fellow Taoist Su. Although the Tiansong sect has declined, it is still the foremost power in the Tiansong prefecture with a foundation that remains. Why bother seeking refuge with my Su family? Are you willing to hear the truth, fellow Taoist Su? Please speak, Chen Daoist. I am all ears." After experiencing the war between the 2 prefectures, I believe the fortunes of the Tiansong sect have fallen, and there is no possibility of continuing its glory. I intended to separate from the Qingmu sect, but the Tiansong sect suddenly decided to merge with the 3 sects. The 3 sects were originally vassals, and thus unable to resist easily merging into one. Soon after, the Mo family, Su family, and Lei family all established cities. The Tiansong sect appeared to have merged 7 cities to counteract this, but it did not fundamentally solve the problem. Now the various forces within the Tiansong prefecture are engaged in both open and covert struggles. It seems the Tiansong sect is first, the Mo family second, the Su family third, and the Lei family at the bottom. However, in my view, the Su family has the best chance of becoming the future ruler of the Tiansong prefecture. Su Chuan's pupils shrank slightly. "You are looking too highly of my Su family, Chen brother." Chun Changa suddenly asked, "Is the Mo family's ancestors' successful conception related to you fellow Taoist Su?" "Why do you say that? This is merely my conjecture. Last time, when the Yuzhu secret realm opened, you were invited to meet, and several years later the Mo family's ancestors successfully conceived. It must be that there were corresponding opportunities for conception within the Yuzhu secret realm." "Are you so certain, Chen Daoist?" "It may be coincidence, but it is a recent matter that has made me certain." "Well, what is it?" Su Chuan became interested, wanting to see what evidence he had. "With the 4 families competing, your Su family's potential is evident to the other 3 families. The Lei family cannot do anything to your Su family, and the Tiansong sect's Grand Elder is severely injured and unable to act. However, the Mo family's ancestor has not suffered any serious injuries. If it were me, unless I had some hold over the Su family, such as being related to their conception, I would swear not to act against the Su family. Otherwise, even if it were for the sake of face, they would not openly attack, but they would definitely strike in the shadows, eliminating your Su family's talents one by one. Thus in the future there would be no threat from the Mo family." Connecting this with previous coincidences, I became certain that the Mo family's ancestors' successful conception is related to you, Chen brother. Su Chuan smiled lightly. "Even if your conjecture is correct, my Su family still does not have a nascent soul cultivator. No matter how strong I become, or how many talents my Su family has, we ultimately cannot become the rulers of Tiansong. After all, if a nascent soul cultivator truly disregards everything to eliminate a force, they can definitely accomplish it. Therefore, I speculate that the Su family must have trump cards. Even if not at present, there will definitely be a way to contend with the nascent soul within a few years, or even a decade. If it goes on too long, whether it is the Grand Elder of the Tiansong sect, or the Mo family's ancestor, they will inevitably be unable to restrain themselves. Even if the Mo family's ancestor cannot act personally, they may still request others to do so. The struggle for supremacy in the Tiansong prefecture will inevitably reach a boiling point at some stage. At that time, it will be a life-and-death struggle, or one side will grow stronger while the others submit. Fellow Taoist Su, when the Yuzhu secret realm opened, you must have foreseen the current situation. You likely even calculated the potential for the Tiansong prefecture to launch an attack resulting in mutual destruction. Based on my understanding of you during the war between the 2 prefectures, you should not have exerted yourself so much, as it did not greatly relate to your Su family. If your ambitions were not in the Tiansong prefecture, you could easily relocate with your family, as your Su family has shallow roots here and lacks many kin. With your abilities along with a few other talents from the Su family, it would not be difficult to carve a path to leave. Therefore, I believe that the future Tiansong prefecture will definitely be ruled by the Su family, which is why I made the decision to leave the Tiansong sect to avoid suffering the consequences of the fish pond. If I were to fall in this chaotic Tiansong prefecture, my Chen family would likely find it very difficult to survive. Centuries of foundation would be cut off, just like that. Su Chuan's gaze flickered slightly. He did not expect Chimichanga to be able to guess to such an extent. He had indeed underestimated his intellect in the past. Of course, Su Chuan was cautious in his actions, and was confident he would not leave evidence. What Chimichanga said could only be conjecture. However, if what he said were to be spread, it would undoubtedly cause great trouble for the Su family. In that brief moment, a murderous intent even flashed through Su Chuan's heart. Fellow Taoist Su, I am already a dying man, which is why I have revealed everything without reservation. If I can fully recover, I will only have the option of staying within the Su family. This point was clear to Chimichanga. Su Chuan was not accustomed to leaving himself with future troubles. Even if it was a former comrade with whom he had some friendship, if it truly threatened the Su family, he would not show mercy. You exaggerate, Chin Taoist. Although I cannot guarantee your healing, I have a 2 or 3 out of 10 chance. However, the key is to find the extreme star flower first. Your soul injury is too severe. Without the extreme star pill, it may only extend your lifespan by a few years. Upon hearing this, Chun Change's expression brightened, and a great weight was lifted from his heart as he immediately clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, fellow Taoist Su. Su Chuan agreed to save Chimichanga, not only because of the threat he posed to the Su family, which needed to be controlled firmly, but also out of a desire to nurture talent. In a few months, when Mou transcends the tribulation, the Su family will truly rise to prominence. Although Yi Fan is the mayor of Yunxi City, he mainly focuses on his own cultivation, relying on the Wuzhu 7 and other members of the Wu clan to handle the affairs of the city. However, they are ultimately of lower strength and cannot control the situation. In the future, the affairs of Yunxi City will only increase. If Chimichanga were to pledge allegiance to the Su family, he could serve as the deputy mayor of Yunxi City and manage its affairs. Then please, fellow Taoists, Su, set up a soul restriction for me now to express my sincerity. Su Chuan looked at Chimichanga and smiled faintly. Let's wait until your soul injury is healed before we discuss it. At this moment, your soul is on the brink of shattering. I can only maintain it with my strength. You won't be able to endure the soul restriction. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Su. Then I will now disclose the location of the extreme star flower. Chimichanga briefly explained the location of the extreme star flower, the strength of the demonic beast, and its signature techniques. Soon after, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The Tao rhythm of life and death was nearly exhausted, and Chimichanga fell into a deep sleep again. Su Chuan began to heal his injuries. The injuries to his physical body and internal organs posed problems for others, but Su Chuan's understanding of the Tao was particularly proficient in healing. Thus, in less than 2 hours, he completed the repairs. The chilling death energy that lingered in his dantian was a bit more troublesome, as it belonged to the innate powers of a peak 3rd-tier demonic beast, taking nearly half a day to completely eliminate. The dantian is damaged. If not healed, even if the soul injury recovers, your cultivation will decline over time. Su Chuan sighed lightly. Well, after all, I need to uphold the face of Yunxi City in the future. Without golden core strength, that won't do. Moreover, with Chun Change's top-tier talent once healed, he will certainly be able to cultivate to the golden core perfection level in the future. A worker of golden core perfection will be sufficient for Su Chuan to brew a life and death pill for him. Coincidentally, the Su family has also gathered a set of materials for the life and death pill. After adjusting for several hours, Su Chuan entered seclusion to refine the pill, taking a day or 2 to produce a furnace of life and death pills. There were a total of 7 pills, among which 4 were top grade, 2 were middle grade, and 1 was low grade. This was somewhat more difficult than the dry and regenerate pill. The top grade life and death pill, in addition to healing dantian damage, can also expand the dantian's qi, making it a significant opportunity. Of course, this pill can only be taken by those whose dantian is damaged. If a healthy person were to consume it, they could even cause their dantian to shatter. Since there was only 1 set of materials, Su Chuan kept the roots of the auxiliary spiritual herbs and planted them in the Su family's cave heaven. In this manner, bit by bit, the Su family's cave heaven herb garden will undoubtedly become the foundation for the Su family's future cultivation. After refining the pills, Su Chuan took Mou and headed towards the Black Wind Mountains. On the way, Su Chuan instructed, "You need not take action this time. Just use your true dragon's pressure to suppress it." That was a peak 3rd tier 9 nether earth python. Although it is weaker than you, its strength is not to be underestimated, and its innate abilities carry a chilling death energy, making it incredibly troublesome. If you were to get injured, there would certainly be complications on the 9th day of the 9th month. Understood, Mou replied solemnly. Can you handle it alone? Even without you, I can still kill it. However, with your true dragon pressure to suppress it, it will make things much easier for me. That is true. The true dragon is the leader of all spirits. Once the dragon's might is unleashed, all beasts bow down. Mou proudly raised his head. Besides that, Chuan felt that this might also be an opportunity for himself. The life source life and death seal has seen its condensation speed slow down significantly since the end of the war. Although the two energies of life and death are close to completion at this rate, it will probably take several years. However, the 9 Nether Earth Python possesses pure death energy. If I can absorb its death energy, perhaps the death energy aspect will reach great completion. As for life energy, I have also found an opportunity for great completion. A few days later, deep within the Blackwind Mountains. This place is shrouded in gray-black miasma throughout the year, with ancient trees twisted and gnarled branches and leaves contorted like ghostly claws, making it difficult for light to penetrate. The air is filled with decay and a faint fishy odor. Following Chuan changes directions, Chuan arrived at the edge of a hidden valley. The valley floor was eerily silent, with a small patch of star ghost grass that absorbed the earth's yin and evil energy. At its center, 2 plants about 3 feet tall, sculpted like black jade and flowing with silver-white glimmers resembling stars amidst their leaves, were quietly blooming. These were the mature extreme star flowers. Surrounding them were 3 green plants, which were the unripe extreme star flowers. The mature extreme star flowers emitted a gentle radiance, being the only pure object in this heavily evil miasma-filled valley, radiating an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. Not far away was a ghostly pool filled with filthy energy. This was the habitat of the 9 Nether Earth Python. Chuan clapped his spirit beast bag, and a stream of bluish light soared out, transforming into a 10-foot-long bluish-black dragon hovering before him. As Mou's true dragon bloodline concentration increased, its scales had also transformed into this bluish color. Chuan suspected that if his bloodline concentration continued to rise, it might completely transform into a black dragon. You stay here and wait for the 9 Nether Earth Python to appear, then unleash the true dragon's pressure. No problem. Chuan then clapped his corpse bag, and 5 peak 3rd-tier Xianin blood corpses flew towards the valley, but they had not yet approached the patch of star ghost grass. Nearby, the ghostly pool erupted with a roar, and countless dark green waters splashed out. A massive creature over 20 feet long burst forth from the ghostly pool, its body as thick as a palace pillar, covered in heavy scales like black iron, each scale's edge glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Its triangular head was huge and menacing, with a pair of vertical pupils exhibiting a murky dark yellow flickering with a cruel and cunning light as it opened its massive mouth to bite at the blood corpses. This is the 9 Nether Earth Python. It truly is a fierce demonic beast. The 9 Nether Earth Python flicked its tongue, bringing with it wisps of gray-black, ghostly death energy, then opened its great mouth to bite at the blood corpses. The 5 Xianin blood corpses formed a formation, concentrating their power on the blood corpse at the fore. Their blood aura surged dramatically, their bodies growing to 10 feet tall. With a roar, they wrapped their fists in thick blood light like 2 giant hammers and fiercely slammed towards the 9 Nether Earth Python. The front gate. Although the Xianin blood corpses are peak 3rd-tier beings, a single blood corpse is no match for the 9 Nether Python. Only when 5 blood corpses combine their power can they barely hold their ground. Roar. Mou's faint golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted, transforming into a 30-foot-long dragon. An overwhelming and majestic true dragon pressure stemming from ancient bloodlines crashed down like an invisible tsunami upon the 9 Nether Python. Though the 9 Nether Python possesses ancient beast bloodlines and may not fear the dragon's might, it cannot disregard the true dragon pressure. Its vertical pupils flipped quickly, noticing the situation in the sky, and with a hiss it soared into the air, charging at Mou. Yet its tail was tightly grasped by 5 blood corpses, and under their immense strength it could not shake them off for the moment. Seeing this, Chuan waved his sleeve, and a pitch-black soul-gathering flag swirling with dense ghostly energy shot out, instantly enlarging and rustling in the wind. As he formed a hand seal, the black light of the soul-gathering flag surged. A towering 3-meter blood fiend king clad in black armor roared and charged out. Immediately afterwards, countless ghosts of various shapes surged out like a black tide, among which were 5 initial stage 3rd-tier generals emanating a chilling aura. All the ghosts coordinated with the Blood Fiend King and unleashed piercing shrieks, these shrieks stabbing toward the 9 Nether Python's sea of consciousness like countless sharp needles. This made it emit a painful howl on the spot. Unable to exert strength, it was swiftly spun around by the Xianin blood corpses, and then thrown away, crashing into the opposite mountain wall. Boom! Countless fragments of stone cascaded down. Soon after, 3 skulls, each about a foot in size, and entirely snow-white, flew out from Su Chuan's storage ring. These skulls emitted strange ha-ha laughter as they charged directly toward the 9 nether python. They existed between magical powers and treasures incredibly eerie, capable of breaking the 9 nether python's hard scales. Moua, witnessing Su Chuan's continuous display of terrifying abilities, realized that each one could easily kill a perfected golden core cultivator or an ordinary peak 3rd-tier demon beast. However, the 9 nether python was indeed ferocious and powerful, with hardly any apparent weaknesses. Its immense strength and solid scales, combined with its aura of death and evil energy, meant that if it weren't for the blood corpse's fearlessness, any cultivator would have likely fled. Even a perfected golden core true monarch with a high-grade treasure in hand would not dare to provoke it easily. You seem to have quite a few trump cards, all of which are such fierce and sinister items. If I weren't always by your side, I would think you were a demonic cultivator. Stop the chatter, maintain the true dragon pressure, Su Chuan said as he flicked his sleeve, and 6 formation flags flew out, hidden in the valleys on all sides. After a short while, mist arose and a 3rd-tier great formation was successfully set up. Su Chuan left behind a mist clone, concealed his aura, and stealthily approached the extreme star flower. If he were to boldly take it, the 9 nether python would surely come at him with all its might, potentially destroying all the extreme star flowers. Su Chuan activated the mist illusion formation around the extreme star flower, making the 9 nether python believe there was no issue with the flower. He took away large quantities of star ghost grass and 5 extreme star flowers. He then entered the Su clan's cave heaven to plant them. The reason he took the star ghost grass was that the extreme star flower could only grow rapidly by absorbing the aura of star ghost grass. Moreover, the star ghost grass only grows in places with earth fiend veins. For this reason, the extreme star flower is extremely rare. After hastily planting, Su Chuan exited the cave heaven, preparing to work together with the blood corpses and the ghost king to slay the 9 nether python. Only then could he safely extract the earth fiend vein from this place and move it into the Su clan's cave heaven. At this time, the 9 nether python was under siege with broken scales and flowing foul blood, yet it became even more frenzied. Frantically writhing its body, its iron tail swept across, obliterating large numbers of ghosts, while its massive form crashed into the rocks, causing them to shatter. The gloomy death energy erupted with full force, transforming into waves of gray-black death, clashing violently against the ghostly energy of the blood fiend king, the blood energy of the blood corpses, and the various attacks of the skulls. The entire valley erupted with deafening roars, and the space trembled incessantly. Such fierce combat even affected the stability of the cloud sky great formation. The barriers of the formation space had already begun to show cracks. After all, this was merely a 3rd-tier initial stage formation, and its restraining effects were limited. Even a solitary 9 nether python might not be able to be confined, let alone the continuous collisions of forces from all directions with waves of energy shocks that were terrifying. Though the 9 nether python was at a disadvantage, its life force was astonishing, and completely killing it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Su Chuan's brow glowed with a ghostly light, and 32 silver needles of divine sense converged together, forming a divine sense sharp cone that fiercely pierced toward the 9 nether python's sea of consciousness. It had unknowingly consumed several extreme star flowers, its soul being powerful, so a single silver needle was not very effective. Thus, Su Chuan chose to concentrate the power of his divine sense secret technique in one place. Although the ghostly shrieks of the blood fiend king and the corpses were also powerful, they were ultimately not as profound as Su Chuan's method, which directly pierced through the 9 nether python's soul defenses. The 9 nether python howled in pain, its spirit in disarray, and its body writhed uncontrollably, causing several Xian blood corpses to be unfortunately swept away by its iron tail. With a flip of his hand, Su Chuan summoned the Azure Dragon umbrella. With a thought, 28 flying swords soared out, dancing in the air, and in just a breath or two they coalesced into a sword Azure Dragon. Su Chuan's divine sense was comparable to a perfected golden core, and his magical power was of the same quality. He could easily split his divine sense into 32 parts, skillfully controlling the sword Azure Dragon. This allowed him to unleash the full might of this sword formation. Die! The sword Azure Dragon emitted a series of dragon roars as it plunged toward the disoriented 9 nether python. Comparable to a strike from the nascent soul, the Azure Dragon's claw tore through its solid head with unmatched sword energy, delivering a lethal blow. Mo was also startled, thinking this strike might be enough to severely injure me. Before taking form, was it not wise to refer to oneself as the seat in front of Su Chuan? What if he were to stab me at some point? Seeing the life force of the 9 nether python completely dissipate, Su Chuan finally exhaled a long breath. Glancing at the nearly shattered cloud sky illusion formation, he said, "Indeed, demon beasts are far harder to kill than cultivators, especially those with such powerful bloodlines." Su Chuan descended beside the 9 nether python, sat cross-legged, and summoned the source life and death seal from his dantian, which hovered above the 9 nether python, devouring the dense death energy it emitted. More than 2 hours later, the black half of the source life and death seal solidified, aligning with Su Chuan's expectations. Now only the seal of life remains. Once fully solidified, it will become a magical treasure of high-grade quality. This aligns perfectly with my current understanding of the Tao. The power it can unleash is probably stronger than that of ordinary high-grade treasures. Moreover, as my comprehension of the Tao of life and death deepens, its power can continuously increase, potentially becoming a top-tier magical treasure or even a spirit treasure. Su Chuan smiled slightly, glanced at the 9 nether python, and then proceeded to completely dismantle its body, leaving only its bones after extracting the inner core scales, fangs, snake eyes, snake gall, and snake sac. These bones are also treasures for refining demonic artifacts, capable of producing dozens of magical treasures, even serving as main materials for high-grade treasures. The bone powder can also be used as auxiliary materials for some medicinal pills. Su Chuan, satisfied, sorted these materials and sent them into the Su clan's cave heaven. He then recalled the Blood Fiend King and the others, starting to extract the Earth Fiend in vain from this location. Rumble. The valley instantly shook, but the commotion was isolated by the formation, unable to be transmitted outward. Moments later, Su Chuan found a gray Earth Fiend in vein about a foot long in his palm. It's actually a middle-grade Earth Fiend in vein. No wonder so many star ghost grasses grow here, and the 9 nether python resides in this place. Demon beasts are more sensitive to spiritual veins than cultivators. Wherever a third-tier demon beast makes its lair, there will invariably be spiritual veins of second-tier or higher. Su Chuan re-entered the Su clan's cave heaven, designated an area, and placed this Earth Fiend in vein there. He then transplanted the previously planted star ghost grass and extreme star flowers to this location. The previously listless star ghost grass instantly regained vitality, and the extreme star flower reliant on the star ghost grass also bloomed with vigor. This journey has yielded splendid results. Su Chuan performed hand seals to put away the formation flags of the cloud sky illusion formation, called Mou back into the spirit beast pouch, and then shot off a green escape light toward the outside of the Black Wind Mountains. Several days later, he finally returned to Yunchi City. He then arranged for people to collect the remaining auxiliary materials for the Extreme Star Pill. The Extreme Star Pill requires 9 kinds of spiritual herbs, of which the Su family possesses 6, while the remaining 2 took more than half a month to gather. This was mainly related to the Tian sect, which was also gathering materials for the Extreme Star Pill. After that, Su Chuan began to refine pills. 2 days later. Lucky enough, Su Chuan smiled slightly. I directly refined 8 Extreme Star Pills, 6 of them being high-grade, the other 2 being middle-grade. He contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to use the high-grade Extreme Star Pills for Chunchanga. This can be considered an investment. Su Chuan placed the high-grade Extreme Star Pill into Chun Change's mouth and infused a strand of true essence to assist its transformation. As the pill entered his throat, it transformed into pure spiritual essence, penetrating into Chun Change's sea of consciousness, its force gentle and mysterious, like a spring breeze thawing frozen earth, or moonlight washing away dust and grime enveloping his nearly battered soul. Chun Change's complexion gradually regained its luster, the accumulated tension between his brows slowly dissipating. After 7 days, with the rotation of day and night, a strong wave of spiritual sense radiated from him, appearing deeper and more resilient than before. On the couch, Chun Change's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes suddenly opened. Initially, there was a hint of confusion in his gaze, but it quickly cleared, his face filled with joy. My spiritual sense has actually reached the mid-golden core level. This is the profound nature of the high-grade Extreme Star Pill. It not only heals, but also solidifies the foundation, nurturing the soul, making Chunchanga fortunate for misfortune. Chunchanga suddenly rose, solemnly bowing to Su Chuan in front of the couch, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Su, for saving my life. I am able to transform misfortune into fortune, advancing my spiritual sense to the midstage. Don't be hasty in your thanks. Now that your soul injury has healed, it's time to fulfill your promise. I want to show mercy just because of our past friendship. I understand I will not regret once I have spoken. Chen Change's gaze was determined. Taoist Su Chuan immediately set up a soul restriction deep within his soul. This restriction would conceal itself easily, evading general nascent soul divine sense scrutiny. If someone forced their way in, the restriction would self-destruct, annihilating their soul. All done. Chen Chang'e opened his eyes and cupped his fist, saying, Master, no need for such formality. Let's continue to address each other as fellow Taoists. I don't want others to know of our master-servant relationship. I understand everything will follow Taoists' us wishes. Su Chuan nodded slightly, then took out another medicinal pill and handed it to Chen Chang'e. This pill is called the Life and Death Pill, an ancient miraculous pill for repairing the Dantian, with extremely powerful effects enough to restore your Dantian's foundation. Moreover, this is a high-grade pill which can also expand your Dantian's qi, making your foundation even more solid. Chen Change's eyes brightened. Thank you, Taoist Su, for the pill. In the future, just let me know if you need anything. Once you have fully recovered, you will become the Deputy City Lord of Yunxi City, taking care of various affairs. Chen Chang'e nodded, but then furrowed his brow and said, such an open position, if the Tiansong sect finds out, they will surely come looking for trouble, right? No worries, I will handle everything. You just need to focus on managing the affairs of Yunxi City. Once you recover, I will arrange for someone to hand over the relevant matters to you. Chen Chang'e nodded slightly. By the way, regarding the Chen family, you also need to make some arrangements. The matters related to my Su family can be kept from the public, but you must inform each family head and elder, passing it down through the generations, to prevent any ill thoughts from arising in the future. At that time, my Su family will not hold back. I understand. I will ensure this is done and will not let you worry, Taoist Su. Then make sure to recover in this room. Once your injuries are healed, you can send me a message. 5 days later, Chen Change's illness had completely gone, his aura even stronger than before. This was his new life, and also the new life for the Chen family. He sent a message to Su Chuan, who asked him to come to the courtyard, tossing him a token saying, this is the guest elder token of my Su family, allowing free passage through the defensive formations of the inner and outer cities. However, you cannot traverse the formations of the Su residence. The formations of the Su residence were set up by Su Mingxian back then. Without him, one cannot refine corresponding passage tokens. Afterward, he called Yi Fan and Wu Zhuqi over. Master, did you call for me? After Yi Fan arrived and bowed in greeting, seeing Chen Chang'e, he was astonished and said, Taoist Chen, your injuries have healed. Thanks to Taoist Su. Not long after, Wu Zhuqi also arrived at the courtyard. Su Chuan said, the reason I called both of you here is to inform you that starting today, Taoist Chen will join my Su family and become a guest elder of my Su family. In addition, he will also serve as the Deputy City Lord of Yunxi City, responsible for the affairs of Yunxi City. Zhuqi, you will assist the Deputy City Lord in handling matters in the future. Yifan, you just need to focus on cultivating. With Taoist Chen helping you share the burden, you won't have to deal with most matters. Yifan's expression brightened, and he immediately cupped his fists and laughed, saying, Master is wise. He had previously worried that if he and Su Due went out traveling and Yunxi City faced problems, Wu Zhuqi would be unable to hold others in check. What to do then? Surely Su Chuan couldn't personally intervene. Su Due often stayed at Tianling sect, while Elder Huiyun and Elder Qing focused solely on their own craft and formations, completely neglecting the affairs of the city lord's mansion. Now he could finally venture out without any worries. Outside Yunxi City in the East District, the Chuan family residence, once bustling with vitality, is now shrouded in an invisible gloom oppressive enough to suffocate. Servants hurriedly walked through the corridors, heads bowed and silent. The shouts of the disciples in the training grounds sounded feeble, each move seemingly weighed down by heavy concerns. In the corners, hushed discussions among the disciples could be heard, worry etched on everyone's brow. Have you heard? The ancestor seems gravely injured. Even Qingmu Jinjuan of the Tiansong sect is powerless. Sigh. A young disciple sighed to his companion in a corner of the corridor. Many in the clan had lost their focus on cultivation due to this matter. Not just that. I heard that the Dantian is damaged, the spirit is severely injured, and he remains unconscious. Even if there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening, the future of the Tao is bleak, and he might even regress in cultivation. Another person chimed in, his voice trembling. Our Chen family has only just produced a golden core. If anything happens to the ancestor, will there still be a place for our Chun family in Yunxi City? A slightly older disciple admonished them, though his own eyes were filled with worry. The family head and several elders have their plans. This matter does not concern us juniors. Besides, isn't there still our cousin Yulian? She married into the Su family, becoming Su Chongfei's wife. Surely, she wouldn't let our Chuan family decline to the state of the Hua family. But she is now a member of the Su family. A Chuan disciple remarked, the Hua family is only able to thrive because of Hua Qingshu's power raising the descendants of Feng Zhenren. Now they have even split from the Hua family, reverting their descendants back to the Feng family, claiming their ancestry again. Stop your wild speculations. A plump middle-aged man walked by, reprimanding them in a deep voice. Focus on your own duties, cultivate well, and do not spread rumors that disturb the hearts of others. The disciples fell silent and dispersed. This man was Chun Tianlei, father of Chun Yulian, and the current grand elder of the Chun family, ranked first in strength among the Foundation establishment members. He sighed lightly, hands behind his back, as he walked towards the Hall of Affairs. Inside, family head Qin Tianfang was engrossed in handling clan affairs. Elder brother. Tianlei, you are here. Qin Tianfang looked up. What brings you to me? The atmosphere in the clan is very poor lately. Juniors occasionally discuss grandfather's matters, and if we don't find a way, the morale of our Qin family will disperse. Chun Tianfang, upon hearing this, revealed the worry that had surfaced in his gaze. How could I not know? But now we can only wait for news from the city lord's office. Regardless, we must prepare for the worst. By the way, have you been able to contact niece Yulian? She has been traveling with Chongfei for months, and even the Su family hasn't had any news. How could I get in touch with her? Qin Tianlei sighed gently, his eyes flashing with concern for his daughter. Su Chongfei is the only descendant of the Su family with exceptional talent. They won't let anything happen to him. Yulian is by his side, so she should be fine. Let's hope so. Qin Tianlei said no more. He feared that with the four major powers vying for control, the other three families might target the Su family's disciples. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept in from outside. A tall figure draped in a deep purple cloud-patterned robe appeared, as if out of thin air, standing silently in the hall. The newcomer stood like a pine tree. Although his face appeared slightly gaunt, there was a profound light within his eyes. The gray at his temples did not indicate old age, but rather added a dignified aura born from years of experience. Chun Tianfang and Chun Tianlei were struck as if by lightning, abruptly springing up from their seats, their eyes wide open as they fixed their gaze on the familiar, yet slightly altered figure. For a moment, they forgot to breathe, suspecting they were dreaming. Grandfather. Chun Tianfang's voice was dry and trembling, filled with incredulous joy and confusion, the first to regain his composure. Qin Tianlei took a staggering step forward, his lips quivering. Grandfather, is it really you? At this moment, Qin Change's aura was harmonious and long-lasting, no longer exhibiting the frailty and darkness of his past injuries. Instead, it subtly radiated a deeper and more imposing presence. Qin Change's gaze swept across the worn and anxious faces of his two closest descendants, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, which then transformed into gentle and steady contentment. He slightly nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, and said, Indeed, thanks to Jinju and Kuro, I have fully healed, and even turned misfortune into a blessing, gaining a slight increase in power. That's wonderful. The words fully healed instantly shattered the tense strings of worry within Qin Tianfang and Qin Tianlei's hearts. Really, grandfather, are you truly all right? Your spirit is also. Qin Tianfang stepped closer, his excited skin trembling, still somewhat disbelieving as he carefully scrutinized Qin Change's condition. After all he had witnessed Qin Change's previous injuries with his own eyes, there had seemed to be no hope for recovery. A 1 in 10,000 chance fell upon you, grandfather. It seems heaven has not forsaken our Qin family. A wave of immense joy surged within Qin Tianfang, causing his voice to choke. Qin Tianlei's eyes turned red, and he repeatedly exclaimed, That's amazing. The two of them simultaneously exhaled their long-held anxieties, exchanging glances, each seeing the overwhelming joy of relief reflected in the other's eyes. With the ancestor present, the Qin family had a stabilizing force. All worries, fears, and uncertainties about the future dissipated in that moment. This indeed counts as a rebirth after tribulation, and it signifies that our Chun family's fate is not yet exhausted. We will discuss the details later, Qin Changa said. For now, let the clan's disciples be at ease. Tianlei, I will summon all the disciples of the clan right now. After saying this, he turned and strode out, his steps resonating with the sound of thunder, sweeping away the gloomy atmosphere of recent days, leaving only fervor. Before long, deep within the Chun residence, the emergency summoning bell of the clan, the Jingyun bell, rang out thunderously. The sound echoed grandly and urgently, instantly spreading to every corner of the estate. It's the Jingyun bell. The whole clan is gathering. What happened? Could it be? Quick, head to the training grounds. Whether disciples and meditation stewards handling affairs or patrolling guards, upon hearing the bell their hearts tightened. Though filled with doubts and even trepidation, no one dared to delay for a moment, hastily setting aside their tasks and converging towards the central training ground like rivers returning to the sea. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the once empty training ground was now packed. Hundreds of Chuan disciples stood in order, with the core direct descendants and higher-level clansmen in the front, followed by the branch families and the younger generation. The outer ring was filled with numerous guards and servants looking around with expressions of uncertainty, the murmurs of low conversations buzzing like a tide. The sudden ringing of the Jingyun bell must mean something significant has happened. Could it be? There's definite news from the ancestor. Is it good or bad? Looking at the family head and elder Tiamlius' expressions, they seem to have no sorrow. Could it be? Mind your words. We will know when the family head and elders arrive. Amidst various speculations and unease, several figures quietly appeared on the high platform at the front of the training grounds. Leading the way was a man in a purple robe with a jade crown, tall and imposing as a mountain. Though his temples were slightly frosted, his countenance radiated divine light. It was none other than Xinchanga. The scene fell into silence. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes focused on the purple figure, hardly daring to believe what they saw. Suddenly, the immense shock erupted into a flood of joy. Ancestor! It's the ancestor. The ancestor has returned. The ancestor is safe. Heaven bless the Chuan family. The ancestor has recovered. Cheers, exclamations, and the choked voices of uncontainable excitement echoed throughout the training grounds, reaching the skies. Many were so excited that they trembled, tears brimming in their eyes. The fears, oppression, and despair of recent days melted away, replaced by an indescribable joy and exhilaration. No one knew who bowed first. In an instant, hundreds of people in the training grounds, regardless of disciples, guards, or servants, all faced the high platform, cupping their hands to their foreheads, bowing deeply, the sound echoing like thunder, merging into one. Congratulations to the ancestor for recovering and returning. Ancestor, may you have long peace. The sound shook the rafters, resonating deeply. Xinchanga stood on the platform, his gaze slowly sweeping over the anxious and flushed faces below, taking in everyone's expressions. He did not speak immediately, allowing the thunderous cheers and reverence to continue for a moment, until the clamor subsided slightly and the crowd looked up at him with eager anticipation. He slowly raised his right hand, gesturing for silence. Suddenly, all fell silent. Xinchang's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In the past, the clan may have experienced uncertainty or complacency. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I can overlook the past. However, from today onwards, our Chuan clan must unite as one, overcoming the hardships together. Every member of the Chuan clan must diligently cultivate, fulfill their duties, maintain harmony within the clan, and work together in the outside world. If there are those who feign compliance, betray the clan, or neglect clan affairs, his voice suddenly rose firm and decisive. Regardless of kinship or merit, they will be directly expelled from the Chuan clan, never to be admitted again. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's hearts. The crowd below was solemn, all lowering their gazes in response. We obey the ancestor's command. The crowd once again cupped their hands in salute. In addition, there is an important matter concerning our Chuan family to announce. Xinchanga paused for a moment before continuing. I was already on the verge of death. The Tiansong sect had no way to help, and I could only watch myself die. Thanks to my old friend Jinju and Kuro, who intervened at great cost, I was brought back to life. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Therefore, I have decided to leave the Tiansong sect and join the Su family, becoming a guest elder of the Su family, and in the future, I will be the vice city lord of Yunchi City. You are leaving the Tiansong sect, becoming a guest elder of the Su family. The ancestor has been appointed as the vice city lord of Yunchi City. Below, an uproar ensued, with many family disciples discussing among themselves. There were worries, joy, and confusion. An elder of the Chuan family spoke up. Ancestor, are you simply leaving like this? If the Tiansong sect finds out, they will definitely come looking for trouble. How will our Chuan family defend against that? Yes, ancestor, this matter requires caution. The Tiansong sect is not something we can provoke. So to avoid offending the Tiansong sect, you would rather watch me die from my injuries. Ancestor, we don't mean that. It's just, as a former elder of the Tiansong sect, I am already dead. Oh, I owe them nothing. Now that I have been saved by Jinju and Kuro, and given a second chance at life, I shall naturally serve the Su family. Xinchanga said calmly. I know what you are worried about. While the four major powers seem calm, there is actually fierce competition behind the scenes. Yunchi City is the stronghold of the Su family, and even the Tian Song sect would not dare to cause trouble easily. Even if they do, the Su family will handle it, and it will not concern you. Just be cautious in the outside world from now on. As for the Tian Song sect disciples within our Qin clan, if you feel that being in the Tian Song sect is better, you can leave the clan and sever all ties with us. If you do not wish to then stay within the clan, the matter will have a resolution. I have said all I need to, you may disperse. Tianfang Tianlei, you too come with me. Yes, grandfather. Chen Chang's recovery was a good thing, but leaving the Tian Song sect and becoming a guest elder of the Su family was another wave of turmoil. Chen Yubai, Chen Yusong, and other disciples of the Tian Song sect showed worried expressions, unsure of what to choose. They were among the more talented individuals in the Qin family. However, they had only become disciples of the Tian Song sect due to the benefits of the three sects merging into the Tian Song sect. Cousin, what should we do now? Should we return to the sect or stay with the clan? This. Chen Yubai also looked troubled. The ancestor's attitude is firm, but seems he wants to sever ties with the Tian Song sect completely. We should trust the ancestor and observe the changes within the clan. After all, the Qin family is our root. In the family head study, grandfather, why did you suddenly propose to leave the Tian Song sect? Is it because of the conditions set by Jinju and Kuro for saving you? Chen Tianlei asked in surprise. Chen Tianfang shook his head. It should not be. In fact, grandfather had intended to leave the Tian Song sect long ago. His injuries this time were due to his desire to leave, and he was assigned a dangerous task by the Tian Song sect. Thus he suffered heavy injuries in the Black Wind Mountains. So that is how it is. But elder brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? What good would it have done to tell you given grandfather's situation? Chen Chang'e said, there's no need to discuss this further. Joining the Su family is my own decision, and furthermore, I will also be a servant of Jinju and Kuro in the future. If not, he would not have intervened to save me. What? Jinju and Kuro actually wants you to be his servant. You are a dignified golden core cultivator. Chen Tianlei was immediately furious. How could he do this? Moreover, our families are still related by marriage. This matter was also initiated by me. Why? This time, even Chen Tianfang revealed a puzzled expression. What kind of relationship could lead him to offer a treasure that even nascent soul cultivators would be tempted by to save an outsider? Chen Chang'e questioned. If it were you, if your in-laws were gravely injured and you asked our Chuan family to provide such treasures to save them, would you be willing to give them away freely? The two fell silent. Since the matter had not happened to them, they could not empathize. Do you know that one of the pills offered by the Su family is currently the highest treasure of the Tian Song sect for nascent soul elders? An object of urgent necessity for the elders. Should the Su family be willing to part with it, the Tian Song sect would likely offer a tier 3 medium or high-grade spirit vein in exchange. The other is likewise of extraordinary value. By misfortune turned fortune, my Dantian and Sea of Qi have expanded by 30%, and my divine sense now rivals that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Though my cultivation realm remains at early-stage golden core, yet I am fully capable of engaging a mid-stage golden core cultivator in combat. Even more, Zero True Lord has agreed to craft for me a medium-grade magical artifact. They exchanged glances, hearts trembling with awe. Of course, grandfather's proposal to serve the Su family stems not merely from my desire for Zero True Lord's life-saving intervention, but from genuine conviction in the Su family's destiny. They shall surely become the sovereign house of the Tiansong Prefecture. The Tiansong Prefecture teeters on instability. Only by aligning ourselves decisively with the winning faction can our Chun family rise with the tide. Within 1 or 2 centuries we may ascend to become a preeminent golden core lineage within the Tiansong Prefecture. Grandfather's vision is far-sighted. I was narrow-minded indeed. Chen Tianfang and Chen Tianlei bowed deeply in unison. I reveal this matter to you both today because our Chun family must henceforth internalize its rightful station. Henceforth the Su family stands as master, the Chun family serves as vassal. This decree must also be conveyed to future Qin family patriarchs and the senior elder, but ordinary clansmen need not be informed. Such discretion itself is Zero True Lord's grace. Understood, grandfather. Chen Chang'e gave a slight nod. Henceforth I shall reside almost exclusively within the city lord's mansion. Should matters arise, transmit messages to me directly. Yes, grandfather. Soon after, Chen Chang'e soared skyward upon a streak of evasive light, returning to the city lord's mansion. Within half a month, news of his appointment as deputy city lord of Yunchi City had spread throughout the city. Thereafter, major and minor powers, including the Tiansong sect, the Mo family, the Lei family, and Tiansong City, also became fully aware. Not only in Yunxi City, but also in Yuzhou City, Baiyun City, and Tiansong City, each clan maintained covert agents to gather intelligence, ensuring constant awareness of rival movements. In the contest for sovereignty over the Tiansong Prefecture, intelligence is paramount. Both the Mo and Lei families were astonished how dared Chunchanga act so boldly, joining Yunxi City in utter silence. Admittedly, news of Chunchanga's near-fatal injuries remained tightly guarded. Few knew the truth. Yet within the Tiansong sect, all was known. In the sectmaster's hall, Shi Fengyue, having learned of this from a disciple, erupted in fury, spiritual pressure surging forth and shattering a first-tier pear yellow hardwood table outright. Disciples guarding the hall's exterior recoiled in shock. What grievous offense has provoked such wrath from the sect master? Silence. Speak further, and punishment shall follow. Two disciples whispered privately. Summon the sect elders immediately to the Grand Assembly Hall, and invite both the senior elder and Bingxian True Lord. I have urgent matters to deliberate. Yes, sectmaster. The disciple outside bowed respectfully at the main entrance, then swiftly dispatched transmission talismans. Half an incensestic's time later, all elders assembled in the Grand Assembly Hall, the Tiansong Hall. Sectmaster, what urgent matter compels this gathering? If trivial, this elder must return to his peak to forge artifacts. Redfire elder spoke first. Shi Fengyue swept his gaze across the assembly, face grave. Just now I received word. Our elder Chunchanga has openly betrayed the sect and joined Yunxi City. He now serves as its deputy city lord. The hall erupted like boiling oil doused with ice water. Many elders wore expressions of stunned. Elder Chunchanga lives, and he has joined Yunxi City. Feng Juechen exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I heard just recently he lay gravely wounded beyond salvation. That diagnosis came directly from the senior elder himself. Elder Yang remarked. All eyes turned toward Qingmu True Lord. His expression remained solemn, unflinching. He met their gazes calmly, and said softly, on that day Elder Chen's injuries were severe, his dantian ruptured, suffused with chilling death qi. His physical body bore grievous wounds poisoned by a virulent toxin already corroding his 5 vital organs. Most critically, his soul bore fissures, plunging him into deep slumber. Such injuries demand rare, priceless celestial herbs and treasures. Yet our Tiansong sect, devastated by the Twin Prefecture War, lacked the means to intervene. Then why now? An elder asked, puzzled. Chun clan elders summoned Zerong True Lord, who transported Elder Chun to Yunxi City for treatment. Redfire True Lord drew a sharp breath. Zerong True Lord possesses such power to revive even from such devastation. Redfire Elder, is this truly the moment to admire Zerong True Lord's artistry? Shi Fengyue's voice turned glacial. Even if he revived Chunchanga, Elder Chun remains by oath and title a Tiansong sect elder. Yet Zerong True Lord brazenly claimed him, appointing him deputy city lord with open defiance. This is a direct affront to our Tiansong sect. And Chunchanga himself, having recovered, chose not to return to the sect, but to remain in Yunxi City. Such conduct constitutes outright betrayal, unpardonable. A black-robed elder, face cold as forged iron, declared sternly, this precedent must never stand. We must act with lightning severity, capture the traitor, and execute justice publicly. Otherwise, where lies our sect's law? Where its authority? This elder was Zhao, master of the sect's punishment hall, and a latest-stage golden core cultivator. Elder Zhao speaks wisely. A white-bearded elder supporting him declared Chunchanga must be seized and punished within the sect, and Zerong True Lord must render full account to our Tiansong sect. Otherwise, our Tiansong sect's prestige shall crumble utterly. Could Zerong True Lord's sheltering of Chunchanga signal a probe, a test of our resolve? Then our reply must be firmer still. Precisely, let every force in the Tiansong Prefecture know the Tiansong sect is not to be trifled with. Passions surged, most elders' faces flushed with outrage. This matter struck at the very core of the sect's authority and future stability. Only a few elders, those bound by old ties to either the Chun or Su families, wore troubled expressions, words poised on their lips, yet unspoken. Amidst the roaring tide of condemnation, their hesitation went unheard. Among them stood Song Yuyang of the Song family. Zerong True Lord, what do you intend? Do you seek to ignite full-blown chaos across the Tiansong Prefecture? At present, the 4 great powers maintain outward civility, while secretly amassing strength, biding their time. Senior Elder, how shall we proceed? Shi Fengyue turned to Qingmu True Lord. Without Qingmu and Bingxian Tru, lords, none else in the Tiansong sect would dare confront Su Chuan. During the Twin Prefecture War, Su Chuan earned the epithet Golden Core Slayer. His formidable divine sense technique rendered combat against early to mid-stage Golden Core cultivators effortless. Incomplete records indicate over a dozen early-stage Golden Core cultivators fell beneath his hand during that war. Beneath such fearsome renown, ordinary Golden Core cultivators dared not provoke him lightly. Qingmu Tru Lord's brow furrowed deeply. He truly wished to avoid confronting Su Chuan if at all possible. As he hesitated, Bingxian Tru Lord spoke, "Elder brother Zerong Tru Lord is indeed formidable, but together you and I should prevail over him." During the Twin Prefecture War, the patriarchs of the Nie and Chao families, both true lords at the peak stage Golden Core level, subdued Su Chuan. So too can we, elder brother, myself and you sworn brothers. Enough. I wished no confrontation with Zerong Daoist, but this transgression exceeds all bounds. Very well. Let the sect master senior elder Bingxian, elder Yang, and elder Zhao lead this expedition, personally journeying to Yunxi City to apprehend Xinchanga. Other elders wishing to join are welcome. Sect master, I volunteer. So do I. 5 more early to mid-stage Golden Core elders promptly pledged to accompany them. This force now surpassed even the last assault launched by the Nie and Chao families, when they led legions of demonic Golden Core cultivators against Yunxi town. Excellent. All elders prepare briefly, then assemble at the mountain gate in half an hour. The elders dispersed. Qingmu Tru Lord's brow remained knotted. Bingxian Tru Lord observed and asked, elder brother, what still concerns you? Is it Zerong Tru Lord's strength? I gauged his power firsthand in our prior clash. Did he employ his divine sense technique then? Then you witnessed only the fraction he chose to reveal, not his true capability. Su Chuan deploys his divine sense technique solely when delivering fatal blows. Only then does he unleash his full arsenal. Beyond that technique, he commands a race. At Qianshi Grove, he deployed formations to fight 3 latest-stage Golden Core cultivators, among them Tsonglong Tru Lord, and slew the Bloodrobe Venerable. Could you and I facing those same 3 slay, even one within 15 minutes? Bingxian Tru Lord fell silent, then frowned. Then elder brother opposes confronting Yunxi City. Qingmu Tru Lord shook his head. Our sect's dignity demands action. This is an open, unavoidable challenge. Should the Tiansong sect retreat, its authority across the Tiansong prefecture would plummet drastically. Even our entire sect's morale could fracture. An open challenge. Was it deliberate? Why? Bingxian Tru Lord was baffled. Outwardly it appears intended as intimidation, demonstrating power. Yet his deeper machinations remain veiled to me. Elder brother, let us go, visit the Supreme Elder. You wish to request the Supreme Elder's intervention. Not necessarily, merely precautionary. Should our Tiansong sect fail to subdue Yunxi City? Qingmu Tru Lord left the sentence unfinished, but Bingxian Tru Lord understood instantly. Has the tide truly turned? Has the once glorious Tiansong sect faded beyond return? Bingxian Tru Lord murmured inwardly. The two ascended the main peak's rear mountains, toward the secluded abode of Supreme Elder Shi Daoyan. Supreme Elder, we Qingmu and Bingxian pay respectful homage. They bowed before the cave entrance. What matter brings you? After a pause, a hoarse, ancient voice resonated from within the grotto. Respected Supreme Elder, Elder Xinchanga has defected from our Tiansong sect to join Yunxi City, assuming the post of Deputy City Lord. The sect master has resolved to accompany us in capturing him, and in demonstrating our might to Yunxi City. Qingmu Tru Lord spoke reverently. Accepted. Disciple humbly requests the Supreme Elder accompany us unseen, and intervene decisively, should the need arise, to severely wound, or even eliminate Su Chuan. Qingmu Tru Lord continued. Elder Chen's soul sustained catastrophic damage. Disciple judged recovery nearly impossible without a pill akin to the Polestar pill. Upon hearing this, Shi Daoyan finally replied, understood. Grateful Supreme Elder, we take our leave. Qingmu and Bingxian Tru Lords departed. En route, Bingxian Tru Lord asked elder brother, was that assessment truthful? 7 or 8 parts true. Only thus could we sway the Supreme Elder. With the Supreme Elder anchoring our effort, success is assured. Let us hope so. Half an instant stick. 10 Tiansong sect elders each carved paths through the clouds upon streaks of evasive light, racing toward Yunxi City like falling stars. 3 latest-stage Golden Core cultivators, 2 peak-stage Golden Core True Lords, and 5 early to mid-stage elders. This force was extraordinarily potent, capable of annihilating a top-tier Golden Core lineage such as the Lei family. Within Yunxi City's inner district at the Su residence, Beneath the witheran bloom tree, Su Chuan sat cross-legged. His form stirred slightly, his eyes opened slowly, calm, unruffled. A subtle premonition stirred within him. He calculated the omens with a flick of his fingers. Moments later, a faint smile touched his lips. They have arrived. Instantly, he transmitted orders to all Su family Golden Core cultivators to gather outside the city lord's mansion. Those farther away, such as Tianling sect, received urgent summons. Though bewildered, Yi Fan, Su Due, and Su Delying immediately abandoned their tasks and converged upon the skies above the city lord's mansion. Liang True Lord Rong Tianyang and Yin True Lord, upon learning the Tiansong sect might be launching an assault, also appeared there. Even without combat, their presence lent weight to the Su family's stance. After all, Tianling sect was now an integral part of Yunshi City. All assembled. Sisterling, you've come too. Yi Fan glanced upward, spotting 4 streaks of light descending. Su Delying and Liang True Lord among them. Su Delying nodded gently, then turned to Hui Yun True Lord and Qingya Elder, greeting Master Elder Qingya. Qingya Elder, perplexed, asked, what urgent matter prompts this sudden assembly, Patriarch? Chen Chang'e replied, if I surmised correctly, this concerns me. Likely the Tiansong sect has learned of my joining Yunshi City and my appointment as Deputy City Lord. Is that all? Qingya Elder sighed, shaking his head. Truly, the Tiansong sect continues its decline. Their magnanimity and breadth of vision have withered. Hui Yun True Lord countered, you misunderstand. All powers dread fickle, disloyal figures. Elder Chin's conduct now bears unmistakable hallmarks of sect betrayal. Setting aside personal pride, even to deter sect disciples from similar defections, the Tiansong sect cannot afford leniency. Yin True Lord frowned slightly. Zerong Daoist's action is indeed ill-advised. As a Tianju sect cultivator, he understood sect protocol. Traitors are relentlessly hunted until slain, or until pursuit proves futile and is reluctantly abandoned. Elder Yin, Zerong Daoist conduct requires no judgment from you. Liang True Lord subtly reminded him. Su Delying stood right there. His bond with Su Chuan ran deep. Open criticism before her would only cause her discomfort. Yi Fan defended fiercely. My master acts with profound purpose. Without knowing Elder Chin's full circumstances, outsiders ought not pass hasty judgment. He long sought to withdraw from the Tiansong sect, yet they dispatched him to the Blackwind Mountains to seek the Polestar Flower. There he encountered a monstrous beast sustaining injuries so grave he hovered at death's threshold. The Tiansong sect abandoned him to await death. It was my master who retrieved him and expended immense resources to restore his life. Elder Chuan has already died once. Having joined our Su family as an honored guest elder, what impropriety lies therein? Liang True Lord replied, so that is the truth. Without Zerong Daoist, Elder Chuan would surely have perished. Fairly speaking, his life now belongs to the Su family. As he finished speaking, a streak of azure light drifted serenely from the Su residence, settling before the assembly. It was Su Chuan himself. Grandfather, and master, and head of the clan, and Dao friend Gurong, and Su Ding, Yi Fan, and Chen Chang'e each offered their salutations. Now that everyone is assembled, let us proceed to the East Gate to welcome the guests from Tiansong sect. Our Yunshi City gates would scarcely withstand another heavy knock. Nacho ran through Su Dang's spine. Yi Fan asked, Master, will the Tiansong sect truly arrive today? And they will, and in considerable numbers, I suspect. If you 3 Dao friends prefer not to become entangled, would you remain on the periphery as witnesses, and lend us your presence for gravitas? And the young Jinjuan smiled faintly and nodded. We shall follow Master Gurong's lead. That had been their intention all along. Nonetheless, Yunshi City faced imminent catastrophe. They wished to avoid deep involvement in the Tiansong sect's internal strife. With those words, over a dozen streaks of light shot toward the eastern district. In the East Gate lay adjacent to the Tiansong Mountains, the sole route by which travelers from the Tiansong sect entered Yunshi City. Su Chuan led the procession to the eastern outskirts, halting midair a li beyond the gate. They stood motionless, robes rippling softly in the wind, as if awaiting only ordinary guests. Besides the approaching delegation from Tiansong sect, the Mo and Lei clans, having learned of the impending turmoil in Yunshi City, also hastened here via divine teleportation and mystic flight. Were those Gurong Jinjuan and Liang Jinjuan just now? Over a dozen Golden Core cultivators mobilized. Surely something momentous is afoot, and shall we go see? Precisely my thought. Dao friend, let us go together. And numerous Yunshi City cultivators who had noticed Su Chuan's party likewise grew curious and ventured outside to observe. Suddenly 2 streaks of light descended upon a nearby mountain peak, revealing the figures of Elder Mo and Mo Wenshang. And Su Chuan, since their arrival, glanced briefly in their direction. and then withdrew his gaze with calm indifference. Soon after, a thunderous, unrestrained bolt of lightning blazed across the sky, landing opposite the same mountain peak. Narcs of crackling electricity coiled about its bearer, Lei Wuji of the Lei clan. Half an incense stick later, at the horizon's far edge, 10 streaks of light, each radiant in a distinct hue and sharp as drawn swords, burst through the clouds. Bearing overwhelming pressure and an aura of grim austerity, they closed upon Yunxi City's eastern suburbs in mere moments. The streaks halted abruptly, hovering several hundred zhang from Chuan and his entourage. Nas the luminous residue, fated 10 golden core elders of Tiansong sect materialized, led by sect master Shifengyu's senior elder Qingmu Jinjuan and Bingxian Jinjuan. The two factions hovered in silent opposition, their invisible auras colliding like tectonic plates. Qingmu Jinjuan stood at the center, casting a sweeping glance toward the Mo and Lei clans arrayed on either flank. Jinjuan Lei Ji, elder Mo, why have you come? Dao friend Qingmu, please do not mind us. We of the Mo clan merely came to witness the spectacle. Pay us no heed. So too does the Lei clan, Lei Wuji boomed with laughter. Best ensure your words hold true. Bingxian Jinjuan retorted coldly. Then Chuan spoke, his voice serene yet resonant. Esteemed Dao friends of Tiansong sect, I have long awaited your arrival. Your presence honors Yunxi City beyond measure. Shifengyue scanned the opposing ranks, and his gaze locked onto Chunchanga. His pupils contracted slightly. Elder Chun, you have indeed recovered fully. Since you are healed, why have you not returned to the sect? This Chun has already died once for Tiansong sect, thus fulfilling all debts of gratitude. And today, before you all, I hereby declare my formal withdrawal from Tiansong sect. Henceforth, I shall serve as honorary elder of the Su clan and deputy city lord of Yunxi City. His voice thundered like celestial resonance, reverberating across hundreds of li. Countless cultivators murmured in astonishment. Chunchanga has truly severed ties with Tiansong sect. How could Tiansong sect possibly allow this so easily? Did you not see how many of their elders have arrived? This is undoubtedly about him. Let us hurry to the east gate. Within the city, cultivators debated fervently and surged en masse toward the gate. Gossip is human nature. Even immortals are but mortals refined. Meanwhile, those who had earlier gathered at the east gate gazed in awe. None exclaimed, no wonder he bears the title Gurong Jinjuan, the peerless sovereign beneath the nascent soul realm. To openly defy Tiansong sect takes unparalleled courage. This affair will surely end in bloodshed, another sighed mournfully. Others wondered curiously, just how does Yunxi City's strength compare to Tiansong sect's today? By aura alone, 5 of their cultivators stand at golden core latestage or higher, while Yunxi City fields only Liang Jinjuan and Yin Jin Jinjuan. Yet cultivation power cannot be measured solely by realm. Recall Gurong Jinjuan's deeds during the two-faction war. He held off 2 golden core perfected Jinjuan of the Tanling prefecture single-handedly. Victory remains uncertain. Zhao, elder chief of the punishment hall clad in black robes, bellowed fiercely, Chunchanga, you dare much. Today we shall seize you, strip your cultivation, and drag you back to the Xianbing cave to endure a century of glacial torment. Gurong Jinjuan, if you yield him willingly, all may yet be resolved. Otherwise what? Yi Fan, dressed in azure robes, stepped forward beside Chuan. His expression stern, his bearing unyielding. Though his cultivation ranked lower, his composure was profound and unwavering. To Ye's knowledge, when Elder Chen lay near death, senior Elder Qingmu declared his condition irredeemable, nearly abandoning hope. Now, under my master's miraculous intervention, and at great personal cost, his life has been restored. Grateful for this grace, Elder Chun has chosen to join our clan of his own volition. Such conduct is both natural and just. What crime lies therein? You failed to save him, yet forbid others from doing so. Having saved him, gratitude becomes treason. Where in the heavens does such logic reside? Nai Fan's words struck like a blade, precise, incisive, unassailable. Outrageous. Young elder of Tiansong sect roared. You greenhorn, how dare you presume to understand sect discipline? Chunchanga receives sustenance and rank from our sect. His life, death, and allegiance belongs solely to us. To defect without authorization constitutes betrayal, a universal consensus. Gurong Jinjuan, you harbor a traitor within your ranks, thus flouting Tiansong sect statutes and challenging its very authority. Should you fail to offer a satisfactory resolution today, do not blame us for enforcing sect law, seizing the traitor, and demanding accountability from Yunxi City. Su Dang likewise emitted a crisp, disdainful snort, her voice ringing clear, her aura surging with phoenix majesty. This, Xinjuan dares ask how you shall demand accountability. Is it wrong for Elder Chun to wish to live? And you failed to save him, letting him perish, and yet dares speak thus arrogantly. And must every soul who joins Tiansong sect become its lifelong slave? Life and death dictated solely by your decree. Silence. Zhao Elder snapped furiously. Tiansong sect has never upheld such doctrine. Do not besmirch its honor, and to admit it now would deter all future recruits, and even ignite rebellion among current disciples. Indeed, unrest might erupt within the sect itself. And enough. Qingmu Xinjuan sharply rebuked Zhao Elder, then turned to Su Dang with measured respect. It seems the immortal Phoenix Feather Lady has attained full mastery of her arts, truly worthy of being the supreme prodigy of her generation. He offered a formal congratulation, and the rest of Tiansong sect's delegation exchanged startled. Then Qingmu Xinjuan added, yet the Phoenix Feather Lady's prior assertion was mistaken. One who joins Tiansong sect is not bound to it for life. But if one's heart no longer resides with the sect, retention breeds only calamity. And still Elder Zhao spoke rightly, both sects and clans uphold binding statutes. Unauthorized defection equals betrayal. Dao Friend Lei Ji Elder Mo, what say you? Were such a case to arise within your clans, how would you respond? Enlei Wuji laughed heartily. Such conduct would be utterly unacceptable. Nor would the Mo clan tolerate it. Mo Wentian replied coolly. In Gurong Dao Friend, how then would the Su clan handle such a matter? Qingmu Xinjuan fixed his gaze intently upon Su Chuan. His rhetoric employed strategic retreat, using others' voices to compel the Su clan into conceding fault. Far more astute than his fellow elders. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Elder Chun had not yet withdrawn. Only now before you both, the Grand Elder and Sect Master, has he formally applied to leave Tiansong sect. Do you both consent? In the Tiansong elders' expressions flickered. Yi Fan and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, Elder Chun resided temporarily in Yunxi City, solely to recuperate. Today he submits his official resignation. Surely such reasonable elders will grant it without hesitation. In Shi Fengyue clenched his teeth. You twist logic with brazen sophistry. When did Elder Chun ever display intent to resign beforehand? And Sect Master Shi, you grow unreasonably rigid. Elder Chun is after all a golden core cultivator. Must he kneel and beg your permission to depart? Are the other golden core elders of Tiansong sect similarly debased in status? And if so, why not resign en masse and join the Su clan? We of the Su clan hold golden core cultivators in highest esteem. And so does the Mo clan. And so does the Lei clan. And both clans gleefully stirred the pot. You, Shi Fengyue pointed a trembling finger at Su Chuan, his entire frame quaking. Qingmu Xinjuan sighed softly. Gurong Dao Friend, must matters escalate thus? Tiansong sect once sheltered your Su clan. Is there not debt of gratitude? Where was that shelter during the two-faction war? Su Chuan replied calmly. That war taught me one truth. Only one's own strength is truly reliable. Had we waited for others' protection, the Su clan would long since have been erased. And moreover, during that war Su slew over a dozen golden core cultivators of the Tanling prefecture. Surely that merit outweighs any minor favor. What say you, Dao Friend Qingmu? In Gurong Dao Friend, you insist upon armed confrontation with Tiansong sect. It is Tiansong sect that insists upon persecuting Yunxi City. When the Chun clan merely relocated here, Elder Bingxian arrived to interrogate us. Now Elder Chun seeks to withdraw and join our clan, yet you dispatch an entire elder delegation. N2 Golden Core perfected 3 late-stage, 5 mid to early-stage cultivators. Dao Friend Qingmu, I ask you, does this force suffice to obliterate a premier Golden Core clan? And do you intend to annihilate Yunxi City? Su Chuan's voice deepened, resonating with increasing weight, his aura thickening like gathering storm clouds. N. Retreat now, and relations between our clans may resume as before. Refuse, and Yunxi City stands ready to meet you to the last breath. Can things truly return as before? Qingmu Xinjuan offered a hollow smile, his eyes turning icy. Truth be told, I have fought alongside you many times, Gurong Dao Friend, but we have never crossed swords. Then let Shi today test your cultivation prowess. Qingmu Xinjuan flew towards Su Chuan, his spiritual energy surging violently, drawing ambient qi from the heavens and earth. Thousands of ethereal arboreal forms rose and sank behind him. This was his famed 10,000 trees art, though not yet perfected its ability to command wood elemental qi and manipulate cycles of growth and decay, instilled dread even among peers. Chuan raised a hand. Yi Fan and the others instantly retreated. And before them countless vine-like tendrils coiled forward like serpentine dragons, each pulsing with vibrant verdant vitality. Lei Wuji's gaze sharpened. During their last duel he had fallen precisely to this inexhaustible essence of life. The cycle of withering and flourishing rests entirely within Su's will. Wither, Na wave of desiccated Tao resonance erupted from Chuan, causing the lush vital vines to visibly dull their luster, fading as if drained of life. They grayed, shriveled, and shattered into dust, unable even to approach Chuan. And the Tiansong elders paled in shock. Mo Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly. The ancient Gurong art lives up to its legend, infinitely superior to common wood affinity techniques. Senior Elder Qingmu, your 10,000 trees art is utterly subjugated by the Gurong resonance. Qingmu Jinjuan frowned deeply, and with 2 fingers poised like a sword pierced the air. Instantly countless jade-green swords coalesced midair, forming a torrential rain of blades, shrieking as they tore through the void like an inverted river surging towards Chuan. Where the blade rain passed, the very air turned emerald. Yet as it neared Chuan's sphere, within dozens of zhang, its verdant hue yellowed, its vitality waning, sustained only by residual sword intent. The remaining withered blades continued their assault, only to be met by a sweep of Chuan's sleeve. A surge of azure radiance erupted, shattering every blade instantaneously. So it is, the Gurong resonance indeed suppresses pure wood affinity arts. Yet blended techniques, such as sword intent infused with wood energy, resist complete suppression. Yet even so, Mo Wentian stroked his beard, smiling faintly. Your entire cultivation foundation rests upon wood energy. Without it your arts lose half their potency, placing you at grave disadvantage. Qingmu Jinjuan knew this well. Now with no restraint left he flipped his palm, and his core artifact, the 10,000 trees ruler, appeared. N4 chi in length, carved from jade green, eternal jade, its surface etched with countless arcane woodkey runes. As verdant light pulsed across its surface he swung at once. Countless jade-hued beams erupted, converging into a torrential flood rushing towards Chuan. Chuan tapped his storage pouch. A streak of black light shot forth, swelling midair into a massive, imposing seal. And this was the high-grade artifact Zhongshuan seal. Under Chuan's command it exuded a crushing weight, akin to 5 sacred mountains pressing down. And the jade beam flood struck it like waves against an immovable cliff, barely stirring its position. Seal and Chuan formed a madra, unleashing the seal's binding power. Null jade beams slowed as if sinking into viscous mud, their force rapidly dissipating. Then he drove the Zhongshuan seal forward with devastating force, shattering the entire beam flood. Countless jade motes scattered into the air like fading emerald fireflies. Something is amiss. How can you channel a high-grade artifact to such intensity? Qingmu Jinjuan ceased attacking, frowning in disbelief. Not only he, but Bingqian Jinjuan, Shifeng Yue, and all the others were stunned. After all, Gurong Jinjuan's most renowned and formidable artifact was the Azure Dragon Umbrella and the Azure Dragon Sword array it unleashed. Now relying solely on the heavy Xian seal, he easily defeated the true Lord Qingmu. Although the reason was the path of decay and prosperity countering his divine abilities, the gap in their magical powers was immense. At the initial stage of Golden Core, it was impossible to unleash such power from a high-grade magical treasure. Mo Weniang's divine sense swept across immediately, revealing an expression of disbelief. Golden Core perfection. Know your realm is undoubtedly at the initial stage of Golden Core. His gaze flickered slightly. The foundation of a Golden Core at the initial stage rivals that of a Golden Core at perfection. It seems that Taoist Ku Rong, you have gained quite a fortune in the past few years. Those present were all shocked upon hearing this. I heard that true Lord Ku Rong fell into a disadvantage during the last battle with the heads of the Tamlang House and Nye Chao, due to magical power reasons, and now the last shortcoming has also been compensated. No wonder facing true Lord Qingmu now, he can occupy the upper hand so easily. The first person below the nascent soul, truly deserving of the title. True Lord Qingmu's face was ashen. Right now Chuan had completely matured. Even a Golden Core perfection cultivator with their divine abilities perfected and high-grade magical treasures in hand would likely be on par with Chuan. But what he did not know was that Chuan's divine abilities were already perfected long ago. In fact, due to his significant advancement in divine sense cultivation, he could fully unleash the power of the Songlong sword formation. According to the judgment of the true Yangtze who originally refined this magical treasure, it was rare for anyone at the Golden Core stage to unleash its full power. If one could unleash 70 to 80% of its power, they could dominate the Golden Core stage with few rivals. Senior brother, I will assist you. A cold shout rang out as the already impatient true Lord Bing Qian stepped forward, an aura of cold suddenly erupting around him. His face was as stern as eternal ice, and his ice-blue hair flew in the wind. As soon as he appeared, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and countless tiny ice crystals formed in the air. True Lord Qingmu looked at him, nodded, and did not refuse. Chuan was no longer something he could. A flash of blue light appeared in Bing Qian True Lord's hand, revealing his innate, high-grade magical treasure, the Xianbing Zhanpa sword. Its icy aura intensified. Chuan flipped his right hand, and the Songlong treasure umbrella also appeared in his grasp. The umbrella opened, and a dark blue light curtain descended. With this defensive light curtain in place, even if both of them attacked with all their might, it could withstand more than a quarter of an hour. And Chuan naturally would not remain on the defensive. True Lord Bing Qian suddenly swung the Xianbing Zhanpa sword, sending a Tenshanglong ice-blue sword aura crashing towards Chuan. True Lord Qingmu also activated the Wan Yusi again, launching an attack from the other side. Chuan manipulated the heavy Xian seal to block the ice-blue sword aura, while simultaneously flicking his finger, causing flying swords to surge forth from the ribs of the Songlong treasure umbrella. The flying sword shadows converged, forming countless streams of sword qi that collided with the streams of the ruler's light. Yet among the streams of sword qi, there were 28 magical treasure flying swords, their power far exceeding many of them. Even without forming a sword formation, they were not something an ordinary high-grade magical treasure could block. The three were in the thick of battle, their frenzied attacks causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, with waves of energy from countless collisions spreading like ripples. Attack! Seeing this, Shi Fengyue immediately spoke. Yes. The 7 Golden Core elders, led by Elder Zhao of the Punishment Hall, responded in unison. They each wielded their magical treasures, transforming into several streams of light, rushing fiercely toward Yifan, Su Delying, and Su Due. Yifan's gaze was solemn, and his battle intent erupted suddenly. His skin glimmered with a faint golden light, muscles coiling like a dragon, and an overwhelming aura akin to a savage beast surged forth. He stepped forward, the air exploding, charging toward the head of the Tiansong sect, Shi Fengyue. Sect Master Shi, your opponent is me. Yifan's voice was deep, his right fist clenched tightly, muscles and bones crackling like exploding beans, and his entire arm was instantly covered by a layer of dark golden Sanskrit, faintly resonating with the sound of chanting. Shi Fengyue's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion, yet he was not afraid, snorting coldly, arrogant. In his hand, a blue magical sword emitted a fierce sword aura, transforming into a Tenshanglong streak that tore through the air, directly striking at Yifan's head. Brahma Heaven Sacred Fist, 3 styles combined. Yifan did not dodge or evade. He let out a low roar, swinging his right fist forward, devoid of dazzling light, only pure power at its ultimate form and boundless battle intent. The dark golden fist imprint flew forth, expanding against the wind, resembling a golden mountain that violently crashed into the blue sword aura. Boom! In the deafening roar, the blue sword aura shattered inch by inch. Shi Fengyue was actually forced back a few steps. He looked on in horror. This power. How is it possible? Yifan's battle intent surged like a battle god, his figure darting close, and both fists rained down like a violent storm, each punch carrying immense force. He forced Shi Fengyue, a cultivator who had just entered the late Golden Core stage, to continuously defend. Yifan's physical body was formidable, occasionally clashing his arm against the sword's edge, even producing the sound of metal hitting metal, sparks flying. 3rd tier physical body. Yifan's dual cultivation of law and body was already well known, but no one realized he had quietly broken through his physical body, once again reaching the 3rd tier. Even his medium-grade magical treasure could only leave scratches on him due to his magical power membrane and powerful physical body, and in a short time it could not inflict any significant damage. It was well known that Yifan had not entered the Golden Core stage for a year. At this moment, he was actually battling evenly with Shi Fengyue, who was in the late Golden Core stage. Even Mo Wenyang, this elder of the Mo family in the early nascent soul stage, had his pupils constrict, revealing a heavy expression. Mo Wenshang and Lei Wuji, as well as a crowd of onlookers, found it even harder to believe. Rong Tianyang murmured. Yi Fan is actually not inferior to his master. He can battle a golden core in the late stage right after forming his golden core. Indeed remarkable. True Lord Yenjin sighed, stroking his beard. Dual cultivation of law and body truly formidable. On the other side, Su Delying let out a clear cry, a conflagration erupting behind her, and a 6 to 7's Hanglong phantom of a fire phoenix spread out its scorching aura enveloping the surroundings. In her eyes, red gold light swirled, transforming into 2 burning flames. Wherever her gaze fell, the air warped. She faced Elder Yang from Tiansong sect, who was at the 9th layer of golden core, the strongest beneath True Lords Qingmu and Bingqian. Although Su Delying had just entered the mid-golden core stage, she showed no fear. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a blood-red feather-like magical treasure, entwined with pure flames, shot out, transforming into a lifelike fire phoenix that soared toward Elder Yang. This was a feather of the ancient true spirit fire phoenix obtained at the Celestial Talents Conference. At the same time, a flicker of fire light enveloped her, and a phantom of battle armor formed from pure heavenly flames adorned with swirling runes materialized. Though not fully solidified, it still provided decent protection. Elder Yang's expression grew serious as he summoned a medium-grade magical treasure, a bronze ancient shield, to protect himself, while simultaneously activating a jade whisk, also a medium-grade magical treasure. The whisk's countless dust threads transformed into a green river wrapping around the fire phoenix and Su Delying. However, the fire phoenix's true flames were domineering, and the green dust threads were instantly burned to ashes upon contact. Fire Emperor's true eyes swept across, and Elder Yang felt a scorching pain in his soul, causing his spellcasting to slow down by half a beat. Su Delying moved, agilely approaching under the cover of the fire phoenix, with her feather-like magical treasure transforming into a sword at times, and a whip at others, launching an incredibly fierce assault, forcing Elder Yang to defend more than he attacked. No wonder she was the first genius in the previous session, as she has already reached the mid-golden core stage, and her cultivation speed surpasses that of her grandfather. Mo Wenyang said lightly, the magical abilities at the mid-golden core stage, both in terms of magical power, quality, and richness, are comparable to the late golden core stage, and Su Delying's talent is outstanding, even surpassing that. Big brother Su Delying must have perfected her magical abilities right. Exactly, and it's still a type of eye technique. Mo Wenyang sighed softly. With just her alone, no one in the Mo family at the golden core stage can contend. There's also the other fairy Cold Moon, who is equally impressive. Mo Wenyang's gaze turned to Su Diyue. She was facing Elder Zhao from the punishment hall, at the 8th layer of golden core. Her expression was cool, her delicate hand raised, and a stream of light, as pure as moonlight and as cold as a spring, emerged from her sleeve, which was her innate magical treasure, Tying. Although this treasure had dropped in rank, its essence remained. With the assistance of the instrument spirit Morong Yun, even at the initial stage of golden core, Su Diyue could unleash its full power. A hazy shadow of a bright moon appeared behind Su Diyue, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the area for dozens of zhang. Elder Zhao summoned 2 medium-grade magical treasures, a blood-red chain and a black ruler. However, once he stepped into the silvery glow, his speed plummeted and his spiritual light dimmed, as if frozen and eroded by the moonlight. Su Diyue lightly tapped with her jade finger, and the Tying flying sword transformed into a cold, piercing light aimed directly at his dantian. Elder Zhao was horrified and retreated swiftly, clashing with the black ruler, while simultaneously controlling the blood-red chain, transforming it into a blood-red python that struck towards Su Diyue in a strange and cunning manner. Su Diyue tapped her storage bag, and a light blue treasure mirror flew out, circling around her. The blood-red python struck, but it collided directly with the light blue light curtain, producing a... Then Su Diyue twisted her wrist and struck out fiercely at the blood-red python with a sword. The blood-red python was immediately split apart and transformed back into a chain-like magical treasure, its surface's blood-red spiritual light slightly dimmed. It was not surprising for Su Diyue to have a high-grade magical treasure, but her ability to unleash its full power was something Su Chuan had previously been unable to accomplish. Mo Wenyang, Lei Wuji, True Lord Lai Yang, and others were all puzzled. A high-grade magical treasure, even in the late golden core stage, could not necessarily unleash its full power. Otherwise, if someone at the initial stage of golden core wielded a spiritual treasure, could they not easily slay nascent soul cultivators? The other 5 elders of Tiansong sect immediately sent 2 to attack Su Delying and Su Diyue. The other three charged toward the true Lord of Fire Cloud, the true Lord of Qing Cliff, and Xinjiang. Even if true Lord Lai Yang and others did not intervene, the 7 from Yunqi City could hold off 10 from Tiansong sect, almost a formation that involved nearly all late Golden Core cultivators. Throughout Tiansong sect, only Bai Yin and another late Golden Core elder remained stationed at the sect. At the eastern city gate, whether on the ground in midair or on the city walls, the various cultivators watching were discussing fervently, and the sounds of admiration were ceaseless. Remarkable, truly remarkable. An old cultivator with white hair clapped in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. I initially thought that with 2 Golden Core Perfection True Lords from Tiansong sect and 8 elders, they would definitely suppress Yunqi City with overwhelming force and capture Xinjiang. Who would have thought it would end up like this? A nearby middle-aged scholar-like cultivator's gaze was fixed on the central battlefield, where a figure in white was calmly facing 2 opponents. True Lord Ku Rong. No wonder he is the first person under the nascent soul of our Tiansong house. Even with the combined forces of true Lords Qingmu and Bing Qian, they could do nothing against him, but were rather suppressed. Such combat power could rival that of the rumored Tian Luo Demon Lord during the battle between the 2 houses. Look at the others from the Su family. Another person pointed at the other battle groups, speaking excitedly. That Yi Fan's fist technique is unmatched, able to directly contend with the late Golden Core sect master Shi. There's also the Phoenix Feather Fairy, whose Fire Phoenix bloodline is unparalleled, overwhelming Elder Yang at the 9th layer of Golden Core, and another elder at the initial layer. The Cold Moon Fairy is also not inferior, facing 2 opponents alone. The foundation of the Su family. Truly unfathomable. This time Tiansong sect has lost face. Voices of glee echoed among the crowd, muted, yet hard to suppress. They came with great fanfare, yet have kicked a hardboard. I doubt Tiansong sect will not only fail to capture the traitor or intimidate Yunqi City today, but even question if they can retreat unscathed. Indeed, others added, the 3 elders from Tianling sect seem to be watching, but if Yunqi City truly faces peril, they will undoubtedly not stand idly by. That's stating the obvious. Who doesn't know that the Phoenix Feather Fairy is the sect master of Tianling sect? I wonder how the situation of Tiansong House will be after today's battle. An old white-haired man sighed. If another great battle erupts, I expect many fellow cultivators will fall. In the distance on the mountains, the Mo family's ancestor Mo Wenyang stood side by side with Mo Wenshang, their expressions no longer relaxed and playful, replaced by deep solemnity. Wenshang, what do you think? Mo Wenyang transmitted his voice. Mo Wenshang was silent for a moment, slowly exhaling. Unexpected. If Tiansong sect had not come today, perhaps no one would know the foundation of Yunqi City had reached this level. He looked at Mo Wenyang and asked, Big brother, if Yi Fan and Su Delying reach the late Golden Core stage and join forces with Su Chuan, can you hold them off? It's challenging unless I can get a top-tier magical treasure. On the other side, Lei Wuji's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and the expression on his rugged face changed. The Su family is developing too quickly. In 2 or 3 decades, they seem poised to surpass my Lei family's millennium of accumulation. However, today, due to Qin Change's exposure, the foundation of Yunqi City is indeed a blunder. Based on true Lord Ku Rong's wisdom, it shouldn't have been so. Could it be he seeks to hasten the changes in the situation of Tiansong House? To intimidate my Lei family, Mo family, and other forces, drawing a large number of people to ally with them. A moment later, a thought arose in Lei Wuji's mind. If my Lei family helps the Su family gain control of Tiansong House, could my Lei family achieve stability for hundreds of years and perhaps even produce a nascent soul cultivator in the future? The Lei family was the least likely of the 4 factions to control Tiansong House. They lacked the nascent soul cultivators of the Mo family and had fewer talented individuals than the Su family, falling far short of Tiansong sect's foundation. Perhaps this is the most suitable path for the Lei family. Just then, the Mo family's ancestor Mo Wenyang suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression slightly altered, and he turned abruptly, his gaze shooting toward the southeastern horizon. Big brother, what's wrong? Mo Wenshang, who was beside him, immediately sensed his brother's change and asked softly. I didn't expect him to come out. Who? That old ghost Shi. Hiss. Mo Wenshang drew a cold breath, exclaiming in disbelief, wasn't that old ghost grievously wounded in his spirit and still in seclusion? Does he not fear his injuries worsening? By all reason, unless the sect faced annihilation, he would never risk leaving seclusion. Mo Wenshan's eyes darkened as he fixed them toward the southeast, as if he could pierce the void. Given the present situation, Tiansong sect may have lost face and fallen into a passive stance, but it is far from being crippled or teetering on the brink of extinction. Although Qingmu and Bingxian are being suppressed, they can still protect themselves. Shi Fengyue and the others, though at a disadvantage, are not in mortal peril. Why has he come here? His thoughts raced. Piecing together today's events, a vague yet astonishing suspicion rose unless in Yunxi City, or rather in Su Chuan's hands, lies something he needs. Mo Wenshang, startled, cried out, "Brother, do you mean the things Su Chuan used earlier to heal Chinchanga might be able to restore a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual root?" "Very possible." Mo Wentian nodded slowly, his tone growing heavier. "If she truly restored his soul injury, that would be grave indeed. His lifespan is limited. In these last decades, he might kill, without restraint, targeting those who stand in the way of Tiansong sect and the Shi family's position." Mo Wentian schemed inwardly. "We cannot allow him to succeed. Perhaps we might even force Su Chuan to expend the last favor he owes." At that moment, an anomaly erupted on the southeastern horizon. A modest, yet light-devouring golden teleportation light streaked forward at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above the battlefield. The light retracted, revealing an elderly man in a plain gray robe, his face gaunt, standing with his hands behind his back in midair. His sparse hair was ashen, deep wrinkles carved his face, and his eyes were as fathomless as an ancient pool. A nascent soul aura radiated from him, utterly startling everyone. "Finally you've come." Su Chuan cast a glance during battle. Though age had altered his appearance, he could confirm this was Tiansong sect's nascent soul Grand Elder Shi Daoyan. A nascent soul cultivator's aura. Could that truly be Tiansong sect's nascent soul Grand Elder? Rumor said he was gravely wounded and in seclusion, yet he appears today. Yunxi City is in danger. Qingmu Jinjuan and Bingxian Jinjuan showed no surprise, but Shi Fengyue and the others were aghast. "Grand Elder, how have you come?" "Wonderful, the Grand Elder has arrived. Yunxi City is doomed." Shi Daoyan scanned the battlefield and glanced at Mo Wentian. As for Lei Wuji, he paid him no heed. "Friend Mo, are you here to watch the spectacle?" "Indeed. Elder Shi, you should have no objection, right?" Mo Wentian chuckled lightly. Shi Daoyan stood at the peak of early nascent soul, a strength comparable to mid-stage nascent soul, wielding top-tier treasures, whereas Mo Wentian had only just entered nascent soul and held only superior-grade treasures. His repertoire of divine arts could not match Shi Daoyan's. Therefore, even if she was grievously injured, Mo Wentian dared not rashly provoke him. The cost might be beyond bearing. Shi Daoyan ignored him and snorted coldly. "Tiansong sect is truly in decline. Muster so many elders and still fail to take a single city." Qingmu Jinjuan and the other Tiansong elders forced back their opponents and flew before Shi Daoyan, cupping their fists. "This is our failing. Please, Grand Elder, calm your wrath." Yi Fan and Su Delian gathered at Su Chuan's side, watchful and fixed upon the Tiansong contingents. Liang Jinjuan and his group were likewise on guard. At this, Shi Daoyan's pressure suddenly surged. "What will Tianju sect meddle in matters of Tiansong Prefecture? If you insist on intervening, do not blame this old man for showing no mercy to fellow cultivators such as Yan Longzi and the others." Liang Xinjian's expression was grave, but he remained motionless. "Very well." Shi Daoyan. At that moment, Su Chuan smiled faintly. "Elder Shi, may I ask the reason for your honorable arrival in Yunxi City? Could it also be to seize this so-called traitor?" Shi Daoyan fixed his gaze on Su Chuan and asked coldly, "By what means did you heal Chinchanga? What has that to do with you, Elder?" Su Chuan naturally understood Zai's motive. Indeed, this had been his very trap. By taking Chinchanga, and he would strike at Tiansong sect's face, and Tiansong would be incensed. Shi Daoyan would not emerge for so trivial a reason alone. Su Chuan guessed that Qingmu Jinjuan would infer his method. It was not a divine art, but likely an exceedingly rare pill capable of healing soul injuries. To be safe, there was a 40 to 50% chance he would summon Shi Daoyan. With such bait, she would inevitably leave seclusion. This scheme served several aims: first, to take Chinchanga; second, to intimidate Tiansong sect; third, to cow the various golden core clans of Tiansong City. They were not vassals of Tiansong sect, yet had long submitted. They would not readily rebel and might rally at the sect's command. Although Tiansong City lacked a single dominant golden core clan, the combined might of many families still formed a formidable force. Su Chuan did not hope to win them over outright, but sought through this battle to intimidate them so they would not heed Tiansong sect's commands lightly, to shatter the image of Tian Kang's invincibility in their hearts. Within Tiansong sect, fully loyal golden core cultivators numbered at most a dozen or so. The rest harbored private designs. Elders from clans like the Tsang and Lu families, for example. If a war broke out between the Su family and Tiansong sect, these clans might not commit wholeheartedly. Fourth, he wanted to attract golden core families to station in Yunshi City. The stronger such foundations became, the stronger Yunshi City would be. Fifth, he sought to draw out Shi Daoyun and engage him in battle. Since his cultivation ceased to be a shortcoming and his spiritual sense reached the fullness of golden core, he no longer regarded ordinary golden core cultivators as worthy of notice. Even figures like Qingmu Jinjuan or Bingqian Jinjuan golden core masters at fullness were treated similarly. Only if they perfected their divine arts might Su Chuan regard them more highly. A Shi Daoyun at his prime was someone Su Chuan would never dare provoke nor entice the Tiansong sect. But the present Shi Daoyun, his spirit grievously wounded and at less than 50% strength, could be exploited as Su Chuan's stepping stone. If successful, more than one golden core family would likely relocate to Yunshi City. Countless wandering cultivators would swarm in, as well strengthening the city. As for enraging Tiansong sect, if even the nascent Soul Grand Elder cannot subdue Su Chuan, any others who come would likely be slain by him with ease. Battling Shi Daoyun would also serve to intimidate Mo Wentian, deterring him from coveting the Su family. It might even sow thoughts of abandoning the struggle for Tiankang's lordship. After all, aside from their nascent soul progenitor, the Mo family's foundations were insufficient for such ambitions. They would need at least another century of accumulation. Previously, when Mo Wentian saw Shi Daoyun gravely wounded and Tiansong sect waning, and with himself the only intact nascent soul cultivator in Tiansong Prefecture, such thoughts took root. With the glory of this battle, and should Mou later cross his tribulation again, Yunshi City's place in Tiansong Prefecture could be secured. Even if Tiansong sect resisted desperately, it would only hold on for a time. Hand over that pill, and I shall call this matter closed for today. So the venerable nascent soul grand elder of Tiansong sect has come merely to seize a junior's possession. Su Chuan shook his head, smiling faintly. Young one, are you seeking to irritate an old man? If others follow your example and simply seize what they desire, what purpose is there in each clan cultivating strength to wait for others to plunder their gains? Then they may as well pillage others. Shi Daoyun's face grew even more parched. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Young one, you have sought your own death. Before his words had fallen, he struck with ferocity. When a nascent soul cultivator's wrath flared, the heavens shifted. He need not employ elaborate arts. With a single thought, the world's spiritual energy answered him. A gigantic golden palm materialized, its lines as distinct as mountain ravines, bearing the terrifying might to shatter the void and seize sun and moon. It descended upon Su Chuan's head. Even before the palm arrived, its irresistible pressure sent the blood of countless lower cultivators in the crowd surging, nearly forcing them to their knees. Come then. Light flared from Su Chuan's eyes. Instead of fear, he gave a long cry, and the long-suppressed grandeur of his power erupted without reserve. In an instant, a majestic force surged from his dantian and golden core, like the thundering Yangtze sweeping through his body. That power's vigor and purity were astonishing. It had reached the fulfillment of golden core. Though he was only an early golden core, by consuming the ancient Ku Rong Dan, he had elevated his foundation to rival a golden core at fullness. It helped that his divine art had formed a core, otherwise a typical early golden core at best would reach latest stage. Su Chuan's depth of foundation was rare in the entire Northwest. Perhaps some could rival him now, but once he advanced to late golden core, or fullness, he would unquestionably be the Northwest's foremost golden core cultivator. Songlong sword array arise. Su Chuan waved his hands swiftly. The Songlong treasured umbrella, long poised, snapped fully open, and 28 flying sword treasures condensed into the complete Songlong sword array. From within the array, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, a sword-like cut, and parried, interlocking to form a Songlong claw that hurled itself fiercely at the golden palm. He has been hiding this. Qingmu Jinjuan stared at Su Chuan in utter disbelief. Bingqian Jinjuan, Shi Fengyue, and the other Tiansong elders likewise were stunned. With a thunderous roar, that Songlong claw slammed into the golden palm. The expected scene of the sword array being smashed by a single palm did not unfold. The golden palm was cut and worn by countless razor-sharp sword lights in layers, its radiance quickly dimming. Within a breath, the palm shattered with a roar, collapsing into a scatter of golden motes that dissipated. Though the Songlong sword array shook violently, it remained intact above Su Chuan's head, unleashing an astonishing dragon's wail toward Shi Daoyun. Thud, thud, thud. The backlash forced Shi Daoyun to stagger backward several zhang in midair. For the first time, surprise crossed his gaunt face. Though he could not unleash his full strength, he still wielded 40 to 50% of his might. That golden palm held no restraint, yet it had been met heated and shattered by a junior. Just as Qingmu said, he must be grievously wounded or killed. Shi Dayan's gaze turned utterly cold, murderous intent bared. No longer holding back, he pressed his right hand's middle two fingers together like a blade and drew lightly toward his Danshan's Qi. A clear, piercing sword chant rang out as if to split the firmament. An utterly pure platinum swordlight shot forth from his dantian and hovered before him. As it inhaled and exhaled the air, filled with an unstoppable cleaving sharpness. This was Shi Dayan's life-bound flying sword, Gungjin, nurtured for 1,000 years, now at the zenith of superior-grade treasures, a hair's breadth from becoming an upper-tier artifact. Gungjin pierces the void, slash. Shi Daoyun performed the sword formula. The Jingjin's white light swelled and instantly split into 9 exceedingly solid platinum sword prongs. Like 9 white rainbows tearing sky and earth shrieking painfully, they attacked Su Chuan from different angles. Where the sword prongs passed, the space was lacerated with faint black rifts. Su Chuan's face grew extremely grave. Even this attack alone felt capable of ripping apart that Songlong umbrella's defense. He could not sit and await death. King Long's tail spin. He drove that Songlong sword array with all his might to entangle fiercely with the 9 platinum sword prongs. The clatter of metal struck metal in a rain. Each collision burst with blinding sparks and dissipating spiritual light. Yet it could not fully hold. Chongshin seal, restrain. Su Chuan simultaneously summoned the Chongshin seal, which became an ink-black little mountain, bringing tremendous force to crash into 3 of the sword prongs, easing the pressure on the Songlong array. Even so, it was only a precarious defense. After all, Shi Daoyun was already grievously wounded. His sword techniques could not be without flaw. After a moment, while the Songlong array's radiance rapidly dimmed, and the Chongshin seal lamented, Su Chuan heard a muffled grunt from Shi Daoyun. Now, life and death seal, initial draw. Su Chuan's hands suddenly formed an unfathomable seal, his left palm gray, as death, his right emerald with life, joining the palms. He pressed at a distance toward where Shi Daoyun stood. An intangible, formless, yet life and death-charged wave disregarded spatial distance and instantaneously invaded Shi Dayan's body. His expression shifted slightly. He was already near his mortality and heavily wounded. The balance of life and death Qi is most precarious in such a state. Ordinary people could not possibly possess such arcane means. Yet Su Chuan could, by invoking life and death divine art. He stirred the life-death equilibrium within him, causing his circulation of power to cease. If the balance broke, his wounds would flare anew. He might be grievously wounded once more. Damn it, what manner of technique is this? Shi Daoyun, both shocked and enraged, suppressed his injuries while intensifying his assault, seeking to finish Su Chuan swiftly. God-slaying chisel, break. Su Chuan at last unleashed a spiritual sense secret technique he had not previously used. Within his sea of consciousness, 32 hair-thin silver spiritual sense needles condensed into silver cones, and with blinding speed stabbed toward Shi Dayan's sea of consciousness. Ugh! Shi Daoyun, taken unawares, uttered a heart-wrenching groan. His already injured soul, under such a perfectly timed spiritual assault, had its defenses ripped open. Agony blackened his vision, his consciousness blurred for a moment. His control over the Gungjin flying sword faltered instantly. The 9 platinum blade prongs' power sharply diminished, their radiance trembling, to even neared collapse. Songlong probing claw. Su Chuan roared, driving the Songlong sword array with full force. A colossal Songlong claw with the might to rend the heavens slammed toward the nearly uncontrollable white golden sword Qi. Bang, bang, bang. As the sword claws clashed, each roar shattered a streak of platinum sword Qi. The Gung gold flying sword emitted a mournful cry, dimly flying back to Shi Dayan's side. Puff! Shi Daoyun was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood mixed with faint golden Qi in midair. His breath diminished, visibly the color draining from his face, making his already withered features appear even more gray. The entire arena fell silent. Only the gale howled. Everyone stared in shock at the figure of the injured nascent soul retreating in the air, and at the still-standing young man in white robes whose aura fluctuated, yet whose gaze was piercing. His mind went blank. The nascent soul ancestor actually suffered a great loss against a golden core cultivator. Mo Wentian gasped, his pupils constricting to the extreme. Previously, the sword technique used by Shi Daoyun with his life-bound treasure, though not at full power, still required all of his strength to defend against, even at the early nascent soul stage. Elders of the Tian Song sect, such as Qingmu and Bingen, turned pale, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. You younger generation. Good, very good. His voice was hoarse, each word carrying a chilling aura. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Shi. I also think I am quite good, Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. He had just grasped the essence of life and death which could trigger Shi Dayan's injuries, and with his divine sense secret technique, could harm Shi Dayan's soul at this moment. These two aspects alone made Shi Dayan wary. As for that Songlong sword formation, it was also formidable, indeed comparable to the offensive power of someone who had just entered the nascent soul stage. Of course, it could not compare to someone like him who had reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage and honed his foundational strength. Even the former Tian Luo demon monarch could battle with a newly entered Mo Wentian, but against Shi Dayan, he was heavily injured within just a few moves and could only flee in disgrace. Though not as strong as the Tian Luo demon monarch, this young man is not far behind. More importantly, he is still only at the early golden core stage. Is it possible that our Tian Song sect is truly out of luck and that the Tian Song government is about to undergo a change? The crowd at the eastern city gate erupted like a boiling pot all at once. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? A nascent soul cultivator actually spat blood. Not just spitting blood. Didn't you see that the flying sword's light dimmed? It clearly suffered a backlash. Using a golden core body to attack a nascent soul. Even if that Tian Song sect elder has old injuries, this is still a miracle. The first person under the nascent soul. In another 20 years or so, he might just become the #1 in our Tian Song government. Countless spectators, whether loose cultivators, children of small families, or others, turned red with excitement, unable to contain themselves. Many young cultivators looked at Su Chuan, their hearts swelling with respect and fervor. In the distance atop the mountains, elder brother. Mo Wentian's throat felt a bit dry and his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. He actually managed to injure Shi Dayan. Though he has injured a nascent soul, is still a nascent soul. Mo Wentian fell silent for a long time before slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at Su Chuan slowly sing. This Su Chuan might be hard to restrain. Perhaps he was not waiting for Qingmu and the others today, but for Shi Dayan, this nascent soul elder. At the same time, he questioned himself if he were to unleash all his strength against Su Chuan without any reservations, could he kill him? The answer was that he only had a 40 chance of killing him, a 40 possibility of Su Chuan escaping, and a 20 chance of a tie. Elder brother, after this battle the name of the withered glory true monarch will resound throughout the entire Tian Song government, and the prestige of Yunqi city will reach its peak. Then, my Mo family. Mo Wentian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Elder brother, how about you launch a sneak attack? As long as Su Chuan is alive, my Mo family will never have the chance to become the leaders of the Tian Song government. Mo Wentian looked at his expectant gaze, sighed softly, and finally said, It's impossible. Why? As long as you sneak attack while he is engaged with Shi Dayan, you can definitely kill him directly. At the very least, you can heavily injure him. Because I cannot take the initiative to strike against him. Mo Wentian was filled with confusion. This is the deal I made with him. He helps me establish my golden core, and after that I cannot take the initiative against anyone from the Su family, and I owe the Su family 3 favors. Su Chuan never provoked our Mo family, not giving me any opportunity to take advantage. Moreover, I still owe a favor. I originally intended to force Su Chuan to use it this time, but he was actually able to resist Shi Laogui on his own. Mo Wentian was shocked at these words. He never expected that the Mo family had such entanglements with Su Chuan. Perhaps my Mo family should take the opportunity to reconcile. If we continue to stand in opposition, we might really be on opposite sides. Mo Wentian thought secretly. The Mo family is ultimately different from the Tian Song sect. The Tian Song sect is still the leader of the Tian Song government, and anyone who wants to push them off the stage will inevitably stand in opposition. If the Mo family gives up the ambition for domination, they will likely be able to remain independent. On the other side, Lei Wuji's eyes gleamed with joy. Today's battle may be the turning point in the situation of the Tian Song government. Tian Song sect can no longer do anything about Yunqi city, and its momentum has already begun to take shape. They only need to continue accumulating, and they will surely be able to change dynasties in the future. Perhaps in a few hundred years my Tian Song government will also produce a behemoth comparable to the Xianyu sect. With this thought, Lei Wuji immediately decided that after this battle ended, he would negotiate an alliance with the Su family. You younger generation. I do not believe it. Shi Dayan's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a low roar, disregarding the worsening injuries and chaotic aura within him, and forced himself to strike again. A vast storm of gung gold composed of countless fine golden blades condensed and rushed towards Chuan. Chuan defended against this attack with the Songlong horn and the heavy Xian seal. Then he activated the life and death seal once more. If Shi Daoyun were at his peak, a divine ability containing even a hint of the essence of life and death would naturally be unable to deal with a nascent soul cultivator, at most being effective against a golden core cultivator. The ripples of life and death spread into his body, which he could not resist, further worsening his injuries, causing him to grunt. Then another divine sense secret technique caused his head to throb painfully, resulting in mistakes in his sword technique, and Chuan seized the opportunity to shatter the gung gold storm. Twice in a row, Shi Daoyun's injuries were already nearing the critical point. If he attacked again, his injuries would surely erupt. Rationality ultimately overcame his unwillingness. He glanced at Chuan, and without saying a word summoned a golden escape light, and headed towards the Tiansong Mountains. Ancestor, Elder, Shi Fengyue and others all shouted, their eyes showing a hint of sorrow. When had their Tiansong sect ever been so embarrassed? But even the Elder could do nothing, having been forced to flee. What could they do? The true Lord Qingmu cast a complex glance at Chuan, and with a long sigh said, "Let's go." Immediately he and true Lord Bingan transformed into two streaks of light, one blue and one green, and sped away. Shi Fengyue and the others followed closely behind. "Master is mighty," Yi Fan said with a smile, and cupped his hands. "Grandfather is mighty." Su Delying and Su Due smirked, their elegance unmatched. "The head of the family is mighty." True Lord Huiyun Shinchanga and true Lord Qingya all laughed and cupped their fists. "The withered glory true monarch is mighty." Countless onlookers cheered in unison. "Thank you all. Today the matter is settled, and from this moment on Shinchanga will officially be a guest elder of my Su family and the deputy city master of Yunchi City. Everyone must not forget and mention the past of him being an elder of the Tiansong sect. We will remember." At this moment Lei Wuji suddenly sent a voice transmission. "Friend Ku Rong, may I visit your residence?" Chuan smiled faintly and replied in a voice transmission, "If friend Lei Ji comes, my Su family will be honored. Let's go back now. Grandfather, I will return to the Tianling sect with Senior Lai Yang." "That's fine." Su Delying and true Lord Lai Yang left together. The others followed Chuan towards the inner city. Mo Wentian saw Lei Wuji and followed along, his brows slightly furrowed. "Elder brother, what is Lei Wuji doing?" The Su family's momentum is starting to take shape. The Lei family is likely to have completely given up on the idea of competing for dominance and plans to lend their strength to the Su family. Although the Lei family's foundation is not as strong as our other three families, they are still significant. If they assist the Su family, then my Mo family. You don't need to worry about this. Oh, just focus on developing Yuzhu City and the Mo family. Understood, elder brother. With Mo Wentian as a nascent soul ancestor, the Mo family would always have a sense of confidence, and even if they wanted to act like the Lei family, they wouldn't need to rush. As the situation changes, perhaps there will be a turning point. True Lord Huiyun and true Lord Qingya returned to the refining hall and the array hall respectively. Shinchanga went back to the city lord's mansion to handle affairs. Yi Fan and his wife returned to Su Mansion for quiet cultivation, while Chuan was in the main hall of Su Mansion receiving Lei Wuji. "Friend Lei Ji, please take a seat and have some tea." After Chuan spoke, a female cultivator in the Qi refining stage soon came in carrying spirit tea, placing one cup on the table beside Chuan and Lei Wuji, and then bowing as she left. Lei Wuji took a gentle sip, smiled, and praised. "The spiritual energy is rich, the tea fragrance is charming, bitter first, and then sweet, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Good tea. Friend Lei Ji, you flatter me." Chuan also took a shallow sip and continued, "If friend Lei Ji has something to discuss with me, please speak frankly." "Ha!" Lei Wuji laughed heartily. "Then I shall speak frankly. Friend Ku Rong, your defeat of the nascent soul elder of the Tiansong sect today has brought great shame to them. Thus the two sides will surely be in a state of no reconciliation. I plan to lead the Lei family to assist Yunchi City in opposing the Tiansong sect. Friend Ku Rong, what do you think? Has the Lei family given up?" "I have no choice but to give up." Lei Wuji sighed helplessly. "My Lei family does not have a nascent soul ancestor like the Mo family, nor does it have as many prodigies as the Su family, with you friend Ku Rong holding the fort. Not to mention the deep foundation of the Tiansong sect." Chuan maintained a smile. "Then why not choose the Mo family? The Mo family has produced a nascent soul cultivator." "The Mo family." Lei Wuji's lips curled into a cold smile. If not for good luck, the Mo family's foundation is not as strong as my Lei family. Aside from Mo Wentian, they can't even produce a formidable true monarch with complete divine abilities. How can that compare to you, friend Ku Rong? His smile instantly brightened. Your disciple has just formed his golden core, yet can battle against late golden core cultivators. Fairy Fengling is likely to be known as true monarch Fengling. Now, I might not even be able to gain an advantage against her. This is indeed true. Both sides possess similar divine abilities and techniques. But Su Delying possesses more than one top-grade magic treasure, which is beyond what Lei Wuji can compare. In this area, she also masters divine sense secret techniques, but she is practicing a divine sense hammer, which is extremely difficult. She has only just begun and can barely condense it into form. But if she were to achieve minor success, that divine sense hammer would be terrifying. In the same realm, it could stun someone with a single strike, and even when surpassing realms, it could heavily injure the opponent. The Cold Moon Fairy is also impressive, her strength approaching that of a true monarch. Lei Wuji praised everyone. And you've also recruited 3 guest elders. One is a master of refining, one is a master of formations, and the other was once a famous genius. Su Chuan chuckled. Friend Lei Ji, if you keep praising like this, I might just feel overwhelmed by your compliments. In any case, I wish to represent the Lei family to form an alliance with the Su family. How does friend Ku Rong agree? Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, this should be your personal desire, right? Of course, if the Lei family wishes to assist my Su family, we welcome it. However, I have 3 conditions that you should hear first before we discuss further. Please go ahead, friend Ku Rong. First, you must go back and hold a clan meeting to get the agreement of the other elders and the vast majority of core descendants of the Lei family. Second, for 10 years, the Lei family must follow my Su family's orders. In return, my Su family can invite Tianling sect to craft a top-grade magic treasure for you, friend Lei Ji. You will need to prepare the materials yourself. Third, for these 10 years, you, friend Lei Ji, must reside in Yunshi City for the convenience of my Su family's dispatch. Upon hearing this, Lei Wuji fell silent. After a while, he said, I understand. I will return to discuss this with my family and come to Yunshi City once I have concrete news. Outside, due to the battle between Yunshi City and the Tiansong sect at the eastern city gate, the situation had already turned chaotic. As for Su Chuan's fierce battle with the nascent soul elder of the Tiansong sect, it had become Some said Su Chuan defeated Shi Daoyun in just a few moves, while others claimed he single-handedly suppressed a nascent soul. This news spread rapidly throughout the entire Tiansong government. It also shocked the entire Tiansong government. Many from noble families were stirred. Tiansong City, the Yin family. Today we have gathered you all for a clan meeting due to a significant event that recently occurred in Yunshi City. I wonder if any of you have heard of it. The elder of the Yin family, Yin Nanshan, spoke lightly. The head of the Yin family replied, what the elder means is the matter concerning Xinchanga, where the Tiansong sect mobilized its forces to capture him in Yunshi City, but returned in defeat. I heard that even the nascent soul elder made an appearance, but was defeated by the true monarch of withering glory, forcing him to retreat. Such an event actually occurred. Some elders of the Yin family who had been in seclusion were unaware of it. This matter is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Perhaps it is just hearsay, said the head of the Yin family. There is no smoke without fire. Quangta, what do you think? Yin Quangta looked at Yin Nantian and said, I believe it is very likely true. Some descriptions may be exaggerated, but the elder of the Tiansong sect must have indeed appeared and was forced to leave. Not too foolish, Yin Nantian stroked his beard and smiled faintly. After this incident in Yunshi City, it has become unstoppable. The 4 major powers are clashing and Yunshi City is likely to emerge. The Su family has only been developing in Tiansong City for over 30 years, and they are already about to become a force that controls a city, remarked an elder from the foundation establishment stage. Third uncle, this has little to do with how long they have developed. The 5 members of the Su family are all extraordinary talents rarely seen in hundreds of years. If they do not die young, their rise is only a matter of time. The true monarch of withering glory's strength has increased rapidly. Who knows how many golden core cultivators he has slain in the battle between the 2 cities. He already has the foundation to become a dominant force in Tiansong City. However, they have been too low-key before. Yin Quangta paused and looked at Yin Nanshan, saying, Elder, are you calling this clan meeting to follow in the footsteps of the Chun family and relocate to Yunshi City? Exactly. Currently, the only golden core family in Yunshi City is the Chun family, and moving earlier would allow us to seize the geographical advantage, Yin Nantian replied. If I am not mistaken, Yunshi City will undoubtedly become the center of Tiansong City in the future. Perhaps it may become a great cultivation city like Xianyu City. You all may express your views. The Yin family is not a one-man show. I agree. So do I. Yin Guangtu, Yin Han, Yin Qing, and several other core disciples of the younger generation spoke up one after another. I believe this is unwise. Our relocating is a major matter. Previously, we were forced to merge 7 cities, and the Yin family suffered significant losses. Now that we have just stabilized, to relocate would mean starting over in Yunqi City again. Exactly, I also disagree. If we leave, it will surely provoke the Tiansong sect. If they pursue us, can the Su family protect our Yin family? After all, the relationship between our Yin family and the Su family cannot compare to that of the Qin family. They are at least relatives of the Su family, while the Su family currently only has Su Chongfei as a junior, who naturally carries weight. Indeed, many elders nodded in agreement. To hesitate when one should act will only lead to chaos. Yin Guangtu immediately rebutted, his tone resolute. As of now, the structure of Tiansong City has completely been overturned due to the battle in the eastern city. Although the Tiansong sect appears to still possess deep foundations, in reality, it is on the brink of collapse. Depending on it may offer temporary safety, but there is no future on the path to greatness, and one may also be buried along with it when it collapses. At this moment, apart from the Su family, the only golden core family in Yunqi City is the Qin family. If the Yin family relocates there, we can gain an advantage over those who come later. Many elders found some truth in Yin Guangtu's words. In its prime, the Tiansong sect had all the powers of Tiansong City bowing before it, but now the decline of the Tiansong sect is unstoppable. For the Yin family, this is an opportunity to choose sides. The crowd debated fervently. However, in the end, they agreed more on relocating rather than waiting. After all, Yin Nantian and the future golden core cultivators of the Yin family all agreed, so naturally more would follow. Even within the family, there are still many who depend on the strong. There is some familial affection, but not. Since the majority agree, then this matter is settled. Shoqing, as the head of the family, you will be responsible for inventorying the assets and preparing for the relocation. Yes, Elder. Yin Shoqing replied. Guangtu, you once attended the talents gathering with City Lord Yifan and have some connections. You will go to Yunqi City and also choose a good piece of land for our Yin family. Understood, Elder. I will go right away. Then this clan meeting will conclude here. The core members of the Yin family dispersed one after another. Yin Guangtu then set off for Yunqi City. Half a day later, in the hall of the City Lord's mansion in Yunqi City, Yin Guangtu wished to visit Yifan, and Chen Chang'e guessed his intentions and sent a message to Yifan. Upon receiving the news, Yifan pondered for a moment and came to meet. Friend, Yin, it has been a long time since we last met after the gathering. Yifan smiled and clasped his fists. Indeed, you have gone from being a friend to becoming an elder to Yin. Yin Guangtu teased. Calling you elder Yi sounds awkward. Yin still prefers to address you as friend or City Lord would be fine. Then I shall be City Lord Yi. Yifan nodded and took a seat, then asked, by the way, what brings you here, friend Yin? To be honest, our Yin family also wishes to relocate to Yunqi City like Elder Chen's family. I wonder if it is possible. Yifan replied, of course, if the Yin family wishes to come, I can certainly arrange for you to choose any place in the 4 major districts. Thank you, City Lord Yi, but the relocation of our Yin family from Tiansong City will inevitably attract the attention of the City Lord's mansion. The one stationed in Tiansong City is Elder Bai Yin from the Tiansong sect. He is a latest-stage golden core cultivator. I fear he may obstruct us. Yifan understood immediately and smiled, saying, that's simple. On the day your Yin family relocates, just notify me in Yunqi City, and I can make a trip for you. If that is the case, then thank you very much, City Lord Yi. Yin Guangtu then began to choose the location of the residence for the Yin family. The Eastern District already has the Chuan family, which has a special relationship with the Su family. Chuan Change's potential is also not weak. He is still the deputy city lord of Yunqi City, so there is no need to go there to compete with the Qin family. After much consideration, the Yin family chose the Northern District. The North Gate is right next to Yun Lake, where they can recruit fishermen and farmers to cultivate spirit fish, and so on, also becoming a family industry. After all this time, the Yin family relocates. Some spirit iron mines and similar places may not be preserved. After negotiating, Yin Guangtu departed. However, just a few days later, the Yin family's elder also arrived to discuss the matter of relocation. Chen Chang'e naturally welcomed him. The Yin family's strength in Tiansong City is not weak, with 2 golden core cultivators. The elder of the Yin family is a peak mid-stage golden core, just a step away from the late stage. There is also one who is in the early stage of golden core. Besides that, the Yin family is also a refining family, and the elder of the Yin family has the ability to refine mid-grade magic tools. Before the establishment of the Tianling sect, he was one of the only two third-tier mid-grade refining masters in the Tiansong region, along with Elder Qi Yang of the Tiansong sect. Thank you, City Lord Chuan, for your warm hospitality. My Yin family has chosen this land in the southern district. That is fine. The Yin family is also preparing to move to the northern district of Yinshi City. You two families can discuss moving together. At that time, Yinshi City will send people of sufficient stature to escort you. Then I will trouble you. The elder of the Yin family smiled faintly and stroked his beard. The next day, the Tang family also discussed relocating to the western district of Yinshi City. Not long after, the three families sent word that they were all preparing to relocate in half a month. This commotion was naturally hard to hide. When the city lord of Tiansong City Bai Yin learned of it, he did not act rashly, but transmitted the news back. Just after having a direct conflict with Yinshi City, if the Tiansong sect were to act now, it would inevitably provoke trouble from Yinshi City. The Tiansong sect's main base was naturally unafraid, but Tiansong City might not be able to withstand the attack from Yinshi City. Shi Fengyue was extremely angry, and without consulting anyone decided to spend a significant amount to hire someone to carry out assassination attempts. The primary target was the Su family, while the secondary targets were the three families' golden core cultivators. If members of the Su family did not appear, they would kill the golden core from the three families. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chuan sent Yi Fan, his wife, and Su Delying to escort. However, before parting, Su Chuan said, "You three seem to be shrouded in a hint of murderous aura. This trip is bound to be dangerous." "Master, do you mean the Tiansong sect?" "There is a very small probability that it is the Tiansong sect itself, but there is a high probability that they have hired powerful rogue cultivators or assassins. Do not only be wary of your surroundings. Even members of the Yin Tang and Yin families should be cautious. Assassin organizations often possess secret techniques for disguise, making it hard to detect flaws. In short, be extra careful." "Yes, Master Grandfather." The three of them bowed simultaneously and then took off, flying towards Tiansong City. An hour later, Su Chuan also stood up, murmuring, "There are some heavenly secrets obscured, but not strongly. It is uncertain whether it is a secret technique or a magic tool. This trip should yield some gains." Although due to interference, he could not calculate the specific origins and strength of the assassins, or from which direction they would strike. Those who dared to act must be true monarch-level strong cultivators, possibly at the perfection level of Golden Core. If the Gathering Soul banner were refined, at least it could yield a mid-stage third-tier soul. Outside Tiansong City, Yi Fan, you two go to the Yin and Tang families. I will go to the Yin family. Let's gather outside the city and then set off together. "Understood, Sister Ling," Yi Fan replied. The three entered the city, and the soldiers guarding the city naturally did not dare to obstruct them, respectfully allowing them to enter. In the Yin family, all the clan members were ready. The cultivators had storage bags and could not carry items like ordinary people, so they were all empty-handed. "They have arrived." Yin Nanshan, the elder of the Yin family, looked up at the sky and saw a red stream of light flying rapidly towards the Yin family mansion, stopping above it. "Friend Yin, I hope I am not late." "Just in time. Then we should not delay. Let us set off quickly." Yin Nantian nodded slightly, raised his sleeve, and shouted, "All members of the Yin family, follow me." "Yes, elder." The Tang family and the Yin family all followed suit. The elder of the Yin family smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "I did not expect that accompanying my Yin family is the Phoenix Feather Immortal, truly an honor. The Yin family is relocating near the Tianling sect. We will be neighbors from now on." "Indeed." The elder of the Yin family stroked his beard and smiled. "By the way, Phoenix Feather Immortal, my Yin family has some talented disciples in refining you. I wonder if there is an opportunity for them to join the Tianling sect." "My Tianling sect is a sect of refining, naturally welcoming talents in refining. Even if they are not, as long as their talent is outstanding, they will be accepted." "Haha, then thank you, Phoenix Feather Immortal." In Tiansong City, streets were filled with people. The grand spectacle of the three major Golden Core families relocating as a whole was truly a rare sight in 100 years. Countless cultivators and ordinary people surged into the streets, climbing to high places, gazing in awe at the sky. Three massive streams of human flow were rising and converging from different directions in the city. In the east, the Yin family's black metal ship resembled a moving fortress surrounded by countless golden blue sword lights and figures flying in the air, disciplined and orderly. In the west, the Tang family's green wooden flying boat was agile and ethereal, surrounded by flowing water blue and azure sword lights, like streams mingling into rivers in the forest. In the south, the Yin family's red flame flying boat emitted scorching heat waves, red light filling the sky, resembling the evening glow of the sunset pouring down to the earth. The Yin family, the Tang family, the Yin family. They really all left. Look, that is true monarch Yi Fan of Yunshi City, along with Cold Moon Immortal and Phoenix Feather Immortal. They actually came to escort them. Oh my. The three major Golden Core families are simultaneously abandoning Tiansong City and flocking to Yunshi City. This day is truly about to change. Previously in the Battle of Yunshi City, true monarch of Withering Glory fought against the elder of the Tiansong sect, already proving that he possesses the combat power of the nascent soul level, coupled with the continuous emergence of talents in his clan who wouldn't feel drawn to it. Do even they think Yunshi City has more prospects? Then what about us? Be cautious. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. How could the Tiansong sect just watch this happen? I believe this long journey will not be easy, and whether they can arrive safely remains to be seen. The sounds of astonishment and discussion echoed through the streets and alleys of Tiansong City. Some were shocked by the migration scene, some sensed that Tiansong City was undergoing a significant change, some began to quietly worry about their own futures, and others had flickers of ambition in their eyes. The three streams did not linger within the city, but as plans swiftly converged towards the designated open area outside the north gate. The sky outside the city gradually became crowded. The Yin family's black ship, the Tang family's green wooden flying boat, and the Yin family's red flame flying boat, three large magical vessels with distinct styles, but equally massive, hovered in a triangular formation. Surrounding them were thousands of diverse colored sword lights and figures flying in the air. Friend Tang, friend Yin Nantian smiled and clasped his hands towards the two, saying, on this journey our three families must work together. That is only natural. The elder of the Yin family slightly nodded. The elder of the Tang family said, fortunately we have three friends from Yunshi City, otherwise relying solely on ourselves would likely lead to disaster. The several Golden Core cultivators exchanged pleasantries while each family made their final personnel checks. After confirming everything was in order, the three Golden Core elders notified Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan surveyed the massive gathering of thousands of cultivators and several large magical vessels, took a deep breath, and declared loudly, let us depart. Depart. The three elders responded in unison. In the next moment, this massive migration team consisting of three Golden Core families began to move. Like a magnificent dragon formed of sword-light human figures and magical vessels, they moved towards Yunshi City, a grand and flowing procession. Due to the size of the team, their speed could not be compared to that of Yi Fan and the others when they came. It would take about half a day. The migration army flowed like a stream of radiant clouds sweeping across mountains and rivers. Although the team was large, the three families were well-trained, maintaining basic formations and vigilance, while walking, especially the three elders whose divine senses were always alert to the surroundings of the team. In the middle of the Tang family's team, an ordinary-looking male cultivator in a blue robe was flying along with the others on his sword. His aura was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his demeanor was unremarkable, not differing from the surrounding young members of the Tang family. The man in the azure robe lowered his eyelids, his gaze seemingly fixed solely on the flying sword beneath his feet. He exchanged only nods and shakes of the head with his companions beside him, speaking little. As the group soared over a terrain of intricate complexity beneath a valley shrouded in rising mist, the man in the azure robe moved. Without any warning, without the slightest leakage of spiritual energy buildup, and even the murderous intent was perfectly concealed at the last moment. He seemed to transform into an intangible shadow. A pure refined streak of inky black light, swifter than the reaction speed of most Golden Core cultivators, shot out from his sleeve. At its emergence, the black light was as fine as a strand of hair, but in an instant transformed into a flying sword about 3 feet long, its entire body dark and dull. From the sword's blade emanated a chilling aura of deathly silence. This was unmistakably a mid-grade magical treasure-level flying sword. It twisted along a bizarre and mysterious trajectory, subtly veiled by faint mist to evade most people's perception, precisely striking toward the back of Su Diyue's heart. This strike exemplified the art of assassination to the utmost degree. The timing, angle, concealment, and explosive power were all honed to perfection. The attacker's cultivation instantly surged from a disguised mid-foundation establishment level to a terrifying 9th-level Golden Core. However, just as the black flying sword's tip was about to pierce Su Due's back robe. A clear, cold sword resonance burst forth from within Su Due. Then a sword light as pure and cold as the moon shot out to intercept the oncoming inky darkness. A sharp, ear-piercing clash of metal and iron exploded suddenly. The two beams of black and moon-white light collided fiercely. There was no earth-shattering explosion, all forces converged at a single point. With a puff, the moon-white sword light trembled violently, unleashing a shockwave of tremendous energy, sending Su Due flying backward dozens of yards. Her delicate body trembled slightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet she had blocked the strike. The assassin's technique was indeed formidable. Without prior warning from Chuan, Su Due's fate would have been grim. Oh, puff. The Tang family's formation closest to the blast bore the brunt first. Dozens of foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators were swept up like leaves in a gale, screaming as they were violently thrown aside. Their protective spiritual auras shattered instantly. Many spat blood midair, clearly suffering serious internal injuries. Scoundrels dare act thus. Seeking death. Two thunderous shouts erupted simultaneously with the clash. Yifan ahead and Su Delying on the flank reacted with unparalleled swiftness. Yifan's blood roared around him as a faint golden light enveloped his body, his figure recoiling like a cannonball as he punched toward the azure-robed assassin. Behind Su Delying, a fiery phoenix phantom roared fiercely. Two concentrated beams of crimson gold light shot forth from his eyes, piercing space as they surged toward the assassin's head and Dantian. The assassin in the azure robe never expected such swift reactions, leaving him no time to escape. He slapped his storage pouch, releasing a black shield of mid-grade quality, blocking the two attacks and attempting to leverage the force to break out of the encirclement. Yet Su Due's assault came again, hundreds to thousands of cold sword lights sealing the void, forcing him back once more. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Only then did the elders of the three families fully register the situation, their faces turning extremely grim. Especially Tang Yuanli, the Tang family patriarch. He looked upon the kinsman in his own team who had suddenly erupted with golden core cultivation and brazenly attempted to assassinate Su Due, a chill rushing from his feet to his crown. His expression swiftly shifted from shock to ashen, then to deathly pale. The assassination took place within the Tang family's ranks. The assassin disguised as a Tang family disciple. Whether the Tang family was aware or not, they were surely blamed. The patriarch was filled with shock, anger, and fear, almost spitting blood. Who dares impersonate my Tang family to commit such a despicable act? Surrender your life to me. A murderous intent surged from Tang Yuanli's eyes as he shouted fiercely. Just as he stepped forward, Su Delying stopped him. Don't come closer. He is a 9th-level golden core, a master of consummate divine arts. Hearing this, Tang Yuanli halted, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He was only a peak early golden core, facing such a formidable opponent, he might be killed with a single strike. The Yin and Yin families were also shocked, silently remarking, Tiansong sect really sent such a figure to assassinate. This is a grand move indeed. Who are you? Why assassinate someone from Yunshi City? The azure-robed assassin coldly smiled, speaking lightly. Where the other shore flowers bloom, I send you to your death. Yifan and the others had never heard of this, but the Yin family patriarch and others, ancient as they were at 500 or 600 years old, naturally had heard of the Bian and Yuming assassin organizations. You are assassins of the Bian. Though the old man's cultivation is low, his insight is not shallow. The azure-robed assassin set his gaze scanning around as he sought a suitable escape route. Unlike the Su family, which only rose in the past 20 years and knows little. Who sent you? Yifan asked. Would you believe me if I told you? The azure-robed assassin chuckled. Mo family, Tiansong sect, Lei family, Tamling sect, and the two Niechao families. Several forces target your Su family, guess for yourselves. Ultimately, the assassin chose to flee toward Yifan's direction as he was the weakest in strength among them. Of course, weak did not mean easy to kill. Do not underestimate a third-stage body. The azure-robed assassin was formidable. Even Su Delying was somewhat weaker. Moments later, he escaped the encirclement. However, just as he tried to employ his escaped divine art, a silver spiritual sense spike pierced his mind palace, causing him to howl in agony. Next moment, a suppressive force descended from the sky, hurling him to the ground. You dare injure my Su family's kin and still want to flee? Everyone looked up to see a young man in white robes standing aloft, hands behind his back. He instantly formed hand seals. 3 Ku-Ji seals merged into one, swiftly breaking through the assassin's defensive barrier and severely injuring him. Then the life and death seal struck, dealing another heavy blow to his spirit, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chuan touched his finger lightly. A spiritual light entered the assassin's body, sealing his dantian and mind palace before retracting the Zhongxian seal. In terms of concealment, Chuan surpassed even these assassin organizations. With his spiritual sense techniques, he was the perfect assassin. A 9th-level golden core true cultivator-level assassin ranked among the top in Bien was effortlessly subdued by Chuan. Master, Yi Fan was elated, cupping his hands quickly. Grandfather Su Due and Su Delying also called out. The other elders and family disciples respectfully bowed. Greetings, Ku Rong, true lord. Chuan nodded slightly. Tang Yuanli, sweating profusely, stepped forward and cupped his fists. True lord Ku Rong, this assassination was not orchestrated by my Tang family. Please see clearly. I am not blind. Hiring such an assassin would cost your entire Tang family's fortune, Chuan said. True lord is wise. This matter must not be disclosed to others. If any other force learns of it, even a golden core leak will be fatal. Understood. You may continue your journey. I will leave ahead. Saying this, Chuan swept the azure-robed man away with his spiritual power. Yi Fan turned to survey the disciples of the three families and said solemnly, You have all heard my master's words today. Let us pretend nothing happened. The Su family enforces clear rewards and punishments. Settling in Yunxi City, the Su family will not suppress you like the Tiansong sect. You may develop freely and compete with each other. But if you settle in Yunxi City, you must abide by its rules. Otherwise, the Su family will show you no leniency. Rest assured, Dao friend, we understand, said the Yin family patriarch. The Yin and Yin family elders nodded in agreement. Then let us continue on our way. The injured disciples can recuperate on the magic boats. After more than half a day, the three families arrived at Yunxi City and entered through the southwest and north gates respectively. With Yi Fan and Su Delying present, the protective city formation was open to allow them passage. After escorting them to their chosen clan lands, Yi Fan and the others departed, and the three families began settling in. Such a commotion could not be hidden from the people of Yunxi City. Within less than half an instant, six-time news of the Tang Yin and Yin families' mass relocation stirred the entire city. Countless discussions ensued. Soon the news spread rapidly. Shi Fengyue received the intelligence knowing the assassination had failed, and his anger surged. This news caused a stir, prompting many foundation establishment families and numerous scattered cultivators to flock to Yunxi City. The title of Tiansong Prefecture's premier cultivation city gradually spread. As for Chuan, he returned to Su Mansion to deal with the Bien assassin. After thorough searching and breaking open the assassin's storage pouch, Chuan found a compass artifact, the source of the assassin's concealment technique. He then awakened the assassin, who quickly understood his predicament, yet remained calm, speaking quietly. True Lord Ku Rong's reputation is well-deserved. A worthy assassin with sound temperament, Chuan said. I will ask you answer, and there may be a chance for you to live. Ask whatever you wish. Who I am, but a fish on your chopping board. What is your name? Those from Bien use code names. You may call me Black Wind. Is your disguise technique a secret art of Bien? True Lord interested. Unfortunately, our organization's arts and divine techniques are restricted. Even as a high-ranking member, I can only teach our own. That's simple. Join us, and with your guidance, perhaps some restrictions can be bypassed. Are you serious? Black Wind's eyes showed surprise. Chuan smiled silently and continued, What about the compass? The Tianqing plate, a replica of the leader's treasure-grade artifact, can conceal heavenly secrets. Only assassins above golden core level receive this reward. Of course, its effect pales compared to the leader's. I see. You must have your own refiners. Indeed, a third-stage superior refiner who always wears a mask. Rumor has it only the leader and deputy know his true identity. How many nascent soul cultivators are in Bien? After a pause, Black Wind replied, 3. The leader is a peak mid-nascent soul, and the two deputies are early nascent soul. Anyone entering nascent soul in the organization can become a deputy and lead a region. One more question, where is your headquarters? I do not know the exact location, only that it lies in central Tiannan. Cooperative enough, Chuan nodded slightly, smiling. Do you want to live? Naturally. I am near golden core perfection and have a chance to enter nascent soul in this life. I would never accept such a premature death. Of course, dying by the hands of a prodigy like True Lord Ku Rong is an honor for me. Black Wind. Strong will to survive. Originally, I did not intend to spare you. Though hired to kill assassins like you, likely regard life and death lightly. Black Wind glared fiercely, cursing inwardly. You're the one who treats life lightly. Who doesn't want to live? Only by living can one enjoy limitless possibilities and worldly splendors. But I thought it over. Your survival might bring greater benefits to the Su family. If you agree to open your spirit, allowing me to set a restriction, I will spare your life. You want me to betray the organization. No, your greatest usefulness is staying within Bien. Leaving would reduce you to a mere golden core fighter. Moreover, I can help you rise higher within Bien, for example, achieving the conception stage. True Lord has a chance for conception. You'd offer it to help me. Black Wind was startled. Whether the chance exists is irrelevant to you. Whether I give it depends on your value to the Su family. Black Wind's expression flickered unsettledly. After a moment he said, I am willing to be your eyes and ears within Bien and carry out your orders. Wise choice, open your spirit. Black Wind complied. Chuan set a restriction deep within his spirit, then removed the seals on his body. Black Wind immediately felt the Dantian's power flow and his spiritual sense restored. Thank you, Master. Black Wind took a jade talisman from his pouch and handed it to Chuan. This is my life talisman. By touching it with your spiritual sense, even across 1,000,000 miles, I can sense it and find a way to come. It was essentially an enhanced version of the Su family's spiritual jade pendant. This little device is fine. Does it have a restriction? If not, please share its crafting method. No, I will explain now. After a moment. Master, anything else to order? From now on you will gather all kinds of intelligence within Bien, such as who plans to assassinate whom, and information collected by Bien across Tiannan. When you acquire information, send it out periodically, if inconvenient delays are allowed. Before you leave, I will forge you a life talisman. Touch it once mid-month if safe. 2 touches mean delayed messages. 3 mean Bien has accepted an assassination related to the Su family. 4 mean you yourself are in danger. Understood. Then rest here for a few days. Thank you, Master. 3 days later, Chuan refined several life-bound jade talismans according to the method taught by He Feng. He handed one to He Feng and then dismissed him. With the Su clan poised to assume dominion over Tiansong Prefecture, planting He Feng as a hidden asset would grant them covert access to numerous long-buried secrets across southern Tiannan. It also served as preparation for future engagement with powers beyond Tiansong Prefecture. With He Feng's peerless concealment, Art's only nascent soul cultivators could possibly detect him. Thereafter, Chuan summoned Su Deling and Su Deyue, presenting each with a life-bound jade talisman and instructing them in its crafting method. When abroad, seek your grandfather for urgent matters. Deyue, trigger the talisman 6 times consecutively, Deling 7 times. This shall be our secret signal, and I will instantly draw you into the Su clan divine realm. Within 3-1 Li, this talisman enables real-time communication. 3-1 Li. That is truly impressive. I shall take it back to study and attempt to replicate it as a dedicated communication artifact. Su Deling exclaimed with delight. Very well. Since these talismans require 3rd-tier spirit jade, a rare material, they cannot be mass-produced. Should you succeed in deciphering their mechanism and develop a scalable version, it would become a standard communication artifact. Chuan replied, such an advancement would significantly benefit our clan's future. Rest assured, grandfather. I shall devote myself fully to this task. Su Deling smiled warmly, then turned to Su Deyue. Deyue, I have already refined Yi Fan's 2 artifacts. Please deliver them to him. Thank you, Elder Sister Ling. Though Yi Fan possessed a 3rd-tier physical body, mid-grade artifacts could prove decisive in critical moments. Better prepared than unprepared. Before long, late August arrived. With the 9th day of the 9th month, less than half a month away, Lei Wuji convened multiple clan assemblies and finally persuaded the entire Lei clan to throw its full support behind Yunqi City. He journeyed to the Su residence in Yunqi City, where Chuan received him in the main hall. It appears Dao friend Lei Wuji has won over your entire clan. Truly commendable. Chuan remarked coolly. The facts speak for themselves. Initially, my clan merely wished to sit atop the mountain and watch tigers fight, but we misjudged the stakes. Should hostilities erupt, our clan would be the first to suffer. At best, our foundational resources would sustain grave damage. At worst, multiple Golden Core elders would perish, and even our reputation as a top-tier Golden Core lineage might crumble. Lei Wuji sighed softly. Dao friend Lei Wuji possesses keen insight. I trust that under your leadership the Lei clan will flourish, and perhaps one day ascend further, becoming a nascent soul lineage. Haha. Then I thank you, Dao friend Ku Rong, for your auspicious words. Henceforth, for the next decade, Dao friend Lei Wuji shall serve as an honorary elder of the Su clan. I shall assign quarters for you within the inner city, a tranquil residence befitting your station. For the next decade, I humbly request your guidance, patriarch. Bound by a 10-year covenant, both swore solemn oaths. binding until time itself dissolved them. Chuan formally announced Lei Wuji's appointment as honorary elder to the wider clan. Su Deling personally escorted him to Tianling sect where true Lord Yin Zhun would refine high-grade artifacts. Tiansong Prefecture remained the weakest among the 8 northwestern prefectures, while others boasted at least third-tier supreme artifact refiners capable of forging high-grade artifacts. The founding of Tianling sect Mo, when Tian's nascent soul formation and the Su clan's meteoric rise had collectively elevated Tiansong's elite strength to rival all but Xianyue and Songshan prefectures. Still, its overall foundation lagged somewhat. By Taihe Lakes, shore water shimmered beneath soft light, distant mountains draped in misty indigo. The scars left by the ancient interprefectural war washed clean by years of wind, rain, and spiritual energy were now cloaked beneath luxuriant foliage and newly sprouted spirit plants. Only subtle shifts in terrain and perhaps fragments buried deep beneath the lakebed remained as silent testimony. 2 streaks of light descended gracefully from the heavens, resolving into a young man and woman. The man appeared barely past 20, tall and lithe-clad in a cloud-patterned brocade robe woven with crimson and azure threads. His features were striking, bold, sword-like eyebrows arched toward his temples, eyes bright and piercing, radiating effortless charisma. He was Su Chongfei. Beside him stood his wife Qin Yulian. She wore a flowing moon-white gown embroidered with delicate lavender lotus motifs. Her sleeves billowed like celestial silk. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially gathered by a simple emerald jade hairpin, the rest spilling softly over her shoulders. Qin Yulian's face was exquisitely serene, skin like flawless snow, features finely balanced, and gentle, especially her eyes clear, luminous, and boundlessly deep. Together, they moved as if carved from myth, 2 immortal souls united in perfect harmony. Leonor, this is Taihe Lake. Su Chongfei gestured toward the mist-shrouded expanse before them. Beyond lies the territory of Tianling Prefecture. Once we form our golden cores, let us journey across other prefectures. What say you? Qin Yulian covered her mouth with a soft laugh. We've only just entered Foundation establishment. We're far from golden core cultivation. And forming a golden core is no trivial feat. My clan has produced but a single golden core elder in the past 2 centuries. Is the Su clan truly comparable to ordinary lineages? And forming a golden core is no trivial feat. My clan has produced but a single golden core elder in the past 2 centuries. Is the Su clan truly comparable to ordinary lineages? Do you miss home? Indeed I do, Su Chongfei admitted without hesitation. Yet no matter, true cultivators must roam the world, broadening their horizons. Is that so? A faint smile curved Qin Yulian's lips. Then let us return to Yunxi City after this excursion. Su Chongfei turned, met her gaze, and cleared his throat lightly. Since my lady yearns so deeply for home, returning is certainly acceptable. My entire Qin clan has relocated to Yunxi City. I wonder how they fare now. Speak to father. He is city lord. Granting favors to his in-laws should pose no difficulty. Qin Yulian rolled her eyes. If you act so recklessly again, you'll surely earn another beating. The Su clan enforces strict discipline, no exceptions. Besides, I hear my great-grandfather serves as deputy city lord. Why involve father at all? Pausing, she added, I've heard father has broken through to the golden core, and his power rivals that of my great-grandfather at his initial formation. His combat prowess is extraordinary, capable of challenging latest-stage golden core cultivators. Husband, does this weigh upon you? What weight? Both father and mother are prodigies who formed golden cores through divine techniques. What if yours proves merely ordinary? Never, Su Chongfei declared resolutely. You underestimate our clan's depth. If they are prodigies, so too shall I be. Divine technique golden core formation poses no obstacle for me. Though married into the Su clan, Chuan Yulian knew little of its true core, especially its most profound cultivation arts and secret techniques, which even spouses could not access without explicit consent. Such consent required approval from multiple senior Su elders, including Yi Fan, Su Deling, Su Ming Xian, and other second-generation pillars. Disclosure of any such art would ignite cataclysmic upheaval across the cultivation world. Destined by innate talent for elite tutelage, Su Chongfei would inevitably ascend to become one of the Su clan's central decision-makers. Qin Yulian merely smiled, serene, untroubled. Then Su Chongfei added, Oh, and on our way here, roughly 10 li away, I spotted a market town. Shall we visit? Qin Yulian nodded, and they set off immediately. Named after the lake, the settlement was called the Taihe Market. Strolling its avenues, they saw mostly ground-level vendors. many selling enchanted artifacts or fragmented spirit-engraved components. Some even hawked shards of high-grade artifacts. Others offered local specialties: spirit shell pearls, lake-grown spirit herbs, spirit fish, and beast carcasses. Since we've resolved to return home, let us linger here a few days, and select gifts for father, mother, aunt, and great-grandfather. As my husband wishes. They settled into an inn within the market. 2 days later, as night yielded to dawn and twilight still veiled the sky, a deep muffled rumble rose from the earth, like a slumbering leviathan stirring, or heaven's drum, sounding low. The surface of Taiha Lake stirred without wind, waves rising spontaneously, concentric ripples spreading wildly, accelerating with each pulse. A geomantic vein anomaly. In their quiet chamber, Su Chongfei abruptly rose from tea meditation, with Chuan Yulian, his expression sharp with alarm. Chen Yulian felt the tremor beneath her feet, exchanged a grave glance with her husband, and saw mirrored urgency in his eyes. Before they could investigate further, calamity erupted. From the lake's unfathomable depths, incandescent radiance blazed forth. At first, only a chaotic prismatic glow churned beneath the water. Then in a heartbeat it shattered the surface, erupting as a colossal 100-zang-wide pillar of multicolored spiritual energy, piercing sky and lake alike. Boom! The true thunderclap now shook the land, threatening to rupture eardrums and shatter composure. The pillar fused heaven and earth, dense as crystalline jade, yet fluidly shifting. Crimson, tangerine, gold, emerald, azure, sapphire, violet. The spectrum churned, merged, and parted, conjuring fleeting phantoms of auspicious beasts and immortal blossoms. Tao resonance permeated the air, profound, ineffable. This phenomenon ignited spiritual energy across 1,000 li. Visible seven-hued torrents surged from every horizon, like rivers converging on the sea, pouring into the celestial column, amplifying its brilliance until it threatened to eclipse the nascent dawn. Around the pillar, space itself warped, radiant auroras unfurled from its core, vivid as imperial brocade, draping the heavens for countless li. Yet beneath this marvel lay unspeakable terror, a sovereign primordial pressure, vast, inexorable, utterly inviolable, radiated outward with the pillar's birth. This force did not merely assail the divine sense, it struck flesh and soul directly. Within 100 li, every being quaked. First-tier lake creatures, chi refinement cultivators seeking fortune, even shallow-rooted early-stage foundation establishment adepts, all convulsed violently. Ugh! No! Scattered screams pierced the air, then drowned beneath cosmic thunder. Chi refinement cultivators watched helplessly as their protective auras shattered like parchment, bodies unable to withstand the crushing weight of heaven's own power. With a sickening pop, they exploded into gory mists, body and soul annihilated instantly. Farther out, foundation establishment cultivators bled from every orifice, meridians screaming under strain, frantically fleeing towards safer ground, faces twisted in abject terror. Taiha Lake spanned 1,000 li. The Taiha market lay over 100 li away, thus spared catastrophic impact. Yet the disturbance was immense. Every cultivator had been jolted awake by the apocalyptic spectacle and violent spiritual fluctuations, rushing from dwellings on a lakeside plains. Some stood grounded, others hovered midair, gazing upward, mouths agape, faces pale with awe and dread. Su Chongfei and Chen Yulian stood among them. Su Chongfei instinctively shielded his wife. Behind him, crimson and azure spiritual light swirling around his form. His eyes, wide with unprecedented shock, locked onto the celestial pillar and its radiant auroras. What has transpired? How could anything manifest such magnitude? Even nascent soul formation pales before this. Chen Yulian gripped his arm tightly, her fair face shifting hues beneath the auroral glow. Softly she murmured, "Ancient texts record that only the emergence of a primordial secret realm can stir such a spiritual tide and manifest Tao principles so vividly. This lakebed harbors a primordial secret realm, and it is opening now." A primordial secret realm? Su Chongfei whispered, stunned. "Even my great-grandfather never witnessed one. Yet fate grants me this encounter." Husband, rejoice not too soon. Such realms are both divine blessings and slaughter grounds. According to our clan's annals, each opening claims countless lives. Yet soon thereafter some emerge transcendent, soaring beyond all prior limits. Moreover, judging by this scale, this may be a Tier 3 primordial secret realm. Do such realms possess tiers? Su Chongfei asked, astonished. Naturally. The cultivation world classifies them by the highest cultivator level permitted inside, each tier corresponding to a major realm. Tier 3 admits golden core cultivators. Given its Thisanli spiritual influence, this realm likely accommodates even peak Golden Core adepts. I see. My lady's erudition humbles me. Su Chongfei smiled faintly, then gazed anew at the rainbow pillar piercing the heavens, his eyes blazing with fervent ambition. This is a grand opportunity indeed. The market's cultivators erupted, shock, ecstasy, greed colliding in deafening chaos. By heaven! A secret realm, primordial. Such majesty. It must be the fabled Tier 3 primordial secret realm. Such a phenomenon hasn't graced Tiansong Prefecture in centuries. Indeed, a monumental chance. Yet within 100 li those present may already be doomed. That pressure is so terrifying. Even Golden Core cultivators cannot breach 10 li. A supreme opportunity, yet a supreme peril. All stood entranced by this once-in-a-lifetime celestial marvel, the pillar, standing eternal between earth and sky, auroras dancing across the firmament, Tao ripples luring hearts toward transcendence. Such a disturbance cannot be concealed. It will resonate across 10,000 li. Within days, cultivators will flood here en masse. Perhaps even demon cultivators from Tanling Prefecture will descend. 4 Taiha lakes straddled the border between Tiansong and Tanling prefectures, remote and sparsely populated. Communicating swiftly to bustling cultivation centers was nearly impossible. Major sects and clans would learn of it no sooner than 7 or 8 days hence. Some might arrive too late to partake in this destiny-defining event. Haha. The sign is unmistakable, a primordial secret realm. Its emergence promises infinite blessings. If one secures even a fraction Golden Core formation is assured. Ha ha ha. This wandering Taoist happened upon its opening. Surely this blessing belongs to me alone. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators from both prefectures within 10,000 li, and a handful of others. The Golden Core cultivators rushed towards Taiha Lake. Streams of light streaked across the sky, a rare sight to behold. Yunchi City, Su family, under the withering and flourishing tree. The innate secret realm has opened. Su Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a rare expression of joy flashing in his gaze. No wonder the 9th day of September is suitable for MOU to transcend the tribulation. With the innate secret realm opening, over 90% of the Golden Cores in Tiansong Mansion will likely compete for the opportunities it holds. Previously, it was shrouded by the laws of heaven and earth. Now that the secret realm has opened, I can accurately calculate the situation. Su Chuan immediately employed the heavens mechanism, Tao transformation. Moments later, Taiha Lake is actually there. It seems that not only Tiansong Mansion will be involved, but the Greedy Wolf Mansion will also send many demon cultivators. Another storm of blood and flesh. Su Chuan sighed, then smiled to himself. However, Fei and her husband are quite fortunate. They happen to be near Taiha Lake at this moment. I have never witnessed the wonders of the innate secret realm opening. This secret realm can accommodate Golden Cores, even those who have reached the Golden Core completion stage. It makes quite a commotion. It is said that when such realms open, a pressure from heaven and earth envelopes the area, distorting the space. It will definitely be impossible to enter in a short time. Su Chuan then calculated the specific time of entry. About 10 days, that will allow De Ling Yifan and the others to arrive just in time to seize the greatest opportunities. However, seizing the opportunities is easy, but holding on to them is not. This time, let the innate secret realm allow my Su family to officially stand atop Tiansong Mansion. The MOU tribulation will take place in half a month. After completing the lightning tribulation with the speed of a 4th-tier Jiao dragon, I will definitely catch the tail end. Generally, when the innate secret realm opens, it lasts at least 3 days, at most 9 days. For Golden Core level, it lasts at least 5 days or more. Then we should prepare healing pills for after the tribulation. The only one effective on the 4th-tier Jiao dragon that my Su family currently has is the Bone Rebirth pill with withering and flourishing fruit as the main ingredient. This is also one of the top-tier healing pills of the 3rd tier, in ancient times rumored to have the ability to revive the dead and mend broken bones. It also has good healing effects on nascent soul stage cultivators. The pills made with withering and flourishing fruit are all collected by my Su family. Although we only have 2 Bone Rebirth pills due to their rarity, it is more than enough. With his mind made up, Su Chuan immediately sent messages to Yifan and the others, as well as to the true monarch of Liang from Tianling sect. In the main hall of the Su family, everyone was surprised by Su Chuan's sudden summons. After a moment, Su Chuan walked into the hall and directly took his seat at the main position. Master, did you summon us urgently because Tiansong sect is going to attack again? What are you thinking? Su Chuan chuckled lightly. This call is a good thing, a great opportunity, but there are also significant risks involved. It depends on whether you all are willing to go. What is it? Lei Wujin asked curiously. The innate secret realm has opened, and it is highly likely that it will allow golden core completion stage cultivators to enter. What the innate secret realms? Lei Wujin suddenly stood up, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is what the family head said true? Naturally, when such an innate secret realm opens, there must be a disturbance in heaven and earth, and the phenomena are astonishing, far greater than birth phenomena. Grandfather, where is the secret realm opening? Su Deling asked with unwavering belief. Su Chuan did not answer directly, but scanned the crowd, a slight smile on his lips. My Su family will definitely go, but Elder Huiyun, Elder Qin, you may decide for yourselves whether to go or not. After all, there are considerable dangers this time. As for the Lei family and Tianling sect, if you wish to go, my Su family will require a certain reward. Innate spiritual items my Su family does not want, but for the collected spiritual herbs and materials my Su family will take priority for 30% as compensation. Consider it a reward for the advance notice. Elder Lei, fellow Taoist Liang, what do you think? Lei Wujin was silent while True Monarch Liang and True Monarch Yin exchanged glances. Moments later, True Monarch Liang said, if fellow Taoist Withering Flourishing's news is true, then this True Monarch agrees to this condition. I Lei also represent the Lei family in accepting this matter. Very good. Su Chuan nodded slightly, then continued, Elder Lei Yu and Elder Huiyun and the others are all guest elders of my Su family. I Su family am not being unreasonable. Whatever you obtain in the secret realm, 50% goes to my Su family and 50% goes to you. How does that sound? For me, even 70 or 90% is fine. After all, gaining the inheritance of the weapon Wei is enough to benefit me for life, said True Monarch Huiyun with a smile stroking his beard. Moreover, the materials for refining are also provided by the Su family. Huiyun is right. True Monarch Qin echoed, just follow the family head's wishes, even if it's a bit more, it's fine. Chen Chang'e said with a fist salute and smile, my life was saved by the family head, so it should rightfully belong to the Su family, but I still have the Chuan family behind me, so let's go with the 50-50 split you mentioned. The other three guest elders also expressed their stance, and Lei Wujin naturally could not oppose. However, the Lei family was different. Besides him, there were several other golden cores, and this news would undoubtedly allow the Lei family to gain an advantage. It was only reasonable to give some to the Su family. In addition, the Lei family had already agreed to serve the Su family for 10 years. If not for this, the Su family would not have considered the Lei family at all. If they could not seize the opportunity and arrive late, they would likely miss this chance. Su Chuan clearly took into account the circumstances of each family before making this decision. Since everyone agrees, I won't hide it any longer. The location of the innate secret realm is at Taihe Lake. Prepare yourself today and set off. You should be able to catch the full opening of the secret realm. Lei Wujin and True Monarch Liang understood this intention naturally. The innate secret realm will always have an unstable period. Only when it is completely stable can people enter. Thank you, fellow Taoist Withering Flourishing. True Monarch Liang said, the three of us need not prepare anything and can set off together with our junior sisters. I'm the same, Chen Chang'e said. Such a large-scale innate secret realm is too dangerous for those below the foundation establishment stage. The other members of my Chuan family will not participate. I need to return to the Lei family first. You can set off ahead and meet at Taihe Lake. After saying this, Lei Wujin clasped his fists and took his leave, rushing back to the Lei family. Su Chuan said, then you all can go ahead. Yi Fan, Yue and Feier are currently there. If you go early, you can. Understood, master will set off right away. Yi Fan and Su Du exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of surprise, not expecting to receive such definitive news about Su Chongfei. At that moment, Su Deling curiously asked, grandfather, aren't you going? Don't worry, grandfather is not in a hurry at this moment. Su Deling suddenly thought of the MOU tribulation that would take place in half a month. This is the significant matter for the Su family. Only when the Su family has a nascent soul-level combat power can they truly stand on equal footing with the other two families and expand the Su family completely. Once the innate secret realm opens, all golden cores and nascent souls will likely be drawn in. At that time, during MOU's lightning tribulation, there would be no one to interfere. Even if the other forces in Yunshi City have their spies, no one will be able to take charge. No wonder grandfather chose the 9th day of September. Your calculations are truly becoming more and more astute. Su Deling thought to himself, and then smiled, cupping his fist. Grandfather will head out first. Collect more spiritual herbs and spiritual mines. There may be many items from the outside world that are nearly extinct. Understood. Su Deling, Yi Fan, Su Yue, and True Monarch Huiyun all set off. Su Chuan returned to his courtyard and continued to meditate under the withering and flourishing tree. Mo poked his head out and asked Su Chuan, "Aren't we going to the secret realm?" "Of course we are." Su Chuan smiled lightly. "However, it will take about 10 more days for it to fully open, plus the time for the secret realm to open it will be just right for you to finish your tribulation. Searching so hard cannot compare to robbing." "So you had this idea?" Mo's dark golden dragon eyes instantly lit up. "I like this. Once I transform this time during the innate secret realm, I can make a significant gain, and the Su family will truly leap to become the most top-tier force in Tiansong Mansion. Given time, dealing with Tiansong sect will be a piece of cake. This matter, I still need to think carefully about how to maximize the benefits for the Su family. Tiansong Mansion is too small. If we bind ourselves to it too tightly, it might not be good." "What do you mean?" "A thoroughly stable backer is conducive to development. If there are constant internal conflicts and attacks from other mansions, how can we speed up development?" "A thoroughly stable backer." Mo pondered, suddenly realizing something, exclaiming, "You don't mean to mimic and establish a new immortal martial alliance, do you? Is that not allowed?" Su Chuan raised the corner of his mouth. "The development of the immortal martial alliance is indeed rapid. Although it is only half of the Great Way, its foundation is already close to the level of the entire Great Way before. Moreover, my Su family can gain the most benefits, absorbing countless talents in cultivation and martial arts with a continuous stream of resource reserves. I don't know the specifics of the Immortal Martial Alliance, but what you said does make some sense. Let all forces in Tiansong Mansion unite as one with your Su family as the leader. You can mobilize the entire power of Tiansong Mansion, which is incomparable to the previous Tiansong sect. With resources everyone can earn together, and your Su family takes the larger share. If there is danger, all forces in Tiansong Mansion can bear it together, greatly reducing risks. Unless there is a top-tier force led by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, it would be impossible to resist the strength of a mansion. Basically, no one in Tiansong Mansion would dare to invade." Su Chuan looked at him with a new perspective, lightly exclaiming, "You've become much wiser after not seeing you for a while. You were able to think of this layer. It's just a small matter." Mo waved his claw, grinning, "Whatever you think, I can see through it," with a slight turn of my head. "Stop smiling, your mouth is stretching to the back of your head. Prepare well, in half a month it will be your moment of glory." Mo rubbed his fist, his eyes full of excitement. "I have been waiting for this day for more than 60 years. No, it's been several thousand years." After saying this, Mo returned to replenish his energy. To form an alliance similar to the Immortal Martial Alliance, the Su family must have absolute strength and sufficient say. Over at Taiha Lake, for 3 days and nights, the spiritual energy light pillars never ceased, and colorful clouds filled the sky with a tidal wave of spiritual energy surging for thousands of miles. It was as if heaven and earth were announcing the arrival of this secret realm, opening a long and magnificent prelude heralding the world. By the 4th day, at the hour of the rabbit, the phenomenon gradually approached its end. The breathtaking light pillar, reaching 100 zhang into the sky, shifted from its peak to gentleness, from solidity to ethereality. The ethereal shadows of immortal palaces and auspicious beasts flowing within the pillar gradually faded, returning to chaotic colors. The vast expanse of 1,000-mile rosy haze also seemed to be slowly gathered by an invisible hand, the colors fading, turning into ordinary morning mist that dissipated into the air. Once the light pillar completely vanished, only the center of Taiha Lake remained, where the water continued to churn, forming a deep vortex nearly 1,000 zhang in diameter. It spun slowly, unfathomable. Faintly, remnants of 7-colored spiritual light flickered deep within the vortex, resembling a portal to another realm. At the same time, an even more bizarre and unpredictable spatial fluctuation quietly spread outwards from the center of the massive vortex. Where the fluctuation reached the lake, water distorted, the light refracted, and the air emitted a faint sizzling sound, as if fragile glass was constantly cracking and barely mending. As the phenomenon stabilized, the cultivators who had long been holding back suddenly became agitated. By the lake, a crowd gathered, a sea of heads. Within 3 days, the cultivators who rushed overnumbered in the thousands. Most were chi practitioners with plenty of foundation establishment cultivators, and even 5 or 6 powerful presences hovered independently on mountain peaks or soared in midair, all of them golden core cultivators. At this moment, all their gazes were fixated on the vortex at the lake's center. The phenomenon has dissipated. The portal is revealed. Opportunities are right before us. Charge! A chi practitioner among the crowd shouted excitedly, and several beams of light shot out from the crowd, rushing towards the lake's vortex. "Humph, ignorant of death. A golden core early-stage cultivator in a black robe, hovering in midair, coldly sneered upon witnessing this. Indeed, as soon as those few beams of light approached the edge of the vortex within several hundred zhang, the seemingly calm space abruptly twisted violently. Invisible spatial folds rippled like water waves, yet they were as sharp as blades. Puff! Ah! The screams abruptly ceased. The two Foundation establishment cultivators leading the way along with their flying swords were instantly sliced and crushed by the distorted spatial power, exploding into two clouds of blood mist. The remaining few were horrified, desperately urging their protective artifacts, yet they were still swept up by the violent spatial fluctuations, their protective spiritual light shattering inch by inch. They spat blood and were sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the shore, their bones broken, barely clinging to life. The space is still unstable. Rushing in at this time is no different from seeking death. A golden core early-stage female cultivator shook her head slightly, her voice cold. However, not all golden cores possess such patience. A burly man in the late golden core stage with a fierce countenance and a murderous aura, seemingly a notorious rogue cultivator, became provoked by the sight. A mere remnant of spatial waves cannot obstruct me. He let out a wild laugh, his body enveloped in earthy yellow protective energy, summoning a heavy tortoise shell shield, transforming into a beam of yellow light and fiercely charging towards the vortex. His momentum was fierce, far beyond what the previous few could compare. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the yellow light penetrated the unstable area. Initially, the tortoise shell shield emitted brilliant light, indeed resisting the surrounding spatial folds and slowly pushing inward for over 100 zhang. The burly man's face revealed a hint of joy. Buzz. At the center of the vortex, a visible, colorful spatial ripple suddenly spread out, its speed not fast, yet carrying an irresistible Tao rhythm. Not good. The burly man's expression drastically changed as he frantically urged his power. The ripples of space swept across. The spiritual light emitted by the tortoise shell shield silently vanished like foam, and the shield let out a mournful cry instantly covered in cracks. The protective aura of the strong man shattered with a sound. He let out a groan as if struck hard. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he was thrown out like a broken kite. Faster than before, he slammed into the distant mountain wall, embedding himself in the stone. His breath weakened, indicating he was severely injured. At this sight, a gasp of cold air echoed around the lakeside. Even a latest-stage golden core cultivator wielding defensive treasures ended up in such a fate. It is clear that below the golden core there would be no chance of survival. After these two instances, no cultivator dared to attempt a reckless breakthrough. Yet the crowd did not disperse. Instead, they became even more agitated. Dear friends, the innate secret realm holds great opportunities, but also great dangers. It is not something that one person can explore alone. We must join forces to have a glimmer of hope. Indeed, I, Qin Guan, am willing to ally with all the loose cultivators, distributing gains according to effort. I, Xueshan, share the same intention. Many small to medium forces and loose cultivators began to shout loudly, attempting to rally support and seek warmth in numbers. In an instant, several temporary alliances, large and small, emerged around the lakeside, clearly delineated from one another and maintaining mutual vigilance. However, this bustling scene, seen through the eyes of those golden core cultivators, only elicited silent indifference or faint mockery. A rabble. An elderly man in mid-stage golden core with a stern face withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. In the third-tier innate secret realm, it could still accommodate golden core perfected cultivators. They are the main force contending for opportunities and fortunes. It is estimated that among 100 Foundation establishment cultivators, having one or two emerge would be considered good news. Among the crowd, Su Chongfei and Chun Yulian stood side by side, exuding an aura that ordinary cultivators did not dare approach. The two observed the failed attempts of the golden core to break through and the alliances formed, yet their expressions remained relatively calm. Su Chongfei transmitted a message. Lianer, it seems this secret realm's portal still requires time to stabilize. I wonder if the remaining time is enough for the news to reach Tiansong City and Yunxi City. If my grandfather and father knew, they would surely send someone here. Chun Yulian nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the deep whirlpool in the lake's center. What you say is true. There must be plenty of innate spiritual beings within this secret realm. It is undoubtedly the greatest fortune for Tiansong Prefecture and the Greedy Wolf Prefecture in nearly 200 years. It is indeed dangerous for Foundation establishment cultivators to enter. Husband, once the space stabilizes, should we go in? Let's wait for now. If my parents arrive, we will enter together. If not, we will go in on our own. Cultivators fight against the heavens for their lives. If opportunities and fortunes lie before them, and they do not dare to seize them, there will be little achievement in the future. Moreover, the area within the secret realm should not be small. If we are careful, we may not necessarily encounter golden core cultivators. As long as they are not golden core cultivators, the cards I hold are sufficient to deal with foundation establishment cultivators. Even facing a perfected foundation establishment, I am not afraid. I shall heed my husband's words. Chuan Yulian smiled lightly. 7 days passed in a flash. The 1,000-foot whirlpool at the lake's center had shrunk to less than 500 feet, its swirling motion gradually slowing, yet its depth remained. However, the frenzied and distorted spatial fluctuations surrounding it began to settle and stabilize at a visibly rapid pace. The whirlpool is shrinking and the space is gradually stabilizing. The portal to the secret realm is about to fully open. The cultivators by the lakeside became even more agitated. Countless gazes heatedly fixed on the lake's center, with many eager to move. They only awaited the last trace of spatial turbulence to calm down before rushing in. Yet at this critical moment, whoosh, 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 a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly echoed from the northwestern horizon. Several streaks of different colored light tore through the sky, approaching swiftly. Almost in the blink of an eye, they flew above Taiha Lake, their oppressive force unabashedly spreading out. Golden core. They are all golden core cultivators. The lakeside erupted in an uproar. The previously stationed golden core cultivators all changed their expressions, looking gravely at the figures descending from the clouds. There were 9 newcomers. Although the 3 in the center did not possess the highest cultivation, they were subtly regarded as the leaders by those on either side. Among those 3, the one on the left stood tall in a blue robe, handsome and resolute, with a gaze calm as a deep pool. This was Yifan. The person on the right possessed a cold elegance, wearing a flowing white dress that resembled a cold fairy under the moon. This was Sudiua. And the one in the center, clad in a crimson gold outfit with a stunning appearance and proud posture, had a phantom of a fire phoenix swirling behind him, and his eyes seemed to flow with golden flames. His unparalleled grace was none other than Su Delying. To their right stood 2 individuals, both at latest golden core, one of whom was even a perfected golden core. Such a lineup suddenly appeared, immediately shocking all cultivators present. The previously arrogant or indifferent golden core cultivators were now all shaken to their cores. Especially upon feeling the pressure of the perfected golden core of the fierce sun true monarch, they became even more wary, internally speculating the identities of the newcomers. That previously reckless and injured latest golden core man suppressed his fear and stepped forward, cupping his fists and asking loudly, "May I inquire where you friends come from?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by an excited shout. "Father! Mother!" From the crowd on the lakeside, 2 figures flew in swiftly. It was Su Chongfei and Chuan Yulian. Su Chongfei's face was filled with joy as he flew directly to Yifan and Su Due, respectfully bowing. Chuan Yulian also followed her husband closely, performing a graceful bow. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to father and mother. Seeing his son, Yifan's serious face revealed a hint of warmth as he nodded slightly. Su Due's cold visage softened instantly after scanning her son and daughter-in-law. Seeing they were unharmed, her concern eased. That person seems to be the #1 genius Phoenix Wings fairy. A foundation establishment loose cultivator had seen Su Delying some years ago. Upon this utterance, the entire scene fell into astonished silence. They are from the Su family of Yunxi City. That blue-robed and white-clothed cultivator is Yifan and Cold Moon Fairy. What about the others? The 3 on the right must be the fierce sun true monarch and his 2 companions, while the ones on the left should be the elder guest of the Su family. I heard that the Chuan family's Qin Changgu has joined, so it's just right for the 3 of them. Exclamations arose, and the expressions of the previously aloof golden core cultivators became even more vivid. Yunxi City. It was the Su family of Yunxi City which was now gaining momentum and threatening to replace Tiansong sect as the dominant force of Tiansong Prefecture. 2 months ago, the battle between Su family's Ku Rong True Monarch and the Tiansong sect's nascent Soul Elder was still a hot topic of discussion throughout Tiansong Prefecture. It is said that that battle changed the current situation of Tiansong Prefecture. The latest golden core man swallowed hard, forcing a smile. So it turns out the Su family from Yunxi City has arrived. Truly disrespectful. Other golden core cultivators also flashed their eyes, their thoughts varying. This friend is too polite. May I ask what you are called? Yifan motioned for Su Chongfei and his wife to stand beside them. Loose cultivator, Hu Chong. Friend Hu Chong, you are quite lucky to have arrived so early. I suppose you were nearby at that time. Just lucky, I suppose. Yunxi City. They arrived so quickly. A cultivator muttered in astonishment. This place is at least 6 or 7 days away from Yunxi City across the Tiansong mountain range at full speed for an ordinary golden core. Sending the news would take time, and traveling here would take time. How did they achieve this? The sudden arrival of the Su family caused the hearts of the golden core cultivators present to sink. Only an hour had passed. 8 more figures arrived with the leader enveloped in lightning, exuding an extremely domineering aura. They were the golden core cultivators of the Lei family, excluding those in closed-door cultivation. Chen Changgu smiled and cupped his fist, saying, "Elder Lei, you have arrived quite swiftly. We hurried but still arrived a step later than you." Lei Wujia laughed heartily, then looked toward Taihel Lake in the distance. Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time. The spatial fluctuations are gradually calming down. It seems it will be another 2 or 3 hours before we can enter. He scanned all those present with his divine sense, not placing them in his eyes at all. He transmitted a message to Su Delying. "Phoenix Wings Fairy, should we drive them away? With our strength, it would be easy to do so. No need for that." Su Delying smiled lightly, then surveyed everyone and said, "You need not worry. The reputation of my Su family from Yun, she is known to all, and we are not tyrannical beings. The opening of the innate secret realm is a grand event for Tiansong Prefecture. Since you all have the fate to be here, you can naturally enter. However, once inside, each of you must bear the consequences of life and death. After all, aside from us Tiansong Prefecture cultivators, keeping watch, there should also be quite a few cultivators from the Greedy Wolf Prefecture entering." Hu Chong sighed with relief upon hearing this. "Since Phoenix Wings Fairy has said so, I shall rest easy. As for opportunities and fortunes, they belong to those who are fated and capable. If one cannot protect the opportunities in their hands, they can only blame their own misfortune. This has always been the case in the cultivation world for thousands of years. These loose cultivators are not afraid of competing for them, but rather are afraid of not even having the qualification to compete. The Su family has the ability to drive them away, but chooses not to, showing their rare generosity. Let's go ahead first." Su Deling's eyes flashed as she exchanged glances with Yi Fan and the fierce Sun, true monarch. Their group immediately transformed into streaks of light, leading the way towards the whirlpool at the lake center. Su Deling, Yi Fan, and the others flew toward the center of Taihel Lake, with the rest following closely behind. Seeing that the Su family of Yunxi City had taken the lead, the cultivators by the lakeside who had long been holding back became agitated. Several golden core cultivators almost simultaneously set off various colorful escape lights, following closely. The other alliances formed by Foundation Establishment and Shi refining cultivators also drove their magical tools, merging into a chaotic tide of escape lights rushing toward the lake's center. However, just as Su Delying and the others flew close to the lake's center about to arrive, Kikek, Tiansong Prefecture friends, you are truly benevolent to allow even Shi refining cultivators to come over. A cold, raspy laughter echoed from the other side of the whirlpool. Following this, hundreds of dark-colored escape lights filled with sinister demonic energy surged into the sky, appearing in front of them. The 6 leaders all exuded the aura of golden core cultivators, with 2 of them having reached latest stage golden core. Following them were numerous Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators, each with fierce gazes surrounded by bloodthirsty and chilling demonic energies. These were the cultivators from the Greedy Wolf Prefecture. The 2 sides faced off hundreds of feet away from the portal of the lake center. The atmosphere suddenly tightened, swords drawn and arrows knocked. You have quite a number of people, Su Delying said lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, instantly enveloping all those opposite in a sense of pressure. All the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators felt the burden and their bodies sank. The other golden core demonic cultivators frowned slightly. Only the 2 latest stage golden core cultivators remained largely unaffected, yet they too remained on guard. Is this Phoenix might? Could it be that you are Phoenix Wings Fairy? A latest stage golden core demonic cultivator carrying a blood-colored long knife and with a face full of brutish features asked in surprise. Have you seen me? Not before, but I've heard of you. This person scanned the opposing side only to feel that their number of golden core cultivators was somewhat outrageous. Is it that the Taihel Lake already has forces stationed here, allowing them to arrive promptly, or were they just fortuitously nearby when the secret realm emerged? Su Delying swept her phoenix eyes over them, withdrawing her pressure. There is no benefit in fighting outside. Why not rely on our own abilities within the secret realm? What do you think, friends? Then everything will be up to Phoenix Wings Fairy. The blood knife demonic cultivator smiled widely. They quickly understood that the other party did not wish to engage in meaningless conflict, which they naturally welcomed. After all, in terms of strength, their side could not compare to the other side. A few hours later, Su Delling's phoenix eyes glimmered with faint golden light, noticing that the spatial fluctuations around the entrance to the secret realm had become largely harmless. She immediately said, "The time has come, let us enter." Yi Fan and the others nodded. The Su family led the way into the lake, followed by the Lei family, and then everyone else. There was a green portal within the lake. The Su family and the Lei family rushed into the portal in succession, followed by the Golden Core cultivators from both families and numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. As for those in the Qi refining stage, some hesitated at the last moment, while others holding the mindset of the bold survive, the timid perish, boldly followed them in. The news of the emergence of the innate secret realm at Taihe Lake spread like a giant stone thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that rapidly expanded to all corners of the two prefectures. Towards Tiansong Prefecture, various escape lights tore through the clouds at full speed, rushing toward this location. However, with their speed, even the fastest like Qing Mu True Monarch and Bingon True Monarch, both perfected Golden Core, would take 3 or 4 days to arrive. The slower ones might take 5 or 6 days. Some who are even slower may not arrive in time. After all, not every Golden Core cultivator has mastered escape techniques. Too slow. Qingmu Bingon, I will use my divine ability to take you both a short distance. Thank you, Elder. Remember to search for the extreme star flower or any suitable heavenly materials to restore your souls with full effort. After finishing, Shi Daoyan flicked his sleeve, and a golden light wrapped around the two, swiftly flying toward Taihe Lake. As for the other elders of Tiansong's sect, they could only make their way slowly. However, had Shi Daoyan not been severely injured, bringing over a dozen people with him, using his divine ability would not have posed much trouble. At most, it would have consumed more of his mana. On the other side, Mo family's ancestor Mo Wentian was also leading nearly all Golden Core cultivators of the Mo family, using divine abilities to hurry along. After all, nascent soul cultivators could not enter the secret realm, so expending some mana at this time was not a big deal. As for the Greedy Wolf Prefecture, the situation was quite similar. The sect leader of the Greedy Wolf sect led a dozen of the strongest elders forward, with the rest closely following. Additionally, Guyu City, the Sima family, Nya family, Chao family, as well as the Mo Tian Trading Association, all had numerous Golden Core cultivators rapidly flying in. At this moment, the Mo Tian Trading Association was developing rapidly, with a total of 10 Golden Core cultivators, 6 of whom were under Su Chuan's control, while the other 4 were newly incorporated. It has now become the second most formidable force after the Greedy Wolf sect, alongside a sect and the top forces of the family. If there weren't any latest-stage true monarchs who had reached the Golden Core perfection or mastered significant divine abilities stationed here, they would probably possess strength comparable to the 3 major families. I wonder if I will get to meet the esteemed master with the emergence of the innate secret realm this time. Xiao Zhan thought to himself as he flew. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a short beard asked eagerly, "President, with the emergence of the innate secret realm at Taihe Lake, our Shanghai city isn't too far away, we can reach it in a day and a half. This is a great opportunity for our merchant association to make a fortune," Xiao Zhan said solemnly. "Do not be careless. There may be Golden Core cultivators nearby who have already entered. Then let's rob them. Yes, let's seize them. Be cautious, do not act alone, and remember the abilities of the nascent soul cultivators. They can travel much faster than us and can bring others along." What the president said is right. The nascent soul forces from both courts will surely send many Golden Cores. We must not conflict with them, otherwise we may enter with our lives, but leave without them. 2 or 3 hours later, the magic clouds of the Tanlang sect tore through the sky and thundered down. Dozens of escape lights fell, and the one at the forefront wore a dark cloak with a sinister expression and a gaze like that of a hawk. The overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul radiated from him. He was indeed Qi Tianxiong, the leader of the Tanlang sect. Behind him were the elders of the Tanlang sect, led by true monarch Tianlang. 8 were latest-stage Golden Cores, and 2 were mid-stage. This lineup was significantly stronger than the last time the top forces of the Tiansong sect descended upon Yunqi City. It was evident that the foundation of the Tanlang sect remained deep. Shi Tianxiong's gaze swept over the calm surface of the lake, and the deep whirlpool, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by coldness. "The secret realm has opened. You all enter quickly. Do not hold back anyone encountered who is not from our sect. Kill." His words were laced with killing intent, clearly aimed at clearing the area and seizing treasures. "We obey the command of the sect master." True monarch Tianlang laughed wickedly and led the 10 Golden Core demon cultivators to charge into the whirlpool at the center of the lake without hesitation. Qi Tianxiong then shifted, sitting cross-legged in the void directly above the whirlpool at the center of the lake, his eyes slightly closed, as if planning to rest and guard here. Just after half an incense stick's time, the sound of breaking air re-emerged. Several azure escape lights flew in slightly sluggishly. As the light dissipated, 3 figures appeared. The one in the center had a pale face and a weak aura. It was indeed the injured Shi Daoyan. On either side of him were true monarch Qingmu and true monarch Bingqian. Shi Tianxiong's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, his cold gaze locking onto Shi Daoyan and the other two, like a venomous snake, a smirk of undisguised mockery appearing on his lips. Shi Daoyan, you are still alive, I see. It seems after all these years you still have not healed from your injuries. You can only bring along 2 when traveling TSK. He deliberately elongated his tone, each word seeming to carry a sting. As he spoke, the demonic energy around Qi Tianxiong subtly surged. A faint aura of killing intent began to spread, locking onto Shi Daoyan. Thoughts raced through his mind. This old ghost, she is heavily injured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can kill him along with the 2 golden cores of the Tiansong sect here, the Tiansong sect will surely collapse completely. Our Tanlang sect may be able to attack the Tiansong sect again and finish what was left unfinished last time. The killing intent surged, and the demonic pressure began to slowly condense. Shi Daoyan's face grew even darker, but he forced himself to coldly snort. Qi Tianxiong, how my injuries are does not concern you. He secretly urged his magical power, suppressing the turbulent blood energy. The gung metal flying sword was gathering strength in his dantian, but his heart sank to the bottom. True monarch Qingmu and true monarch Bingqian also immediately tensed up. True monarch King Miss Wand of 10,000 Woods quietly slipped into his palm, and the surrounding wooden spiritual energy flowed silently, ready to explode at any moment. True monarch Bingqian remained expressionless, but the coldness in his ice-like eyes surged. The Qian blue ice flame silently ignited in his palm. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, and a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yet, just as Qi Tianxiong's murderous intent was fully revealed, and he was about to act, a radiant green light leisurely swept in. As the light dissipated, the figure of Mo Wentian appeared. He did not come alone. Behind him were Mo Wenshang and 7 other golden core elders from the Mo family. The Mo family had also come in full force. 2 friends, you arrived quite quickly. Shi Daoyan, are you not letting your sect's golden core elders in? The time for the innate secret realm's emergence is limited. Naturally, some do not wish for others to enter. Shi Daoyan snorted coldly, but he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Qi Tianxiong scanned the 2, calculating the possibility of taking them down. Mo Wentian continued, although this innate secret realm is a tier 3-1, if the 3 of us engage in battle here, even if we cannot cause the entrance to collapse, it may still affect its stability. Originally meant to exist for 7 or 8 days, it might end up being reduced to 2 or 3 days, which would be a loss. What do you think? Humph, threatening this sect master. I wouldn't dare. I trust you do not dare. The innate secret realm's treasures are essential. For now, I will spare you. Mo Wentian stroked his beard with a faint smile. When you take your people in. Yes, big brother. Mo Wenshang responded, waving his sleeve. Let's go. Qingmu Bingqian, you 2 go. Yes, Elder Taishang. The 2 clasped their hands and followed the Mo family into the secret realm. Then came others. Upon seeing 3 nascent soul cultivators seated in the void at the center of the lake, forming a triangular formation and mutually restraining each other, they all felt a chill in their hearts. However, the 3 had no intention of interfering with their entry, as they believed it to be a stroke of luck. Little did they know Qi Tianxiong, Shi Daoyan, and Mo Wentian had long since conspired to plunder the cultivators emerging this time. The more who entered, the more they could gain afterward. Previous grievances were temporarily set aside in the face of such immense profit. After all, the innate secret realm was not only a great opportunity for those below the nascent soul, it also contained many high-grade spiritual herbs and materials useful to nascent soul cultivators, even 4th-tier spiritual veins. Moreover, innate spiritual items inherently carry innate Tao rhythms. If they align with one's own cultivation techniques, they can assist in comprehending those techniques, not just aiding in golden core formation. Within the secret realm, a separate world formed. As soon as one stepped in, the overwhelming spiritual energy rushed in, dense and tangible, as if a divine nectar flowed through one's body with each breath. The concentration of spiritual energy here was already comparable to a gathering place of 3rd-tier spiritual veins in the outside world. In certain spiritual springs and mystical valleys, the spiritual energy coalesced into ethereal mist rising beyond imagination. The secret realm spanned tens of thousands of miles. The sky was vast, and clear with soft bright light, illuminating everything, yet the sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be seen. The landscape stretched endlessly. There were sword peaks like a forest piercing the sky, glinting with a metallic cold light, and a vast azure lake with misty waves with a small island at its center radiating spiritual light into the heavens. Furthermore, ancient trees towered, their crowns reaching the clouds, their trunks thick as a yard with radiant light flowing among their branches, and leaves vitality as vast as the sea. In addition, various rare treasures long extinct in the outside world were hidden throughout. Countless demonic beasts lurked in the mountains and lakes, among which were not lacking peak second-tier demonic beasts. Yet a place that was tranquil and serene like an immortal's paradise was instantly crushed as cultivators from both courts surged in like a swarm of locusts. Slaughter and greed quickly became the main themes of this realm. In a valley shrouded in spiritual mist, a Jiuyang Zhugua entirely purple gold with 9 leaves and a red fruit the size of a dragon's eye at its tip grew quietly, surrounded by radiant light and an enchanting fragrance. This fruit could enhance fire-type abilities enough to entice any fire-type golden core cultivator. A small team of 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators discovered this fruit and were all immensely excited. According to our agreement, the discoverer should receive a larger share. Before he could finish his sentence, a ruthless sword light suddenly flashed from behind a companion. The proposer had his throat slashed, blood spraying out, his eyes filled with shock and resentment as he fell to the ground. The attacker swiftly grabbed the red fruit and flew away. Bastard, stop. The others were filled with rage, unsure whether it was anger at his betrayal or because he had done what they wanted to do and seized the opportunity. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Sword lights, spells, magical artifacts, and talismans clashed wildly in the narrow valley. Moments later, only 2 blood-soaked foundation establishment cultivators remained among the bodies, their eyes filled with a mad desire for the red fruit. In a primeval forest filled with towering ancient trees, 6 or 7 latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators finally joined forces after a fierce battle to kill 2 peak second-tier ironback violent bears. However, only 3 of them remained alive, and they were all badly injured. Just as one of them, with a joyful expression, was collecting the Ziyujiji, a carefully planned golden light suddenly pierced through his dantian. The attacker was actually a companion who had been strenuously covering for him during the battle. The third person was shocked and enraged upon seeing this, controlling his flying sword to shoot towards that person. Yet that person suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, revealing he was not a mere latest-stage foundation establishment, but had reached the peak. Moreover, with a flick of his sleeve, a shield-shaped magical artifact appeared, easily blocking the flying sword. On the other side, a dark light swept up, swiftly breaking through his magical barrier and piercing through his dantian. "You are so despicable." This person chuckled lightly, and in the midst of his shocked and furious gaze, he smashed his head with a palm. He then gathered the belongings of the others. He took the materials from the 2 ironback violent bears, scooping up the Ziyujiji along with the surrounding soil. After surveying the surroundings, he flew off into the depths of the dense forest. On a solitary peak, a latest-stage golden core rogue cultivator was engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-tier sword feather thunder hawk residing there. The thunder hawk spread its wings like dark clouds, its feathers as sharp as swords, accompanied by arcs of silver lightning. It was not to be trifled with, but there was a high-grade innate spiritual item here, a gung metal. This item had great significance for his sword Dao cultivation, enough to assist him in swiftly achieving mastery and even perfection. The golden core cultivator summoned a golden flying sword, turning it into a myriad of sword shadows that clashed violently with the thunderhawk's feathers and lightning. Boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle swept across the area, shattering mountains, and the sword energy and thunder light tore through the sky, reverberating for 500 to 600 miles. Nearby low-tier cultivators were terrified and fled. However, that golden core cultivator, even at the cost of damaging his life-saving artifact, could not defeat the peak 3rd-tier sword feather thunderhawk. At this moment, 2 dark lights shot over. They were 2 latest-stage golden core elders from the Tamling sect. The rogue cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he immediately summoned a beam of escape light and fled. In the western sandy area of the secret realm, those who entered were teleported here. A young rogue cultivator at the peak of chi refinement, in a panic trying to evade a demonic beast, stumbled into a sandpit. His palm accidentally touched a piece of smooth jade-like strange stone beneath the sand, which seemed to have swirling star clouds within. The moment he held the stone, he felt his soul clear up, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather automatically. Is this an innate spiritual item? The young rogue cultivator's heart raced immense joy, accompanied by boundless fear. He clutched the stone tightly, desperately suppressing his aura, not daring to show himself, wanting to quietly wait for the secret realm to close. In a cold pond within a secluded valley of the mountains, a Xian Pabing Lian that was entirely ice blue and had only 3 leaves, but emitted an astonishing chill grew. It has some efficacy in resisting inner demons, and can also nourish the soul. It is a rare 4th-tier spiritual material, rarely seen in the outside world. However, this ice lotus has not yet fully matured. It will have 7 leaves when mature. At this moment, the secluded valley was far from peaceful. 2 powerful auras clashed thunderously above the cold pond. One side was Sudiua. She stood in midair, her moon-white skirt fluttering in the cold wind, her beautiful face cold as ice, her eyes fixated on the ice lotus in the pond, then coldly swept her gaze to the opposite side. On the other side was an old man dressed in black robes with a sinister expression surrounded by eerie demonic energy, evidently a latest-stage golden core demon cultivator. Little girl, just a golden core beginner, how dare you covet such spiritual items? The black-robed elder let out a strange laugh, his voice hoarse. Considering your cultivation is not easy to achieve, leave quickly, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, his demonic energy surged. The overwhelming pressure of the latest-stage golden core unreservedly pressed down on Sudiua, intending to subdue her with his realm. Facing the pressure, Sudiu's expression remained unchanged, her clear eyes showing no ripple. She did not speak. Instead, she raised her delicate hand, and a beam of moonlight sword energy erupted from before her without warning. What? The elder felt the might of the sword light. His face changed slightly, and he dared not be careless. With a loud shout, a pitch-black, ghostly staff flew out from his sleeve, transforming into dark light to meet the attack. Clang! The tiny sword light and the ghostly staff collided, producing a dull roar. The moonlight and dark light intertwined and extinguished. The ghostly staff's vengeful souls let out mournful wails, dimming significantly. A high-grade magical artifact. The elder exclaimed in disbelief. How can a golden core beginner like you possess a high-grade magical artifact? What is your background? Sudiua remained silent, continuing to manipulate the tiny flying sword to attack. The sword light alternated between condensing into lines for precise piercing and dispersing like rain for coverage. Her graceful movements were extraordinarily cold and lovely, resembling a fairy under the moon. The two moved rapidly above the cold pond, the sword lights and staff shadows interweaving demonic energy and moonlight continually clashing. After just a few exchanges, the black-robed elder grew increasingly alarmed. The opponent's magical power quality was entirely unlike a golden core beginner. The might of her sword techniques approached minor mastery of divine abilities, not inferior to him by much. Of course, the most crucial factor was her flying sword, which was truly formidable. In just this moment of confrontation, his life-saving artifact's spiritual light dimmed. A condensed moonlight sword light broke through layers of staff shadow defense, grazing the elder's left shoulder. Suddenly, a chilling and incomparably strange force surged into his body. The elder grunted, his left shoulder instantly covered in a layer of frost. His movements momentarily halted, and his breath became disordered. The elder cursed under his breath, both startled and enraged. He realized that if the fight continued, he would not only lose, but might even be slain. The mystic realm held countless opportunities. Grievously wounded, he would be powerless to contest any further fortunes. He turned his gaze to Sudiua and ground his teeth. You are merciless. Take this spirit herb. With those words, he dissolved into a swirl of black mist and fled beyond the valley. Morongyan spoke into Sudiu's mind with a tone of scorn. This is the Shuampa Binglian. Once fully matured, it is a 4th-rank pinnacle spirit herb capable of aiding foundation establishment and even offering help to the nascent soul. It is a rare curative for a wounded nascent soul. She continued, uproot it whole, place it in a vessel, add some of the cold pool water, and take it back. Your grandfather should be able to transplant and cultivate it. Yes, master. Sudiua obeyed, then began forming talismans and using her bloodline as a tether to seek out her son Su Chongfei. The others were each formidable enough that she need not fear for them. They could gather slowly. In the mountain range of the mystic realm, at a certain valley, a perennial gray-white mist shrouded this place. The fog interfered with the spiritual sense. Even golden core cultivators found their spiritual perception suppressed to within 100 zhang. The mist itself was a dark, toxic barrier stretching for several li. It could dissolve magical shields, and she curtains consume flesh to bone, a most deadly and forbidding terrain. Yet within this lethal patch lay a paradisiacal grotto. When Su Chongfei and his wife entered, fortune favored them. They were not separated and had been transported into this wondrous enclave. Husband, what is that? Chen Yulian pointed toward the valley's center. There a strange spring gaped, arranged in a perfect taiji pattern, one yin one yang, distinct yet interwoven. The left spring seethed red like molten rock, belching scalding bubbles and radiating blistering yang flames. The right sprang a crystalline ice blue, its chill biting, and the surface sheathed in a thin, everlasting sheet of ice. It was a rare ice and fire spring. More astonishingly, directly above each spring, no more than a foot or so up, drifted a ribbon of exquisitely pure primordial innate qi. Above the crimson spring, the condensed red qi writhed, as if substantial. At times it shaped itself into a miniature crimson dragon of living scales, yet others it dissolved into pure flame, exuding blistering yang energy. Above the ice blue spring, the azure qi assumed the fleeting form of an ice phoenix, or congealed into glittering crystals, emanating a cold that could freeze the soul. Both were manifestations of primal innate spirit essence, the purest, most primordial forms of qi, far more precious than solidified Xiantian herbs or spirit ores. Primordial innate qi, Su Chongfei exclaimed. Primordial innate qi is the remnant of original laws left when heaven and earth were shaped, or when a place received special blessings. Most of it disperses into the cosmos or clings to particular carriers to form other innate spirit objects. For such qi to remain for so long in a purely gaseous form, it was an occurrence one would not see in 10,000 years. Su Chongfei felt the twin streams of qi drawing at him. They were the utmost yang and the utmost cold, perfectly matched to both his cultivation method and his rare body constitution. Husband, look around. So many spirit herbs. There are materials for foundation establishment, pills, ingredients for golden core formation, and countless specimens I cannot even name. This place is certainly a treasure trove within the mystic realm. Chen Yulian's eyes glittered with excitement. Leonor, collect these herbs carefully. I'll uproot even the soil and take it back so your great-grandfather can cultivate them. I will attempt to draw in those 2 strands of primordial qi. If I succeed, it will be my great fortune. By all means, husband. The extreme yang and extreme cold qi were terrifying. Chen Yulian could not approach the springs within 3 zhang. Su Chongfei, however, possessed a rare, ancient flame-cold spirit body and practiced the matching art Yanhan Jizangshan, Yanhan 9 heavens, enabling him to approach the ice and fire spring. Yet primordial qi is no ordinary treasure. Should it touch postnatal things, it will merge with them or dissipate into nothing. Perhaps I can use my Xian base as a carrier, but my flesh must touch it. Against all caution, Su Chongfei plunged into the ice and fire spring. Yang scorch and frigid frost ravaged his body, flesh corroded, and ice wrapped his limbs. He nearly lost half his life before he managed to draw away the 2 strands of primordial qi. They condensed into a tiny fire drake and an ice phoenix, settling atop his dantian. Upon his Xian base, their streams of innate qi permeating and tempering that foundation. Su Chongfei swallowed top-grade jade sprout pills and supreme herb pills to staunch his wounds. Only after half a day did he begin to recover. Chen Yulian looked at him with worry. You were reckless. If anything had gone wrong. The Su clan's fortunes surge, for our ancestors watch over us. We were conveyed here together because our blessings run deep. Su Chongfei answered calmly. You may be right. If we can haul out these treasures, we will surely rank among the greatest gainers. Su Chongfei scanned the surroundings and saw the spirit herbs had already been collected. He smiled. Thank you, my wife. But the soil here is spirit soil. It cannot be wasted. Chen Yulian paused, surprised. Was the Su family that destitute? Su Chongfei explained, our rise was swift. Our foundations are thinner than the ancient powers like the Mo or Lei families. We cannot afford to surrender stretches of spirit soil. Do as you say, Chen Yulian agreed with a wry smile and began to dig. After more than half an hour, they had gathered the soil. Then she asked about the ice and fire spring. The spirit liquids can be taken. They are 3rd-rank pinnacle extreme yang and extreme cold essences, but to carry away the entire spring would be ideal. Regrettably, with our foundation establishment power, we lack the means. Wait here. Your parents will surely come for you. Husband, I scouted the perimeter. The toxic barrier rings the place for several li. It corrodes cultivation and artifacts. It is deadly. I don't know whether our parents can penetrate it. Forget that for now. The qi here is rich. We should devote ourselves to cultivation. You are right. The couple sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As Su Chongfei drew near the ice and fire spring, the extreme yang and extreme cold qi poured into his body. His foundation establishment advanced several times faster than before. At this rate, in a matter of days, he might reach the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Half a day later, Su Due flew to the valley's edge and pierced the mist to the toxic barrier. Chongfei should be in that valley. As Su Due raised a protective shield to fly and Moron Yun stopped her. The toxic barrier will corrode cultivation and artifact defenses. At minimum, you need a complete golden core or a top-grade defensive treasure to enter. If it is so severe, how did Chongfei get in? Su Due asked. Perhaps by fortune. Being transmitted directly into such a perilous place often means there is great opportunity. Your son is lucky. Su Due pondered and murmured, if master is right, we must have Su Delian come. I will try to contact Chongfei. She then attempted to send a message to Su Chongfei. Mother nearby. Su Chongfei's voice brimmed with joy as he replied, your son and Lianer are both in the valley and have received great fortune. We are uninjured. Su Due heard the talisman's response and felt relieved. This place is hard to breach. Your aunt must come. Stay put and be safe. Yes, mother. Su Due set out to find Su Delian. Within the mystic realm, the 3 of them were the only Su bloodline present, so she could use the blood lineage trace technique. Elsewhere in the realm, Su Delian blazed like a scarlet meteor across the peaks. She used the blood lineage trace art to head towards Su Due, valuing the safety of kin above all the realm's opportunities. Even if delayed, she would first reunite with them. Of course, if she encountered treasures en route, she would not hesitate to seize them. Half an hour later, she felt a violent battle fluctuation, the power of a late golden core fight. On an isolated peak, 2 latest-stage golden core black-robed demon cultivators were locked in combat, with a Thunder Eagle 7 or 8 zhang in size. The eagle was in a sorry state. Its once steel feathers were charred and broken, its body streaked with blood, one wing seemed gravely wounded, and its flight was uneven, yet its ferocity remained screeching and spewing silver thunder while slashing like a blade. Tanlang sect elders. They got in here so quickly as well. Su Delian murmured. She reasoned that with a nascent soul guiding them, they would travel fast. A trace of primal innate gung metal lingered in the air. Oh, no wonder they had provoked the beast. Free Xiantian objects should not be left unclaimed. She swept in toward the battlefield. The 2 Tanlang elders fought with grim coordination. One wielded a blood-red long blade, the other a paired Immortal sword set weaving a net of steel and spirit to bind the Thunder Eagle and add wound after wound. A fierce blaze roared forward. Who dares? Tanlang sect is doing business here. Outsiders be gone. They shouted, trying to drive away the intruder. Su Delian's smile chilled and gold light danced in her eyes. If Tianlang Jinjuan himself were present, I might respect him, but you too. Pathetic. She struck without hesitation. A phantom fire phoenix rose behind her with a roar. She waved a crimson feather artifact and unleashed a blazing rainbow that tore through the air toward the elder who wielded the paired Immortal sword. The fire rainbow warped the air with searing heat. The 2 men's faces changed. This was a top-grade treasure. Su Delian then tapped her spirit beast pouch. Xiaohong, do your work. Take the Thunder Eagle. It is wounded but dangerous. Understood, master. The 4-winged Chongming bird burst forth, swelling in size to 7 or 8 zhang as bloodline pressure settled upon it, making it tremble slightly. The Thunder Eagle soon engaged the Chongming bird. Su Delian focused on dealing with the 2 elders. She struck primarily at one, and within 5 or 6 blows shattered the elder's defensive artifact. Golden light flashed from her eyes and pierced his chest. He screamed as life fled. The other elder tried a sneak attack, but Su Delian remained unfazed. He swung his blood knife down hard, only to be halted by a sudden crimson light curtain that shimmered and absorbed the blow. You possess a top-grade defensive treasure. The blood knife elder cried. Su Delian pressed her assault, scattering the paired Immortal sword's power and delivering a palm that shattered the elder's meridians. His life force ebbed rapidly. Elder of the Immortal. The blood knife elder could hardly believe one golden core latest-stage opponent had fallen so swiftly. Yet Su Delian's strength was undeniable. Her divine arts were perfected, her ancient phoenix bloodline bolstered her into mid-golden core, and with a top-grade treasure, she outmatched many who had not yet fully formed their golden cores. Even a figure like Tianlang Jinjuan might only barely hold her in check. The blood knife elder had no time for grief. He turned to flee, but as he spun, a silver hammer smashed through his sea of consciousness and struck, leaving his head splitting with pain and barely able to maintain flight. In the next instant, 2 beams of golden light shot from Su Delian's eyes, piercing his dantian and heart. He fell dead on the spot. Spiritual sense techniques truly are effective. Su Delian extracted the 2 elders' golden cores and residual souls, sealing them with secret arts to prevent dissipation. She transferred their belongings and bodies into a spatial bracelet Chuan had gifted her. Its capacity rivaled her own ring. She then turned to help the Chongming bird. With a top-grade artifact of perfected divine eye technique, Huahuang Jintong Fire Emperor True Sight, and the phoenix's pressure, the birds soon slew the Thunder Eagle. They killed the beast not out of malice, but because a late, third-rank monster carries treasures from head to tail. Su Delying took the primal gung metal from the peak and gathered the third and fourth-rank spirit materials before continuing on her way. Several hours later, the trio reunited. Su Due reported on Su Chongfei's situation. Since that valley is dangerous and ordinary golden core cultivators cannot enter, perhaps we should leave Chongfei and his wife there for now. Su Delying pondered and said keeping them with us would only hinder our movements. You are right. Then we will follow your plan. Go find Yi Fan and the others. The twin heart ring you wear should be able to sense his position. At that moment, Yi Fan was embroiled in a struggle with a late third-rank beast whose lair contained a top-grade primordial spirit object. With his current strength, he had some chance against a late golden core, but killing a late third-rank monster was nearly hopeless. Due's aura is drawing near. Yi Fan's lip curled slightly. He abandoned thoughts of retreat and renewed his grapple with the crimson flame Bloodlines. After more than half an hour, Su Delying arrived. Good. She's here. Yi Fan signaled, and the two quickly joined the fray. Sword light crisscrossed a fire phoenix sword. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them felled the crimson flame Bloodlines and then pillaged its lair thoroughly. There's even a low-grade, third-rank spirit vein. Seize it. Su Delying sensed it precisely and acted to absorb it. The ground trembled violently. It took over a full breath for the disturbance to subside. The three departed that place searching for herbs, materials, and spirit veins, while also seeking out Huayun Jinren and the others. Along the way, they stripped and robbed a number of Foundation establishment cultivators. Those who could survive alone in a mystic realm tended to be ruthless. They took no pity. The uncooperative were slain without ceremony. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Su Delying and her companions successively found Huayun Jinren, Xingya Jinren, and Xinchanga. The number of golden core cultivators in the secret realm was increasing. However, nearly everyone they encountered was robbed. Of course, they also faced the likes of Tianlang Jinjuan and Qingmu Jinjuan, and after a brief skirmish, they quickly parted ways. In the blink of an eye, the 5th day arrived. Su Delying received a message from Lei Wuji discovering a 4th-tier spiritual vein and several 3rd-tier high-grade spiritual veins, but there were also many elders from the Tanlang sect on the opposing side. She immediately took Yi Fan and the others to the location while attempting to contact Liang Jinjuan and the others who just happened to be within message range. Upon hearing Su Delying's words, they informed her that they would hurry over. At the ancient towering trees, in midair, Lei Wuji's hair and beard stood on end, surrounded by arcs of lightning, wielding a long spear alongside 3 other golden core elders from the Lei family, standing against 6 elders from the Tanlang sect. Lei Wuji fought 3 against 1 using his fierce and overbearing lightning technique to restrain 1 latest-stage golden core and 2 early-stage ones. The others each faced off against 1 opponent. Above the forest, various bolts of lightning, demonic lights, and magical treasures collided in the air, creating a continuous cacophony of explosions, while the ancient trees below were flattened by the shockwaves. Yet no one could gain the upper hand. Lei Wuji, stop your stubborn resistance. The latest-stage Tanlang sect elder, while activating a black banner to unleash rolling demonic clouds, sternly shouted, "This spiritual vein belongs to our Tanlang sect. Our sect's Tianlang Jinjuan is already on his way. Once he arrives, you won't be able to escape. If you are wise, retreat now, and you may save your lives." Another Tanlang sect elder coldly added, "Even if you manage to obtain the spiritual vein by chance, what can you do? Our sect's master is currently guarding the outside of the secret realm. Even if you seize the spiritual vein, you won't be able to take it away, and in the end you will only be dressing us with fine clothes." Upon hearing this, Lei Wuji's heart sank. Tianlang Jinjuan is formidable, and with the Su family's strength entering here, I believe we can defeat him. However, the Tanlang sect's master, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although he thought this in his heart, he still said, "Stop your babbling. If you want the spiritual vein, come and take it. Dream on if you think my Lei family will hand it over." Half a stick of incense later, at the southwest horizon, the demonic clouds surged, and a fierce, overwhelming aura reached the perfection of the golden core stage, sweeping in like a storm. It was indeed Tianlang Jinjuan along with 3 other golden core elders. 2 were in the late stage, and 1 was in the mid-stage. Lei Wuji and the 3 elders immediately felt the pressure increase, and they began to contemplate retreat. Tianlang Jinjuan stood arrogantly in the air, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the Lei family members, and coldly commanded, "Kill for me." The 3 Golden Core elders beside him immediately joined the fray. "Who dares to harm the Su family's guest elder?" A delicate shout rang out, piercing through the sky like thunder. Following that, from the northeast, a clear and melodious phoenix cry suddenly echoed. Su Delying led Yi Fan and Su Due through the void. The phoenix phantom roared proudly and golden flames blazed, exuding an astonishing might. "You have arrived." Lei Wuji immediately sighed in relief. Had they been half a moment later, he would have been forced to flee. "Fairy Fingling, do you also wish to join the fray?" Tianlang's engine's gaze darkened as he scanned Su Delying and the others, lingering especially on Su Delying for a moment. "This spiritual vein belongs to my Su family." Su Delying stepped forward, her scarlet skirt swirling in the true flames, her golden eyes blazing with fire, staring directly at Tianlang Jinjuan, her voice resolute. "Tianlang Jinjuan, if you are not satisfied, feel free to battle again." Though Su Delying was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, she showed no fear in front of Tianlang Jinjuan, a perfected Golden Core demon cultivator. Although the number of Golden Core cultivators was the same, she alone could restrain Tianlang Jinjuan, while Lei Wuji, Yi Fan, and Su Due were stronger than the Tanlang sect's latest Golden Core. In addition, Huyan Jinren and the others all had mid-grade magical treasures, giving them an advantage. "I'm not afraid of you. Kill." With no more words, Tianlang Jinjuan let out a fierce shout and took the initiative. His figure moved like lightning, transforming into a fierce wolf shadow as he charged at Su Delying, claws extended, wrapped in dark demonic energy and a foul wind, intending to suppress her with a thunderous strike. Su Delying let out a clear cry. The phoenix phantom behind her shrieked long, and the Lingyan magical treasure transformed into a stunning fire rainbow to meet him. The golden flames collided with the demonic claws, erupting with a thunderous roar and a torrent of energy. Su Delying's figure swayed slightly, but she did not retreat, as the true flames of the phoenix burned the demonic energy, sizzling and holding back Tianlang's engine's ferocious assault. On the other side, Yi Fan let out a long roar, his body enveloped in golden Sanskrit light, charging toward a latest Golden Core elder from the Tanlang sect. Like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his punches coming like mountains, forcing the opponent to stagger back. Lei Wuji's body exploded with arcs of lightning as he wielded his long spear, easily suppressing a latest Golden Core, causing the opponent to cry out in distress. After all, Lei Wuji was a strong cultivator at the 8th layer of the Golden Core, with his magical powers fully developed. Su Diu's sword light was as cold and sharp as the moon as she fought with the latest Golden Core elder. With the power of the Taiyin and a mid-grade defensive magical treasure, the Ice Crystal Mirror, she also held her ground firmly. Chen Chang'e and Huyan Jinren also sought their opponents and engaged in combat. The remaining Golden Core elders from the Lei family were also engaged in unknown battles, appearing quite relaxed. In an instant, the area above the towering ancient trees became a chaotic battlefield. Phoenix calls, wolf howls, thunderstorms, punch winds, sword cries, and demonic roars, all intertwined. Golden flames, demonic lights, lightning, moonlight, and various magical treasures crashed and disintegrated wildly, the violent energy snapping the giant trees below and cracking the ground, causing the spiritual energy in the area to become chaotic. The battle seemed to be in a stalemate, but anyone with sharp eyes could tell that as time passed, the Tanlang sect's Golden Core elders, excluding Tianlang Jinjuan, were gradually revealing signs of defeat under the fierce attacks of Lei Wuji, Yi Fan, and others. At most, within half a stick of incense, casualties would surely appear. Tianlang Jinjuan glanced at the battles of the others, both shocked and angry. Previously, they had only exchanged blows, but now that he was fighting with all his strength, he could not overpower Su Delying. Su Delying's attacking power was slightly weaker than his, but with a high-grade defensive magical treasure, he found it difficult to contend with her. "I could possibly use secret techniques to turn the situation around, but once the time for the secret techniques is up, many will surely perish." Just as he was pondering, 3 beams of fleeing light appeared from the southwest. The one in the middle carried an aura similar to Tianlang's engines, all being perfected Golden Core cultivators. Lai Yong and the others have also arrived. Tianlang's engine's brows furrowed as he thought of other opportunities in the secret realm and immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat." The elders of the Tanlang sect burst forth, forcing back their opponents, then crowding around Tianlang Jinjuan, while the Su and Lei family members did not dare to approach. "Su Delying, you are indeed ruthless, but even if you seize the spiritual vein, you will not be able to take it away." With that, he turned and left with the Tanlang sect elders. At this moment, the three beams of fleeing light settled, revealing Liang Jinjuan and Yin Jinjuan. Senior brother Liang, senior brother Yinjin, you have come. Liang Jinjuan slightly nodded, probing the spiritual vein below with his divine sense, revealing a joyful expression as he smiled faintly. Indeed, there is a fourth-tier spiritual vein. It feels like it is even more than just low-grade fourth tier. Senior brother Liang, this spiritual vein is of great use to my Su family. Understood, I will not compete with you. Even if I wanted to, I could not compete with your lineup. Senior brother Liang, you jest. Su Deliang also looked at Lei Wuji, who replied, our Lei family understands. I am currently also an elder guest of the Su family, and we the Lei family have also promised to serve the Su family for these 10 years. This spiritual vein naturally belongs to the Su family. Thank you. Su Deliang clasped her hands and smiled. I will report the discovery of the spiritual vein to my grandfather. He will certainly not be stingy with rewards. Then Elder Lei, senior brother Liang, senior brother Yinjin, the four of us will work together to take this fourth-tier spiritual vein, while the others can take the third-tier spiritual veins. Good. The four of them detected the range of the fourth-tier spiritual vein, each taking a position, then channeling their magical powers. In an instant, the mountains rumbled and the earth cracked. Five-colored radiant light burst forth from the fissures in the ground, illuminating the air. The spiritual vein has its own spirit, unwilling to be restrained, continuously stirring the spiritual energy tides to resist the ceiling. The four of them unleashed their magical powers, holding their ground for a full 3 hours. Suddenly, a sound like a dragon's roar, akin to a mournful wail, erupted from the depths of the earth, and a magnificent river of light was forcibly extracted from the earth's mouth. The purity and density of its spiritual energy far exceeded expectations, with faint shadows of mountains and rivers swirling within. Seal. Su Deliang's hands moved like fluttering butterflies as beams of magical power shot forth, forming a red light net that enveloped the spiritual vein. The other three simultaneously cast sealing techniques. The fourth-tier spiritual vein struggled and contracted, ultimately transforming into a crystalline jade belt about 3 feet long, warm and glowing, falling into a mysterious jade box. It turned out to be a mid-grade fourth-tier spiritual vein. The Su family is truly fortunate. Liang Jinjuan stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Su Deliang caressed the box with joy, thanking everyone. Liang Jinjuan glanced at the jade box, clasped his hands, and said, congratulations, junior sister. This opportunity is now settled. I will take my people to seek other opportunities. With that, he transformed into a rainbow and departed. Lei Wuji also took his leave, leading his clan to seek other opportunities. Su Deliang secured the spiritual vein, and seeing the spiritual energy in the earth gradually dissipate with the area in ruins, said to Yi Fan and the others, we should also leave. With that, beams of fleeing light shot forth into the vast, distant mountains. Meanwhile, in Tiansong Mansion, Yinchi City, inside the Su residence, the 10-foot-long Jiaolong, named Moyua, circled impatiently in midair, its pale gold vertical pupils filled with burning light. Su Chuan, the 9th day of the 9th month, has arrived. Should I not undergo tribulation now? I have been waiting anxiously. Su Chuan shook his head with a light smile, and then nodded. Go ahead. Above Yun Lake is where you will undergo your tribulation. Remember to stay away from Yunchi City. The city protection array cannot withstand a bolt of heavenly lightning. Understood. I am off. Before the words fell, the pale blue Jiaolong shadow had already soared into the sky, shooting straight toward Yun Lake north of the city, and not stopping until it was 100 miles away. Upon reaching the surface of the lake, Moyu's figure abruptly halted. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and rolling clouds gathered from all directions, quickly condensing into a heavy lead-colored layer of clouds that pressed down toward the lake surface. Amidst the surging clouds, a clear dragon roar echoed through the skies as Moyue revealed its true form. Its body, 50 to 60 feet long, spanned the firmament, its dark blue scales shimmering with a watery luster, its foreclaws grasping at nothing, and its long tail stirring the winds and clouds. It roamed freely among the thick clouds, then ceased to suppress itself, fully unleashing its immense demonic power at the peak of the 3rd tier. Boom! A menacing pressure swept down like a tidal wave, causing the surface of Yun Lake to suddenly sink several feet. Countless swimming spiritual fish didn't even have time to struggle before flipping onto their backs, losing consciousness. In Yunchi City, many felt this terrifying pressure. What is happening? Could it be that another wave of demonic beasts is attacking? No, the pressure is coming from the north, that is Yun Lake, but I have not heard of any powerful demonic beasts. Numerous cultivators rushed toward the northern city area. The The soaring demonic power illuminated the vast cloud sea with a deep ink blue hue, as if the entire sky had turned into its domain. At some point, a low rumble of thunder emanated from deep within the clouds, resembling the breathing of an ancient giant beast, the muffled sounds gradually increasing. Chuan's figure quietly appeared above the northern city gate of Yunxi City, standing with his hands behind his back, his garments fluttering gently in the wind. He gazed at the rolling ink clouds and soaring demonic energy 100 miles away, his expression calm. Before long, beams of fleeing light shot up from within Yunxi City. Numerous Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators were stirred by the phenomenon in the northern horizon, rushing to the city walls or hovering in midair, gazing 100 miles away. They saw the distant ink clouds rolling and the demonic energy penetrating the sky, painting the firmament in an ominous deep blue. The low thunder echoed in waves, and even from a distance they could feel the faint pressure and the agitation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What terrifying demonic energy! Could it be a powerful demonic beast attacking the city? A young Qi refining cultivator in the late stage turned pale, his voice trembling with fear. A middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator beside him observed for a moment and shook his head, saying, "It doesn't seem like it. If it were an attack on the city, the demonic clouds would have already descended. Look at those ink clouds that are dense and unmoving. The thunder is brewing within them, it seems." As he pondered, an experienced old man with white whiskers suddenly gasped, exclaiming, Could it be the sign of a demonic beast undergoing tribulation? Tribulation. Everyone was momentarily stunned by his words. The old man pointed at the distance, speaking hastily. When a demonic beast cultivates to the peak of the third tier and wishes to break through, it must endure heavenly lightning to refine its body and bloodline. A demonic beast entering the fourth tier is a transformation stage. It is said that demonic beasts in the later stages of transformation can completely become human forms, making it impossible to detect. Looking at this phenomenon, the thunderclouds are self-generating and the demonic energy is soaring into the sky without scattering. This is indeed a sign of tribulation clouds gathering. A peak third-tier demonic beast. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, shock evident on many faces. It was comparable to a perfected golden core human capable of devastating mountains and streams with a mere gesture. Why would such a powerful demonic beast choose to undergo tribulation just 100 miles from Yunxi? A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator furrowed his brows, perplexed. Tribulation lightning is perilous and affects a wide area. Does it not fear being disturbed during the tribulation or being coveted when weak after the tribulation? Someone speculated perhaps it's a water-type demonic beast. The vast waters of Yun Lake are abundant in spiritual energy, which is beneficial for undergoing tribulation. I have not heard of that. Another old man shook his head, saying demonic beasts undergoing tribulation is a rare occurrence, far more difficult to witness than a nascent soul's birth. If the various forces of Tiansong Mansion were to learn of this, many golden cores would likely come for it. That is not necessarily the case. A middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator said, "Do you not know that the Taihel Lake has an innate secret realm appearing, and over 90% of the golden cores in Tiansong Mansion have gone there to seek opportunities for fortune?" 100 miles away, the ink clouds thickened like substance weighing heavily upon the tumultuous cloud lake. Within the clouds, electric serpents danced wildly. The muffled sound of thunder gradually intensified, transforming into a rolling roar. The might of heaven and earth caused those watching from 100 miles away to feel anxious and short of breath. "It's coming," an old man with white whiskers whispered tremulously on the city wall. Before his words could fade, crack, a blinding white lightning slashed through the darkened sky. Like a spear from the heavens carrying a wrathful aura capable of annihilating all, it precisely struck the dragon's body that was rearing proudly toward the sky amidst the sea of clouds. Roar! The anguished dragon's cry instantly resonated through heaven and earth, overpowering the thunder. The lightning burst apart, scattering countless deep blue scales mixed with faintly golden dragon blood like rain. The massive body of Mo convulsed violently, rolling and stirring the cloud sea into chaos. Blood that contained pure demonic power and vital essence dripped into the cloud lake. The lake water shimmered with spiritual light, radiating a peculiar golden blue hue. What kind of demon will it nurture in the future? The tribulation thunder showed no signs of ceasing. As one bolt did not disperse, the second and third bolts followed in quick succession. Each bolt of lightning was thicker and more violent than the last. Mo's entire body was covered in blackened scales, blood and flesh mangled, as faint golden blood flowed like a waterfall. It roared defiantly, using its formidable demonic body to clash against the might of heaven, tearing with its claws and sweeping its tail, stirring up a curtain of water and shattered lightning, yet still suffering from the strikes, its bones crying out in agony, its breath visibly waning. Having withstood 7 bolts of tribulation thunder, Immortal was already covered in wounds, its dragon eyes dim, and its spiraling motion appeared unsteady. When the 8th bolt, resembling a thunder dragon with doubled might, roared down, it finally reached its limit. At the critical moment, Immortal suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of dark light. It was an ancient round shield that upon its appearance expanded against the wind, transforming into several zhang in size. 9 mysterious patterns emerged on its surface, interconnected, emitting a strange force field that dispelled the 5 elements. It was the Yuan magnetic shield borrowed from Chuan. Boom! The 8th bolt of tribulation thunder struck fiercely against the Yuan magnetic shield. The blinding lightning exploded, but on the shield the 9 patterns rotated rapidly, twisting, dispersing, and absorbing most of the furious lightning power. The residual lightning energy passed through the shield to Immortal's body, still causing it to tremble violently and spit blood, but it was no longer a fatal strike. The 9th bolt was also the final bolt of tribulation thunder. As the calamity clouds brewed to perfection, they transformed into a bolt of nearly pure purple lightning, only the thickness of a child's arm, yet condensed to perfection, silently falling. Its might was repressed, its speed unparalleled, striking directly at Immortal's heavenly spirit. Immortal gathered the remaining demonic energy, roaring in fury as the Yuan magnetic shield also erupted with brilliance, colliding heat. A silent ball of annihilation expanded above the cloud lake, instantly snatching away all sound and color. Observers 100 miles away felt their eyes sting and their spirits trembled. As the annihilation halo slowly dissipated, the dark calamity clouds swiftly retreated. In the next moment, a celestial phenomenon erupted. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within a radius of several hundred miles gathered like 100 rivers returning to the sea, madly converging above the cloud lake, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. Colorful rays of light danced across the sky, faint celestial sounds echoed, and exotic fragrances wafted. At the center of the vortex, Immortal's severely damaged dragon body was rapidly reborn and expanding at an astonishing rate. The burnt scales fell away, and the newly formed scales became a deeper, darker blue, almost black, with edges shimmering with a metallic luster. Its dragon body lengthened segment by segment from 60 zhang to 80 zhang to 100 zhang, finally stabilizing at over 120 zhang. The towering dragon body coiled in the sky. Although the scars remained, it radiated an overwhelming, purer, and more majestic demonic power than before. Its divine soul was refined by the heavenly thunder, undergoing a qualitative transformation, faintly flowing with mysterious Tao rhythms. It succeeded. Countless cultivators in the north of Yunxi City were left dumbfounded, then erupted in a tidal wave of astonishment and terror. What a terrifying pressure! Is that the pressure of a 4th-tier great demon? It feels even more terrifying than a nascent soul ancestor. The usual pressure wouldn't be like this. But Immortal's true dragon bloodline had already reached a certain level capable of unleashing the true dragon's might. As their astonishment lingered, fear poured over them like cold water. Many cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Wait, it just transcended the tribulation. It won't seek blood to replenish itself, will it? The city protection formation can't withstand a blow from a 4th-tier, transformed great demon. Quickly report to the city lord's mansion. Just as panic spread among the people, no one noticed a faint green light swiftly darting across the sky for 100 miles. It quietly appeared near Immortal. This person was none other than Chuan. The heavenly tribulation represented destruction, yet after destruction there was rebirth. Chuan had created the origin life and death seal, comprehending the meaning of life and death. The death seal was already fully formed and solidified. He just needed the life seal. Now was the perfect opportunity to condense the life seal. Chuan sat cross-legged in the void with not a trace of magical power fluctuation around him, yet it seemed as if he had merged with the recently tribulated world. He formed a mysterious seal, pulling strands of residual energy from the tribulation, containing the essence of destruction and rebirth from the void, from the lake water, and from the edges of Immortal's newly reborn body, guided by an invisible force. These strands converged into the mysterious white life seal before him. Life energy permeated the surroundings. The life seal was visibly transforming from the void into reality. With the dragon might overwhelming, no cultivator dared to approach this area, and unless one was at the golden core stage, it was impossible to observe Chuan's situation from 100 miles away. An hour later, above the cloud lake, Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The life seal that had condensed countless life energies had fully solidified. In the next moment, it trembled gently, and the death seal flew out from his dantian. Life and death, the two seals met in the air. The pure white and dark light merged like water and milk, entwining, permeating, and reconstructing. The energies of life and death did not simply overlap, but under the guidance of a certain Tao rhythm, they evolved into a more essential form. The light gradually receded, revealing an ancient seal of about 3 inches square, neither metal nor jade, quietly hovering in Chuan's palm. The seal was starkly black and white, yet not entirely divided. The seal's body naturally displayed profound Tao patterns, as if created by nature, exuding an indescribable essence of life and death that permeated the surroundings. This seal was the result of Chuan's divine abilities, absorbing countless energies of life and death, transforming into a magical treasure. The essence of life and death could attack the flesh and soul, existing in a single thought. "Good job, Chuan, stealing my life force," Mou said solemnly, his massive dark golden vertical pupils towering over a person. The cold breath he exhaled could directly form a cold current. Chuan brushed past his storage ring, and a high-grade extreme star pill and a high-grade lifebone pill flew out. With a flick of his finger, they accurately entered Mou's mouth. "These 2 pills can restore your body and soul to their peak condition." "That's more like it." Mou's body quickly shrank until it was 5 to 6 zhang in size. After half a quarter of an hour, "Chuan, I have recovered. At this moment in Tiansong Mansion, I am the respected one." Mou's eyes could not hide the arrogant delight. "Whoever dares to offend our Su family, I will go and deal with them." Chuan merely chuckled upon hearing this. His expression remained calm, as if before him stood not a newly transformed great demon with overwhelming ferocity, but rather the dragon from the courtyard of old. He raised his gaze to the sky and said, "All right, since you want to fight, let's go have a spar with cultivators of the same rank. Once this matter is settled, we should go to Taiha Lake and check out the innate secret realm." "That suits me perfectly. Oh, I will give you a ride." Having said that, it let out a short and joyful dragon roar, and its form swelled against the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a 100 zhang long dragon body, its scales deep blue and dark, with edges shimmering with dark golden luster. Its 4 claws beneath glimmered with cold light, and simply coiling there made it resemble a mountain in the air, exuding overwhelming demonic might. Chuan lightly waved his sleeve, and his figure rose, as if a drifting leaf steadily landing atop the massive dragon, had his feet perfectly positioned between 2 dragon horns that resembled jade coral and swirled with water thunder energy. He stood with his hands behind his back, his blue robe motionless in the howling wind. "Let's go!" Roar! The thunderous dragon roar resonated once more, this time unrestrained, shaking the heavens, rolling like thunder straight into the clouds. Mou's 100 zhang dragon body swayed, stirring up the heavens and earth, transforming into a dark blue rainbow, tearing through the sky, speeding towards Taiha Lake. Wherever it passed, the clouds dispersed, and the mountains and rivers below rapidly retreated. Yunchi City, North City Gate. The still unsettled, thunderous dragon roar echoed once again, although it had already moved far away. The unmatched demonic might and joy contained within still left countless cultivators on the city walls stiffened. Many reflexively shrank their necks, their faces pale. "Is it gone?" "Gone." A middle-aged cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a long breath, his voice still trembling. "Finally gone. That dragon's roar just now made my soul tremble." "Not just you." A nearby old cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment with lingering fears gazed at the rapidly disappearing dark blue rainbow in the sky, saying, "I've lived nearly 200 years and have never seen such a spectacle." But that great demon transcended the tribulation and left, showing no intention to attack Yunchi City. Could it be trying to befriend the human race? Befriend the human race? That's unlikely. The middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator initially smiled wryly and shook his head. What cultivator would not attack upon seeing a demon beast? Even if we don't attack, the demon beast would definitely want to devour us. After all, our flesh and souls are the finest delicacies for the demon beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with lingering fear mixed with indescribable complex emotions. The sky above Yunchi City returned to its usual tranquility. Everyone gradually returned to the city. Although they missed the innate secret realm, being able to witness the scene of a transformed great demon transcending the tribulation today was probably enough to boast about to future generations. The dark blue rainbow swept over mountains and rivers. In less than 2 hours, the hazy outline of Taihe Lake came into view. Above Taihe Lake, the three individuals Qi Tianxiong, Shi Diyun, and Mo Wentian, who were seated in a triangular formation in the air, sensed the terrifying demonic might approaching, and all stood up frowning as they turned to look into the distance. Moments later, the dark blue rainbow tore through the clouds, carrying an overwhelming demonic might descending upon Taihe Lake. The 100-zhang dragon body coiled high in the sky, casting a shadow like a prison, the ominous demonic energy stirring the lake's spiritual energy into a tempest with waves rolling backward. Qi Tianxiong stood up, his eyes narrowed as if black light flickered in the depths of his pupils, gazing at the colossal demonic creature in the sky, saying in a deep voice, "Fourth tier, transformed great demon. May I ask how you are addressed? You arrive uninvited. What brings you here?" Just as the three were on high alert, a calm voice drifted from above the head of the giant dragon, where the demonic energy was the thickest. "Master Qi, long time no see. The innate secret realm has appeared, such a grand event. My Su family naturally wants to partake in it." Upon hearing the voice, all three were momentarily stunned. A flicker of bloodlight flashed in Qi Tianxiong's eyes, seemingly recalling the source of this familiar voice. Shi Daoyun raised an eyebrow in surprise, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This voice is clearly. Before they could ponder further, the three instinctively soared into the air, forcing their nascent soul divine senses to penetrate the dense barrier of demonic energy, finally catching sight of the scene above the giant dragon's head. In flowing blue robes, standing with hands behind his back, it was none other than Su Chuan. "Su Chuan," Mo Wentian exclaimed, his white beard trembling, disbelief written all over his face. "He actually commands a transformed great demon. How is this possible?" He was astonished, having speculated that the Su family had hidden cards, but thought it meant Su Chuan had extraordinary combat power that could barely contest with a nascent soul. If the Su family had such cards, why not reveal them earlier? Mo Wentian felt another wave of doubt rising within him. Given the Su family's exceptional talents, if they had nascent soul-level combat power, Mo Wentian would not have participated in the competition for the title of Tiansong Mansion's lord. It was precisely because Tiansong's sect had suffered heavy losses, Shi Dayan's divine soul injuries were hard to heal, and other forces had no nascent soul experts to hold the fort, that made him feel this was an unprecedented opportunity for the Mo family. Su family. Shi Daoyun fell silent, his heart heavy, and he couldn't help but think that the end of Tiansong's sect had come. Qi Tianxiong's gaze flickered like lightning, scanning back and forth between Su Chuan and the unusually quiet 100-zhang dragon, a deep sense of caution passing over his shadowy face. After a moment, he asked, "Su Chuan, what is your relationship with this transformed great demon?" Mo Yu spoke in a deep voice, stirring up a storm. "My name is Mo Yu. I am the elder of the Su family. Do you have any objections? Would you like to spar with me to find out?" Su Chuan, looking down from a high position, calmly surveyed the three, with differing expressions, briefly pausing on Shi Dayan's pale face, a deeper smile tugging at his lips. "Elder Zai's injuries have yet to heal. Why not rest more instead of traveling thousands of miles to Taihe Lake?" "Humph, how can I not come? That's naturally not the case, but I fear that Elder Shi might accidentally perish outside, and then Tiansong's sect might collapse in an instant." "Are you threatening me? How would a junior dare?" Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. "Elder Mo, I trust you are well." Su Chuan then looked at Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian's lips curled with bitterness as he nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, I am well." "Mo Yue, you better not be arrogant. Oh, let me see the strength of this transformed great demon." Su Chuan's bringing along a fourth-tier, transformed great demon was clearly to carve out a share for himself, and whichever side was stronger would naturally gain greater influence. Qi Tianxiong and Mo Yu soared into the skies to battle, while Su Chuan did not intervene, allowing Mo Yu to fight freely. After all, he had been stifled for too long. Having been sealed for thousands of years and nearing the end of his lifespan, he had only been freed by forming a contract with a minor foundation establishment cultivator, but his strength had plummeted to the second tier. Although he was gradually returning to his peak with Su Chuan's help, the looming threat of his lifespan still hung over him like a sword. The sword, unless absolutely necessary for him to strike, is generally forbidden for Su Chuan to wield with full force. This is quite unbearable for the warlike Jiaolong clan. Now that he has entered the fourth stage of transformation with a surge in lifespan, Su Chuan will naturally allow him to vent his frustrations freely. Su Daoyu, you really kept this trump card well hidden. Mo Wentian sighed, his eyes filled with complexity. With Mou Daoyu showing up, the entire Tiansong Prefecture situation is bound to change. Among the 8 prefectures, Tiansong Prefecture has been at the bottom for a long time, so it naturally needs a change. If there is no new vitality when the Tanlang sect makes another move, Mo Xianbei and Shi Xianbei, do you think Tiansong Prefecture can hold up? Su Chuan seemed to realize something, chuckling lightly. However, by that time it will be you, Mo Xianbei, who has a headache. Mo Wentian understood, smiling lightly. Isn't there still your Su family? If Tiansong Prefecture truly has no future, then my Su family may not remain in Tiansong Prefecture. Perhaps we will develop better in the Xianyu Prefecture. After all, the child has taken the Xianyu ancestor as his master, and seems to be highly regarded. Mo Wentian and Shi Daoyun both furrowed their brows, contemplating the deeper meaning behind Su Chuan's words. Is this a warning not to obstruct his Su family's steps? Otherwise, would it be to cut off the roots and no longer mix with Tiansong Prefecture? Bang! 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 A series of dull, thunderous explosions echoed from the high sky. The few of them looked up only to see the sky seemingly torn apart by an invisible force. Qi Tianxiong transformed into a blood-red rainbow, wielding a top-quality demonic blade that surged with murderous intent. With one strike, 100 zhong blood-colored blade light tore through the sky, accompanied by the wails of myriad ferocious souls. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce and domineering blade intent had already caused the lake's surface below to part, silently raising turbulent waves dozens of zhong high. Mou hovered in the air, facing the 100 zhong blood-colored blade light, without flinching, his dark golden vertical pupils igniting with fierce battle intent. His dragon scales suddenly erupted with a deep ink-like glow, unleashing a true dragon pressure originating from his bloodline. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, not merely a sound wave, but an ancient majesty that struck at the very soul, surpassing all beings. In the distance, Shi Daoyun and Mo Wentian felt their consciousness tremble violently, as if crushed by an invisible mountain, their magical power sluggish by 3 parts. Qi Tianxiong, who was at the forefront, felt as if his soul had been struck heavily. The fierce and unparalleled blood-colored blade light even trembled slightly, its brilliance dimming. Could it be that the Jiao Long, who has awakened true dragon pressure, has reached a certain level of true dragon? Mo Wentian glanced at Su Chuan and continued, "It seems that Qi Dao, you will find it difficult to win. Such powerful bloodline Jiao Long beasts often possess the strength to fight above their level." Shi Daoyun's expression also turned serious. Even at his peak, facing such a transformed great demon, even if it were only in the early stages of transformation, he would not dare to provoke it easily. In that instant, Mo suddenly extended a dragon claw. The claw was like a colossal pillar reaching the heavens, covered entirely in incredibly dense dark blue scales with metal-like cold light, and extreme frost swirling at the edges, boldly reaching out to grasp that blood-colored blade light. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the universe, and at the point of collision, a visible circular shockwave erupted, sweeping away the surrounding clouds. The blood-colored killing intent frantically eroded, attempting to corrode the dragon claw, but the surface of the dragon scales flowed with blue light, and the extreme cold spread, freezing and dispersing the filthy killing intent. Qi Tianxiong's domineering strike landed on the palm of the dragon claw, only igniting a burst of blinding sparks, and leaving a deep white mark, without completely breaking the dragon scales. Conversely, the extreme cold emanating from the dragon claw instantly covered his demonic energy shield with thick frost. What a... Qi Tianxiong was shocked. This aura clearly had just transformed not long ago. Before he could change his move, Mou's other dragon claw had already torn through the air, bringing with it a chilling air and immense power, striking down fiercely. Without the claw wind even arriving, that ultimate coldness had begun to freeze Qi Tianxiong's blood. Qi Tianxiong roared angrily, his figure flickering like a ghost, leaving behind several solid afterimages. His true form flashed to the side, and with another strike of the demonic blade, it transformed into a sky full of blood-colored blade nets enveloping Mou's vital points. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a seal, and overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, morphing into 3 fierce, howling black demonic wolves, representing his demonic energy transformation technique, striking from tricky angles. Mou's 100 zhong dragon body twisted and turned amidst the blade nets and demonic wolves' assault, with the eerie blue scales forming its most solid barrier. Blood-colored blade light fell, the sounds of clashing ringing incessantly. Sparks flew off the scales, leaving white marks everywhere, yet could never truly slice through. The demonic wolves bit and clawed, their fangs and claws scraping against the scales, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, the killing intent eroding, yet still unable to shake the formidable demon power at its core. Extreme cold dragon breath. Mou seized the gap, opening his massive mouth to unleash an extremely refined stream of eerie blue cold air, instantly crossing space, freezing even the spiritual energy into sparkling solid form in its wake. Qi Tianxiong quickly summoned his top-quality magical artifact, the Ghost Head Shield, to block in front of him. Crackle! The surface of the shield was instantly covered in heavy, profound ice, its spiritual light dimming sharply. Beast! Qi Tianxiong, having failed to make any progress, felt a mix of shock and anger. His eyes burst with blood light, finally no longer holding back as he poured his demonic energy into the demonic blade, unleashing an even more domineering blade light. Mou's huge vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and his scales stood on in the blue light, becoming unprecedentedly brilliant. He actually stimulated his true dragon bloodline to the current extreme, with faint black dragon patterns manifesting around him, coalescing into a light shield to block in front of him. The dark red blade light slashed down. The black dragon soul light shield held for a moment before ultimately shattering with a mournful wail. The residual blade light struck against Mou's dragon body, but was ultimately blocked by his thick dragon scales, with only a portion of the scales cracking. No wonder he is a transformed great demon with a rich, true dragon bloodline. A sense of helplessness rose in Qi Tianxiong's heart. He wished that Tian Luo Majuan were still around. With his abilities, he could easily capture this transformed Jiao Long. He fixated his gaze on Mou and not making another move. Mou's thunderous voice echoed. "Kid, keep attacking you. I haven't had enough fun yet. At least let me see some blood." "Don't be too arrogant," Qi Tianxiong said sternly. "Mou, this is enough." Chuan's voice suddenly rang out. Mou's dark golden vertical pupils flashed with a hint of disdain, as if to say that a mid-nascent soul demonic cultivator was nothing special. Then his entire body erupted with eerie blue light. His 100-zhang dragon body rapidly became blurred and contracted within the dazzling blue light. Overwhelming demonic power collapsed inward and condensed, the terrifying dragon pressure also receding, but not disappearing. Instead, it became more refined and profound. Within just a few breaths, the eerie blue light that enveloped the heavens suddenly contracted. The imposing 100-zhang Jiao Long had vanished. In its place stood a robust man, nearly 2 meters tall. At this moment, Mou did not appear entirely human, but rather in a half-human, half-dragon form. His head still bore the dignified dragon visage covered in dense and tough dark blue scales, with 2 forked dragon horns resembling jade coral proudly reaching toward the heavens. His dark golden vertical pupils were long and cold, radiating a piercing brilliance. In his gaze, the ferocity and pride of a top predator were unmistakably revealed. His neck was thick, connected to a muscular physique that looked like it was forged from bronze and iron. He was bare-chested, his skin displaying a healthy bronze color, but on his shoulders and chest faint dark blue dragon scale patterns emerged, appearing and disappearing. He wore deep blue pants transformed from his own demonic power, and on his feet were dark-patterned combat boots. He twisted his neck, producing a slight crackling sound, and his dark golden dragon eyes scanned the faces of Qi Tianxiong, Shi Dayun, and Mou Wentian, all of whom displayed various expressions. Finally, his gaze settled on Qi Tianxiong, a slight provocative smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Since my Su family has already demonstrated our strength, we should have the qualification to participate in this feast, right?" Qi Tianxiong replied. "What do you want to do?" "Let's make a joint oath," Chuan said with a faint smile. "Those of us from the various forces who emerge from the innate secret realm shall not act against them within 6 months unless they provoke us first." Mou Wentian and Shi Dayun pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying in unison, "I agree." "Good." Qi Tianxiong was in a precarious position. Although he was a mid-nascent soul demonic cultivator, the 2 complete nascent souls on the Tiansong prefecture side, 1 half-damaged nascent soul, and 1 temporarily possessing nascent soul strength, meant they could join forces against the Tan Lang sect, which would certainly inflict heavy losses. It was uncertain how many would return. Regardless, as long as they could bring back the gains from this innate secret realm, all forces would thrive and develop over the next 1 or 2 decades. Moreover, one should not be too ruthless for those from other forces or loose cultivators. They should surrender half of their gains and can leave directly. If they refuse, they will inevitably face death. According to strength, my Su family will select first, then Tanlang sect, followed by Mo family, and finally Tiansong sect. Are there any objections? Qi Tianxiong glanced at Mo Yue, then at Su Chuan. If the two of them combined, they indeed slightly surpassed him individually. As for Shi Daoyun, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, he could only grit his teeth and endure this silent loss. What if they refuse? Then kill them and divide everything equally, Su Chuan said calmly. Could Qi agree? This time it was Qi Tianxiong who spoke first, and Mo Wentian and Shi Daoyun exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. There's nothing more to discuss. Su Chuan said. Good, but I have a condition. Among the five of us only you can enter the secret realm. If you do enter, you must inform us and make extensive connections with the other forces. What would we gain then? Thus, before the secret realm closes, you, Su Chuan, must not enter the secret realm. Su Chuan frowned, but inside he felt relieved. I thought you were going to restrict me from leaking anything. I have never entered an innate secret realm before. Such realms are rare and contain a wealth of opportunities. I plan to go in and explore. Shi Daoyun also agreed, saying, I agree. Su Chuan must not enter this secret realm. Although he is at the golden core stage, his full strength is comparable to a nascent soul level, though anyone he encounters in the secret realm would meet a dead end. Mo Xianbei, Su Chuan looked over. Mo Wentian stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Su Daoyu, it is not that I do not support you, but what Shi Daoyu and Shi Daoyu said is reasonable, so I also do not agree with you entering. Hey, you old fellows, are you all looking for a beating? Mo Yue, seeing them all teaming up against Su Chuan, instantly became furious. If Su Chuan does not agree to this clause, we will not make the first two oaths either, Qi Tianxiong said, showing no intention of backing down. Su Chuan pondered for a moment, eventually making a difficult decision. I agree. Is there anything else to add? If not, let's all take the oath. This way we can avoid a conflict. Qi Tianxiong and the other three thought for a moment, feeling it was about right, then began to take the oath. Su Chuan and Mo Yu did the same. There should still be a few days until the secret realm closes. I will go explore elsewhere first. After saying this, Su Chuan departed alone, heading towards the shores of Taihe Lake. His departure was naturally to send his divine sense into the Su clan's cave heaven to contact Su Delying and the others. If he were to open the Su clan's cave heaven here, the spatial fluctuations generated would undoubtedly be discovered. The others were baffled, but did not follow. Mo Yu stayed behind to monitor them. If they attempted to follow and spy on Su Chuan, he would immediately connect with them through his consciousness. This was far more effective than probing with divine sense. Even for those at the nascent soul stage, an early stage divine sense would only cover about 200 miles, 300 miles in the middle stage, and 400 miles in the late stage. In the perfected nascent soul stage, it could reach 500 miles. However, the mental connection through the spirit beast contract with Mo Yu's current strength could communicate freely within 3,000 miles. Su Chuan pretended to wander around, but a wisp of divine sense had already slipped into the Su clan's cave heaven to invite Su Delying. Inside the innate secret realm, Su Delying suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation and immediately concealed it with magical power, allowing a wisp of divine sense to enter the Su clan's cave heaven. Grandfather, you called for me. Su Delying's divine sense took form and looked at Su Chuan. To cut a long story short, Mo Yu has already become a transformed great demon. I am currently outside the secret realm with him, having negotiated with the other three forces. Those emerging from the four forces must not act against each other, and within 6 months, they also must not strike. Furthermore, those who are not from the four major powers must either willingly surrender half of their gains to leave directly, or they will undoubtedly face death. Moreover, I, your grandfather, have also been restricted from entering this time's secret realm. Su Delying smiled slightly. They are afraid that you will leak secrets, not knowing that you have other means to notify us. This time our Su family is destined to be the biggest beneficiary. Su Chuan nodded with a faint smile. You should refine some ordinary iron tokens, engrave them with the character Su, and exchange them for 30% of the gains. For those unwilling, let them go. If they do not accept your goodwill, then they deserve to die. Without your communication, they would at least have to surrender 70 to 80% to satisfy the major nascent soul force's right. Perhaps you should hurry and do it. The more spirit herbs, the better. Yes, grandfather. Su Delying suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, I have good news for you. In the secret realm, our Su family acquired a mid-grade with systems spiritual vein of the 4th rank. 3 third-grade upper-grade spiritual veins, 1 each for water, wood, and metal, and 1 third-grade lower-grade spiritual vein for earth. That's quite good. Su Chuan felt delighted. Now we just need to wait for the return of Ming Xian to make good use of these spiritual veins. After that, Su Delying left the Su clan's cave heaven. She instructed to take a short break. Unable to find ordinary iron, or using high-grade spirit iron would be a waste, so she simply decided to refine the Su family tokens from spirit wood. Within the primordial realm, high-grade spirit trees were scarce, yet low-tier ones grew abundantly. She descended into a forest of ironwood trees. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, countless crimson threads shot forth and vanished into the grove. In an instant, dozens, then hundreds, of ironwire spirit trees were severed at the waist and levitated before her, stacking themselves with perfect alignment. The others watched in quiet curiosity. Su Delying sat cross-legged midair, hands weaving intricate seals, precisely dividing each ironwire spirit tree into tens of thousands of wooden tokens. Next, streams of pill-refining flame surged from her fingertips, splitting into hundreds of filaments that enveloped 100 tokens apiece, commencing their tempering. Within moments, the tokens were fully formed, smooth, lustrous, deep brown, verging on black, dense, and weighty to the touch. Then Su Delying extended 2 fingers like a blade, her divine sense fanning outward as she carved glyphs into them from afar. On the front of each token blazed a bold, incisive character Su. On the reverse ran the Su clan's unique restriction patterns. These were provisional passes only. Su Delying had embedded an auto-destruct restriction set to activate after 6 months. Senior Sister Delying, what are these? Yi Fan asked, eyes alight with curiosity. Seeing her suddenly mass-produce Su clan tokens, he sensed profound implications behind the act. As she continued crafting the next batch, Su Delying explained concisely, outside the primordial realm, my grandfather has already arrived and reached accord with 3 other nascent soul sects. All outsiders exiting the realm must surrender half their spoils to depart unharmed. Out of compassion for fellow cultivators, our Su clan offers these tokens as proof of alliance. Surrender only 30%, and you shall be granted our protection until safe passage is secured. And for 6 months you will be exempt from pursuit by those 3 sects. Yi Fan's expression brightened with sudden understanding. Master has arrived. Then Elder Moyua. Su Delying nodded faintly, a serene smile gracing her lips. Hoi Yun Jinren Xingya Jinren and Shin Changa exchanged bewildered glances. Those who accept this grace hold a sliver of hope. Those who refuse may venture alone into the gates of hell. With that, Su Delying redoubled her efforts. After 1 or 2 hours, tens of thousands of tokens were completed. Though surplus remained, preparedness outweighed waste. Thereafter they resumed their journey, extending their divine senses fully across the surroundings. At the first sign of human presence, they transmitted voice essence messages instantly. Within 100 li, they soon located over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Delying invited them to gather. Faced with several golden core elders, escape was near impossible. Reluctantly, they approached to pay formal respects. We pay homage to Immortal Lady Fengling, they chorused, bowing deeply. An elder Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward. Might we inquire, Immortal Lady, why you summoned us? 1 announcement and 1 transaction. They exchanged puzzled glances. We beg your enlightenment, Immortal Lady. Beyond the primordial realm, 2 sects, nascent soul elders, lie in wait. Every cultivator exiting must surrender half their gains or face death. What? How shameless these nascent soul elders dare be. This is beyond excessive. They leave us no path to survival. We are not even golden core cultivators. What recourse do we have? The primordial realm's opportunities are too vast. Such nascent soul sects would never yield them willingly. How did you learn this, Immortal Lady? Asked a black-robed, middle-aged man, his gaze shimmering with doubt. Within the realm, all communication with the outside world should be severed. That concerns you not, Su Delying replied coolly. Yet, all 4 nascent soul sects have agreed members of any of the 4 allied factions may depart unhindered. Thus, Yunchi City proposes a transaction with you. She swept her sleeve. A dozen wooden tokens materialized before her. Disclose your full findings here. Our clan shall claim only 30% and grant 1 token in return. A pause fell. They exchanged uncertain glances once more. A Foundation establishment rogue cultivator from Tiansong Prefecture frowned skeptically. When did the Su clan ascend to nascent soul status? Could you be deceiving us? I've heard of Elder Kuruang's duel with the Grand Elder of Tiansong sect. Yet that victory came when the opponent was grievously wounded. Yunchi City still lacks nascent soul standing. Can it truly shield us? Su Delying's expression remained unchanged. Belief or disbelief rests solely with you. Our clan acts with deliberate restraint. Each token bears a unique restriction that self-erases after 6 months. Forgery is impossible. Those willing may transact now. Those unwilling may depart freely. We shall not lay hands upon you today, but should we meet again without such a token, expect no mercy. Within this realm all are both hunter and prey. You yourselves have slain more than a few, surely. Silence settled over the group. Soon a female Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward in agreement. Once the breach opened, others swiftly followed. The Sioux clan's stature and power rendered coercion unnecessary. Why fabricate lies? Plunder would yield everything they possessed, yet the Sioux clan demanded only 30%. Such restraint bespoke honor. To question their motives was tantamount to courting death. Even they encountering chi condensation cultivators within the realm would have stripped them bare without hesitation. As Su Delying had earlier declared, within the primordial realm all were rivals. This place was a slaughterhouse. Entry implied readiness for its brutal truths. Only 2 refused, and departed immediately. Upon concluding transactions, Su Delying's party withdrew. To accelerate efficiency, she dispatched them in separate teams to maximize resource acquisition. Word spread swiftly. Nascent soul elders stationed outside awaited a wholesale harvest. Though rumors had circulated, confirmation sent tremors through the cultivator ranks. Surrendering 50% outside versus 30% to the Sioux clan. With 6 months guaranteed protection, only fools hesitated. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, that extra 20% might equate to mere thousands, or tens of thousands, of spirit stones. For a golden core elder, it could mean rare resources worth over 100,000 spirit stones, treasures nearly extinct beyond the realm. By the 7th day, resources acquired through trade alone surpassed 10 million spirit stones in value. Many rare spirit herbs and materials, nearly unobtainable elsewhere, flowed into Sioux clan coffers. Combined with prior reserves, the Sioux clan stood unchallenged as this expedition's greatest victor. Naturally, elite powers like Gulong Prefecture's Guyu City or the Sima clan declined participation. Su Delying made no effort to persuade them. Let them bear the loss. They fancied themselves capable of escaping with their spoils, but 4 nascent soul elders acting in concert brooked no jest. Before the Icefire Spring Valley, emerald gray toxic miasma churned like living flesh, sealing the entrance completely. Its very presence seared divine senses with piercing agony and obstruction. Su Delying, Yi Fan, and Su Dua hovered beyond the miasma, faces grave. This is it. Their location lies within, Su Dua said. A 3rd-tier primordial realm. By the 7th day, its closure draws near. Perfect timing to retrieve Fayer and the others. Senior Sister Ling, we entrust this to you. Su Delying inclined her head slightly. Golden light shimmered within her phoenix-like eyes. Extending a slender finger, a pure, refined, pill-refining flame leapt forth, swiftly coalescing into a palm-sized, exquisitely lifelike fire phoenix. The phoenix cried out, a clear, resonant chime, as its wings scattered radiant, immaculate flames. It plunged headlong into the thick, viscous miasma. Yet within 10 zhang, the gray-green fog surged like ravenous jaws. Where flame met toxin, a sizzling, corrosive hiss echoed. Light dimmed visibly, rapidly fading beneath the onslaught. The miasma harbored chilling, defiling, erosive forces far surpassing ordinary poisons. In moments, the phoenix, forged from golden core spiritual energy, was utterly consumed, erased without trace. Not even an ember remained. Indeed, this miasma is formidable. It must have absorbed primordial essence. No common antitoxin measures suffice. Su Delying withdrew, her finger expression unruffled, though her gaze sharpened with newfound gravity. Turning to Yi Fan and Su Dua, she commanded, remain here. Guard the valley mouth, against any contingency. I shall retrieve Fayer and the others. Senior Sister Ling, take care. Su Dua urged, concern etched in her voice. Yi Fan bowed solemnly, we are deeply indebted. Su Delying spoke no further. With a sharp flick of her sleeve, a streak of crimson gold light shot forth, the supreme defensive artifact forged for her by her master. The shield expanded midair into a broad, door-sized disc, hovering above her, projecting a dense, heavy curtain of crimson gold radiance that sealed her form within an impenetrable barrier. Where the miasma touched the light curtain, violent reactions erupted, hissing like oil on scalding iron, releasing acrid green smoke. Yet the barrier held firm, unbreached. Go. With a soft command, crimson spiritual energy flared around her. Her figure transformed into a golden streak encased in crimson gold radiance, plunging fearlessly into the churning sea of gray-green poison. Upon entry, vision and divine sense contracted sharply under the toxin's assault. Su Delying stilled her breath, focused her will, and intensified the artifact's pure yang golden light, repelling the invasive miasma with unwavering force. She maintained speed, guided by bloodline resonance, heading straight toward the valley's heart. After roughly 1 instant sestic's duration, having pierced the densest core, the mist ahead abruptly thinned. A surge of pure spiritual energy washed over them. Auntie. Su Chongfei, sensing her aura, sprang up with joyful surprise. Chen Yulian reacted likewise. Su Delying smiled, faintly scanning the disarrayed surroundings. You two have certainly reaped richly, even dug 3 feet into the earth. The greatest boon here is the ice fire spring. Its primordial yang and yin energies, both extremes, have already been gathered. Primordial energies. Su Delying's eyes widened slightly. Such fortune is extraordinary, and perfectly suited to your cultivation path. We have encountered no one else within the realm who uncovered such treasures. Hehe. Entirely due to our clan's auspicious fortune. Flattery won't spare you. Annie, let us take the ice fire spring too. It must not go to waste. Su Delying nodded. Indeed. Step back, for now. As the others retreated, she ascended to the precise midpoint above the twin springs, her expression turning solemn. Raising both hands, she unleashed her golden core spiritual energy without reserve. The springs responded, erupting with staggering yang and yin energies that crashed against her like tidal waves. Unmoved, Su Delying wove hand seals with lotus-like grace, threading spiritual energy like fine silk deep underground, seeking to uproot the springs entirely. The entire valley trembled, ice and fire raged uncontrollably, frost locking the heavens one moment, infernos consuming the skies the next. Su Delying stood unmoved at the storm's eye. Her face paled faintly, yet her gaze burned with electric intensity as spiritual energy poured forth relentlessly, gradually binding and compressing the chaotic forces. The process drained both spiritual energy and mental fortitude profoundly, lasting half an hour. Finally, 2 almost imperceptible hums resonated. The spring's fury subsided. A palm-sized artifact hovered serenely above her open palm. Auntie, what peerless artistry! Su Chongfei exclaimed. Few golden core elders could match such mastery. Enough flattery, we depart. At that very moment, Yi Fan and the other 5 outside the valley were assaulted by Qingmu Jinren, Bingxian Jinren, and Shifengyue. Su Diyue and Chun Chang'e confronted Bingxian Jinren. Yi Fan and Huiyun Jinren engaged Qingmu Jinren. Ao Qingya Jinren battled Shifengyue, relying solely on a mid-tier defensive artifact to endure the onslaught. Bingxian Jinren pressed his palms downward. Bone-white cold surged forth. Su Diyue raised her Taiyin sword. Moonlight flared, cleaving the frigid torrent with a luminous silvery slash. Chun Chang'e supported from the flank, launching a golden flying sword that fragmented into a relentless rain of blades, striking at Bingxian Jinren's vital points. Yet the opponent effortlessly deployed a Xianbing crystal shield. Each impact rang like metal striking stone. Futile resistance. Bingxian Jinren sneered, altering his hand seals, the surrounding cold shifting to an abyssal blue. Qianlan ice flame, go. 2 palms' eyes, translucent ice lotuses, crystalline as sapphires, materialized midair. Their petals rotated slowly before hurtling towards Su Diyue and Chun Chang'e respectively. Su Diyue's expression hardened. She crossed her Taiyin sword before her. Moonlight exploded, forming a cool silver shield that locked onto the incoming ice lotus. Where ice met moonlight, a searing hiss erupted. Extreme cold gnawed relentlessly. Only because her cultivation aligned with the same extreme yin path could Su Diyue withstand it. Nonetheless, she staggered backward, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Chun Chang'e possessed no such foundation. He hastily raised a thick earth shield. The yellowish barrier barely rose before the ice lotus struck. Instantly, a layer of azure ice crystallized across its surface, thickening, solidifying at terrifying speed. Chun Chang'e poured spiritual energy desperately. His face flushed crimson, but the shield's radiance faded rapidly. Crack! A bone-chilling fracture echoed. Within moments, the mid-tier artifact's barrier shattered, pierced clean through by the Qianlan ice flame. The residual flame, undiminished, lunged toward Chun Chang'e's face. No. He recoiled in terror, hurling defensive talismans, but they dissolved like paper before the ice flame. Just as oblivion loomed, Su Diyue cried out sharply, blurring into motion to interpose herself, slashing her sword at the remnant flame. Boom! The flame detonated. Su Diyue grunted, her right arm instantly encased in thick blue ice, the penetrating cold racing up her meridians as she stumbled backward. Bingxian Jinren's eyes flashed with lethal frost. Su Diyue, you test my patience. Out of respect for your grandfather, I have shown restraint. But Chun Chang'e, a traitor to my sect, must die today, should you persist in defiance. His words died mid-sentence. Already a condensed spear of frost had flown from his sleeve. The sword light honed to perfection surged forth with unprecedented might, aiming directly for Chun Change's throat. Chun Change's expression turned pale. "You shall not succeed. Not if I have anything to say about it." Su Diua shouted angrily, her left hand swiftly performing a spell. A crystal-clear shield flew out from her storage bag, instantly expanding to block Chun Change's path. The sword light struck the pale blue barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Fortunately, the ice spirit mirror had strong resistance against the biting cold, managing to withstand this strike. "Stubborn and unyielding," observed Ice Dry True Monarch, feeling his anger swell. "If so, then I cannot be blamed." He no longer held back, combining the sword light of the ice spirit severing sword with the Qian blue ice flame technique, transforming into a torrential wave of dark blue sword shadows and ice lotuses that enveloped the two. The ice spirit mirror could no longer hold up, shattering instantly. Su Diua urged the Taiyin flying sword to unleash a series of sword lights in defense, and Xinchanga did the same. Unfortunately, the two still could not completely block the attack, suffering multiple cuts that quickly froze over with the extreme cold invading their bodies. Su Diua, having practiced similar techniques, was not greatly threatened by the cold, but Xinchanga was already heavily injured, his aura dim. Meanwhile, the other battle was equally disastrous. Yi Fan and Fire Cloud True Person faced a true monarch-level powerhouse at the peak of Golden Core, barely managing to defend themselves. Although Yi Fan was at the early stage of the third tier, his injuries were serious, bleeding profusely, yet he was not critically wounded. On the other hand, Fire Cloud True Person had sustained severe injuries to his internal organs. He was only slightly better off than Xinchanga. Facing the latest stage Golden Core expert, Shi Fengyue, Qingya True Person, relying solely on a medium-grade magic treasure, could not fend off the attacks, quickly becoming heavily injured. In this secret realm, life and death are indifferent. Blame your bad luck. Qingmu True Monarch said coldly, glancing over them. "Attack." Before the last words fell, a chilling, bone-piercing roar erupted from the depths of the churning poisonous fog. "Who dares harm the Su family? Die." The sound reverberated like thunder, causing everyone present to shudder. "Su Dang is indeed in the poison barrier," Shi Fengyue murmured. In the next moment, a brilliant red light tore through the thick poisonous fog, sweeping towards them at an unbelievable speed. Amidst the red haze, a majestic figure stood proudly, with phoenix-like eyes exuding a murderous aura, its presence as deep as a chasm and as oppressive as a prison. Beside Su Dang stood a pair of young men and women. "Qingmu True Monarch, do you wish for your Shi family to be annihilated?" Su Dang stood in midair, her aura not only rivaling that of a latest stage Golden Core, but also infused with an ancient noble power from deep within her bloodline. Above her head, spiritual energy gathered fiercely, coalescing into a fiery phoenix phantom nearly 8 to 9 feet tall, ablaze with crimson gold flames. Though the phantom appeared somewhat hazy, the outstretched wings, proud phoenix head, and those indifferent eyes that seemed to pierce through the void radiated a faint pressure reminiscent of an ancient true spirit. Qingmu True Monarch, Ice Dry True Monarch, and even Shi Fengyue all felt their hearts tighten, their internal powers momentarily stalling, instinctively sensing an overwhelming respect and discomfort. "Annihilation." Qingmu True Monarch suppressed his shock, his voice hoarse. "Even your grandfather wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly. Previously, perhaps one had to endure, but today is different. What if my Su family were to give birth to a nascent soul warrior? How long could your Shi family's ancestors survive?" Qingmu True Monarch's pupils constricted. "Though Ku Rong is strong, he does not count as a true nascent soul warrior, does he?" "When did I say? That person is my grandfather." Su Dang's voice was calm, but resonated like thunder in the ears of Qingmu True Monarch and the others. "Impossible." Shi Fengyue shouted in disbelief, his face reddening with agitation. "Where would the Su family find a true nascent soul powerhouse?" "Su Dang, do not bluff here with empty threats." Ice Dry True Monarch's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yet he knew that Su Dang was not one to speak without foundation, her resolute tone suggested. Could it be she truly had a backing? Su Dang paid no mind to Shi Fengyue, her gaze firmly locked on Qingmu True Monarch. "Qingmu True Monarch, today you and your people should withdraw and let this matter rest for now. In the future, during the Heavenly Tsang Mansion's conflicts, my Su family can leave a path for you and will not eradicate the Shi family completely. However, should you dare to kill even one member of my Su family today, I Su Dang swear by my bloodline that I will spare no effort to ensure not a single creature remains from your Shi family." "Are you threatening me?" Qingmu True Monarch's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with indecision. Su Dang waved her sleeve, and a rainbow light flew out, hovering above them, a red-golden barrier, descending to envelop everyone. You two come over here as well. Yes, Aunt. Su Chongfei and Chun Yulian responded with cupped hands. A top-grade defensive magic treasure. Qingmu True Monarch's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered. The strength of cultivators is paramount, and we can choose not to engage with them. But for you to speak so boldly, let us see how much of Ku Rong's demeanor you truly possess. In the end, Qingmu, True Monarch, backed down, yet still felt unwilling, wishing to suppress Su Dang's arrogance. All three unleashed their auras, simultaneously forming a triangle around Su Dang. Ice Dry True Monarch attacked first, the Ice Spirit, severing sword, transforming into a 20-zhang dark blue streak, descending with the intent to freeze souls. Qingmu True Monarch's myriad wooden ruler roared, countless ruler lights coalescing into a tidal wave sweeping forward. Shi Fengyue also unleashed a gold element sword technique, sharp sword light piercing towards her back. Facing the combined assault from three directions, Su Dang not only felt no fear, but instead ignited a fierce battle spirit. Screech! A sound that shattered gold and split stone, imbued with endless ancient nobility, burst forth from the depths of her being, shooting straight up to the heavens. In that instant, crimson gold divine light erupted around her like the rising sun. The phoenix phantom that had originally been 7 to 8 feet tall expanded and solidified violently at her cry. She raised her jade hand, and a life feather magic treasure forged from the ancient true spirit phoenix feathers transformed into a stream of light, merging into the phoenix phantom's brow. The phantom trembled violently, its eyes suddenly shining with brilliant spiritual light, its previously stiff form instantly becoming lively and majestic. The feather patterns were clearly visible, each feather seemingly forged from divine iron of crimson gold, burning with the eternal flames of the true phoenix. An even clearer, though faint, yet fundamentally high-level true spirit pressure spread out like mercury. The phoenix's wings suddenly flapped. Boom! Endless crimson gold flames surged forth like a bursting river centered around Su Dang, sweeping outwards in all directions. These flames contained a tyrannical will to incinerate all their temperature, distorting the void, igniting even the spiritual energy in their path. Ice Dry True Monarch's 20-zhang dark blue sword intent pierced into the sea of flames, emitting a piercing hiss. The sword intent's surface was instantly covered with crimson gold flames, the freezing chill rapidly evaporating and counteracting its momentum, drastically reduced, the power diminished by 70 to 80%. Qingmu True Monarch's tidal wave crashed into the sea of flames akin to rotten wood meeting heavenly fire, the resilient ruler lights ignited by the crimson gold flames, shattering and burning into wisps of green smoke, making no progress. Shi Fengyu's devious attack aimed at her back was directly swept away and devoured by the raging flames, without even touching the hem of Su Dang's clothing. The combined attack from the three was completely thwarted by this suddenly erupting boundless sea of flames. Just then, Su Dang's brow suddenly glowed with a brilliant starlight crimson light. Mind Hammer Quake. A hammer entirely composed of spiritual power slammed directly into Shi Fengyu's sea of consciousness. Ugh! Shi Fengyue was unable to defend, feeling as though his consciousness was struck by a red-hot iron, the intense pain nearly overwhelming his awareness. He released a piercing scream, his spirit suffering a heavy blow. Fengyue! Qingmu True Monarch exclaimed in anger and worry. Su Dang, however, did not pause, her delicate hand striking her waist storage bag. Xiao Hong, bind him. Screech! A fierce bird call rang out as the four-winged bright bird transformed into a streak of crimson gold fire, charging directly at the spiritually wounded Shi Fengyue. If not for this, the early-stage third-tier four-winged bright bird, facing a latest-stage golden core, Shi Fengyue, with a medium-grade magic treasure, would still be somewhat dangerous. The four-winged bright bird unleashed its ferocious flames and sharp claws, instantly engulfing Shi Fengyue in a violent flurry of attacks, forcing him to desperately defend. Su Dang's gaze locked onto the other two. Then she transformed into a stream of light, willingly entering the ancient phoenix phantom above her head. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. The phoenix phantom came to life. It transformed into a powerful beast infused with the bloodline of the phoenix. Its aura was no less than that of a peak third-tier beast. This was Su Dang's phoenix spirit body, a combination of her bloodline and the ancient true spirit phoenix feathers, her most powerful technique. It was also a means of tapping into her bloodline power. It was taught to her by her master Yin Longzi. However, Yanlongzi had warned her that this secret technique should not be used lightly, as it could easily lead to her will being eroded. If she truly went mad, she might very well become a beast. The true spirit pressure gradually became clearer. What kind of method is this? Qingmu True Monarch was horrified. Battle. A cold female voice emanated from the phoenix, and its wings flared open. Countless crimson gold flame feathers shot out like thousands of divine arrows, blotting out the sky. Ice-dry True Monarch roared, swinging the ice spirit severing sword to create a heavy sword barrier, while the Qian blue ice flame transformed into an ice lotus for protection along with his defensive magic treasure. Even this triple defense was easily torn through, leaving them to rely solely on the magic treasure barrier for protection. Qingmu True Monarch fared no better, unleashing all his means, yet still unable to withstand the might of the phoenix. The phoenix's sharp claws tore through their magic treasure barrier, flapping its wings and sending both of them flying. The two wiped the blood from their mouths and once again activated their magic treasures, unleashing their techniques to flank the phoenix beast, but to no avail. Of course, their attacks on the phoenix would also inflict some injuries on Su Dang's true body, but that remained unseen from the outside. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Su Dang transformed into the phoenix beast, completely overwhelmed Qingmu True Monarch and Ice-Dry True Monarch, forcing them to repeatedly spit blood, yet failing to deliver a true heavy blow. Qingmu True Monarch glanced at Shi Fingyue, who was being pressured by the four-winged bright bird. Due to his spiritual injuries, his magic robe in tatters, stained with blood. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. The first talent's name is well-deserved. Qingmu True Monarch said helplessly, "Your future achievements will surely not fall far behind your grandfather's. Junior brother Fingyue, let us retreat." Qingmu True Monarch called to the two. Until they had completely distanced themselves, the phoenix beast in midair let out a long cry before the flames began to dissipate, transforming back into Su Dang herself. The crimson life feather dimmed slightly, trembling a couple of times before shooting into Su Dang's dante. Su Dang landed on the ground, her face slightly pale, her figure unsteady, clearly exhibiting great exhaustion. She waved her hand, retracting the shield. Yi Fan and the others immediately rushed over, both excited and worried. "Sister Ling, are you all right?" "No serious issues, just quite exhausted. I need to rest for a while." "And what was that technique of yours?" "It was incredible, almost as if you truly transformed into a phoenix beast, exuding overwhelming power." The phoenix transformation technique derived from the bloodline transformation technique. Su Dang patted his head, smiling. "Unless you possess a beast bloodline, you won't be able to learn it. Its essence lies in tapping into bloodline potential, using secret techniques to transform into a bloodline beast." "What a pity," Su Chongfei muttered. Smack! Yi Fan saw this and immediately gave him a light slap on the head, jokingly scolding, "And you're not helping your aunt to recuperate." "Oh, bloodline suppression," Su Chongfei replied with his head down. Fortunately, they were not lacking in high-grade healing and mana recovery pills, and within just a few hours they had mostly recovered. At this moment, Yi Fan asked, "Sister Ling, do we still need to continue trading?" "Let's call it a day. My Su family has already gained enough. Next we'll wait for the secret realm to close on its own, and then be teleported out." "That works." In the center of Taihe Lake, the five sat cross-legged in the air. Su Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qi Tianxiong and the others, seniors. Considering the time, the innate secret realm should be closing soon. To prevent anyone from escaping using evasion techniques or talismans, do any of you have a plan? Qi Tianxiong looked at Su Chuan. "What do you have in mind?" "I have a formation that can cover a radius of 100 miles. "Then let's set it up." Elder Shi and Elder Mo, do you agree? "This is beneficial for all four of our factions. Why would we disagree?" Mo Wentian smiled, gently stroking his beard. "Since all three have no objections, I shall take action." Su Chuan spoke no more, his expression becoming serious. With a flick of his sleeve, radiant light flashed from his storage ring, and 6 distinctly colored and shimmering array flags shot out. Su Chuan formed hand seals like a phantom, chanting incantations as pure, robust mana flowed precisely into the 6 array flags. The array flags hummed and trembled, transforming into 6 long rainbows of different colors, flying towards specific locations in the lake's center, crossing dozens of miles in an instant. "Array rise," Su Chuan called out and pointed at the center of the lake. Buzz! The 6 array flags gradually vanished into the void. Even a nascent soul's divine sense would find them difficult to detect unless one was a third-tier array master or possessed techniques capable of piercing illusions. Immediately after, centered on the lake, a vast area of 200 miles above Taiha Lake's water began to fill with dense clouds, forming a misty shroud around this broad expanse. Even the water within the lake fell under the array's influence. Senior fellow cultivator Su, this appears to be more than merely an imprisoning formation. Wentian murmured, his divine sense probing cautiously, voice laced with quiet doubt. Senior Master, Mo possesses eyes as piercing as twin suns. This formation combines both imprisonment and illusionary path disruption effects. Even a golden core cultivator at peak perfection would find escape no simple matter within a short span. Su Chuan offered a faint, unruffled smile. Mo Wentian gave a slight nod, then fell silent. Several hours slipped away like mist. At the lake's abyssal depths, the hidden realm's entrance, its radiance began dimming, visibly contracting inward. The spatial force sustaining the gateway receded like ebbing tide. The vortex-shaped gate gradually faded, its edges dissolving into translucence until, with a soft crystalline pop, it vanished utterly into the air, leaving not a trace behind. Below, the vast whirlpool stirred by the hidden realm's presence slowly stilled, ripples subsided. The lake water settled into profound indigo, mirroring the sky's gathering clouds. A brief pre-storm hush descended upon the heart of Taiha Lake, still taut charged. Yet this silence endured but a moment. After roughly half a teacup's time, both the placid surface and the fog-shrouded heavens erupted in sudden, violent transformation. First points of light, bright and dim, unheralded, flared across the airspace above the lake. Within each gleam, silhouettes materialized. Some staggered, others cried out in alarm. Still others appeared poised and steady midair. Some hovered instantly upon spirit artifacts. Others plummeted toward the water before frantically stabilizing themselves. They've emerged. The hidden realm has finally sealed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Simultaneously, the formerly mirror-smooth lake's surface exploded upward in towering geysers. Figure after figure burst forth from the depths, trailing cascades of liquid silver. These were all those who had been teleported directly into the lake. Yet others did not surface. They fled instead beneath the waves. Within mere dozen breaths, hundreds, then thousands, of figures manifested seemingly from void, filling both sky and lake surface across a radius of dozens of li at the lake center. Their cultivation levels ranged from chi condensation to golden core. Their robes varied wildly, their auras chaotic and discordant. Shouts, curses, the hum of spirit artifacts, and the thunderous crash of falling water merged into one deafening roar. The tranquil expanse instantly devolved into pandemonium. Every detail unfolded beneath the watchful gaze of 3 nascent soul elders and 1 fully transformed ancient demon. Their divine senses swept 200 li in every direction. Nothing escaped detection. Su Chuan, Mo Yueqi Tianxiong, and 2 others stood aloft, surveying the chaos from on high. Below, cultivators exchanged wary glances. Then abruptly a voice resonated from the heavens above. Cultivators who fled underwater, and all those nearby, converged now upon the lake's center. This entire area spanning 200 li lies ensnared within a supreme formation. Without consent from the greedy wolf sect, the heaven song sect, the Mo family, and my own Yunshi Su clan, you shall not depart. Upon hearing this, all looked upward and beheld tiny ant-like figures suspended hundreds of zhang in the air. Expressions shifted, brows furrowed, gazes hardened. Many wore grim satisfaction, as if confirming long-held suspicions. Disobedience means death. At that instant, the crushing aura of the 3 nascent soul elders and the transformed demon erupted in unison, 4 overlapping dominions of pressure descending upon the 200-li expanse. All felt as though mountains pressed upon their shoulders. They began converging toward the lake's heart. Even those who'd sought escape now rose from the water and hastened there. Beneath such overwhelming authority, humility was inevitable. Su Chuan and the others descended slowly. That is a fully transformed ancient demon. Several golden core elders' pupils contracted sharply. Each of the other 3 factions has a nascent soul elder present, so the remaining transformed demon must belong to the Yunshi Su clan. It seems many have already recognized my esteemed companion beside me. With numerous powers now assembled across the 2 prefectures, allow me to formally introduce him. His name is Mou, Supreme Elder of the Su clan and a fully transformed ancient demon. As for strength, he recently clashed with Patriarch Qi and emerged evenly matched. Qi Tianxiong snorted coldly. Su Chuan, spare us further preamble. Let us proceed to the matter at hand. Su Chuan smiled faintly. As Patriarch Qi commands, the emergence of this primordial hidden realm is a landmark event for both prefectures. You have surely gathered abundant opportunities within its bounds. Our 4 clans deployed this formation, not without purpose. A wave of stunned murmurs surged through the assembly. Chuan paused, then continued, "Yet fear not. We shall not press matters to extremity. Those affiliated with our 4 great powers need only present verifiable tokens to depart unharmed. Greedy Wolf Sect cultivators shall gather to the east, Heaven Song Sect to the south, the Mo family to the west, and members of my Yunshi Su clan to the north. All others must voluntarily surrender their gains. We shall retain half, the remainder remains yours, guaranteed with our solemn pledge that no retribution shall follow. Whether primordial spiritual treasures, rare spirit herbs, exotic spirit materials, or even spirit veins, we have seen them all. Our 4 clans lack nothing in discernment. Refuse and test the consequences. This warning stems from concern for your very lives. Dare not provoke the dignity of nascent soul elders without commensurate strength. Now then, fellow cultivators, begin moving." As his words faded, Greedy Wolf Sect disciples swiftly converged eastward under Qi Tianxiong's icy glare, crimson robes and sinister demonic Qi merging into a single ominous tide. To the south, Heaven Song elders stood like a forest of azure robes, disciplined and austere. To the west, only a handful of Mo family cultivators assembled. Then, drama unfolded. One by one, cultivators of varying realms and attire without hesitation flew alone or in small clusters, streaking like meteors straight toward the northern quadrant. Among them, demonic cultivators whose bloodslaughter aura still clung like mist, upright independent cultivators, foundation-establishing elders from minor clans, the Golden Core patriarchs from venerable families, even Qi condensation disciples. They flowed like countless rivers into the sea, flooding the open space before the Su clan's vanguard, within moments swelling to several thousand souls. This uncanny spectacle turned Qi Tianxiong Mo Wentian and Qi Daoyun's faces into shifting canvases of disbelief and fury. Qi Tianxiong froze, then blazed with incandescent rage. Veins pulsed like writhing earthworms across his temples. A demonic Qi detonated outward, churning the surrounding clouds into tempestuous chaos. He whirled violently, eyes blazing crimson daggers fixed upon Chuan, his voice guttural raw with fury. Chuan. What sorcery is this? How could your Su clan possibly have so many inside? Even Qi condensation insects. And them. He stabbed a trembling finger toward several formidable, demonic Golden Core cultivators now flying toward the Su clan's ranks. Xiaozhan, when did the Demon Heaven Mercantile Alliance become your puppet? Mo Wentian's brow knotted tightly. His habitual serene smile had vanished, replaced by cold, simmering indignation. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto several Golden Core elders within the Su clan's vanguard. Senior Fellow Yin, Senior Fellow Tang, Senior Fellow Yin. Your families merely relocated to Yunshi City. When did you become Su clan affiliates? Qi Daoyun voiced no accusation, but his pallid face darkened with shadowed resentment. Even the most oblivious would grasp they've been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Chuan. Roar. A draconic roar, supreme sovereign, shattered the air. MOU's true dragon aura slammed into Qi Tianxiong like a tidal wave. 2 titanic auras collided mid-lake, deafening concussive. Waves surged skyward, clouds recoiled in reverse spirals. Countless cultivators staggered backward, blood surging violently in their meridians. MOU lifted his colossal dragon head, his vertical ice-cold pupils bored into Qi Tianxiong. Unmistakable mockery and defiant pride blazing within them. Why bellow like a wounded beast? If they claim allegiance to the Yunshi Su clan, let them produce proof. And if you Qi deem this unjust, if you thirst for battle, I shall duel you now, until heaven itself cracks and earth shatters. Fierce, unyielding, utterly uncompromising. Led by Su Delying, one by one they drew forth tokens, mostly wooden, pulsing with infused spiritual energy, each trembling softly before projecting a luminous hovering character. Chuan smiled gently. It appears they truly are Su clan members. Per our agreement, no faction may harm them. Do recall, gentlemen, you swore oaths binding you to this very clause. Qi Tianxiong ground his teeth. Chuan, you have done well. This debt shall not be forgotten. Senior Masters Mo and Qi, what say you? Mo Wentian replied calmly. Tokens bearing the Su mark suffice. They are Su clan members. Another betrayal. Mo Wentian sighed inwardly. Just as past obligations had shackled him, Chuan had woven another intricate web, drawing them willingly into its coils. And now they must swallow this bitter pill in silence. Yet how? How? Had he accomplished it? That question burned equally in Qi Tianxiong's and Qi Daoyun's minds. The sole plausible explanation, Su Chuan had foreseen this outcome before entering the realm, and dispatched his clan accordingly. With affiliations now confirmed remaining cultivators, what do you await? Do not attempt deceit. All who surrender must swear oaths. Or would you prefer nascent soul elders personally inspect your storage rings? Those remaining from the Heaven Song Prefecture and Greedy Wolf Prefecture, and all who had forged no pact with the Su clan within the hidden realm, now wore grim ashen faces. Resistance was futile. 4 nascent soul-level masters, backed by scores of golden core elites from 4 great powers, could crush them utterly. And this remarkably was mercy. After all, the Greedy Wolf sect's modus operandi would demand far more than half. Enough. From Guyu City, the Sima Nye and Chao clans yielded. Securing even a fraction was better than returning empty-handed. Blame lay solely with their own weakness. Had they possessed a nascent soul elder, they too would have seized this celestial banquet without hesitation. Clearly among the 4 nascent soul powers, the Su clan stood as the undisputed victor, its spoils likely exceeding the combined harvest of the other 3 by tenfold. 2 hours later, Su Chuan and his cohort completed distribution. Per agreement, the Su clan selected first, choosing only the finest. Heaven Song sect received last. The southern elders' eyes shimmered with quiet sorrow. The once mighty Heaven Song sect had truly declined. Its eclipse by the Su clan seemed merely a matter of time. A few elders' thoughts drifted toward unsettling possibilities. Su Chuan formed mystic seals with his fingers. Mist dissolved around him. 6 beams of light streaked from the cardinal directions, vanishing into his storage ring. The formation has dispersed. You may depart. However, Su Chuan announces one final matter: in 3 months' time, Yunqi City shall host a grand auction and high-tier exchange fair. Items difficult to circulate may be consigned for auction. Golden core cultivators may also trade goods directly for whatever they require. Treasures acquired within this primordial hidden realm, if feared stolen, may be safely brought to Yunqi City for gradual assimilation. Most crucially, this high-tier exchange fair will feature one nascent soul formation opportunity, offered exclusively by the Su clan. Do not miss it, cultivators seeking transcendence. This declaration ignited stunned disbelief among the golden core elders present. The Lord of Guyu City, heads of the Sima Nye and Chao clans, Qingmu Jinjuan, Bingxian Jinjuan, all golden core elders at peak perfection, fixed blazing covetous gazes upon Su Chuan. Senior fellow Kurong, do you speak truth? The Lord of Guyu City demanded gravely. Indeed, Mo Wentian's thoughts stirred. He deduced Su Chuan must offer the heartwood of the 10,000 years spirit awakening tree. Having used it once himself, its remaining essence could indeed aid one more cultivator through the heart demon tribulation. Truly generous. Yet why part with such a treasure? What new scheme brews in his mind? Words spoken, my Su clan departs first. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Those bearing Su clan tokens, if lacking refuge, may journey to Yunqi City. There convert these resources into elixirs, spirit artifacts, or treasured weapons. As he finished speaking, Mo's form blurred, transforming into a 100-zhang azure dragon, mountainous and majestic. Each scale gleamed with metallic, unyielding hardness. 4 talons grasped emptiness beneath its belly. Su Chuan rose effortlessly, like a wisp of azure cloud, settling calmly upon Mo's broad neck between his 2 proud horned crests. Hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe remained perfectly still amid the celestial wind. Then one by one figures ascended. Su Delying Yifan, Su Dua, Su Chongfei, and his consort, taking positions behind Su Chuan. Su Chuan glanced downward, smiling gently. Elder Huiyun, Elder Qingya, Elder Chun, you two please join us. Gratitude, Patriarch. The 3 bowed deeply before ascending to the dragon's back. Senior fellow Liang, senior fellow Lei, join us as well. Li Yang Jinjuan and Lei Wuji, bound by prior pacts to surrender 3/10 of their gains to the Su clan, accepted without protest and took their places. Just as Su Chuan prepared to signal Mo's departure, Yifan stepped forward and bowed. Master, during the hidden realm, I accepted a probationary disciple. Pray forgive my presumption. Su Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who is he? Yifan called aloud. From the crowd soared a young man, standing upon a flying sword. His cultivation merely qi condensation. Disciple Yifeng pays homage to Master, and to Grandmaster. Clad in blue robes, his black hair flowing freely, his handsome features lit with fervent excitement. Whispers spread like wildfire. This youth has ascended overnight, becoming Yifan's probationary disciple, and thus grand disciple, to Jinjuan Kurong. Such fortune beggars belief. Indeed, setting aside Jinjuan Kurong Yi Fan, though newly formed Golden Core, commands immense renown and peerless might. Su Chuan scanned him carefully with divine sense, earth spirit root affinity. Master, we encountered him serendipitously. He offered a superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Xianhuang essence. In exchange for the stone, we must acknowledge a few of us as our masters. After some discussion among Ling Jiewei and myself, we ultimately decided that I would accept it. Yi Fan explained through sound transmission. So that's how it is. With earth spirit root qualifications, you barely qualify to become my disciple. Su Chuan said this, thus agreeing. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, master." Su Chuan casually waved his sleeve, and a gentle azure radiance unfurled like a silk ribbon, instantly lifting Yi Feng lightly and placing him steadily on the dragon's back, standing together with Chen Chang'e and the others. "Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, master." Yi Feng's voice trembled with excitement, hurriedly bowing to Su Chuan and Yi Fan, again his heart surging. "Let's go, Moyue. Roar." Moyue let out a tremendous roar that shook the heavens. The terrifying sound wave stirred up towering waves with water columns reaching dozens of zhang, pouring down like a torrential rain. Many low-level cultivators were knocked off balance by the roar, nearly falling into the lake. "You truly are." Su Chuan shook his head, helplessly stamping his foot. Moyu's 100 zhang dragon body soared through the sky, transforming into a shadowy blue rainbow that carried the sound of wind and thunder rushing towards the direction of Yunxi City with the unfallen water vapor. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye it vanished into the distant horizon, leaving only the gradually calming giant waves and the drizzling rain. The opportunity for foundation establishment mentioned by Su Chuan was indeed shocking. Each golden core cultivator was filled with ambition, naturally wishing to step into the nascent soul stage. However, such opportunities were extremely rare, and now that there was clear news, they all definitely did not want to miss it. "We shall also go." Shi Tianxiang's face was grim as he led the group from the Greedy Wolf sect away. Then came the Tiansong sect and the Mo family's two factions. The remaining people exchanged glances, some pondered for a moment, and quietly moved towards the direction Moyue had flown. "Fellow cultivator, let's go together. I also intend to go to Yunxi City." Many joined him in companionship. At least in this incident, the Su family was the most impartial among the four nascent soul factions. Yunxi City naturally became their preferred destination for digesting. Not only scattered cultivators, but even many demonic cultivators from the Greedy Wolf Manor rushed towards Yunxi City. Xiao Zhan and the others also took the opportunity to go to Yunxi City, openly preparing to report to Su Chuan. After several hours, Moyue returned to Yunxi City, the 100 zhang flood dragon soaring in the air, its pressure nearly scaring the cultivators of Yunxi City into a panic. Until Su Chuan's voice echoed throughout the area. "Everyone, do not panic. This transformed great demon, named Moyue, is our Su family's supreme elder." As his words fell, the entire city fell into silence. Then a roar erupted like a mountain calling and a sea surging. "Supreme elder?" The Su family actually hired a fourth-tier, transformed great demon as a supreme elder. Could it be that he is the great demon who just underwent tribulation at Yun Lake? He is actually the spiritual beast of the Su family. The Su family is truly set to soar. Heaven bless Yunxi City. Our Yunxi City finally has a true nascent soul-level powerhouse to guard us. Let's see who dares to look down on us in the future. An elder from a foundation establishment family laughed proudly. With the Su family having a transformed great demon and a being like Lord Kurong whose strength rivals that of a nascent soul, the Tiansong mansion will surely change. Besides, countless people were also discussing the origins of Moyue. What do you think this Moyue demon lord? Is he a backup card that the Su family secretly befriended and nurtured long ago, or was he captured by Lord Kurong recently? I think it's likely that there's an early connection. Perhaps he has ties to some ancestor of the Su family. Could it be that this Moyue demon lord is actually the contracted spiritual beast of some ancestor of the Su family, hence declaring himself as the supreme elder? After all, the Su family has a mysterious background. They might have been a nascent soul-level family before coming to Tiansong Mansion. If they were indeed nascent soul powerhouses, capturing such a flood dragon demon beast would be normal. That's indeed possible. Arriving above the Su manor, Moyue transformed into a figure and flew to Su Chuan's courtyard. In the main hall, the Lei family and Lord Liang handed over 30% of the gains. "Head of the family, I will first send our Lei family elder back and then return to Yunxi City," Lei Wujing said, cupping his hands. "Elder Lei, there's no need to rush back. Please take care of all matters and return when it's convenient." Thank you, head of the family. With that, Lei Wujing took his leave. Lord Liang said, Dao friend Kurong, we shall also return to our sect now. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Elders Chun Huiyuan and Qingya, you may also go handle your personal matters. Yes, several people replied in unison and then left the hall. Zhu San arranged for Yi Feng to stay in a guest room first. We will hold the apprenticeship ceremony in a few days. Yes, head of the family. Thank you, ancestor. After Yi Feng followed them out, Su Chuan led them to his courtyard, where he saw Miwe transformed into a human form, lying on a reclining chair resting. Seeing Su Chuan and the others approach, he proudly said, Life without the pressure of lifespan is truly comfortable. Su Chuan was speechless and ignored his arrogance, glancing at the others, and said, All right, take out your gains, let's tally them up and categorize them. Everyone was excited. Even Miwe curiously came over to see how many treasures the Su family had obtained this time. Xianpai's lotus, not bad. Superior grade innate spiritual item Gung Jin. Superior grade innate spiritual item Xian Huang Stone. Jiuyang Zhu Guizi Yu Ji Qi Jing Tong Mu Di Xn Ling Ru Huan Meng Yulan. One by one, the high-grade spiritual herbs and materials that could incite competition among golden core cultivators or even attract the attention of nascent soul lords were continuously listed. They emitted various colors of treasure light, floating dazzlingly in midair. At a rough glance, there were actually hundreds of varieties. Among them there were over 100 four-tier treasures. Materials for golden core, elixir, Tian Ling Dan, etc. could be gathered into 4 or 5 portions, not to mention many main and auxiliary materials for four-tier pills. This does not even count the larger quantities of ordinary second-tier and third-tier spiritual herbs and materials. Although each item is not as valuable as the former, their diversity and astonishing numbers are impressive. At this moment, piled on the open ground, they almost formed a small treasure mountain with intertwined spiritual energy and faint radiance dazzling to the eyes. Even Miwe, as a fourth-tier demon lord, could not help but widen his dragon eyes, exclaiming, Good fellow, this trip was truly worth it. At this moment, Su De Ling stepped forward, her delicate hand brushing over the storage bracelet on her wrist. A flash of light appeared, revealing 5 gleaming spiritual veins sealed and shrunk like ribbons in her palm. Grandfather, these are 5 spiritual veins, she respectfully presented. One is a mid-grade 4th tier, with spiritual vein 3 are upper-grade 3rd tier, which are water, wood, and metal systems, and one is a lower-grade 3rd tier earth spiritual vein. A 4th tier spiritual vein. Moyu's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. What a pity it would if only it were water. That would be so beneficial for my cultivation. It was initially excited, but then sighed regrettably. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Also, Su De Ling added with a smile, taking out a glowing orb. This ice fire spring has been sealed and collected by me. It was a creation discovered by Fei Heir and his wife in the depths of the secret realm. Su Chongfei stepped forward, scratching his head awkwardly and smiling. Great-grandfather, the greatest innate chi creation has already been absorbed into my body, so I can't take it out. Please don't blame me for keeping it to myself. You little slippery one, it has a connection with you. If you took it, then so be it. Su Chuan patted his head, smiling gently. With these 2 innate chi, your foundation establishment and golden core foundation will definitely surpass your parents. You can even reach a small degree of comprehension in supernatural powers by the time of foundation establishment. Fei Heir understands. I will definitely cultivate diligently and not let down great-grandfather's expectations. Su Chongfei felt Su Chuan's expectations and nodded earnestly. Su De Ling watched from the side, also smiling, saying to Su Chongfei, When you achieve golden core in the future, I will personally craft a high-grade magic treasure for you as a congratulatory gift. Her current crafting skills make her confident that in another 10 to 20 years, she will be able to steadily produce high-grade magic treasures. Don't be too indulgent. In the future, when our Su family's disciples reach golden core, the bestowal of treasures must follow clear rules based on their potential and contributions. Su Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Only those whose potential is rated as top tier can be awarded high-grade magic treasures after reaching golden core. As for those who cultivate supernatural powers to reach golden core, they may receive mid-grade magic treasures. If they rely on elixirs or innate spiritual items to reach golden core, then they may only receive low-grade magic treasures. Yi Fan seemed to ponder and asked, Master, how is such potential assessed? Foundation establishment supernatural powers at a small success level, self-created supernatural powers, and entry into multiple supernatural powers. In short, they need to be more outstanding than those who achieve golden core through supernatural powers. Understood, grandfather. Su De Ling slightly nodded. In Tiansong Mansion, our Su family no longer faces any threats. After the auction and trading conference in 3 months, it will be time for full development. At that time, some of the family rules will also need to be reorganized and established. What you said is correct. Everyone began to register and categorize these items. The spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, and ice fire spring were all handled personally by Su Chuan. He sent the ice fire spring into the Su family's cave heaven. All the high-tier spiritual herbs and rare spiritual herbs, or those not previously collected, were all planted in the cave heaven. The thick spiritual soil brought back by Su Chongfei and his wife also became nourishment for the cave heaven. Extremely rare spiritual materials were also sent into the cave heaven, while the rest were stored in the Su family treasury. Su Chuan was busy for 3 to 4 days before he completely finished. After that, Su Deling handed over the bodies of some slain cultivators and demon beasts to Su Chuan. The bodies of cultivators can be used to cultivate demonic artifacts, while the essence, blood spirit essence, and demon cores of the demon beasts can be used to refine demon spirit pills nurturing family demon beasts. As for the scales, hides, claws, and fangs of demon beasts, Su Deling took them to be used as crafting materials. Yi Feng formally became a disciple, becoming Yi Fan's registered disciple, assigned a separate courtyard in the inner city, and also allocated some cultivation resources. With these, he would soon reach the peak of Qi training. Given his qualifications and the Su family's conditions for foundation establishment, the chance of him establishing his foundation on his own is as high as 70 to 80%. Real Master Huayun submitted all his gains from this trip to the Su family in exchange for many high-grade foundation establishment elixirs, enough for his 5 disciples to reach golden core perfection. This was the last limit of what he could do as a master. As for whether they could establish their cores, it would depend on their own opportunities. Additionally, there were 3 bottles of golden core stage elixirs, 1 bottle of high-grade Qingyundan, and 2 bottles of mid-grade Ziyundan, enough to save him decades of effort in reaching the peak of golden core. Real Master Qingya also exchanged for 3 bottles of elixirs and 1 high-grade breakthrough elixir, the Jinyuandan. This secret realm journey made him deeply understand that one's own realm and strength are fundamental. With this Jinyuandan, in less than half a month, he would definitely break through to the mid-level golden core. Chunchanga and Real Master Qing were similar, with 1 breakthrough elixir and 3 bottles of cultivation elixirs, plus many foundation establishment elixirs. After all, Chunchanga was not a lone wanderer. He had the Qin family behind him. With these elixirs, the foundation establishment cultivators of the Chuan family could quickly enhance their strength. Among them, there were also some precious elixirs for refining qi and foundation establishment mana, expanding the qi si and dantian, specifically used to nurture talented disciples. If the Chuan family could produce another golden core cultivator in several decades, it would truly stabilize them. In these days, the news of the Su family having a transformed great demon has already spread throughout Tiansong Mansion, causing a huge stir. Many people even spoke of having witnessed Moyue undergoing tribulation. Additionally, the news of countless rare treasures and innate spiritual items emerging from this innate secret realm was spreading like wildfire. Among them, the Su family was pushing the tide. The Su family planned to hold a 3-day auction fair in Yunqi City in 3 months. Additionally, there would be a high-tier cultivator trading conference. Countless scattered cultivators flocked to the news. Hotels like Yellow Crane Tower were fully booked as they awaited the auction fair's commencement. 2 days later, Lei Wujing hurriedly dealt with family affairs and the distribution of secret realm gains, then rushed back to Yunqi City without pause. He had important matters on his mind and dared not delay. As soon as he entered the city, he came to visit the Su family. The Su family hall was ancient and solemn, with the fragrance of sandalwood wafting. Su Chuan sat at the main seat, his expression calm. Lei Wujing was led into the hall, and upon seeing Su Chuan, he quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "Head of the family, I apologize for the abrupt disturbance." "Elder Lei, no need for excessive courtesy. Please sit." Su Chuan nodded slightly, signaling the attendant to bring tea. "Elder Lei has come for an important matter, so please speak candidly." Lei Wujing took a deep breath, no longer beating around the bush, and straightforwardly said, "Head of the family, I will be direct. Previously you mentioned that there might be an opportunity for foundation establishment at the trading conference in 3 months. He paused, gazing intently at Su Chuan, his tone sincere, yet urgent. "My family's ancestor is breaking into the nascent soul stage. If there truly are treasures that can aid in foundation establishment at that trading conference, our Lei family is willing to spare no effort to acquire them." After saying this, he took out a prepared jade slip and presented it with both hands. "This is a list of the chips my Lei family can currently offer that may catch the Su family's interest please take a look, head of the family. Chuan took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. The list was indeed substantial. It included innate spiritual items, third-tier spiritual veins, and several varieties of millennium rare spiritual herbs and spiritual woods that were nearly extinct in the outside world, along with a complete lightning system's supernatural power inherited by the Lei family. Additionally, it contained a 20% share of the Lei family's profits over the next 50 years. This offer was indeed generous, nearly exhausting half of the Lei family's available assets. However, Chuan only calmly finished reading it, gently placing the jade slip back on the table, and said lightly, Su can assure you that the items for foundation establishment do exist. Our Su family never engages in deceit in business. But what the Lei family offers is not what the Su family desires. Lei Wujia felt a heaviness in his heart, and hurriedly said, Master, if this is not enough, my Lei family can think of other ways. As long as we can trade for that opportunity to form a nascent soul, any cost, as long as my Lei family can afford it. Chuan raised his hand, stopping Lei Wuji's anxious words. Elder Lei has misunderstood. It's not a matter of how much bargaining chips we have, but rather this matter Su cannot agree to it. His gaze was calm as he looked at Lei Wujia and said, Elder Lei should be aware of the current situation in Tiansong Mansion. Currently, although the Lei family has an agreement to serve my Su family for 10 years, this is a transaction and can also be considered an alliance. If it were not so, Elder Lei knows well what would happen to the Lei family. Su promises that he will not obstruct your esteemed family's ancestor from attempting to form a nascent soul in any way. If he can overcome the inner demon tribulation and achieve the nascent soul through his own abilities, that is his fortune and also the blessing of Tiansong Mansion. At that time, my Su family will naturally present congratulatory gifts and can end the Lei family's 10-year dispatch period early. Our two families can also negotiate on equal terms. Upon hearing this, Lei Wuji's expression softened slightly, but he knew the crux lay ahead. Sure enough, Chuan shifted his tone, saying, However, I will not proactively provide any assistance, as the situation in Tiansong Mansion is gradually becoming clearer. If a newly advanced nascent soul suddenly appears, it could disrupt the existing balance, which would not be a fortunate event for my Su family. This statement was blunt and realistic. Lei Wujia opened his mouth, but found it hard to refute. From the perspective of the Su family, this was undoubtedly the safest choice. With an additional shape-shifting great demon and control plus Chuan, a peerless prodigy who could battle nascent souls, it was only a matter of time before the Su family would dominate Tiansong Mansion. It could even happen within 10 years. Moreover, to speak candidly with Elder Lei, this opportunity to form a nascent soul already has an owner. Lei Wujia pondered for a moment, raising an eyebrow and asking, Is it the true monarch Liang? Chuan smiled, but did not answer. After a moment of silence, with a final hint of reluctance, he asked hoarsely, Master, please forgive me for daring to ask one more question. If there is also someone among the Su family suitable for advancing to the nascent soul, would you be willing to give way? Upon hearing this, Chuan smiled indifferently and said, Of course not. Su is not so generous as to be that selfless, and will certainly prioritize assisting my own kin in climbing the path. This is the foundation of the family. Even if the Su family has the opportunity to form a nascent soul, they will certainly prioritize their own, and if not, they will exchange it for the greatest benefit to the Su family. The Lei family and the Su family are in a competitive relationship within Tiansong Mansion. Although the Lei family is currently dispatched by the Su family, Chuan would not focus on a mere 10 years. Not obstructing the Lei family's ancestor from forming a nascent soul in pursuit of the Tao is the greatest fairness the Su family can offer the Lei family. Lei Wujia slowly stood up and solemnly bowed to Chuan, saying, I understand the words of the master. Thank you for your frankness. Regardless, the 10-year agreement between the Lei and Su families is one that my Lei family will uphold. As for the matter of the ancestor, we can only see what fortune the old man has for himself. As long as Elder Lei can understand, that's good. Chuan also stood up and escorted Lei Wujia to the hall door, saying, The path of the Tao is arduous, each relies on their own fortune. Perhaps your esteemed ancestor will be able to break through the bottleneck and attain the path of the nascent soul. Thank you for your auspicious words, Master. Lei Wujia forced a smile and cupped his hands, taking his leave. Watching Lei Wujia depart, Chuan's gaze was deep. The opportunity to form a nascent soul tugged at people's hearts, but he valued the stability and controllable future of the family even more. The Tiansong Mansion was gradually coming under his control, and he did not wish for any variables to arise. Moreover, he had also calculated that the Lei family's ancestor was somewhat weaker compared to Mo Wentian. If he could cultivate his divine abilities to perfection, there might be a slim chance. However, it required innate thunder-type spiritual objects as support. Unfortunately, such innate spiritual objects of the thunder type were exceptionally rare. The Su family had recently acquired over 50 innate spiritual objects, including those of varying grades and elements, but beyond the 5 elements they had only obtained one ice-type spiritual object. Tiansong Sect. Elder, we did not find the 4th grade treasure to heal the soul's injuries. True Monarch Qingmu and several Golden Core elders stood before Shi Daoyun, all bowing their heads. Shi Daoyun sighed softly and said, "Enough, it is fate. Qingmu, you and Bing Qian stay behind, the rest can disperse." "Yes, Elder." Soon only the 3 of them remained in the Great Hall. Shi Daoyun glanced at the 2 and said, "What do you both think of the opportunity to form a nascent soul proposed by Su Chuan? Do you think it is true?" Seeing both of you remain silent, Shi Daoyun pointedly asked, "Qingmu, you speak first." "Elder, I believe it is true. Su Chuan is not the type to speak big without basis." Thinking of Su Chuan, Shi Daoyun furrowed his brow slightly and said indifferently, "Then why do you think he would do such a thing? The opportunity to form a nascent soul is precious. Wouldn't it be better for him to keep it for his own use in the future? He must have some plan, but the purpose of the plan is hard for me to make sense of for the time being." Indeed, Su Chuan is a person of profound schemes and far-sighted vision. In the 1,000 years of my life, I have rarely encountered someone like him, who can truly understand what he is thinking. Since the opportunity to form a nascent soul is true, then this is the last chance for my Tiansong sect to turn things around. I will use all my resources to compete for it. However, within our sect, both of you have the opportunity to form a nascent soul, but there is only one opportunity. Hearing this, True Monarch Qingmu and True Monarch Bingxian exchanged glances and then fell silent. After a moment, True Monarch Bingxian raised his head and said, "Elder, if our Tiansong sect can obtain that opportunity to form a nascent soul, then it should be given to senior brother Qingmu." Bingxian was confident that he could cultivate his divine abilities to perfection and would also be able to advance to nascent soul at that time. "Junior brother Yu." True Monarch Qingmu looked at him in surprise. Shi Daoyun nodded and said, "Bingxian, your willingness to withdraw voluntarily is commendable. Then it is settled. If we obtain the opportunity to form a nascent soul, it will be given to Qingmu. Qingmu, come with me to the cave abode." "Yes, Elder." Seeing the 2 leave, True Monarch Bingxian sighed softly. In the end, Tiansong sect is still the Tiansong sect of the Shi family. He then returned to his own cave abode. He knew that even if he wanted to compete, as long as Shi Daoyun was alive, he could never surpass True Monarch Qingmu. Even if we assume for a moment that True Monarch Qingmu does not want to compete, Shi Daoyun and the Shi family would still force him to do so. This is the only way to continue the glory of the Shi family. Since the outcome is known, it is better to withdraw voluntarily and preserve the brotherly bond between them. In Shi Daoyun's cave abode, Shi Daoyun flicked his sleeve, sending out a wooden box that landed in True Monarch Qingmu's hand. "Elder, what is this?" "A high-grade wood-type spiritual object. I originally planned to reserve it for the outstanding disciples of the clan, but now my Shi family needs new strong individuals to take charge. It can assist you in comprehending the myriad wood divine abilities with a significant chance of reaching perfection. Thus you can barely bear the burden of my Shi family's great responsibility. Elder Yu, I won't hide it from you. Given my injuries, even if I refrain from fighting thereafter, I will not live more than 20 years, perhaps even shorter. If my Shi family weakens, countless individuals will want to take a bite. However, how could I let them have their way? If I fail in this competition, I will use my accumulated resources over 1,000 years to seek a way out for my Shi family. You should understand that some things left within my Shi family will instead bring great disasters. It is better to use them early to enhance one's strength." "I understand, Elder." True Monarch Qingmu's mood was extremely heavy. "Go in 3 months at the high-level trading conference in Yunxi City. You will accompany me." "Yes, Elder." True Monarch Qingmu left the cave abode, casting a streak of escaping light as he flew back to his own cave abode. He was filled with mixed feelings. No one could have imagined that the Tiansong sect, which had inherited for over 2,000 years and stood firm, could possibly end in the hands of a new family that had risen in just 20 to 30 years. Not only the Tiansong sect, the major top forces of the Tanling Mansion also had to obtain that opportunity to form a nascent soul. Their competition was far more intense than that of Tiansong Mansion, especially the Guhou city, which had initially been destroyed by Qi Tianxiong and only recovered after hundreds of years establishing Guhou city. They always wanted to see Guhou sect reappear in the world to annihilate the Tanlang sect and wash away the past humiliation. Along with the 3 top clans of Sima, Nye, and Chao, With 1,000 years of foundation, they too sought to advance even further like the Mo family. Not long after the Golden Core cultivators who participated in the appearance of the innate secret realm returned to their respective families, organizing their gains while contemplating the auction and high-level trading conferences in Yunchi City. Resources are ultimately just resources, most cannot be directly converted into strength. Therefore, they were all thinking of digesting them in the near future to enhance their own or their family's strength. They dispatched many clan members to Yunchi City to gather information. Meanwhile, a large number of loose cultivators and even demonic cultivators arrived at Yunchi City. Is this Yunchi City? An old man, a demonic Golden Core cultivator, looked at Yunchi City and couldn't help but exclaim, I heard this city was built only a few years ago, yet it is already this prosperous. The means of the Su family are truly remarkable. Perhaps in a few dozen or 100 years, they will completely surpass the Tanlang sect and become the #1 force in both mansions. Stop. Present the Yunchi token. If not, a fee of 1 spirit stone must be paid to enter the city, allowing a stay of 1 day. For a longer stay, a temporary residence token can be processed. This old man was stopped by a later stage Chi refining cultivator dressed in armor at the city gate. He frowned, and a wave of golden core pressure spread out, causing those around him to tremble. The armored youth who stopped him was even blown away. He is actually a golden core cultivator. He probably came to hear about the auction and high-level trading conference. Maybe he returned from Taihe Lake. What? Do I also need to pay an entry fee? The captain of the city guard felt the golden core pressure swayed his figure and rushed to the old man's side, bowing respectfully and saying, I greet you, senior. Naturally, a golden core cultivator does not need to pay an entry fee, the captain said with a smile. But the temporary residence token must be obtained, otherwise accommodation cannot be arranged. Please adhere to the rules as this was established personally by true monarch Kurong. However, during the auction conference in 3 months, it won't be necessary. The old man frowned and after a moment said flatly, Then hand me the temporary residence token. Please hold on, senior. The captain quickly took out a token from his storage bag and presented it with both hands. The old man took the token, waved his sleeve, and stepped into Yunchi City. Everyone continued to line up. The captain of the city guard called out lightly, and the order at the city gate was immediately restored. The armored Chi refining youth was furious. If he dares to cause trouble in the city, he will certainly suffer the consequences. Do not speak further. This matter does not concern you. The captain lowered his voice and said, That old man is not an ordinary golden core. The pressure he exudes carries a trace of death aura, likely a demonic loose cultivator. The city lord's office has long made it clear that demonic cultivators from the Tanlang mansion will come to this auction conference. You should know what kind of temperament they have. If you truly provoke them, they could kill you on the spot and leave without any consequences, and the city lord's office can do nothing about it. The armored youth trembled and immediately bowed, saying, Thank you, Captain, for saving me. It's nothing, we are all brothers. However, during recent duties, be respectful to everyone, otherwise if you offend any senior expert, you won't even know how you died. Understood, Captain. Not far away, Xiao Zhan and 6 others observed quietly. Among the 7 of them, 4 were absorbed in, while the other 3 were constrained by Su Chuan, and 3 remained behind to guard the house. They were also servants of Su Chuan. No matter how confused Xiao Zhan was, he would not leave outside. The Yunchi Su family is indeed formidable. Their rules are strict. In just 20 to 30 years, they have developed so well. Besides the strength of true monarch Kurong and others, they are also adept in management and operations. President, let's see how the Su family's business association is managed. Perhaps we can learn a thing. The key is that they are strong enough and the benefits of learning are minimal, Xiao Zhan replied indifferently. However, we can see if the Su family has any good items. It's just the right time to get rid of some unnecessary items in our hands. As for those 5 innate spiritual objects, at this mention, several others revealed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. 4 portions will go to the president, 1 portion will go to the scholar here, and the others will also receive corresponding rewards. Thank you, President. The bloodied scholar cupped his fists and smiled, maintaining an elegant demeanor. The others showed envious expressions. However, this scholarly dressed individual was also a servant of Su Chuan. The good water does not flow to outsiders' fields. How could Xiao Zhan easily distribute treasures like innate spiritual objects to outsiders? That requires Su Chuan's permission. Let's go enter the city. That night, Su Chuan sent a message to Xiao Zhan arranging to meet at the Ascending Pavilion in the Southern District the next day. The following day, Xiao Zhan let everyone go out and explore on their own. He leisurely changed into a low-key cloud-patterned brocade robe, stepped out alone, and headed straight for the Ascending Pavilion in the Southern District. Each of the 4 major districts in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest had an Ascending Pavilion facilitating the buying and selling of goods by cultivators in their respective districts. Although the Ascending Pavilion could not monopolize all business, it was undoubtedly the first choice for cultivators in Yunchi City and visiting cultivators. The city established by the Su family naturally meant that the Su family would reap the benefits while other forces would only get the leftovers. Their business was not limited to trading and cultivation pills, talismans, and artifacts. They also provided lodging in inns, cave rentals, training tower rentals, as well as clothing and restaurant services, and even spiritual fish farming covering various aspects. Moreover, their business extended beyond just cultivators. They also catered to ordinary people. In Yunchi City, not everyone was a cultivator. Those who cultivate the Tao are often few. Even among cultivators, the likelihood of producing mortals is considerably higher. Most families are predominantly composed of ordinary people. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, ordinary people in the southern regions can live comfortably into their 70s or 80s, and some even reach their 90s. However, not everyone among these ordinary people practices martial arts. Some resign themselves to a life of family, raising children and running small businesses, passing their lives as the lowest tier of the biological chain. Yet some form factions and establish organizations among ordinary people to gather resources and curry favor with cultivators, aiming to progress further along the martial path. This is also to further strengthen their own power. In just a few years since the establishment of Yunchi City, such ordinary factions have already emerged. The Su family has chosen not to intervene for now, allowing them to grow wildly. When the new martial arts truly spread to the southern regions, it will be the right time for the Su family to take action. Before that, Chuan will not allow anyone in the Yunchi Su family to cultivate the new martial arts to avoid raising suspicions. In the southern district, the commercial area, Xiaozhan arrived in front of a magnificent pavilion surrounded by numerous shops, but this pavilion stood out in its grandeur. It reached 5 stories high and covered several hundred acres, constructed entirely of spiritual wood. With flying eaves and intricate brackets adorned with carvings, spiritual light shimmered faintly. At the entrance, a quaint plaque hung inscribed with 3 large characters flowing with Tao rhythm, Ascension Pavilion. The Ascension Pavilion exuded a magnificent aura, yet it did not feel imposing. Instead, it radiated a sense of depth and inclusiveness. Xiaozhan stepped inside. The first floor was spacious and bustling with activity. This floor catered to Qi refining stage cultivators, with shelves, counters, and display areas filled with a dazzling array of first-tier pills, talismans, magical tools, spiritual herbs, ores, and martial arts jade slips. With a wide variety and moderate prices, it was a popular spot for low-ranking cultivators to replenish their resources. Transactions were primarily conducted with spirit stones, but they also accepted some rare spiritual herbs and ores. The second floor was much quieter, primarily catering to foundation establishment stage cultivators. The quality of the goods was noticeably higher, with magical tools all being of superior quality, including top-tier and even 1-patterned and 2-patterned magical tools. The pills here were all second-tier, and occasionally breakthrough pills would appear. There were also a few independent private rooms available for more intimate or large-scale negotiations. The number of cultivators here was less than half of that on the first floor, yet each one exuded a calm aura and sharp gaze. From the third floor onwards, a significant spiritual power restriction enveloped the staircase. Only those with golden core stage cultivation or special tokens could enter. The third floor catered to golden core cultivators, displaying items that could be considered exquisite, with third-tier pills, magical treasures, spiritual materials, and secret techniques starting to appear. The trading methods were also more flexible. Besides spirit stones, they began accepting barter or partial exchanges involving spirit stones. There were also elegant and secluded private rooms with complete restrictions for esteemed guests to conduct transactions discreetly. The fourth floor had similar restrictions as the third, although it mostly housed fourth-tier items or extremely valuable third-tier items, nearly all of which were treasures of the pavilion. Golden core cultivators could also ascend. After all, there were only a few nascent soul stage cultivators in the entire Tiansong prefecture, and it was highly unlikely that they would personally come to purchase. As for the fifth floor, it was not open to the public, serving as the core management area of the Ascension Pavilion. Xiaozhan was escorted up to the fifth floor, where a quiet room awaited him. Shortly after, a side door of the quiet room slid open silently, revealing a figure in a blue robe. It was Chuan. Chuan's aura was restrained, resembling that of an ordinary person. "Greetings, respected master." Xiaozhan immediately stood, his expression respectful, bowing deeply. Xiao Dao, friend, no need for excessive formalities, please sit. Chuan casually took his seat at the main position, raising his hand to gesture. Xiao Zhan complied, sitting down and presenting a pre-prepared storage bag with both hands. Respected master, this is all the harvest from the Magic Heaven Merchant Association's trip to the innate secret realm. Please have a look. Chuan received the storage bag and briefly scanned it with his divine sense. The various resources inside were categorized and organized neatly. He nodded slightly, placing the storage bag aside, and asked, how is the Merchant Association developing? Is everything going smoothly? Xiao Zhan replied earnestly, beginning his report methodically. Respected master, the Merchant Association is currently experiencing rapid growth and gradually expanding outward. Although there have been some instances of robbery, they were merely minor skirmishes. The refining and selling of low-tier pills, talismans, and magical tools have formed a stable profit, and the acquisition and auctioning of mid to high-tier resources are gradually expanding. Currently, there are 10 golden core cultivators in the Merchant Association, including myself. To maintain the core members' authority, I do not plan to recruit other golden core cultivators for now to avoid being outnumbered. Chuan nodded slightly. Xiao Zhan glanced at Chuan and continued, as for Foundation Establishment cultivators, there are over 300 in the early stage, more than 100 in the mid-stage, and over 50 in the late stage. There are also 32 who have reached perfection. There are over 1,600 in the Qi refining stage. Chuan listened quietly, contemplating for a moment, then spoke. The development momentum is indeed rapid, but pay attention to personnel control. Loyalty is paramount. Increase covert surveillance and promptly deal with any discontented individuals. Some benefits for Qi refining and Foundation Establishment cultivators can be slightly enhanced to win their hearts. Moreover, the greatest authority of the Merchant Association must remain firmly in our hands. You can rest assured about that, respected master. The others are merely golden core early to mid-stage, and a few scholars have discreetly befriended the other elders of the Merchant Association, so I can keep track of their movements at any time. Chuan nodded, sizing up. Xiao Zhan, golden core 8th layer, there has been progress, but it is still insufficient. As he spoke, his hand brushed over the storage ring, and 2 porcelain vials suddenly appeared on the table. Take these 2 vials. One contains high-quality Hao Yuan pills, enough to allow you to reach the peak of the golden core 8th layer within 10 years. The other vial contains 5 high-quality Jin Yuan pills, each capable of helping you break through the bottleneck and enter the golden core 9th layer. As for the rest, you may decide how to reward other elders of the Merchant Association. Additionally, regarding the 5 innate spiritual objects you obtained, the low-grade metal spiritual object will be useful to you. You may take it to comprehend the divine ability and achieve mastery as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was first taken aback, then overwhelming joy surged within him. High-quality pills suitable for cultivating the late golden core stage, as well as breakthrough pills. These are truly rare treasures. It is likely that even nascent soul forces cannot produce too many at once. He hurriedly left his seat and bowed deeply again, his voice trembling with excitement. I am deeply grateful to the respected master for the generous gift. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations and manage the Magic Heaven Merchant Association well for you. Is your magical tool still a medium quality one? Yes, respected master. Once your divine ability is fully realized during our next meeting, I will gift you a high-quality metal flying sword magical tool. Thank you, respected master. Get up. Chuan said lightly. Hurry to enhance your strength. The Merchant Association needs you to truly stand on your own. As for the resources in this storage bag, I will take a portion of the spiritual herbs and materials that the Su family lacks or is scarce on. The rest you can take back for the future development of the Merchant Association, whether for trading, recruiting talents, etc. How to use them is up to your discretion. Yes, I will remember this. Xiao Zhan's heart was filled with excitement. High-quality magical tools. There are a few golden core cultivators in the Wolffang Mansion who have achieved mastery in divine abilities, but do not possess high-quality magical tools. This indicates their extraordinary rarity. Once he reaches the golden core 9th layer and masters his divine abilities, he will be able to firmly establish himself in the Wolffang Mansion. Although his current force is ranked among the top, if he encounters a real, true monarch-level powerhouse targeting him, the Magic Heaven Merchant Association will be at a significant disadvantage. Chuan briefly outlined a few matters to pay attention to and concluded the meeting. Xiao Zhan bowed again to take his leave, quietly exiting the Ascension Pavilion, blending into the bustling streets. After recognition, encouragement, rewards, and a combination of tactics, Chuan believed that even without a soul restriction, Xiao Zhan would work diligently for him for a period of time. To maintain this, he needed to continually motivate him until Xiaozhan fully recognized himself as a member of the Su family at his core, just like a certain dragon. Su Chuan, whose divine sense had not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage, found it somewhat challenging to completely restrain a fourth-tier, shape-shifting demon. If he disregarded everything and risked backlash to sever the contract restriction, he could still achieve it. Of course, the cost would be substantial. Unfortunately, he currently had no such intention. Although the rebellious streak in his nature still existed, it was directed towards outsiders. He was still very considerate of his own people in the Su family. He even regarded them as his own younger generation to look after. Su Chuan would no longer restrict him because he knew that Mou had already taken the Su family as his own nest, his home. After enjoying carefree travels outside, he would always return home. Xianming grass, I didn't expect to acquire this spiritual herb from Xiaozhan. The opportunities in the innate secret realm are indeed countless. Su Chuan sighed softly, regretting that he could not enter. Many golden core cultivators might not even recognize this fourth-tier spiritual herb. It is the main ingredient for refining the fourth-tier Xianming pill, and the sole purpose of the Xianming pill is to weaken the golden core barrier valued comparably to the transcendence pill. Indeed, this is an auxiliary pill for embryo formation. Even some golden core perfected cultivators who have not fully realized their divine abilities can generally accomplish the first step of embryo formation within the pill. However, breaking through the pill embryo is extraordinarily difficult. The Xianming pill is an ancient pill that aids in this step of embryo formation. As for the inner demon tribulation, it is bizarre and varied. It is not necessarily the case that the stronger one can overcome it. Some who have not fully realized their divine abilities also have a chance of success. For them, this second step is the most challenging. This Xianming grass needs to be cultivated in large quantities. Perhaps I could try propagation. Using my divine ability, I should be able to grow it. Su Chuan's lips curled slightly, his sleeve waved, and he ignored the third-tier formation restriction outside the Ascension Pavilion, transforming into a green light and fleeing. Understanding divine abilities is arduous, and Su Chuan felt that even among the descendants of the Su family, not everyone would achieve mastery in their divine abilities and perfection. The Golden Core stage will present a significant bottleneck. In the future, the number of Golden Core cultivators from the Su family will not be few. With the Xianming pill, those ordinary Golden Core descendants of the Su family will also have a path to advancement. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Chuan instructed to have the Su family collect the auxiliary herbs for the Xianming pill, as the main ingredient Xianming grass was already available and the auxiliary herbs would be easier to obtain. Among the 7 high-grade spiritual herbs, 5 could be found in the Su family's Cave Heaven medicinal garden. As for the Transcendence pill, 3 main ingredients, Transcendence lotus seeds, Bodhi nectar, and tranquil heart flower, were obtained during this secret realm expedition. However, they did not acquire the Transcendence lotus seeds. Of course, what Su Chuan desired more was the Transcendence heart lotus, which could produce 9 Transcendence lotus seeds over 1,000 years. If he could obtain it, there would be a continuous supply of Transcendence lotus seeds in the future. However, this lotus is a 5th-tier item, even rarer than the Xianming grass, nearly extinct in the outside world. Perhaps only in the innate secret realm and some ancient sects' medicinal gardens can it be found. Days later, news from the Ascension Pavilion in the Eastern District reported that a Golden Core demon cultivator was offering the Kong Ming stone and wished to consign it at the Yunxi auction in 3 months. The manager first went to Chunchanga, then to Yifan, and finally arrived at Su Chuan's location. Kong Ming stone. Su Chuan's gaze sharpened. This is a very precious, special spiritual item. It cannot be used directly to forge items, but for top-tier artifact masters, it can add spatial attributes to some magical treasures, greatly enhancing their power. It can also be used to forge Cave Heaven magical treasures, creating small spaces. This space can even accommodate living creatures. Deling. Su Chuan sent a message to Su Deling saying at the Ascension Pavilion in the Eastern District someone is offering the Kong Ming stone to participate in the auction in 3 months. You should go take a look. Kong Ming stone, this is an extremely rare material. Who is offering it? A demon cultivator at the Golden Core stage. That shouldn't have come from the innate secret realm, right? By rights, with the monitoring of the 4 major nascent soul forces, there shouldn't be any oversights. Perhaps it was obtained by chance earlier. You should go take a trip. Grandfather wants to experiment with this type of treasure. If it is of no use, it will be sent to you for forging attempts. Understood, grandfather. Su Deling ended the message and immediately left the Tianling sect, flying towards the Ascension Pavilion in the Eastern District. At this time, At the Ascension Pavilion on the third floor, in an independent private room, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wu family was currently hosting. Now the Wu family has dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators, and some second-generation Wu members have also reached the Foundation establishment stage. They have been assigned to some important positions in the Su family, such as managers of the Su Resident City Lord's office and Ascension Pavilion, among others. Please wait a moment, Senior. I have already messaged the main family, and someone will be here shortly to discuss this matter with you. The elderly demon cultivator of medium build with graying hair and beard, dressed in a somewhat worn black Taoist robe with dark red twisted patterns embroidered on the hem. His face was thin with deep wrinkles, and he had a few inches of gray-white beard. The elderly man had his eyes slightly closed, seemingly meditating, but occasionally, when he opened them, a deep light flashed in his gaze. The aroma of sandalwood wafted through the private room, enveloping it in silence. The elderly man nodded slightly, showing no dissatisfaction. He could guess the intention of the Ascension Pavilion, likely eager to secure the materials he offered in advance. The normal consignment process involves registration, accepting the consignment items, and agreeing on the commission. After a while, the restriction on the door of the private room fluctuated slightly and then opened silently. A graceful figure with a tall and heroic stance entered, dressed in a bright golden robe, exuding an air of nobility. It was Su Ling who had rushed over upon receiving the message. Her gaze was calm, and she immediately fell upon the elderly demon cultivator in the black robe. The old man also opened his eyes at the moment Su Ling entered, and their deep gazes met in the air. "Thank you for your patience, fellow Taoist." Su Ling's voice was clear as she walked to the main seat and sat down calmly while the manager quietly retreated to guard the door.